Chapter 348. Defeating Zhao Tongshuan. The sect's back mountain, mountains stretching endlessly. Two hilltops, 100 zang apart, one stood Li Qingyuan, the other stood Zhao Tongshuan. Boom, boom. The two's aura exploded, their magical power rising like a hurricane, forming a tornado. Zhao Tongshuan held a long spear, stepping forward through the air one step at a time, his spear momentum continuously increasing, both hands holding the spear, spear light piercing the void, killing intent chilling. Li Qingyuan said, "What a sharp spear! Not bad." With that, Li Qingyuan waved his right hand, and a large halberd flew out from his spatial ring. He grasped it with one hand, and as the sunlight slanted down, it projected the character Di Virtue. It was the Yidai Furen Ji halberd of conquering by virtue. Zhao Tongshuan's mouth twitched. What kind of righteous person would use a Dharma artifact like this? Senior brother Qingyuan, take this. Boom. Zhao Tongshuan's black and white interwoven robe rustled loudly, his long hair wildly dancing, his heroic figure sweeping across the sky as he attacked, his early core formation perfection cultivation base fully erupting. 15 years had passed since returning from the trial ground. Having walked through the gates of hell, Zhao Tongshuan had been in seclusion cultivating in his master's cave dwelling. With the aid of various high-quality third-grade pills, he had reached early core formation perfection a few months ago. After stabilizing his cultivation for several months, he emerged from seclusion and learned that Li Qingyuan had returned. Zhao Tongshuan's first order of business was to visit and seek guidance, wanting to know the gap between himself and Li Qingyuan. Second-grade spell, Wandering Dragon Spear Technique. This was a creation of the first great city lord of Sanlei Immortal City, a peerless technique of their lineage, a close combat spear spell. Zhao Tongshuan had studied the Wandering Dragon Spear since childhood, had long grasped its essence and comprehended its essence, and after decades of cultivating this technique, he had already reached the realm of divine mastery, not necessarily inferior to third-grade spells. Swish! Man and spear became one, momentum like a dragon. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan's battle intent boiled, well met. Boom! His mid-core formation physical body erupted directly. Physical blood, qi soaring to the heavens. Body-tempering true essence was injected into the Yidai Furen Ji, and he swung the large halberd, charging forward head-on, also executing a second-grade spell. Li Qingyuan had killed too many Foundation Establishment cultivators. Because of his Dharma artifact, the Yidai Furen Ji, he had selected a halberd technique from among many second-grade spells to study. Second-grade spell, Unfixed Halberd Technique. The unfixed halberd technique had no fixed pattern, no routine, no standard. It evolved and sublimated from basic halberd techniques. Once unleashed, it was swift as the wind, fierce as a wave, with killing moves coming in an unending stream, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. One man wielded a long spear, momentum like a dragon, offense and defense integrated. One man wielded a large halberd, a heavy halberd without sharpness, great skill appearing clumsy. The two erupted with their core formation cultivation, fighting in the air, their movement techniques swift, their moves grand and sweeping. Both were power type, fierce and domineering, their clash sending sparks flying and explosions booming continuously. Clang! The long spear and large halberd struck each other with violent force simultaneously, colliding high in the air. A harsh metallic screech exploded, sound waves rippling outward. Zhao Tongshuan's arms went numb, his body flying back several jang. In terms of pure strength, he was inferior to Li Qingyuan. Again! Zhao Tongshuan shouted loudly, charging once more, his momentum continuously rising, his spear light becoming sharper, a sky full of spear light enveloping his entire body. Senior brother Qingyuan, this is my strongest strike. Zhao Tongshuan pushed his magical power to the extreme. The third-grade, mid-grade Dharma artifact, long spear hummed incessantly, spear light drawing magical power to condense into a white flood dragon. The white flood dragon let out a dragon roar, a 20 jang long flood dragon pouncing and attacking, its dragon horns, dragon body, dragon claws, and dragon scales lifelike, drawing the power of wind and clouds as it attacked. It appeared to be a flood dragon, but in reality every dragon scale was a razor-sharp spearlight. Third grade spell, Flood Dragon's Roar. Ang! The white dragon swayed across the sky, letting out a high-pitched dragon roar, attacking Li Qingyuan. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan swung the large halberd with both hands, fully activating the third-grade mid-grade Dharma artifact. His mid-core formation cultivation erupted, his wind-thunder dominant body fully opened, 6 wind god patterns and 3 thunder god patterns simultaneously activating, all injected into the Yidei Furen Ji. Li Qingyuan held the large halberd, commanding it like an arm, unleashing the spell. Clang! The Yide Furen Ji erupted with brilliant magical power, light, and Dharma artifact might, rapidly condensing into a cauldron. The phantom of 9 cauldrons flashed, then instantly merged into one, a demon cauldron reaching for the sky. As the demon cauldron emerged, fierce winds howled, thunder rumbled low, electric arcs coiled around it, carrying the power of wind and thunder as it suppressed with overwhelming force, attacking the spear-light flood dragon head. With a thunderous boom, the demon cauldron suppressed down, pressing the flood dragon unable to advance an inch. Zhao Tongshuan roared in anger, pouring out all his magical power continuously. The flood dragon let out a resounding cry, its entire body blooming with sharp spear-light energy to attack the demon cauldron. However, the demon cauldron stood firm, and with only a slight ripple, the power of wind and thunder shattered the skyfall spearlight, pressing the flood dragon's head down. With a bang, the flood dragon's horns broke. Then, like a chain reaction, the flood dragon's neck, dragon body, dragon claws, and all its dragon scales shattered one after another, dissipating into scattered magical power. Clang! The demon cauldron hummed, grinding away the flood dragon, attacking Zhao Tongshuan. Zhao Tongshuan's expression changed. He held his spear with both hands to block. With a clang, the demon cauldron, carrying 10,000 June of force and wind thunder power, bent the long spear and struck Zhao Tongshuan's chest. Pefta! Zhao Tongshuan spat blood in midair, his body flying backward, crashing into the 100-jang small hill behind him. The hill's cliff face cracked, rocks flew everywhere, and booms continued. After everything settled, Zhao Tongshuan flew out from the cliff face, his figure staggering, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Li Qingyuan took out a bottle of pills and sent it over. Zhao Tongshuan opened it and looked, his expression shocked. 3rd grade, mid-grade, 1 Zhen pills, and all 3 are of high quality. 1 Zhen pills were an upgraded version of the 3rd grade, low-grade Zhenren pills, using True Man Mushroom past 10,000-year spirit milk as the main ingredients, with other auxiliary ingredients unchanged. 3 more 2nd-grade spirit plants were added, finally refined to obtain them. Zhao Tongshuan's expression moved, and he said excitedly, "Senior brother Qingyuan, 1 high-quality 1 Zhen pill is comparable to a 3rd-grade top-grade pill. You're giving me 3 at once." I. Li Qingyuan chuckled lightly. "You call me senior brother. What your senior brother gives you, you should accept. With your talent, magical power, and spell mastery, you can even fight an ordinary mid-core formation cultivator. Once you advance to mid-core formation, you will definitely be an outstanding figure among your peers, and there is great hope for you to be among the top 100. Zhao Tongshuan accepted the pills. He couldn't bear to use the 1 Zhen pills to heal his injuries, only taking 3 2nd-grade, top-grade pills to regulate his breathing and recover his injuries and magical power. The 2nd-grade, top-grade pills he took were very familiar to Li Qingyuan. They were the high-quality Miaofa pills he had refined before. It seemed that as a nascent soul seed of Sanle Immortal sect and a personal disciple of the Grand Elder, his treatment was excellent. After Zhao Tongshuan recovered his injuries and magical power, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior brother Qingyuan, for holding back in that final strike, and also for bestowing the medicine. It's just a pity that even using all my strength," Zhao Tongshuan's expression was dejected, "I still couldn't make senior brother Qingyuan use his full strength. It seems the gap between me and the core formation prodigies is still very far." Li Qingyuan said, "You are already very good. Junior brother Zhao, you have the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. Keep working hard." After Li Qingyuan gave his encouragement, he said, "I'll take my leave now." Zhao Tongshuan put away his long spear, cupped his fists and bowed. "Senior brother, go slowly." Watching Li Qingyuan leave, Zhao Tongshuan said helplessly, "The gap between senior brother Qingyuan and me will only grow larger. He is the true, unparalleled prodigy. I have a feeling that in the 9 provinces prodigy competition, senior brother Qingyuan will be the biggest winner." Chapter 349 Divine Sense Transformation, Jianmu Visualization Method. Li Qingyuan had only enjoyed the 4th grade low-grade cave dwelling, opened up from the 4th grade mid-grade spirit vein, for less than 2 months before he was summoned again by Miaolei. The current Miaolei Palace had already been relocated to the core of the 4th grade mid-grade spirit vein. As soon as Li Qingyuan entered here, it was like walking into a true immortal's cave dwelling, a cave paradise. 4th grade spirit springs gushed forth, spirit vein energy burst out, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy was dense and hazy, forming rosy clouds. Spiritual energy was like rosy clouds, interweaving with the sun and moon. The sex transportation spirit cranes and flying demon beasts gathered, hovering in the sky. Various green plants and spirit plants grew alongside the 4th grade spirit vein. The 4th grade mid-grade spirit vein naturally grew various 2nd grade and 3rd grade spirit plants. These were the spirit plants it itself bred and nourished, also one of the added values of a 4th grade spirit vein. In the courtyard of the cave dwelling, 100 flowers bloomed. Spirit plants inhaled and exhaled the heaven and earth spiritual energy, and all things radiated brilliance. A graceful figure stood tall. Her radiance, her spirituality, her temperament surpassed the 100 flowers. She was the master of everything. Miaolei was dressed in a sapphire blue fishtail long skirt. The long skirt outlined her graceful figure. Her eyelashes were curved and light, her beautiful eyes enchanting, her oval face combining dignity and charm. Her figure always seemed to be taller than other women. Her appearance and temperament meant she would never be reduced to a supporting role anywhere. "You're here." Miaolei did not turn around, reaching out to pick a flower. Li Qingyuan nodded. I'm here." "I wonder what matter Miaolei Jieji has called me for," Miaolei said. 3 days from now is the time when the core formation prodigies of the 7 countries of Huangzhou gather in Zhao country. At that time, the prodigies of the 7 countries of Huangzhou will directly arrive in Shenzhou through a teleportation array in Zhao country. Teleportation array? Li Qingyuan showed a curious expression. Miaolei nodded. "Yes, an ancient teleportation array. It is a teleportation array personally built over 10,000 years ago by Dugu Taishuan, the founding emperor of the Taishuan dynasty. It can directly reach the central Shenzhou." "Oh, I see." Li Qingyuan nodded lightly. Then he didn't know what else to say. Ever since the straightforward confession, the relationship between him and Miaolei had become delicate, very much like a boyfriend and girlfriend who had quarreled and were in a huff. "Take these things." Seeing Li Qingyuan not speaking, Miaolei sighed faintly, waved her hand, and sent out quite a few things. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. All 3rd grade talisman drawing materials, 500 3rd grade low-grade materials, 300 3rd grade mid-grade materials, 100 3rd grade top-grade materials, besides the talisman drawing materials. The required 3rd grade, low-grade, mid-grade, and top-grade talisman inks had also been prepared for him. Miaolei finally took out an item and said, "This talisman brush is called Taoyao. It is a quasi-4th grade Dharma artifact. It can be used for drawing talismans and also for combat. It has accompanied me for 100 years. Today, I give it to you as well." The Taoyao brush flew over, landing in Li Qingyuan's hand. Miaolei knew that Li Qingyuan could use a quasi-4th grade Dharma artifact which could greatly enhance his combat power. Li Qingyuan looked at the talisman brush. Talisman runes rippled, and a wisp of peach blossom fragrance, refreshing the heart and mind. Its fragrance was exactly Miaolei's body scent. His expression gradually moved. Something so important, almost second only to Miaolei's life-bound Dharma artifact, was directly given to him. What should he say? Saying thank you would be too polite, too distant. Not saying anything would seem heartless and cold. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath. In this situation, facing a woman who deeply loved him, action was always warmer and more affectionate than words. So, Li Qingyuan directly took out a jade slip, drove it to fly out, and said, "This is my biggest trump card. It is called the 5 Elements Talisman Array Technique. This talisman array technique is more powerful than your 4 symbols. Talisman array technique, and also easier to assemble." Miaolei took the talisman array method, injected her divine sense, and a look of surprise and emotion appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Such a profound talisman array, and it's your trump card, yet you are willing to give it to me." As a 3rd grade top grade talisman master, Miaolei was naturally proficient in the art of talismans and understood the value of the 5 elements talisman array. Li Qingyuan nodded. "This is only the first gift." With that, Li Qingyuan took out a second gift, also a jade slip, but it contained a single talisman rune. A 4th grade talisman rune. Miaolei was stunned, finding it hard to believe. This is the incomplete 4th grade talisman rune that Xu Xin gave me." You actually perfected it? How did you do it?" Li Qingyuan smiled. "This gift is Miaolei Jie satisfied." Miaolei grabbed the 4th grade talisman rune, held it in her palm, treasured it like a precious gem, a smile blooming on her cherry lips. "With this, I can become a 4th grade talisman master. Then, using this talisman rune to barter with other 4th grade talisman masters, I can trade for other 4th grade talisman runes, thereby mastering more 4th grade talisman runes, and, in turn, exchange for more 4th grade resources. A set of 5 elements talisman arrays, a 4th grade talisman rune." Miaolei instantly felt her importance and high status in Li Qingyuan's heart. She looked at Li Qingyuan, her beautiful eyes soft and tender, full of affection. "Qingyuan Didi, you really are a treasure trove." She bit her silver teeth and said with a mix of annoyance and affection, "A treasure trove that makes people both love and hate." Li Qingyuan stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Miaolei's voluptuous waist, pulled her into his embrace, nibbled on the beautiful woman's crystal-clear ear, and blew a puff of warm air. "Aha!" Miaolei's ripe body went limp and weak. Falling into Li Qingyuan's arms, her eyes holding autumn water, she said with feigned annoyance, "You little rascal, I'm going to be stuck with you for the rest of my life." Li Qingyuan smiled, held Miaolei, and walked into the bedroom. On this day, there was no longer any barrier between him and Miaolei. 3 days later. Boom! Intense divine sense fluctuations came from Miaolei's bedchamber. 2 sources of divine sense essence merged like water and milk. One contained yang wood qi, the other contained yin wood qi. Wood attribute, yin and yang intermingling. Li Qingyuan felt his head buzzing. After continuous baptism and yin-yang, intermingling through the longevity seeds within their bodies, another longevity seed finally grew in his Niwan palace. With a crack, the longevity seed in his Niwan palace sprouted. The seed shell broke, it took root in the Niwan palace, and a new sprout emerged, emerald green and pure, full of spirituality. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened in Miaolei's Niwan palace. A small tree with a single green sprout grew in her nascent soul divine sense world. The tree was lush and green, full of spirituality. The 2 Niwan palaces pressed together, their divine senses resonating with each other. The 2 small trees attracted each other, their auras intermingling, converging into an ancient language. The Jianmu visualization method. Plant the seed of the Jianmu, nurture the spirit of the Jianmu, observe the growth of the ancient heavenly Jianmu, temper the cultivator's divine sense, cultivate the soul, strengthen the divine sense, and fortify the nascent soul. Li Qingyuan and Miaolei opened their eyes simultaneously, both overjoyed. This is a divine sense visualization method. It's an ancient secret technique for cultivating divine sense. Surprise. Too surprising. Who could have thought that cultivating the Jia wood heaven piercing technique and the Yi wood longevity technique with a Jia wood spirit root and a Yi wood spirit root could not only condense a longevity seed, but also condense a Jian Mu seed, obtaining a secret technique for cultivating divine sense. The 9 provinces continent might have secret techniques for using divine sense power, and many pills for enhancing divine sense, but a visualization method that could cultivate divine sense and elevate the divine sense realm was something they had never heard of. Miaolei hugged Li Qingyuan, unable to contain herself, and gave him a fierce kiss. "I told you, you're a treasure trove." She was utterly in love with this little man of hers, Li Qingyuan. Chapter 350. Wild Province Geniuses Gather in Zhao Kingdom. Brother Qingyuan, it's already getting late. Miaolei still remembered the important matters and the time, so she immediately stood up and said, "The Jian Mu visualization method. You and I will have to find our own time to cultivate it separately. Today is the time to set out." Miaolei waved her hand, and 3 sets of talisman arrays flew out. Dragon-type attack talismans, bird-type attack talisman, turtle-type attack talismans, and tiger-type attack talismans. The 4 symbols. Talisman array flew over, totaling 12 talismans across 3 sets. She said, "All previous trials of the Human King Hall strictly prohibit bringing 4th-grade items or nascent soul talisman treasures. So I can only give you the 4 symbols talisman array as a life-saving trump card." The 4 symbols. Talisman array is quite special and too difficult to assemble. Even before I advanced to nascent soul, I had only gathered 20 sets, and I consumed quite a few when facing powerful enemies. Back when I traveled abroad and clashed with many early nascent soul cultivators, if it weren't for the 4 symbols talisman array and my early nascent soul puppet, I would have had difficulty escaping unscathed. Miaolei said, "I only have 3 sets. Don't think it's too little." Junior disciple Tong Xuan and the others also need life-saving measures. Li Qingyuan was moved and said, "How could I think it's too little? This is your care and affection, sister. I'm overjoyed." He quickly accepted the 3 sets of 4 symbols, talisman arrays, and placed them into his spatial ring, thinking to himself, "Copying and doubling them will give me 6 sets. 6 strikes at the power of an early nascent soul cultivator. Even if most are only at the level of an early nascent soul, they can still instantly kill late core formation cultivators." Another life-saving trump card added to his collection. "Good, let's go." Miaolei stepped forward with her jade feet, walking through the air. Her 4th-grade upper-rank patrol heavenly envoy brocade Dama robe flew over and she put it on, changing to a peach-red color at will. A peach blossom bloomed between her eyebrows, and 3-colored auspicious clouds carried the beauty through the sky like an immortal ascending to heaven. Dong! The golden bell of the cloud summit. Heavenly Palace rang out, summoning the sect's elders and disciples. Within the territory of the 3 Joys Immortal sect, between the various spiritual vein cave dwellings, one core formation aura after another and foundation establishment aura after another flew into the sky, gathering at the cloud summit, Heavenly Palace Square. Miaolei stood floating in the air, peerlessly elegant. Li Qingyuan, along with the sect elders and disciples, arrived one after another, cupping their fists in salute and bowing. "Greetings, sect master." Miaolei nodded. The pressure of a nascent soul true lord spread throughout the venue, and the patrol heavenly envoy Dharma robe made her appear even more solemn and dignified. Her knowledgeable voice spread throughout the sect. Li Qingyuan, Zhao Tongshuan, Zhao Yuanji, Qi Yuanji, Qi Yuan, Sun Hie. Miaolei called out 5 names and said, "The Triennial Human King Hall Top 100 Core Formation Genius Selection Competition U5 will represent our 3 Joys Immortal sect." Li Qingyuan, Zhao Tongshuan, and the other 5 stepped forward, cupped their fists in salute, and said with solemn expressions, "Rest assured, sect master, we will not disgrace the name of the 3 Joys Immortal sect." Li Qingyuan and Zhao Tongshuan were nascent soul seeds, the sect's strongest geniuses, true disciples. Xia Yuanji, Qi Yushuan, and Sun He were talented rogue cultivators recruited after the establishment of the Three Joys Immortal sect. They had already reached the peak of foundation establishment, or the false core stage, when they entered the sect, and after receiving the sect's resource cultivation, they advanced to early core formation. Of course, there was still a significant gap between their aptitude, foundation, combat power, and that of Li Qingyuan and Zhao Tongshuan. They formed their cores at around 90 years old. Forming a core at 90 years old was already considered excellent even for a nascent soul sect, meeting the threshold of a genius who forms a core before 100 years of age, qualifying them to participate in the 9 provinces genius competition. As for Lu Huan, having lost an arm and suffered severe injuries that shook his foundation, he had no hope of forming a core in this lifetime. Although Shang Shuxin had considerable talent, astonishing talisman path attainments, and was Miaolei's personal disciple, she was ultimately too young. She was currently only at the peak of foundation establishment, barely qualifying as a third-grade lower-rank talisman master. Without entering the core formation stage, she had no qualifications to participate in the battle. Miaolei looked at Li Qingyuan and said, "This training expedition will have Li Qingyuan as the team leader. All of you must follow his orders." Zhao Tongshuan and the other 4 cupped their fists. Understood. Miaolei nodded and said, "Good, let's set out." With a wave of Miaolei's jade hand, a cloud shuttle flying ship appeared out of nowhere. The 100-jong giant vessel was a quasi-4th-grade magical artifact, protected by a 4th-grade formation, no weaker than a 4th-grade warship, very spectacular and as heavy as a mountain. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "It seems that Grand Elder Yunlei's artifact refining skills have improved again. He's now very close to being a 4th-grade artifact refiner." Yunya Zhenren, sword servant Awu, and Hongye Zhenren, 1 man and 2 women, 3 core formation cultivators, appeared. They injected mana to activate the formation and drive the 100-jang warship. A resounding horn sounded, and war drums beat. Miaolei stood at the highest level of the warship and spoke with a majestic voice. "Set out. Li Qingyuan, Zhao Tongshuan, Xiao Yanji, Qi Yuanji, Qi Yushuan, and Sun Han." He received the order and flew into the warship. At the same time, Yunya Zhenren, Hongye Zhenren, and sword servant Awu received the order and simultaneously drove the warship, cutting through the sea of clouds and setting sail. Yunlei, Yale, and Moyun and the others bowed. "Farewell, Sect Master and the 5 geniuses. On this journey, may you strengthen our Three Joys Immortal sect and forge the path to nascent soul. We wish the 5 geniuses a triumphant return." Throughout the Three Joys Immortal sect, core formation, true persons, foundation establishment cultivators, and chi refining cultivators spoke in unison, their morale soaring. "We wish the 5 geniuses a triumphant return." Among the crowd, Li Yunmei looked up, her beautiful eyes firm, and thought to herself, "Brother Li, please rest assured. Li Yunmei will definitely form a core and help your family establish a firm foothold in Three Joys Immortal City. The immortal path is difficult and fraught with danger. Please take care on your journey." Li Qingyuan seemed to sense something. His gaze turned toward Li Yunmei's direction, and he smiled slightly. The Three Joys Immortal sect's warship flew at full speed, heading straight toward the Zhao Kingdom's limitless sect. It rode the wind and waves, with clouds receding on both sides of the warship. Miaolei waved her hand, and 4 sets of talisman arrays flew out. She said, "These talisman arrays have been refined by me. Once deployed, they possess the power of a nascent soul. I bestow these upon you as your final trump cards to preserve your lives." Zhao Tongshuan and the other 4 received the talisman arrays, their faces showing joy as they respectfully said, "Thank you, Sect Master, for bestowing these treasures." As for Li Qingyuan not receiving any, they clearly didn't believe that. They were all core formation cultivators and intelligent people. Given Li Qingyuan's cultivation, talent, 3rd-grade alchemy skills, and status as a powerful elder of the sect, The sect master had likely already secretly given him life-saving treasures that were even better than theirs. Miaolei nodded and said, "From now on, you will be teammates. Get to know each other a bit to facilitate future cooperation." With that, Miaolei turned and walked into the top cabin, then set up a restriction and began seclusion. More than 10 days later, the Three Joys Immortal Sects group finally arrived at Zhao Kingdom. Among the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province, Zhao Kingdom was the strongest, with a total of 7 nascent soul sects. The Zhao Kingdom's Limitless sect was the leader, and Zhao Kingdom's Flowing Cloud. True Lord Zhao Luyun was known as the #1 nascent soul cultivator among the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province. Soon, the Limitless Immortal sect came into view. Continuous mountain ranges, halls and palaces, immortal cranes and flying birds, seas of clouds and colorful clouds, 1,000 Jiang waterfall cascading from the sky, and powerful spiritual lights surging everywhere. It truly had the myriad manifestations of a great sect. Miaolei True Lord stood on the warship and announced loudly, "The Three Joys Immortal sect of Ye Kingdom has arrived." Almost at the same time, warships arrived from all directions. The Corpse Puppet sect of Yue Kingdom and the Myriad Manifestations sect of Yue Kingdom have arrived together. The Cloud Heaven sect of Yuan Kingdom and the Carefree sect of Yuan Kingdom have arrived together. A burly man manifested his heavenly Gang Dharma body and indestructible golden body, his voice like thunder. The Heavenly Gang sect of Wei Kingdom has arrived. The Heavenly Sword sect of Wei Kingdom has arrived. The 7 kingdoms of Wild Province, Zhao Kingdom, Wei Kingdom, Jin Kingdom, Yang Kingdom, Shang Kingdom, Ya Kingdom, and Wu Kingdom. Among them, Zhao Kingdom dominated alone with 7 nascent soul sects. Wei Kingdom, Jin Kingdom, and Yang Kingdom belonged to the 2nd tier. Shang Kingdom belonged to the 2nd tier. Shang Kingdom all belonged to the 3rd tier. Originally, Ya Kingdom all belonged to the 3rd tier. Originally, Ya Kingdom was the weakest, but now it had basically caught up with Shang Kingdom and Wu Kingdom. From the Zhao Kingdom's Limitless Immortal sect, 2 late nascent soul grand cultivators flew out. They were Zhao Luyun and his wife Nangong Shui. This couple was renowned as the model Dao couple of Wild Province, a nascent soul True Lord couple envied by 10,000 people. Most rare of all, they had known each other since childhood, risen from humble beginnings, supported each other, and ultimately reached their current heights, successively advancing to late nascent soul grand cultivators. Zhao Luyun and Nangong Shui cupped their fists in salute and said with a loud laugh, "Welcome, fellow Taoists and various immortal sects, all gathered here." Everyone returned the greeting. Zhao Luyun said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, I, Zhao, though unworthy, have received the Human King's decree to activate the ancient teleportation formation here and bring the core formation geniuses of the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province to the Divine Province. In addition, the 7 patrol heavenly envoys of the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province, including myself, will also be going together." Everyone said, "We trouble Flowing Cloud True Lord." Miaolei and the other 6 patrol heavenly envoys added, "We obey the decree." Zhao Liyun had the strongest strength and had received the Human King's decree. To a certain extent or during special times, he could mobilize other patrol heavenly envoys and nascent soul True Lords. Zhao Liyun nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, 100,000 spirit stones flew out and landed in an ancient teleportation formation. He announced loudly, "Patrol heavenly envoys and core formation geniuses of each kingdom, follow me." Boom! 100,000 spirit stones entered the formation. The ancient teleportation formation activated, spatial power fluctuated, teleportation force rippled, and a pillar of light shot up 10,000 Jiang, standing tall like a pillar supporting the sky. "Enter." Zhao Luyun took the lead and flew into the formation. Miaolei waved her hand, sweeping up Li Qingyuan, Zhao Tongshuan, and the other 4 as they teleported and flew into the formation. In an instant, the patrol heavenly envoys of the 7 kingdoms and the core formation geniuses of the 7 kingdoms all transformed into streaks of light and flew into the formation, guided by the teleportation force, and disappeared. Li Qingyuan felt the spatial transition sensation of the teleportation formation, and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. What is the divine province, the head of the 9 provinces, like? Su. Chapter 351. Miaole is envied. Ancient teleportation formation, spatial power, 1,000 li in an instant. A quarter of an hour later, the group had been teleported 1,000,000 li away. The cultivators of the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, sun, moon, and stars, and arrived at the head of the 9 provinces continent, the Central Earth Divine Province. Buzzis. On the massive teleportation platform, streaks of light flashed one after another, and figures appeared one after another. The 7 kingdoms of Wild Province, 7 nascent soul true lords, 7 patrol heavenly envoys. Zhao kingdoms Zhao Luyun, Wei kingdoms Ta Yuangang, Jin kingdoms, Yin kingdoms, Shang kingdoms, Wu kingdoms, and Yue kingdoms. Among the 7 patrol heavenly envoys, only Miaole True Lord was at early nascent soul. The Jin Kingdom Patrol Heavenly Envoy was one of only 2 women among them, and also a late nascent soul Grand Cultivator. She had been the top of the Wild Province 7 Kingdoms 1000 Beauties ranking before Miaole. The Jin Kingdom Patrol Heavenly Envoy, Xiaoxi True Lord, glanced faintly at Miaole True Lord and said indifferently, "The duty of a Patrol Heavenly Envoy is to shepherd a region for the human king. Isn't this burden too heavy for young friend Miaole?" She didn't address her as fellow Taoist, but as young friend, clearly not taking Miaole True Lord, an early nascent soul cultivator, seriously. Miaole's peerlessly beautiful face was calm as water, and she said lightly, "Whether I can bear this burden or not, fellow Taoist Xiaoxi doesn't get to decide. Only His Majesty the Human King gets to decide that." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi was instantly speechless. Li Qingyuan laughed inwardly. Well said. Beautifully said. Xiaoxi could no longer say anything more. Otherwise, she would be questioning the Human King's judgment in personnel selection in front of several fellow patrol heavenly envoys. If she voiced such doubts, what if someone reported it? How could a subordinate who mocked a leader's poor judgment in personnel possibly have a bright future? Xiaoxi changed the subject and said, "Your Yue kingdom is truly becoming more and more inadequate. Only one Xuantian has reached mid-nascent soul, and his lifespan is almost exhausted. Alas, if there's no late nascent soul Grand Cultivator to support it, the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province won't live up to their name." The Wei Kingdom Patrol Heavenly Envoy Ta Yuangang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Why not petition the Human King to merge the 7 kingdoms into 6, making it easier to integrate resources and cultivate future nascent soul seeds? The implication was that the 6 kingdoms would divide Yue Kingdom among themselves, removing Yue Kingdom from the list. The Yue Kingdom Patrol Heavenly Envoy could be a native of Yue Kingdom, or from any of the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province. As long as 3 or more Patrol Heavenly Envoys jointly recommended them and the Human King approved, they could serve. Xiang Kingdom and Wu Kingdom were on par with Yue Kingdom in strength, their strongest local nascent soul. True Lords were only at mid-nascent soul. However, after joint recommendations, Zhao Kingdom and Wei Kingdom each had a late nascent soul cultivator go to serve as Patrol Heavenly Envoy. The Wu Kingdom Patrol Heavenly Envoy came from Wei Kingdom. Hearing Ti Yuangang speak, he agreed, yes. How much water a wooden bucket can hold is often determined by the shortest plank. If this competition, Yue Kingdom, holds everyone back, the entire Wild Province will lose face. Xiaoxi glanced faintly at Yue Kingdom, her eyes disdainful. The Xuantian sect has no participants. The Three Joys Immortal sect has 5 people. The Corpse Puppet sect has 7, and the Myriad Manifestation sect has 7. A whole kingdom, and only 19 cultivators have the qualifications to compete. She looked at Xia Yuanji, Qi Yuxuan, Sun He, and the early core formation cultivators from the Corpse Puppet sect and Myriad Manifestation sect, and sneered. A total of 19 people, only 2 at mid-core formation. The remaining 15 barely meet the threshold of forming a core before 100 years old. All are just making up the numbers. the Myriad Manifestation sect had two mid-core formation cultivators. Li Qingyan was familiar with one of them. It was Wanluo Zhenren, who had once set up a dangerous situation to ambush and kill the Foundation Establishment rogue cultivator, Geniuses of Three Joys, Immortal City. Now, Wanluo Zhenren had reached mid-core formation. This person was the youngest son of Myriad Manifestation's true lord. When he successfully formed his core, he was hailed as the youngest core formation elder of the Myriad Manifestation sect. The deceased Myriad Manifestations sect core formation genius, Wanyuan, was Wanluo Zhenren's clan brother. Myriad Manifestations, True Lord and the Wan clan were the mainstream and main lineage of the sect. The Corpse Puppet sect also had their core formation geniuses. They had more than just shuiying as a talent. The Corpse Puppet sect's strongest disciple had also reached mid-core formation within 100 years of age. As for Li Qingyuan, he had long since concealed his aura, using his formless divine ability to suppress his cultivation and change his aura. Even the late nascent soul Grand Cultivator couldn't detect it. Of course, the information about his physical body forming a core had long been known by Yinsha True Lord, Myriad Manifestations True Lord, and the various core formation forces from that day's trial ground. His identity as a third-grade mid-rank alchemist was also public knowledge. So Li Qingyuan had only suppressed his cultivation realm. His aura still showed dual cultivation of Dharma and body, dual path early core formation. But in Xiaxi's eyes, early core formation was still insignificant. An early core formation dual cultivator of Dharma and body could at most hold out a few more rounds against a mid-core formation cultivator. Miaolei looked at Xiaoxi and said with a light laugh, "I heard that in the 9 provinces genius competition 300 years ago, not a single one of your Jin Kingdom's geniuses survived. One of them was your nephew." "You?" Xiaoxi became agitated. "How could you bring up someone's shortcomings like that?" Zhao Luoyun said in a deep voice, "Enough. We've already arrived at the Divine Province. Fellow Taoists, don't let the cultivators of other provinces see our joke." Li Qingyuan agreed inwardly. Exactly. How can we strengthen Wild Province and govern it well while associating with these parasites? Xiaoxi snorted lightly. An early nascent soul patrol heavenly envoy, unique throughout the 9 provinces. That's already the biggest joke of Wild Province. Fellow Taoist Xiaoxi, that's enough. Zhao Liyun's brows furrowed slightly, exuding authority without anger. There were also differences among late nascent soul, grand cultivators. Zhao Liyun's reputation as the #1 cultivator of Wild Province was earned through battle. Together with his beloved Nangong Shui, the couple had once defeated a peak nascent soul cultivator, and their fame had spread far and wide. Upon hearing this, Xiaxi said no more. Between the continuous mountain ranges, 8 great formations were activated one after another. Late nascent soul grand cultivators led their groups out, and core formation geniuses walked out with high spirits. Among the crowd, Li Qingyuan saw Zhao Chong, Zhao Dai, Nangong Zhen, and 2 other early core formation cultivators. In that trial ground back then, the core formation geniuses of the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province had suffered heavy losses, with fewer than 1 in 10 surviving. Besides Li Qingyuan, only Zhao Tongshuan, Zhao Chong, Zhao Dai, Nangong Zhen, a total of 6 people had survived. Of course, because Zhao Guanzheng had modified their memories, none of them remembered Li Qingyuan's heaven-defying performance and monstrous combat power in the final battle. At this moment, as the various forces emerged, the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province had the fewest core formation geniuses, which drew whispered discussions from various forces. Some even pointed and gossiped. Zhao Liyun's face turned green. But what could he say? He could only blame the 7 kingdoms of Wild Province for their bad luck. Soon, the various forces gathered on a mountain peak. Dong, dong, dong! The wind howled and war drums beat. 1,000 Zhang warship came through the air. 5 late nascent soul, Grand cultivators stood towering in the sky, each wearing white robes, green robes, black robes, red robes, and yellow robes, corresponding to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 elements, 5 colors. Metal, color white. Water, color black. Miaole's pretty face. Ning, the 5 great elders of the 5 elements sect. Why are they here too? Zhao Luyun's expression was also solemn. He looked up at the 1,000 Zhang warship and exchanged glances with Huo Yuanzi across the distance. Boom. Jin Yuanzi bathed in golden light, dazzling and brilliant. After the golden light dispersed, he revealed a white robe, not pure white, but a platinum white long robe. He stood proudly in the sky and transmitted his voice in all directions. Fellow Taoists, we have received orders from the Grand Master of the Imperial Clan Office of the Taihuang Imperial Dynasty, the Grand Elder of the Human King Hall, and the Lord of Wild Province, the 5 Elements King. We have come to welcome the geniuses of the 8 provinces into the city. Jin Yuanzi announced loudly. By order of the 5 Elements King, all core formation geniuses must undergo a blood drop test before entering the city. First, to test the cultivation and bone age of each genius. Second, we can use secret techniques to discern whether anyone has been possessed by an old demon of the demonic path, passing off fish eyes as pearls. Li Qingyuan was startled and mused inwardly. A blood drop test? Why such a strange requirement? Fellow Taoists, the May Day holiday has ended. Did you enjoy yourselves to the fullest? On the last day of May Day, Jiamu will give you another surprise, thanking you for your continued support and encouragement. Today, I'll add 2 extra chapters to add some color to your May Day. Chapter 352, Second Under Heaven, 5 Elements, King. In the 8 nations of Tianzhou, someone spoke up. Among the 8 patrolling envoys, 3 were at the nascent soul peak and 5 at the nascent soul late stage. One of them said, "There has never been such a regulation before. Why the sudden change this time? Without the human king's decree, we will not obey." Across the 8 great prefectures, Tian, Di, Xuan, Huang, Yu, Zhou, Hong, Huang, there were a total of 49 patrolling envoy. Except for Miaole, the remaining 48 were all nascent soul late-stage grand cultivators. One after another, voices rang out. Correct, without the human king's decree, we will not obey. Jin Yuanzi, who do you think you are? How dare you command us? The 5 of them, Jin Yuanzi included, had grim expressions. Behind them stood 12 more nascent soul true lords, their cultivation levels ranging from nascent soul, mid-stage, to early stage. You are insolent. Jin Yuanzi snorted coldly. Are you going to defy the order of the Grand Elder of the Human King Hall, the Grand Minister of Rights of the Taishuan Imperial Court, and the current Human King's Imperial Uncle, the 5 Elements King? The 49 nascent soul cultivators were all patrolling envoy, the vast majority being direct forces cultivated by the Human King, or those who admired the Human King's personal charisma and served him. A nascent soul peak cultivator said indifferently, a yapping dog. You. Jin Yuanzi was enraged, his nascent soul peak aura spreading as the 2 faced off across the void. Boom. Suddenly, a mountain flew out from the 1,000 Zhang warship, growing larger and heavier, rapidly transforming into a 10,000 Zhang mountain that pressed down, smashing towards the several nascent soul cultivators who had mocked Jin Yuanzi. Those several nascent soul cultivators were precisely the 8 patrolling envoy of Tianzhou, 3 at the nascent soul peak and 5 at the nascent soul late stage. The 8's expressions changed. The 5 Elements Mountain? One of the 3 great inherited treasures of the Taishuan Imperial Court, passed down for 10,000 years. I didn't expect the 5 Elements King himself to have come. The 8's expressions shifted drastically, not daring to be careless in the slightest. After all, the one making the move was the 2nd strongest expert on the 9 provinces continent, second only to the current Human King. Some had said that if not for the Human King's sudden rise to suppress the 9 provinces, the one to unify the 8 wastelands would surely be this generation's 5 Elements King. The 8 nascent soul cultivators simultaneously offered up their life-bound artifacts. Their nascent soul peak and nascent soul late-stage mana transformed into 1,000 Zhang torrent that spanned the sky, colliding head-on with the 10,000 Zhang mountain. Humph! An ant trying to shake a tree. Within the warship, the 5 elements. King snorted coldly, his voice like a thunderclap. The 10,000 Zhang. 5 elements mountain descended from the heavens, crushing the void, drawing in the spiritual energy and power of heaven and earth from hundreds of li around. The mountain manifested the 5 elemental divine lights of white metal, green wood, crimson fire, black water, and yellow earth, grinding down as it slaughtered. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 elemental divine lights pressed down, forcing the life-bound artifacts of the 8 great nascent soul late-stage and above cultivators to fly back, their nascent soul mana dispersing. The shockwave caused the 8 to cough up blood, retreating 1,000 Zhang before barely stabilizing themselves. The 8's expressions were horrified, and all the patrolling envoy were also horrified. Li Qingyuan's heart trembled. Sigh, the 5 elements, King is this powerful? His true body hasn't even arrived, yet using his artifact from afar, he easily defeated 3 nascent soul peaks and 5 nascent soul lates. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The 5 elements. King, the second under heaven, was already this strong. The human king, the first under heaven, would he be heaven-defying? Within the Xuanpin space, because he had activated visual transparency, Zhao Guangzhong and Zhen Jing could watch the entire scene. Zhao Guangzhong's expression changed. Primordial spirit power, it's primordial spirit power. This person has already cultivated a primordial spirit. Li Qingyuan's eyes flickered with surprise, and he asked, Old Zhao, what are you saying? Has the 5 elements king already reached the nascent soul transformation stage? Zhao Guangzheng shook his head. I don't know. In my current state I cannot spy on this person. If I expose myself, we'll both die. Zheng Jing added, and me. Li Qingyuan. Zhao Guangzheng speculated. The laws of the 9 provinces continent are incomplete. It's impossible for a nascent soul transformation cultivator to be born here. Because the laws are incomplete, no nascent soul transformation, heavenly tribulation descends. Without undergoing the baptism of the nascent soul transformation tribulation, how could one become a nascent soul transformation cultivator? However, it's not impossible that this person uses some secret technique or secret treasure to transform the nascent soul's divine sense, thereby cultivating a higher level primordial spirit. Zhao Guangzheng looked at the 5 elements mountain, his eyes burning with desire, and said, What a treasure, what a treasure. Unexpectedly, in this tiny 9 provinces continent, a land forsaken by the gods, there is actually a treasure artifact. And this 5 elements mountain seems to hide a universe within, far from an ordinary treasure artifact. His expression was exactly like that of a demonic cultivator or a robber cultivator seeing something good, covetous, hot-eyed, greedy. Li Qingyuan transmitted his voice. All right, old Zhao, restrain yourself a bit. This thing is not something we can covet. Li Qingyuan looked up, his eyes burning. Well, he was covetous too. Magical artifacts were divided into 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. Above 4th grade magical artifacts were treasure artifacts. The gap between a 4th grade magical artifact and a treasure artifact was like the gap between a nascent soul peak cultivator and a nascent soul transformation cultivator, seemingly a thin line, but in reality, a world of difference. A single treasure artifact was worth more than the life-bound artifacts of 10 nascent soul peak cultivators. Miaolei's beautiful eyes flickered with shock, and she thought, what a 5 elements king, what a 5 elements mountain. I estimate that even 10 nascent soul late-stage grand cultivators would not be his match. This person could easily annihilate me with a casual strike. Miaolei was confident she could fight a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator to a standstill without losing, but her current strength was still inferior to a nascent soul late-stage grand cultivator, and a nascent soul late-stage grand cultivator facing the 5 elements. King was merely a slightly larger ant, The five elements. Mountain hummed. The five elemental divine lights retracted. The 10,000 Zong mountain pressed down, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The divine mountain hummed, and the five elements' king's voice came through. I am the Grand Elder of the Human King Hall, the Grand Minister of Rites of the Taishuan Imperial Court. For this 9 provinces genius competition, the major nascent soul powers of the 9 provinces have jointly submitted a petition, electing me as the Grand Arbiter to oversee the competition affairs together with the Human King. Even the Human King has agreed to this. How dare you interject? From within the warship, an imperial decree flew out. The decree floated in the air, manifesting a line of text. Just as the Five Elements King had said, the Human King's decree indicated that the Five Elements King would have full authority to manage this competition. At the end, there was also the seal of the Human King's imperial jade, radiating the Human King's majesty, magnificent and extraordinary. At this, all the patrolling envoy bowed and saluted. We shall respectfully follow the Human King's decree. Humph. The five elements. King snorted coldly, his voice echoing through the sky like a thunderclap. It was unclear whether his snort was directed at the crowd or at the Human King. The decree was withdrawn, and the five elements mountain also shrank back, everything returning to calm. The five elements King said indifferently, "Let's begin. Start with Tianzhou." The Tianzhou patrolling envoy nodded and said, "All core formation geniuses stepped forward and dripped blood for testing." Everyone received the order and stepped out one after another. Jin Yuanzi flew out, taking out a strange magical artifact. After activating it, he said, "Just 1 drop of blood will do." There were over 500 core formation geniuses from Tianzhou, and they all stepped forward to drip blood for testing. Li Qingyuan looked closely and was slightly surprised. There were over 500 core formation geniuses. Although core formation, early-stage cultivators were the majority, there were still about 100 core formation mid-stage cultivators and over a dozen core formation late-stage cultivators. In contrast, in the 7 nations of Huangzhou, the total number of core formation cultivators from all 7 nations was only a little over 180. Zhao Nation had the most, with only 36, while Yue Nation had the fewest, with only 19. Among the over 180 core formation geniuses of Huangzhou's 7 nations, there were barely 20 core formation mid-stage cultivators, and only 2 core formation late-stage cultivators, 1 from the Zhao family of Zhao Nation, and 1 from the Qiangang sect of Wei Nation. The gap between Tianzhou and Huangzhou was enormous. Soon, Tianzhou's testing was complete. The geniuses from Dizhou, Xuanzhou, and Huangzhou, which was under the Five Elements King's command, also dripped blood for testing. Then came Yuzhou, Zhouzhou, Hongzhou, and finally Huangzhou, which was tested in order. Finally, it was Huangzhou's turn. When Huangzhou took the stage, it was inevitable that some people would mutter a few words. Huangzhou really gets worse with each generation. It's not their fault. A primordial spirit remnant appeared in Huangzhou's trial grounds, killing nearly 100 core formation geniuses and thousands of elite Foundation establishment disciples from the 7 nations of Huangzhou in one fell swoop. This person had a kind face and said, "Otherwise, the 7 nations of Huangzhou could have gathered at least 300 core formation geniuses this time, which wouldn't have been too bad." Someone said, "Speaking of that primordial spirit remnant, I heard that the Human King has already sent Imperial Court experts to investigate the matter, but unfortunately, there has been no news for 15 years. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "This has never happened before. This sudden blood test makes me suspect the Five Elements King has ulterior motives. I must be careful. I can't use my own blood." Within the Xuanping space, the blood shadow clone raised its hand, and a drop of blood flew from its fingertip. At the same time, Li Qingyuan touched his own brow with his fingertip, extracting a drop of blood from his glabella. He used the blood shadow's blood to disguise his own. He waved his hand and a drop of blood flew out, injecting into the magical artifact. The 5 elements. King transmitted his voice. All prefecture, patrolling envoy and all prefecture geniuses quickly board the ship. Follow me into the divine capital. Fellow Taoists, the 2 extra chapters are finished. Jiamu asks for your support with gifts. Use your gifts to shower me. If you have no gifts, you can still support me by showing your presence. Clicking to watch an ad video is also fine. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 33. Dichio City, Meeting the Human King. The ancient teleportation formation only transported the cultivators of the 8 prefectures to a massive teleportation platform, merely arriving within the borders of Shenzhou. The distance to the divine capital, Dichio City, was still 100,000 li away. On the 1,000 Zhong warship, there were 49 patrolling envoy from the 8 prefectures and over 3,000 core formation geniuses from the 8 prefectures. In the Huangzhou camp, Li Qingyuan, Zhao Tongshuan, and several others stood on the deck, gazing out at the vast Shenzhou continent. Zhao Tongshuan exclaimed in admiration, "The Shenzhou continent truly deserves to be the foremost of the 9 provinces. I've often heard that Shenzhou's territory is more than 3 times larger than Huangzhou. Seeing it today, it's indeed true." Zhao Chong and Zhao Dai walked over and said, "The Shenzhou continent is a bit different from the other 8 prefectures. Although there are nascent soul sects, most are still nascent soul aristocratic families." Li Qingyuan looked puzzled. Nascent soul aristocratic families? Zhao Dai nodded. That's right, nascent soul aristocratic families. These nascent soul aristocratic families have a long history, even longer than the history of the Taishuan imperial court. Moreover, their ancestors once served the founding emperor, acting as immortal officials for the imperial court, which made their families even more glorious. As far as I know, there are exactly 18 first-rate nascent soul aristocratic families in the Shenzhou continent. Li Qingyuan and Zhao Tongshuan were taken aback. Exactly 18 first-rate nascent soul aristocratic families. Correct. Nangong Jian also walked over. He added, "According to my family's ancestor, the Ye family, the foremost of the 18 families, has elevated itself to become one of the 7 major superpowers. The Ye family is strong enough to be compared with the 7 major superpowers like Taiyi sect, Wu Yuan sect, Tongbao sect, and others." Li Qingyuan asked curiously, "The Human King Hall, is the Human King Hall also one of the 7 major superpowers?" Nangong Jian shook his head and smiled. "The master of the Human King Hall is the current Human King. The Grand Elder is the 5 Elements King, and the other elders are the masters of the superpowers or the leaders of various immortal paths." Li Qingyuan asked the doubt in his heart. Was the Human King Hall established by the current Human King? Zhao Dai smiled sweetly and said, "Not at all. The Human King Hall was established over 10,000 years ago, but back then it was called the Imperial Guard Hall. It was a department founded by the founding emperor and successive monarchs to select geniuses from the 9 provinces and train elite warriors. It wasn't until 6,000 years ago that a certain generation of Human King renamed it, bestowing the name Human King Hall, dedicated to cultivating nascent soul seeds for the Human King and the imperial family, and to strengthening the nascent soul combat power of the immortal dynasty. From then on, the name Human King Hall has been passed down." Zhao Dai added, "Every generation of Human King has been the master of the hall." Li Qingyuan understood. "I see." He looked down from the 1,000 Sung warship. gazing at the continuous mountain ranges. The warship flew over the skies of the Shenzhou continent, revealing one majestic city after another, one ancient aristocratic family after another. He sensed dormant ancient auras and the fluctuations of fourth-order formations. Every few thousand li, a nascent soul true lord would fly into the sky, watching the warship from afar. The foundation of Shenzhou was truly something Huangzhou could never match. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, in such a place of outstanding people and spiritual essence, the cream of the core formation geniuses must be extraordinary. I absolutely cannot be careless or underestimate the enemy. At the highest level of the warship, the power of a formation fluctuated, isolating the outside world. On a five-colored throne, the Five Elements King wore a colorful ceremonial robe. His features were handsome and stern, his long hair tied up in a crown, his brows exuding an imposing aura, and from within he radiated an aristocratic elegance. The feeling he gave off was very, very cold. This coldness was like that of a lofty king, a god high above looking down on billions of living beings, I am the deity, controlling everything. The Five Elements. King held a magical artifact, injecting mana into it. The artifact hummed. After a moment, the corner of the Five Elements King's mouth lifted slightly. This generation truly is a prosperous age. The core formation geniuses of the 8 prefectures, over 500 with heavenly spirit roots, over 200 with mutated spirit roots. If we add the Shenzhou continent, those with heavenly spirit root level aptitude number close to 1,000. The Five Elements. King subconsciously rubbed his jade thumb ring, pondering, nearly 1,000 heavenly spirit roots. That group of old madmen at Red Flag Mountain will be overjoyed. The more geniuses there are, the higher the probability of finding those whose spirit roots, cultivation techniques and blood match theirs. Jin Wenzi flattered him. Indeed, if this matter succeeds, Master, you will be their savior. If we can get these old fellows from Red Flag Mountain to come down the mountain and combine that with the nascent soul true lords we've secretly contacted and turned, it will be enough to overturn the pattern structure of the 9 provinces continent. And all of this is the human king's own fault. The Five Elements. King heard this and nodded slightly, saying, the ancients said, one who gains the way has many allies, one who loses the way has few. The human king's understanding of this saying is completely wrong. To cultivate commoner geniuses and protect commoner cultivators, he actually suppressed the nascent soul aristocratic families and nascent soul sects, demanding that the resources of the 9 provinces be shared and divided equally among all cultivators under heaven. Ha, what a joke. The Five Elements. King smiled disdainfully. Actually, none of this is a big deal, but his most self-destructive act was to reopen the ancient 9 provinces alliance treaty signed 10,000 years ago. Nascent soul. True lords are forbidden from body snatching, possessing younger geniuses, and those with less than 60 years of remaining lifespan must go to Red Flag Town to warm the Ju Tian array with their bodies. This is the root cause of him losing the people's support, even though he has the power to suppress heaven and earth. No matter how strong he is, he cannot be an enemy to the entire 9 provinces. The Five Elements. King handed over the magical artifact and said, Go to Red Flag Mountain. Let them choose their own targets. Then tell a Yuan that during the trial, all those who are chosen must be captured alive. Jin Yuanzi heard this and smiled. If the young master acts personally, even a nascent soul early-stage cultivator would have to fall. All core formation cultivators under heaven would be captured without a fight. The Five Elements. King smiled slightly. He had 3 great prides in his life. The Five Elements Mountain was one, and his son was the second. Swoosh! From the Thousand Zhang warship, a beam of golden light flew into the sky and disappeared. Zhao Luyun was slightly startled, thinking, Jin Yuanzi as the Grand Elder of the Wu Yuan sect, why did he suddenly leave? Could it be on the orders of the Five Elements King? 7 days later, a 10,000 Zhang Tall Tower, a magnificent spire, was the first to enter everyone's line of sight. Among the group of patrolling envoy, those who had come to the Shenzhou divine capital, Dichu City, to pay homage to the human king, were all visibly moved, their expressions stirred. The Ascension Tower. It's the Ascension Tower. The Ascension Tower appears. Dichu City has arrived. Sure enough, a dozen breaths later, Li Qingyuan and the others saw an ancient and majestic city. Palaces and buildings crisscrossed endlessly, a city of palaces stretching like an ocean, slowly, bit by bit, emerging before them. Vast, magnificent, boundless. It was hard to believe that a single ancient city could be a nation unto itself, with tens of millions of people gathered here, condensing the myriad phenomena of the divine capital, Dichu City. The people of Dichu City cheered. The cultivators cheered. The city was decorated with lanterns and banners, and music bands filled the sky. Welcome, patrolling envoy of the 8 prefectures. Welcome, geniuses of the 8 prefectures gathered in Dichu. The prosperity and liveliness of the divine capital touched everyone's hearts. Finally, the warship arrived at the Ascension Tower. All the cultivators flew out, landing in a vast square. The square was packed with people, millions, even tens of millions of cultivators. Already waiting in the square were nearly 1,000 people, all core formation geniuses from the Shenzhou continent, numbering over 900, almost twice the number from the 8 nations of Qianzhou. Thus, over 4,000 core formation geniuses from the entire 9 provinces continent were gathered together. Screech. At the Vermilion Bird Gate, 100 Sang Vermilion Bird descendant let out a long cry. Its wings fluttered, blazing fire shot into the sky, like a blazing sun standing in the void. The Vermilion Bird cried out. Roar. At the Azure Dragon Gate, 100 Song Azure Flood Dragon soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. Its high-pitched dragon roar filled the space between heaven and earth, fully displaying the aura of a 4th-order late-stage great demon. Growl. At the White Tiger Gate, a platinum white tiger, its tiger hooves treading the void, drew upon the power of the stars, condensing an aura of slaughter. The 100 Sang Fierce Tiger let out a long roar shaking Dichu. Ooh. At the Black Tortoise Gate, a black tortoise bore its shell, with a turtle's body and a snake's head. The divine beast Black Tortoise drew upon the 1,000-li river of the moat, sending pillars of water into the sky, displaying the divine might of a 4th-order late-stage great demon. The nascent soul. True lords were visibly moved. It's the 4 guardian divine beasts. The 4 guardian divine beasts are all descendants of ancient divine beast bloodlines. With their divine beast, spiritual bodies, and innate divine abilities, even same realm. Nascent soul late-stage cultivators are no match for them. They can fight nascent soul peak cultivators to a standstill without losing. The power of heavenly tribulation gathered, thunder transformed into light. A majestic figure, clad in a black dragon imperial robe, bathed in thunder, walked out slowly like a deity. His voice was like that of a heavenly god. Geniuses of the 9 provinces, I am the human king. Welcome to Dichu. Chapter 34:4. The 9 provinces are ours, and they are also yours. The human king, sovereign over all, arrived bathed in thunder, wielding the power of the heavenly tribulation. The heavens and earth changed color, and Emperor Chu City prostrated itself beneath him. There were 49 patrol envoys from the 8 provinces, 13 patrol envoys from the divine province. The 4 divine beasts spoke human speech, the 4 nascent soul. Peak envoys bowed in respect, the nascent soul elders of the human king hall, and the various great families and sect masters of the divine province continent. Nascent soul cultivators, numbering in the hundreds, stood tall in the sky like a pantheon of gods. Yet, when the human king descended, they all became mere foils. Even the 5-element king, adorned with countless halos, had his brilliance suppressed beneath the heavenly tribulation's thunder. The hundreds of nascent soul cultivators bowed respectfully. We pay homage to the human king. Over 4,000 core formation prodigies, tens of thousands of core formation cultivators who had come from the Divine Province territory to observe the ceremony, Foundation Establishment cultivators, Qi refining cultivators, and the citizens of the imperial capital, numbering over 100 million. The majestic Emperor Qiu, with billions of living beings, bowed and saluted. We pay homage to the human king. At this moment, Li Qingyuan felt a subtle tremor in his body, an uncontrollable trembling born of excitement, elation, tension, and admiration. He was still one of the better off. Zhao Chong, Zhao Dai, Zhao Tongshuan, Nangong Jian, Xiao Yuanji, Qi Yushuan, Sun He, Wan Luo, Ta Wuya, the 180-plus prodigies from the 7 nations of the Barren Province were all trembling with excitement. The human king, it's the human king, the #1 expert of the 9 provinces, the invincible human king who rules the world. Today, seeing the human king is like a speck of dust seeing the blue sky for the first time. I so wish I could follow an expert like him, fight for him. Li Qingyuan slightly raised his head and saw the human king bathed in thunder. He was 9 feet tall, clad in a black dragon imperial robe. His features were heroic, his physique robust, his bearing elegant, as if perfectly blending the concepts of wildness and civilization. The human king gave Li Qingyuan a feeling that his temperament had materialized a single phrase: a savage body, a civilized spirit. His features were grand, his brow relaxed, his nose was domineering like a lion's. Most striking were his eyebrows, incredibly thick and dense, the tail sweeping upwards like a phoenix's tail, conveying dominance, flamboyant, wildness, and boldness. A man. A true man. He embodied all the qualities a male should possess, whether physical, spiritual, or temperamental. He had them all. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "This isn't a human king, this is a succubus king." The #1 succubus of the 9 provinces, this kind of charm, this kind of personal magnetism, was the charm and aura belonging to a sovereign, a leader, an expert. Coupled with the human king's absolute power to suppress the 9 provinces, it was impossible not to revere and admire him. The younger generation of cultivators shouted in unison, their voices of reverence endless. We pay homage to the human king. We pay homage to the human king. We pay homage to the human king. The prodigy's blood surged, their gazes filled with reverence, as if seeing the God of their faith. The 5-element king looked at the human king, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and muttered to himself, 800 years. Every generation of young people has regarded him as their faith, as a god. Buddha. The 5-element king's gaze swept over all the nascent soul true lords present, especially those from the Divine Province continent. Their respect and courtesy towards the human king were only superficial. These prodigies, when they eventually advance to nascent soul, will probably become estranged from him too. Upon forming the nascent soul and advancing to the nascent soul stage, according to the rules of the heavenly Tao, one could seize and occupy a physical body once. If one could obtain a young physical body and nascent soul to devour, it could allow them to live another 200 to 300 years, or even longer. But the human king wanted to cut off this possibility, and also wanted them to use their mana to guard Crimson Flag Mountain and nurture the heaven-severing grand formation. The nascent soul cultivators of the world had long suffered under the human king. Therefore, this king's opportunity has arrived. The 5-element king cupped his hands in a salute and said, "Greetings, human king." The human king returned a courtesy from across the void, saying, "Uncle King, you need not stand on ceremony." The two were of similar age, but the 5-element king was of a higher generation. He was the Grand Master of Ceremonies of the Imperial Clan, jointly elected by the Dugu Royal Clan Elders, and concurrently served as the Grand Elder of the Human King Hall, holding high position and great power. Furthermore, under the governance of the Five-Element sect led by the Five-Element King, the 5 nations of the Yellow Province were united like a block of iron and thriving. Although there were only 5 nations, any one of them, taken alone, could suppress half of the barren province. Oh, right. The patrol envoys of the 5 nations of the Yellow Province were all appointed by the Five-Element King himself, and their appointments were submitted to the Human King for approval. They were precisely the 5 great elders of the Five-Element sect. The Human King Dugu Lei waved his hand. The calamity clouds covering the sky dispersed, and the sound of thunder shook heaven and earth. Fellow Taoists need not stand on ceremony. Prodigies need not stand on ceremony. Thank you, Human King. Everyone thanked him and straightened up. The Human King stood atop the heaven-ascending tower, overlooking the core formation prodigies from all around. The Divine Province, the Heavenly Province, the Xuan Province, the Barren Province, the prodigies of the 9 provinces, full of vigor and vitality. Seeing you, it's as if I see the future of the 9 provinces continent. The Human King spoke earnestly. I am very happy that the 9 provinces has you. The future of the 9 provinces has you. The future of the 9 provinces will surely be even more glorious. I hope you will strive hard to become like me, to surpass me. May every person be a dragon, break through the predicament of the 9 provinces continent, continue the immortal path for our 9 provinces for millennia to come, and seek eternal life. The Human King was in high spirits, his voice clear. Look at the sun in the sky. Li Qingyuan and the others raised their heads and saw a great sun rising high, the sky clear for 10,000 miles, the blazing sun ascending to the heavens. The Human King said, "The 9 provinces continent is ours, and it is also yours. You young people are like the sun rising at this very moment, full of vigor and vitality. If you are strong, then the 9 provinces is strong." The Human King said in a deep voice, "Therefore, I sincerely hope that you will surpass me and help our 9 provinces continent break the cage and create a golden age." Upon hearing this, the core formation prodigies felt their blood surge, their spirits high. They raised their arms in response. Break the cage, create a golden age. Break the cage, create a golden age. Break the cage, create a golden age. The Human King pressed his hand down, and the multitude fell silent. After everyone calmed down, the Human King slowly said, "In previous years, I went out for training and found a treasure land. It is suspected to be a cave heaven paradise, opened up by an ancient mighty being of the void refining stage, a world of its own, filled with countless opportunities." As soon as these words were spoken, even the nascent soul cultivators were moved. A mighty being of the void refining stage. And it's a cave heaven opened in ancient times. It must possess many opportunities and creations. In my opinion, there must be top-grade spirit stones. The Human King said, "With my strength, I can only barely open a passage." That void-refining mighty being seemed intent on selecting a successor to inherit his legacy. Therefore, before his death, he set up a formation to cover the cave heaven paradise. It restricts the entry of deity transformation and nascent soul cultivators. Only core formation cultivators can enter. The Human King said, "I hope that among you someone will obtain his inheritance and use the legacy of a void-refining mighty being to strengthen our 9 provinces. All patrol envoys, all prodigies, elders of the Human King Hall, please enter the tower first and follow me to the void-refining cave heaven." Everyone received the order. We shall obey the Human King's decree. All the patrol envoys, all the core formation prodigies, and the elders of the Human King Hall transformed into streaks of light and flew into the heaven-ascending tower. Hundreds of nascent soul true lords and over 4,000 core formation prodigies entered the 10,000 Zhang giant tower. The Five-Element King chuckled. "Your Majesty, this subject need not enter, right?" The human king smiled and said, "Uncle King may do as he pleases. Tower, come." The next second, the human king waved his hand, and the power of thunder poured into the heaven-ascending tower. The 10,000 Jang giant tower rapidly shrank, finally becoming a 3-foot pagoda that landed in the human king's palm. The human king, clad in his black dragon robe, stepped out with thunder and lightning under his feet. With one step, wind and thunder enveloped him as he flew through the void. He said calmly, "Uncle King, if you cannot keep up, just say the word." Heh! The 5-element king chuckled lightly, sacrificed his 5-element mountain, which also contained its own space, took in his son and the nascent soul elders under his command, and then leaped forward with lightning speed. His 5-element escape light was like a rainbow, chasing the thunderous figure. The 2 supreme powerhouses vanished in an instant, leaving only their residual might behind. The 4 envoys and the 4 divine beasts guarded the divine capital, remaining in Emperor Chu City. The leader of the 4 envoys, the Azure Dragon Envoy, said, 3. Follow His Majesty's instructions and activate the Black Dragon Guard to execute the plan. The 3 remained expressionless and answered simultaneously, yes. The Azure Dragon Envoy sighed faintly. For the 9 provinces to break its chains and welcome a golden age, there must be bloodshed. There must be sacrifice. If we don't do this, our descendants will have to. The 3 looked determined and spoke in unison. We swear to follow His Majesty to the death, willing to bring peace to the 9 provinces. Chapter 355. Daughter Trapped, Void Refining, Cave Heaven. A cave heaven world, a majestic long river. The majestic long river was half real, half illusory, spanning across the sky, stretching for 10,000 jang, like a river of heaven hanging over a mountain range deep within the cave heaven world. It was called a long river, but it was actually a formation that gathered the world's spiritual energy into a rolling river of spiritual energy. Such an ancient formation was absolutely unique in the 9 provinces continent. Within the majestic long river, a figure in a white dress walked with difficulty, going upstream against the current. Li Xianhuang's tone was plaintive. 3 years, and another 3 years. 12 years. A full 12 years. Teacher, do you know how I've spent these 12 years? In Li Xianhuang's dantian, the divine beast Vermilion Bird's essence soul coiled, its voice filled with guilt. Well, teacher was just a little curious back then. That day, after you and I left the Sea Islands and activated the teleportation formation, who would have thought the formation would transmit an unusual spatial fluctuation? The Vermilion Bird added, such an ancient formation resonating with space must conceal a great opportunity. You were tempted too, weren't you? That's why you agreed to let teacher guide the teleportation formation to connect with the spatial force, bringing us here. Yes, I agreed, Li Xianhuang said. But I also said we would leave after picking some high-grade spirit plants and finding a bit of rare metal. I left home to find my father, to prevent my grandparents from passing away with regrets. Li Xianhuang shed tears. 12 years. Grandfather and grandmother have probably turned to bones by now. I couldn't even see them one last time before they died. I wonder if that father of mine successfully formed his core and returned to the family. Li Xianhuang shook her head. With 3 spirit roots and a background as a loose cultivator, even if that father of mine has astonishing comprehension and is skilled in alchemy and talisman drawing, forming a core before the age of 100 is difficult. After becoming a cultivator herself and experiencing it firsthand, Li Xianer understood why forming a core before 100 could be called a core formation prodigy. Forming a core before 100 is truly difficult. The Vermilion Bird said, Xianer, with your talent plus teacher's guidance, even in this god-forsaken domain, forming a core before 100 is not difficult for you. Li Xianhuang rolled her eyes. Teacher, please be more mindful. Don't trap me again because of your curiosity. I said we should leave back then, but you insisted I enter the formation and take a look. You even said that with you around, any formation in the 9 provinces continent could be traversed freely. Humph. Li Xianhuang gave a cold, mocking laugh. Vermilion Bird. Well, Teacher didn't expect this formation to contain residual Daoyun inheritance from the Mahayana stage. In my current state, forcefully breaking the formation would surely result in mutual destruction, and it would also implicate you. The vermilion bird comforted her. Although you lost the chance to reunite with your family, as long as you comprehend the Mahayana stage inheritance imprint carried by this formation river, it will be greatly beneficial for your future. In this age of ending Dharma, where the immortal path is hidden, the Mahayana stage is a giant of the 9 heavens and 10 earths immortal realm. The vermilion bird added, "Besides, with your comprehension, another 20 or 30 years will surely be enough to comprehend this formation inheritance and leave easily. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is abundant. In just 12 years, you've reached the early perfection of foundation establishment. In a few more years, you're sure to advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment." Li Xianhuang was 36 years old this year. According to the vermilion bird speculate, she could advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment around the age of 40. With 60 years remaining, naturally, forming a core before 100 would not be difficult. The vermilion bird exclaimed in admiration, "If an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator were trapped here, they would surely be trapped until death. But you can simultaneously comprehend the Mahayana stage inheritance and use this cave heaven-blessed land to enhance your cultivation. Shan'er, your comprehension is truly the best I have seen in my life." Teacher is becoming more and more curious about your father. Everyone said Li Xianhuang's comprehension was just like her father, Li Qingyuan's. Luo Ling said so, Li Qingqing said so, and Li Dingzhou said so too. Only those who had seen it with their own eyes knew how strong Li Xianhuang's comprehension was. The vermilion bird said, "Fortunately, this place only tests comprehension, not cultivation level. Comprehending the secret method is the only way to leave this place. Shan'er, in such a treasure land, why not go into seclusion and cultivate until you reach the peak of foundation establishment? Then, comprehend the Mahayana stage inheritance, leave here, and then seek or refine a high-quality core coagulation pill to impact core formation." Li Xianhuang asked curiously, "Teacher, you can't refine artifacts, you can't refine pills. How did you reach the Mahayana stage?" "Earth." The vermilion bird was stunned for a moment, then said, "Teacher's bloodline is powerful. I was nourished in my mother's womb by the clan's secret methods and precious pills. I was born at the 3rd rank. I just ate and drank, easily breaking through the nascent soul tribulation, the deity transformation tribulation, and then void refining, harmony, all the way to the Mahayana stage." The corner of Li Xianhuang's mouth twitched. "That works?" The vermilion bird's tone was proud. The demon race has a long lifespan, especially our vermilion bird clan. Although Teacher has lived for over 10,000 years, if measured by human standards, I'm actually only a little older than you. It's just the age of ending Dharma. If it were the immortal ancient era, our vermilion bird clan would be true immortal level upon reaching adulthood, becoming long-lived beings. Li Xianhuang praised. The vast world is full of wonders, truly full of wonders. The vermilion bird bloodline is truly blessed by heaven. After praising, Li Xianhuang leaped up, walked 100 zang against the current, then sat cross-legged, using the formation river to temper herself, driving her divine sense to comprehend the formation's mysteries. As the formation's mysteries were continuously comprehended and perfected, a small river-shaped imprint appeared on Li Xianhuang's brow. The river imprint was pale gold, half real, half illusory, and was constantly solidifying. Boom Husha. A bolt of thunder flying through the sky and earth. A beam of divine light, swift as the wind. The human king held the heaven-ascending tower, clad in his black dragon imperial robe, riding thunder, crossing mountains and rivers with each step far ahead. The 5-element king held the 5-element mountain, wearing a 5-colored python robe, chasing after with a brilliant rainbow, yet still lagging 10,000 zhang behind the human king. This short distance of 10,000 zhang was difficult to close or surpass. Suddenly, the human king halted in mid-air, standing among the mountains, and said, "Uncle King, This is the place. In an instant, the five-element king arrived. His handsome, stern face surveyed the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, there is an extremely faint spatial fluctuation. The five-element king was secretly shocked. This spatial fluctuation is extremely subtle. How did the human king discover it? His self-created thunder escape technique is also becoming more profound. The human king sacrificed his pagoda. The heaven-ascending tower opened, and the hundreds of nascent soul cultivators and over 4,000 core formation prodigies were spat out one by one. The five-element king also sacrificed his magic treasure, releasing the five-element sect elders, the many nascent soul true lords of the five-element sect, and his son. Standing among the over 4,000 core formation prodigies, Li Qingyuan's early core formation cultivation was unremarkable. His gaze fixed on the heaven-ascending tower as he secretly praised, "A world of its own, capable of accommodate thousands. Impressive." Within the Xuan female space, Zhao Guangzheng said, "This item is also a treasure weapon. In terms of grade, it is definitely not weaker than the five-element mountain in the five-element mountain in the five-element king's hand. This Grand Xuan Imperial Court still has some foundation," Zhao Guangzheng praised. That Dugu Grand Xuan from 10,000 years ago was probably not an ordinary deity transformation cultivator. "Everyone, the entrance to the secret realm is here." The human king's authoritative voice spread throughout the venue. "Let me open the door to the secret realm for you and send you a chance for fortune and creation." Boom! With one strike from the human king, thunder roared, lightning overflowed, a great wind arose, heaven and earth lost color, and space rippled. Open! The human king punched out, thunder rumbled, flames soared, his fist shook space, shattering it, creating 100 zang crack. The human king waved his hand, and over 4,000 jade tokens flew out, landing in everyone's hands. He said, "The secret realm trial will last for 3 years. The assessment criteria are recorded on the jade tokens, 1 for each person. Comprehend them yourselves. Now, enter the secret realm." The five-element king nodded slightly to his son. The latter received the order and said in a clear voice, "Prodigies of the Yellow Province, follow this crown prince inside." The 400 prodigies of the Yellow Province roared out, charging into the secret realm. Prodigies of the Divine Province, enter the secret realm. Heavenly Province, Earth Province, Xuan Province, Barren Province, enter the secret realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 4,000 streaks of light sped across the sky. Over 4,000 auras of core formation rose from the ground, like a plague of locusts rushing into the 100 zung crack and entering the secret realm. The five-element king smiled and said, "In previous selections for the human king hall, only 100 stood out, and only a little over 1,000 survived in the end. I wonder how many will survive this time, and whether anyone will directly form their nascent soul during the trial." The human king's gaze was calm, and he said, "Let us wait and see what the final outcome will be." Indeed. The five-element king chuckled lightly. Then his profound gaze swept across the entire venue, finally locking onto one person. Miao Li immediately felt a prickling sensation on her back, held her breath, and dared not meet the five-element king's gaze, giving a feeling of treading on thin ice, as if she might fall at any moment. The five-element king chuckled. In the past 10,000 years, besides the founding emperor, only 2 people in the 9 provinces continent have triggered a nascent soul heavenly tribulation when forming their nascent soul. The human king is one, and you, true Lord Miao Lei, are the second. Miao Le braced herself, bowed, and said, "This one is Miao Lei. Greetings, five-element king." A flash of stunning appeared deep in the five-element king's eyes, vanishing in an instant. He praised, "Truly a peerless beauty. The title of number 1 on the Barren Province, 1,000 Beauties list is well deserved." I wonder if true Lord Miaole would be interested in becoming this king's concubine. Upon hearing these words, Miaole's scalp went numb. Chapter 3056. Storm Clouds Gathering. Miaole's scalp tingled. 5 Yuan King, the second strongest person on the 9 provinces continent, Lord of Huangzhou, the most honored second person under heaven. The strong care most about face, about prestige. Refuse directly? Would the consequences of directly refusing him be severe? But truly, she really didn't want to. The 5 Yuan King was very strong, but for some reason, her intuition told her that this person was by no means a good sort. Miaole clasped her hands in a salute and said calmly, 5 Yuan King, your status is noble and honored. Even for a mere concubine, only female cultivators at the late nascent soul stage would be qualified to follow you. Miaole is of plain and humble appearance, and only at the early nascent soul stage. I truly dare not hope for the status of concubine. The world of immortal cultivation was precisely this cruel. The strong preyed on the weak. Facing a powerful figure who held the power of life and death, what use was being a nascent soul true lord? One still had to be cautious and dissemble. Fire, Yuanzi barked, how dare you? A mere early nascent soul dares to refuse my king? Fire Yuanzi's gaze was cold and fierce, his aura spreading. He said, for my king to wish to take you as a concubine is a blessing cultivated over 10 lifetimes. Why don't you kneel and kowtow immediately to thank my king? The 5 Yuan King watched quietly, his expression intrigued. He stroked his jade thumb ring, exuding noble elegance to the fullest. The human king, Du Gulei, cast a sidelong glance at someone. Immediately, a patrol envoy stepped forward. He was at the nascent soul peak level, blocking Fire Yuanzi's late nascent soul aura. He said, I observe that Taoist Fire Yuan's fire techniques are exquisite. This old man's hands are itching. I wonder if I might request a bout of instruction. The newcomer appeared to be around 70 years old, with a long red beard and a red robe. He was at the nascent soul peak level, none other than the #1 expert of Xuanzhou, Heavenly Fire, True Lord. Fire Yuanzi's expression shifted slightly. He was well aware of Heavenly Fire True Lord's reputation. Why not let me test Heavenly Fire True Lord's skills instead? A beam of golden light flew over. Golden Yuanzi had returned. His nascent soul peak aura clashed with Heavenly Fire, True Lord's, the two confronting each other across the void. Fellow Taoists. The head of the Yi family, the foremost of the 18 first-class nascent soul clans of Shenzhou, a family whose strength could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 great superpowers of the world. The Yi family head, dressed in white robes, smiled with refined elegance, appearing like a youth. Yi Bufan, the extraordinary True Lord, said with a light laugh, fellow Taoists, today is the tricentennial grand event of the 9 provinces. It would be unwise to rashly start a conflict and spoil the human king's and 5 Yuan King's enjoyment. Why not give Yi some face, and everyone withdraw? Heavenly Fire. True Lord chuckled. Very well, since the Yi family head has spoken, face must naturally be given. Matters of discussion can be discussed another day. Golden Yuanzi said flatly, I am available anytime. The various parties withdrew. Seeing this, Miaole let out a long sigh of relief. However, the 5 Yuan King spoke again, his voice calm yet authoritative. Taoist Miaole, you still haven't answered this king. Are you willing to be this king's concubine? Miaole, fuck, this bastard doesn't know when to stop. Miaole cursed furiously in her heart, but was helpless. She began. The human king spoke, his voice soft. Uncle 5 Yuan. True Lord Miaole is the patrol envoy I personally appointed for Yue country, Huangzhou. Since she has entered the court as an official, matters of her Dao partner naturally fall under my authority as well. The 5 Yuan King's deep eyes looked at Miaole, then at the human king. He then gave a light laugh. Very well. This king never forces others against their will. With that, the 5 Yuan King leaned back. A 5-colored king's throne materialized out of thin air, fully displaying the king's domineering presence and noble elegance. Behind the human king, thunder gathered. Vast electric light spread, thunderclaps rumbled, suppressing the five-colored radiance. He alone was supreme, wearing a black dragon imperial robe, seated cross-legged on his throne. A group of nascent soul cultivators looked up, secretly sizing up the five-yuan king and the human king. More and more, they felt the atmosphere was strange. Zhao Luyun sighed inwardly. Alas, the 9 provinces continent has never known true peace. Within the Cave Heaven secret realm, over 4,000 prodigies from the 9 provinces successively passed through the 100-Jiang spatial rift and entered. We're in. Li Qingyuan, Zhao Tongshuan, Zhao Yuanji, Qi Yuxuan, and Sun He were among the 180-plus core formation prodigies from the 7 countries of Huangzhou, looking around. Li Qingyuan observed his surroundings. As expected, it was a self-contained world, vast and boundless. The Cave Heaven world was almost identical to the outside world, except that no sun or moon could be seen. But the division of day and night and the 4 seasons synchronized with the outside world. After entering through the entrance, they found themselves on a vast, boundless prairie. In the distance, mountain ranges stretched continuously, hills rose and fell, and ancient trees towered in primeval forests. Like everyone else, Li Qingyuan began to activate his Jade token. A line of text appeared on the token. Assessment standard. Points value. Rule 1. Participants who pick 3rd grade lower rank spirit plants, mine 3rd grade lower rank metals, kill 3rd grade lower rank demon beasts, or kill 3rd grade lower rank demon insects will receive 1 point. 3rd grade middle rank yields 2 points. 3rd grade upper rank yields 3 points. Rule 2. The Liangshu Cave. Heaven has 5 major inheritances. Comprehending a complete inheritance adds 100 points. Discovering a hidden inheritance and comprehending it adds 1,000 points. Rule 3. Cultivators may fight and plunder each other. The victor can deprive half of the loser's points. After 10 days, another half of the points on the Jade token can be taken. The cycle resets every 10 days, with no limit. Rule 4. This Jade token contains a strand of my magical power, which can protect you from death once. Remember, it only protects you once. If you fail, you can burn the Jade token, and I will guide you out of the secret realm, preserving your life. Li Qingyan finished reading, his face filled with shock. Just how strong is the human king? A Liangshu inheritance, a mysterious cave, heaven. He could come and go as he pleased. Over 4,000 prodigies, over 4,000 strands of magical power. A single strand could save a life once. That was 4,000 people. Finally, those who failed could burn their Jade tokens and be guided out by the human king, leaving the secret realm. Strong. Too strong. Zhao Guanzheng sighed. What a pity. What a pity. If this human king had been born in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, let alone a mere nascent soul stage, even Liangshu stage or He-Ti stage cultivators couldn't stop him. This person has a magnificent bearing, a grand destiny and great fate and fortune upon him. At this moment, everyone's Jade tokens were cleared to 0, with no points at all. The leader of the Huangzhou prodigies, Little Yuan King, walked through the air. His core formation peak aura spread across the entire scene. His handsome features, cold gaze, and upright figure fully displayed noble bearing. Prodigies of the 9 provinces who wished to follow the young prince, may join the Huangzhou camp. As soon as these words were spoken, leaving aside the other prefectures, the 7 countries of Huangzhou began to act. Disciples from Yue country's Corpse Puppet sect, Myriad Elephant sect, Jin country, Shang country, Wu country, Yun country, Wei country, many disciples from nascent soul sects stepped forward. Wan Luo of the Myriad Elephant sect, Yang Yan of the Corpse Puppet sect, Tie Wuya of the Heavenly Firmament sect. Of the 180-plus people from the 7 countries of Huangzhou, a full half flew out, joined the Huangzhou camp, and saluted respectfully. "We are willing to serve the Little Yuan King, Your Highness." Li Qingyuan, Zhao Tongchuan, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Dai, and Nanzhong Zhao Zhong, Zhao Zhang, Zhao Dai, and Nanzhong Zhao Dai and Zhou Zhong. Little Yuan King called out loudly, and half the prodigies of the 7 countries of Huangzhou came to serve him. This likely meant that the nascent soul ancestors within their sects had already given their approval. Could it be that over half the nascent soul ancestors of the 7 countries of Huangzhou had chosen to join the 5 Yuan Kings' command? Though just speculation, the possibility was extremely high. At the same time, besides the Huangzhou prodigies, disciples from 3 other major prefectures, Xuanzhou, Yuzhou, and Hongzhou, also stepped forward. Nearly half of them also joined the Huangzhou camp. In an instant, the number of core formation prodigies behind Little Yuan King reached over 1,000, directly surpassing the number of Shenzhou prodigies. Moreover, they were not a scattered mob. All were under his sole command and orders. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. Qi Yuxuan was meticulous by nature. She transmitted a message. "Senior brother Qingyuan, what's wrong?" Li Qingyuan shook his head. "Nothing. Nothing." How could it be nothing? The 9 provinces continent was about to undergo a major upheaval. Huangzhou was located in the central hub. 10,000 years ago, the founding emperor, Taizu Dugu Taishuan, had sent his beloved 5th son to govern this prefecture, even bestowing upon him one of the 3 great treasures, the 5 Yuan Mountain. Huangzhou was situated at the center of 4 territories, Shuangzhou, Huangzhou, Yuzhou, and Hongzhou. If these 5 major prefectures could be linked together, with Huangzhou as the core, then 5 of the world's 9 prefectures would be obtained. This would allow one to stand against the Taishuan dynasty and divide the 9 prefectures. A glimpse of the whole could be seen. If the prodigies within the secret realm were like this, then the nascent soul true lords outside the secret realm were likely the same. Storm clouds were gathering. Li Qingyuan made up his mind. In this trial, I must plunder resources on a large scale and fully advance my cultivation. If I don't become a nascent soul true lord, I won't even qualify to be a chess piece. Dear fellow Taoists, you always say I don't add extra chapters. Now the gift ranking is at 2006th place. As long as the ranking enters the top 100, I'll add 2 extra chapters. Enter the top 50, and I'll continue adding 2 more chapters. If we reach it in one go, even if I have to stay up all night, I'll add 4 chapters in a single day. Chapter 357, Little Yuan King, Ye Xuan, Wang Fu Gui. Little Yuan King stepped through the void, descending step by step. Upon the earth, piled soil coalesced into a throne. He sat upon it, his cold, stern gaze sweeping across the entire scene. "Are there any fellow Taoists still willing to join the Huangzhou camp?" Little Yuan King said arrogantly. "As long as you join Huangzhou, you are one of us. Serving my 5 Yuan sect, how is that any different from serving the human king's palace?" Ye Xuan, a prodigy from the Ye family of Shenzhou, sneered and said, "Serving the human king and serving the 5 Yuan king are naturally different. For the past 10,000 years, my Ye family has only served the #1 expert under heaven." At these words, Little Yuan King's expression darkened slightly as he looked at Ye Xuan. Behind Little Yuan King, 5 late core formation prodigies stepped forward and barked, "How dare you! A mere Yi family dares to scorn the 5 Yuan King and blaspheme the king's majesty." These 5 were the strongest prodigies of the 5 Yuan sect, second only to Little Yuan King in strength. Ye Xuan, dressed in white robes with sword-like brows and starry eyes, was extraordinarily handsome. He took a step forward, and the sword at his waist erupted with vast sword light. His core formation peak cultivation transformed into sword chi. 5 sword chi streaks crossed the sky, forcing back the 5 prodigies of the 5 Yuan sect. Clang! Ye Xuan delivered another sword strike. The sword Qi transformed into a long river, shooting straight towards Little Yuan King. "How dare you!" Little Yuan King was enraged. Among core formation cultivators, this was the first time he had been challenged. Boom! Little Yuan King waved his hand and threw out a 5-colored divine mountain. It collided with the sword Qi River. Vast sword light continuously struck the 5-yuan mountain, causing the mountain to shake and tremble. With a thunderous roar, the 5-yuan mountain flew back, returning to Little Yuan King's hand. Before Ye Xuan, the sword Qi River shattered. He and his sword flew back several zhang, his expression shocked. The 5-yuan mountain? No. In every previous prodigy competition, 4th-rank items are strictly forbidden. Moreover, the human king personally oversees the process. If anyone carried a 4th-rank item, the human king would surely detect it. This is a replica? Little Yuan King held the treasure mountain in his hand, his gaze fierce. To kill you, a replica is enough. Ye Xuan was completely unafraid. Arrogant words. Even in the central Shenzhou, no core formation cultivator dares to claim they can defeat me. Boom. Boom. Their auras clashed. Their magical powers collided. The air around them exploded continuously. The earth for 100 zhang in all directions cracked. Their terrifying auras formed a tornado-like pressure. Li Qingyuan's brows rose slightly. He was somewhat shocked. So strong. These two are so strong. Behind Little Yuan King, over 1,000 prodigies from Huangzhou and its subordinate prepared to make a move. Behind Ye Xuan, the Ye family prodigies and their subordinate, totaling 200 to 300 people, were few in number but completely unafraid. The pride of Shenzhou's prodigies was on full display. Ahem, ahem. You two, could you give me Wang Fugui some face? Suddenly, a very tacky fat man slowly walked out. As soon as this fat man appeared, he instantly drew everyone's attention. Li Qingyuan also looked over. He had seen many fat men, but someone so round, so cute, was truly rare. His head was round, his face was round, his double chin was round, his pair of eyes were large, round, and shrewd. His big belly was also round, his arms and legs were all round, his 10 fingers were all round. His 10 fingers were all perfectly round as well. Though fat, he was fat in a prosperous way. However, his clothing was far too tacky. A gold belt, a thick gold chain, a gold neck ring. On his hands, square rings, curb chains, bracelets, thumb rings, earrings, ear studs, brooches, hairpins for binding his hair, crown pins, anklets on his feet, armlets on his arms, a motley collection of 30 to 50 different ornaments, all forged from gold. Of course, what drew the most attention was his cultivation. Core formation peak. He was at the core formation peak. Li Qingyuan looked around the entire scene. Of the over 4,000 core formation prodigies, there were over 3,000 at the early core formation stage, over 300 at the mid-core formation stage, 20 to 30 at the late core formation stage, and only 3 at the core formation peak. These 3 were Little Yuan King, Ye Xuan of the Yi family, and the man who called himself Wang Fugui. When Little Yuan King saw Wang Fugui walk out, he frowned slightly. Wang Fugui was born into the Wang family, the #1 wealthy family of Shenzhou. The #1 strongest clan of the 9 provinces might change from time to time, but the #1 wealthiest clan for 10,000 years had always been the Wang family. The Wang family's business interests could not be fully described even after 10 days and 10 nights of talking. No one would quarrel with spirit stones and resources. The Wang family's connections were also the most extensive. The Wang family had always valued harmony above all else. Their favorite phrase was this: "Could you give me, Wang, some face?" Usually, whenever a Wang family member spoke up, both sides would cease their conflict and temporarily stop fighting. Little Yuan King knew that the Wang family had a hand in all the major merchant associations within Huangzhou's borders. If the Wang family made a move, the cultivation resources and high-grade materials within Huangzhou would fall into shortage. The Wang family had always been a target. His father, The king was trying to win over. Little Yuan King said, "Very well. Since Taoist Wang has spoken, the young prince will give you this face." Hearing this, Wang Fugi beamed and clasped his hands. "Thank you, little Yuan King. And, Brother Ye?" Wang Fugi looked at Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan clasped his hands. Brother Wang's face must naturally be given. Ye Xuan clasped his hands. Brother Wang's face must naturally be given. Ye Xuan led the Ye family disciples away. "Little Yuan King, I, Wang, will also take my leave." After clasping his hands to little Yuan King, Wang Fugi led the Wang family disciples and their subordinate core formation prodigies away. They numbered an estimated 200 or more, not at all weaker than the Ye family's forces. Soon, all the various forces began to move. Disciples of Tianzhou, let's go too. Go, move out and collect points. Among the top 100 prodigies, I, Zhang Xuanshu of the Zhang family, will definitely break into the top 10. The various forces gathered and then dispersed. Little Yuan King stepped into his carriage. He waved his hand and released 2 third-stage late-rank demon beasts. The beasts pulled the carriage, flying through the air. Over 1,000 prodigies followed in a grand procession. Soon, only half the personnel from the 7 countries of Huangzhou remained at this location. A total of 93 people. 10 were at the mid-core formation stage, and 1 was at the late core formation stage. The sole late core formation cultivator was from the Wuji sect where Zhao Chong belonged. He was Zhao Chong's clan brother, 20 years older than Zhao Chong and very close to the age limit of 100. If he had been born 2 or 3 years earlier, he would have missed this prodigy competition. Zhao Ju said in a loud voice, "Fellow Taoists of Huangzhou, this time the prodigies of the 9 provinces have gathered here. As soon as we entered the secret realm, the atmosphere became tense and confrontational. Shenzhou, Tianzhou, Dizhou, Huangzhou all have gathered many experts with hundreds or even thousands of prodigies. Among the prodigies of the 9 provinces, our 7 countries of Huangzhou are the weakest. Now that over half our cultivators have defected to little Yuan King's command, we are even more isolated and weak. One person's strength is weak, many people's strength is strong." Zhao Jua said, "I propose that we join forces to explore the secret realm, advancing and retreating together. What do you all think, fellow Taoists?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingyuan immediately agreed. "I agree. Brother Zhao Ju is powerful and was born in the foremost country of our 7 Huangzhou countries, Zhao country's Wuji sect. He has received the true teachings of true Lord Lu Yun. He is the perfect candidate for captain." After Li Qingyuan spoke, he gave Zhao Tongshuan and the others a look. Thus, Zhao Tongshuan, Xiao Yuanji, Qi Yuxuan, and Sun, he all chimed in, praising the Wuji sect, praising Zhao Ju, and praising Zhao country. The core formation prodigies of the various Huangzhou countries found this very reasonable and agreed one after another. Thus, Zhao Zhou smoothly became the centurion, temporarily commanding over 90 prodigies from the 7 countries. Zhao Zhou, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Dai, and the others began to hold a meeting, quickly formulating a plan of advance. Standing among the crowd, Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Little Yuan King's intentions are unclear. The various forces are a mix of dragons and snakes. I'll first join the Huangzhou team. When the time is right, I'll slip away and act in secret." He looked towards the Liangshu cave. Heaven. A look of anticipation in his eyes. 9 suns. Spirit fungus is a precious medicine, hard to find even on the 9 provinces continent. I hope this ancient cave heaven has some. Chapter 358. Visualizing the Jianmu, the pain of forging the spirit. Outside the cave heaven, 100 Xiang fissure tore through space, as if leading to a dark abyss. The human king waved his hand, and one after another, formation flags flew out. A great formation was instantly arranged, using the formation to maintain the spatial rift. Then he sat on the black dragon throne, closing his eyes to rest. Hundreds of nascent soul cultivators looked up. In the sky above, there were 2 thrones, the black dragon throne, the human king, the 5-colored throne, the Five Elements King. The Five Elements King appeared nonchalant, chatting casually as he asked, "I wonder if your Majesty, the Human King, has discovered anything in this void-refining cave, Heaven's secret realm." The Human King shook his head. "I have already said that neither nascent soul nor core formation cultivators can enter. Naturally, this includes me." "Really, I don't believe it," the Five Elements King said. "Based on my understanding of your Majesty, if there were uncontrollable dangers within this spatial world that could potentially lead to the fall of the prodigies of the 9 provinces, even if it were only a risk, I imagine your Majesty would not conduct this trial here." The Human King said calmly, "Forming a nascent soul is itself a matter of surviving against all odds, going against the heavens. Although they are prodigies, jade must be carved to become a vessel. A little tempering is good for them." "Is that so?" The Five Elements King chuckled lightly, clearly unconvinced. His long, slender fingers tapped the armrest of his throne as he thought to himself, "It doesn't matter anyway. The prodigies of the 9 provinces are ultimately just prodigies. It's better to turn them into nourishment for nascent souls, maintaining the number and combat power of nascent soul true lords in the 9 provinces. Geniuses, I have seen many. But which nascent soul true lord was not a genius in their youth?" The Five Elements King stroked his chin. Yuan, I have already given you the matching list. Now it's up to your methods." Before Golden Yuanzi returned, he had already transmitted a message to him. Each of the elderly nascent soul cultivators guarding the heaven-severing grand formation had selected suitable targets based on the compatibility of their own blood, spirit root data, and magical power compatibility. As for the prodigies of the 9 provinces, including those from the Divine Province, he had already obtained blood samples. This trial, from the very beginning, was a hunt. In the cave Heaven's secret realm, 3 days passed in a flash. At dusk, deep within a vast forest, the roars of beasts came one after another. Powerful spiritual light shot into the sky, and core formation magical power surged forth. Li Qingyuan, Zhao Tongshuan, Xiao Yuanji, Qi Yuxuan, and Sun He, along with 5 others, formed a 10-person small team. The 10-person team acted together to hunt 3rd-rank demon beasts. There were 3 3rd-rank great demons in total, 1 at the 3rd-rank mid-stage and 2 at the 3rd-rank early stage. Surrounded and hunted by the 10, they burned their demon cores with all their might, preparing to break through. Zhao Tongshuan wielded a long spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, his killing moves domineering. Xiao Yuanji and Qi Yuxuan were skilled in sword control, killing enemies from afar with their 3rd-rank lower-grade flying swords. Sun. He cultivated both the magical and physical paths, his body refinement reaching the 2nd-rank body refinement peak. He brandished a long staff, his golden core magical power spreading out as he fought fiercely against the 3rd-rank great demon. The other 5 also displayed their own abilities, continuously heavily injuring the 3rd-rank demon beasts and dealing damage. Roar. The 3rd-rank mid-stage great demon was extremely tenacious, having reached the 3rd-rank mid-stage perfection. It was enough to match 3 early core formation cultivators. It raised its head and roared at the sky, exploding the origin of its demon core, sending one person flying head-on as it broke through the encirclement. Zhao Tongshuan's expression changed. Senior brother Qingyuan. The 9 of them attacked, while Li Qingyuan was responsible for overseeing the battle. Seeing the demon beast about to escape, Li Qingyuan immediately activated his wind-thunder-dominant body. The physical blood energy and the power of wind and thunder poured into the great halberd in his hand, and his core formation cultivation also erupted simultaneously. Dual cultivation of magic and body, the power of 2 great golden cores striking at the same time. Break. Li Qingyuan held the Persuade with Virtue halberd, throwing it violently with brutal force. The 3rd-rank mid-grade magical artifact was extremely heavy, piercing through the long sky, bringing with it a white line of clouds and mist, instantly striking the 3rd-rank mid-stage demon beast that had broken through the encirclement. Roar! The demon beast roared, exploding the power of its demon core, spitting spiritual light from its mouth to impact the halberd. Clang! The Persuade with Virtue halberd descended, its momentum like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting, like Mount Tai pressing down from above. Even the third-rank mid-stage perfection Great Demon could not block it. The spitting spiritual light shattered, and its head was pierced through by the halberd. With a loud bang, the halberd pierced through the demon beast's head, tore through its hide and membrane, penetrated its skull, flew out from under its belly, and struck the ground. The earth cracked, kicking up a fierce wind. With a rumble, the third-rank mid-stage Great Demon fell to the ground, dead. Zhao Tongshuan and the other 9 attacked, easily killing the other 2 third-rank early-stage Great Demons. Li Qingyuan instructed, absorb the points, divide the materials, and quickly rendezvous with the captain and the others. The captain was Zhao Zhu, a late core formation prodigy from the Zhao Kingdom. Under Zhao Zhu, there were 9 small teams. Li Qingyuan, cultivating both magic and body, and supported by Zhao Tongshuan and the others from Sanlei Immortal City, and having also slightly revealed some of his strength, easily secured the position of small team leader. Zhao Tongshuan and another early core formation perfection cultivator began directing on the spot. The 2 of them were appointed by Li Qingyuan as deputy leaders, responsible for executing the plans Li Qingyuan formulated. The other deputy leader was named Li Yangshu, born in the Wu Kingdom of Huanzhou. While everyone was harvesting the materials, Li Qingyuan drifted down gracefully, picking up a pill from the ground. A third-rank mid-grade condensation pill. Li Yangshu exclaimed in admiration. If it weren't for our team leader being a third-rank alchemist, using premium-grade condensation pills as bait, it would be hard for us to lure out the third-rank demon beasts. That's right. In just 3 days, we've already hunted over 20 third-rank demon beasts, accumulating a total of 28 points. Sun He laughed. At this rate, over 3 years, our points won't be few. Li Yangshu shook his head. There are over 4,000 prodigies. They are also hunting demon beasts. The third-rank demon beasts and third-rank spiritual plants will only become fewer and fewer. The competition will only become more intense. In the later stages, it will be a struggle between people. Li Qingyuan said. All right, let's return to the main camp first. Everyone nodded. Yes, Captain. Swish, 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 swish. The 10-person team flew across the sky. With the strength of their team, even 2 or 3 mid-core formation cultivators would have to avoid their edge, unless there were late core formation cultivators or a numerical advantage. An hour later, Li Qingyuan and his 10 returned to the team, going back to the main camp. Captain Zhao Chong, you're back too. Captain Qingyuan, any gains? Although the team only had 93 people, the atmosphere was harmonious. Everyone got along well, helping each other. Usually they hunted separately, but whenever they encountered a difficult target or an external enemy, a single transmission call would bring the nearby team rushing over immediately. Late at night, inside a tent, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged. Around his tent were Zhao Tongshuan, Li Yangshu, and the other 9. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, setting up a third-rank formation that enveloped the tent. Then he let out a long breath of turbid qi, slowly closed his eyes, and thought to himself, finally, I can cultivate the Jianmu visualization method again. For 3 consecutive days, he hunted everywhere during the day, and only at night did he have time to cultivate the visualization method, tempering and forging his divine sense. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged in meditation, his hands forming a magical seal. The Ekjiamu Kantian Juek within his body began to circulate. A hum came from his Niwan palace, and wisps of divine sense energy rippled. Looking inward at his Niwan palace, Li Qingyuan's spiritual power instantly entered the chaotic world. The world was chaotic, with nothingness and darkness, yin and yang mixed, the 5 elements indistinguishable. Hum! A wisp of spiritual light hummed. In the ancient chaotic world, a small tree emerged from nothingness, sprouted a tiny shoot, and grew a piece of emerald green crystalline leaf. A small ancient tree, a single small green leaf, seemed to illuminate the ancient chaotic world, bringing life to the world of nothingness. The most wonderful thing was that when Li Qingyuan's spiritual power looked inward, it merged into the small tree, becoming one with it. It could even be said that his spiritual power had become the small tree. However, the wisp of life force generated by the small tree was constantly being devoured by nothingness, worn away by chaos, and shredded by the chaotic yin and yang and five elements. Hiss! Li Qingyuan's spiritual small tree suffered the wear of chaos and the devouring of nothingness, causing him to inhale sharply. Cold sweat soon appeared on his forehead, his brow ached, his divine sense was exhausted, and his soul was in severe pain. He was like a drowning person, his soul almost falling asleep, his breathing extremely difficult, as if wrapped in nothingness and chaos, on the verge of drowning at any moment. The Ichjiamu Kantian Ju was his only source of life force and power. Inside Li Qingyuan's body, the Ichjiamu Kantian Ju circulated, his Yang Wood magical power unceasingly generating. His spiritual power merged into the small tree, constantly visualizing the trunk, branches, leaves, and the vein structure of the leaves. On the small ancient tree, another leaf grew out. The trunk also grew slightly taller by an inch. The whole tree emitted an emerald green life force, lush and verdant, tenaciously growing in the chaotic void space. Li Qingyuan instantly withdrew from his cultivation state, like a drowning person being rescued, breathing heavily. After panting, Li Qingyuan took 3 premium-grade spirit nourishing pills to replenish his divine sense consumption, and his tired expression slowly improved. 2 green leaves now. When he had first cultivated with Miao Le, initially condensing the Jianmu sapling, it had already grown 1 green leaf. According to the Jianmu visualization method, the day the 9 leaves bloom is the time to forge the nascent soul's divine sense. Li Qingyuan rubbed his brow. But the process of forging divine sense, it hurts too much. He put away the formation and walked out of the tent. The sky was already bright. At this moment, the other teams had already left, starting to earn points. Only Li Qingyuan's team was the latest, still remaining in place. Captain Zhao Tongshuan, Li Yangshu, and the other 9 were already prepared. The team consisted of 7 men and 3 women. Zhao Tongshuan asked, "Senior brother Qingyuan, what are today's arrangements?" Li Qingyuan said, "Same as usual. Hunt demon beasts, look for spiritual plants." A jade slip vibrated. Someone was transmitting a distress call. "I am Zhao Chong. Our team is being besieged by the 5-element sect, requesting assistance." Everyone's expression changed. The 5-element sect? Chapter 359, First Battle with the 5-element sect. The Power of the Wind. Splitting Arrow. The 5-element sect. Everyone's hearts sank. To say which force in the void-refining cave, heaven was the most untouchable. Of course, it was the 5-element sect. Little Yuan Wang was known as the #1 person below nascent soul, and there were even rumors that little Yuan Wang had once fought an early nascent soul cultivator and escaped unscathed. Among the 3 peak core formation prodigies, there was no doubt that little Yuan Wang's reputation far surpassed Ye Xuan and Wang Fugui's, and his methods were even more domineering and ruthless. What was even more frightening was that as soon as little Yuan Wang entered the void-refining cave heaven, he had gathered over 1,000 core formation prodigies. With the 5-element sect of Huangzhou and the prodigies of the 5 kingdoms of Huangzhou as his core, he not only had the largest number of people, but also strong cohesion. Sun He and the others showed fear on their faces. What do we do? Should we go and assist? Li Yangshu immediately said, "Of course we should. If we were the ones surrounded right now, we would also hope and expect help from our teammates. Captain, what do you think?" He looked at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment. The fact that fellow Taoist Zhao Chong had time to send a distress call means that the attackers are probably not little Yuan Wang himself, and the number of people is likely not too large. "We'll go immediately." Swoosh! Li Qingyuan executed a escape technique, taking the lead. Zhao Tongshuan, Li Yangshu, and the others flew at top speed. The 10 of them turned into 10 streaks of light, shooting across the sky, heading towards the direction Zhao Chong had indicated. As Li Qingyuan flew, he thought to himself, "With my current strength, as long as it's not a peak core formation cultivator, I have nothing to fear. Even if the opponent has many late core formation cultivators, I can still retreat safely." Li Qingyuan calculated in his heart, "It seems I need to find an opportunity to leave the team and act alone. Otherwise, I'll be constrained, and it will be hard to use my killing methods." His trump cards were not suitable for public display. It would be best to act under the guise of a rogue cultivator or another alias. Fire Spiritzi waved his hand. "Seize their token points and eliminate them from the competition. Also." Fire Spiritzi pointed at Zhao Chong and ordered, "Zhao Chong, this person must be captured alive." After Fire Spiritzi gave the order, several mid-core formation cultivators and dozens of early core formation cultivators flew out, step by step compressing the 10-person team of Zhao Chong and Zhao Dai. Fire Spiritzi stroked his chin, thinking to himself, "It really takes no effort at all. By capturing Zhao Chong, I could not only obtain the inheritance key, but also secure a hunting target." Zhao Chong, with a heavenly spirit root aptitude, a single earth spirit root, and early core formation perfection cultivation, was one of the soul seizure targets selected by one of the hundreds of old red flags, and his name was on the list. Fire Spiritzi stood in the air, with red hair and a red robe, his pupils red, a flame rune branded on his brow, his eyebrows also red like flames. His gaze was sinister as he said coldly, "Zhao Chong, hand over the inheritance key and surrender. You and your companions can be spared death." Zhao Chong's expression was stern. He refused. Impossible. Their team was very strong, with 11 people in total. Zhao Chong, Zhao Dai, 1 mid-core formation prodigy, and the other 8 at early core formation. Zhao Chong had fought and defeated the mid-core formation prodigy, relying on the inheritance of the Wuji sect of the Zhao kingdom, and had taken the position of captain. The title of prodigies was well deserved. However, facing 8 mid-core formation cultivators and dozens of early core formation cultivators, Zhao Chong's 11-person team was repeatedly defeated and wounded. Dai. A mid-core formation cultivator unleashed a terrifying strike, intending to kill one person. At the critical moment of life and death, the latter's identity jade slip erupted with light, forming a protective barrier, easily blocking the opponent's strike and saving this person. This person's expression changed drastically. He had just felt a thick aura of death, brushing past death. If not for the protection of the human king's jade slip, he would have surely died. "Captain Zhao Chong, I give up. Take care of yourselves." This person ignited the jade slip in his hand, was enveloped by the jade slip's flowing light, and was teleported away. "Captain Zhao Chong, Senior Sister Zhao Dai, give up. We are no match for them." Another person directly ignited his jade slip and teleported away. "Alas, although I am a core formation prodigy, I have only just entered the threshold." Another person said with melancholy, "The heroes of the world are as numerous as the fish in the river. Even if I give my all, what's the use? I am nothing but a mediocre person." One by one, 6 people quickly ignited their jade slips, their faces showing reluctance and helplessness, but they could only leave. "Captain Zhao Chong, we're here." "Fellow Taoist Zhao Chong, hold on." Swish, 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 streaks of light flew over. 10 streaks of light flew over. 10 streaks of light shot across the sky, 3 of whom had reached the mid-core formation stage. They were quite powerful, attacking the 5-element sect disciples, tearing open an opening to assist Zhao Chong and the others. "Fellow Taoist Zhao Chong, retreat quickly." Seeing this, Zhao Chong immediately ordered, "Follow me to break out." Zhao Chong and Zhao Dai break out with all one's might, cooperating with those who had come to assist, attacking from within and without. Fire Spiritzi sneered, "None of you can leave. Kill them all." Fire Spiritzi originally commanded a battalion of 200 to 300 people, but in order to quickly earn points and complete the hunting tasks assigned by Little Yuan Wang, he had divided them into 5 teams, each with 50 to 60 people. He waved his hand. "Everyone, attack together. Cao Yifei, you go too." Chao Yifei, the deputy leader of the team, was the only other prodigy besides Fire Spiritzi who had reached the late core formation stage. Hearing Fire Spiritzi's order, Cao Yifei immediately made his move, grinning. "Fairy Zhao Dai, why don't you submit to me and become my concubine? Then, I'll put in a good word for you with Lord Little Yuan Wang and get you a spot in the top 100, helping you become a nascent soul seed." "He, I just love your exotic-looking face and your boneless, snake-like waist," Zhao Dai scolded. "Pah, you despicable wretch. Cao Yifei, you were once the #1 prodigy of the Xiang Kingdom, yet you willingly act as a dog for the Five Elements sect." Cao Yifei laughed. "Yes, I am despicable. In this world, good people don't live long, only despicable people can endure." Boom. Cao Yifei formed hand seals with both hands, exploding with late core formation magical power. He summoned his life-bound magical treasure, a pair of white jade elephant tusks that descended from the sky, plowing through the heavens, killing towards Zhao Dai, Zhao Chong, and the others. Zhao Dai's face paled. "Do I really have to ignite the jade slip and teleport away? I'm not willing. I caught up to senior brother Zhao Chong with my dual spirit root aptitude. How much hardship have I endured? How many calamities have I gone through to reach my current cultivation and fortune? I really want to take one more step forward." However, Cao Yifei's white jade elephant tusks descended from the sky. The pair of tusks, over 10 jang in size, heavy as mountains, pressed down, causing the void to explode with sound, falling mercilessly. With a late core formation cultivator making a move, they were destined to lose. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, from 1,000 jung away, 5 stars in a row, 5 arrows broke through the air, tearing through the void, swift as the wind, flashing with the power of thunder and lightning, all striking the pair of white jade elephant tusks. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 stars in a row struck, exploding together, sending the pair of white jade elephant tusks flying, breaking the full force strike of the late core formation Cao Yifei, forcing back his life-bound magical treasure. Cao Yifei held his magical treasure, his body knocked back 100 meters by the shockwave. His eyes scanned the surroundings as he shouted, "Who is it?" Swish, 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 swish. In response to Cao Yifei's angry roar, another 3 stars in a row. Arrows broke through the air, killing intent, surging. Third-rank lower-grade arrows were actually pasted with third-rank upper-grade talismans. When the arrow struck, the talismans also self-destructed. Despicable villain. Cao Yifei summoned his life-bound magical artifact to block the 3 arrows and 3 third-rank upper-grade talismans, protecting himself. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, 1 arrow after another broke through the air. A third-rank spell, Wind-Splitting Arrow. The arrows tore through the fierce wind, tore through the void, combined with the physical power of the wind. Thunder-dominant body and one after another, third-rank mid-grade and occasionally third-rank upper-grade talismans were tied to the arrows, detonating in succession. Bang, bang, bang. 20 or 30 arrows flew out, each at least a second-rank upper-grade magical artifact, paired with third-rank mid-grade or higher talismans for attack, instantly breaking through the 5 Elements sect disciples led by Cao Yifei, cutting a path of life. Zhao Tongshuan, Li Yangshu, Xiao Yuanji, Sun He, Qi Yushuan, and the other 9 simultaneously rushed out at full speed to receive with full force the dozen or so people from Zhao Chong's 2 teams. Zhao Chong and the others were energized. Break out! Bang, bang, bang! Various magical artifacts flew through the air. Third-rank talismans and a large number of second-rank talismans flew out. With the cooperation of internal and external forces, Zhao Chong and the others tore open an opening and successfully escaped. Seeing this, Fire Spiritzi was furious. His red pupils locked onto the dense forest 1,000 jang away, and he roared angrily. "Boy, I found you. Fire Spirit Spear." Fire Spiritzi directly summoned his life-bound magical artifact, the Fire Spirit Spear. He threw the spear, pouring his magical power into it. His late core formation magical power far surpassed Cao Yifei's, clearly indicating he had been in this realm for many years. Boom! His Fire Spirit Spear was by no means an ordinary third-rank upper-grade magical artifact. It had reached the quasi-fourth-rank magical artifact level. Once he advanced to the nascent soul stage, this treasure would inevitably transform into a true fourth-rank magical artifact. What was a life-bound magical treasure? Although it was just a magical artifact, it could grow together with its master. As long as the master continuously broke through and improved, if they could advance to the nascent soul stage, this life-bound magical treasure could break free from the category of magical artifacts and become a true magical treasure. The so-called life-bound magical treasure was a kind of expectation and also a kind of self-motivation. The Fire Spirit Spear flew out, transforming into a giant fire python, blazing the plains 100 zang, burning the sky. The mutated fire python spear broke through the air, instantly arriving above Li Qingyuan's head. Li Qingyuan's expression was solemn. With a single thought, he put away the wind-splitting bow. He formed hand seals with both hands, his form shifting, the void rippling. Xuanqian's secret art, shifting stars and exchanging constellations. You all are too scary. As agreed, 6 chapters today. Jaimu has kept his word. Also, asking for some gift support. Chapter 360, Battle Against Fire Spirit, Battle Against Late Foundation Establishment. As soon as the technique of shifting stars was unleashed, Li Qingyuan teleported 100 zhang, retreating 100 zhang, evading the attack range of the Fire Spirit Spear. With a loud "a-boom," the Fire Spirit Spear landed. The earth exploded, towering trees shattered, layers of topsoil were torn away, and an area 100 zhang in radius was turned into scorched earth. After teleporting 100 zhang, Li Qingyuan transformed into a shadow of wind and fled, retreating further, distancing himself from the Fire Spirit Spear's attack range. Clang! The Fire Spirit Spear streaked across the sky, pursuing Li Qingyuan as a controlled artifact. Li Qingyuan held the Chaos Awl, a mid-foundation establishment stage magic treasure. He threw it with all his might, infusing it with both his Wind Thunder Overlord body and his foundation establishment cultivation. The 3-inch awl was offered up, transforming into 3 feet, then into a massive 3-zhang cone that tore through the air, colliding head-on with the Fire Spirit Spear. Dang! The metallic sound was piercing, sparks flying everywhere. The Chaos Awl struck the Fire Spirit Spear, knocking it back, but was itself sent flying back into Li Qingyuan's hand. Li Qingyuan sneered. The 5 Elements sect, the so-called number 1 sect under heaven. Nothing but undeserved reputation. You, sir, are at the late foundation establishment stage, yet you can't even handle me, an early foundation establishment cultivator. While taunting, Li Qingyuan continued to retreat. Fire Spirit, if we were to fight at the same cultivation level, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog, requiring no effort at all. Ah? Fire Spirit was enraged, letting out a furious roar. His red hair shot up, and flames seemed to spew from his eyes. Brat, if you have the guts, don't run. Take one of my attacks head-on. 3rd order spell, Heaven's Fire scorching the wilds. Fire Spirit brandished the Fire Spirit Spear. The long spear swept across the sky, condensing clusters of fireballs that rained down from the heavens. Heaven's Fire scorched the wilds, burning mountains and boiling seas. Li Qingyuan once again took out the wind-splitting bow, a 3rd order mid-grade magic tool he had instructed his Blood Shadow clone to forge when he returned to his hometown. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 3 arrows were shot simultaneously, like 3 stars in a line. They were all 2nd order top-grade magic tools, infused with the venomous stingers of the bloodthirsty poison bees he had obtained earlier, mixed with flammable and explosive forging materials, and pasted with 3rd order top-grade talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 arrows struck the clusters of heavenly fire, exploding instantly. The blast was more astonishing than the combined full-force attacks of 3 late foundation establishment cultivators, successfully shattering Fire Spirit's killing move and blasting him back 100 meters. Heh, Fire Spirit, in my opinion, you are nothing but a man of impressive but false appearance. Li Qingyuan cursed indirectly. If the dog is like this, the master must be the same. Your little Yuan king must surely be fair without and foul within. How dare you? To blaspheme my master, you deserve death. Fire Spirit was bristling with rage. His old, established late foundation establishment cultivation erupted, his aura not at all inferior to that of Cloud Music, True Person, or Elegant Music True Person. When it comes to talismans, my 5-element sect has plenty. Driven by his divine sense, Fire Spirit sent 10 third-order top-grade talismans flying out. After the 10, another 10 followed. The talismans streaked through the air, pressing down until the void seemed to collapse. Various spiritual lights surged, and killing intent filled the sky. Following the talismans, Fire Spirit himself charged in, once again concentrate the heavens fire. Scorching the Wild's killing move, combined with the power of the Fire Spirit spear, almost able to contend with a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. He immediately activated the 4 symbols talisman array. A boom. As the 4 symbols talismans were released, the power of a single strike from an early nascent soul cultivator shook heaven and earth, completely obliterating the third-order top-grade talismans, causing the void to explode with noise. The residual power of the talisman array raged, shattering the heavens fire. Scorching the Wild's spear technique and blasting Fire Spirit back. Fire Spirit's expression changed drastically. A talisman array? You actually have a talisman array. Come on then, Li Qingyuan taunted, hooking his finger, then quickly fled. His Wind Thunder Overlord body enhanced the Wind Shadow evasion, transforming him into a rainbow light, his speed rivaling that of a late foundation establishment cultivator. Damn it, you arrogant brat. Fire Spirit swoops down in pursuit. I'll kill you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of light roared across the sky and earth, one chasing, one fleeing, disappearing rapidly. Li Qingyuan transmitted his voice. Zhao Tongshuan, Li Yangshu, I'll hold off Fire Spirit. You all retreat quickly. Inside the Xuanpin space, Zhao Guang was lying leisurely on a Tai Shi chair, saying slowly, Zhao Ju has led a team to assist. They are safe. At the same time, with Zhao Tongshuan and Li Yangshu coordinating from within and without, over 20 people struck simultaneously, successfully breaching the defensive line that Li Qingyuan had previously broken with his wind-splitting arrows, and they all fled. Cao Yifei gritted his teeth and said, Chase them, don't let a single one escape. Over 50 people roared off in hot pursuit. Half a quarter of an hour later, Cao Yifei caught up first. His late foundation establishment cultivation erupted, and he unleashed third-order spells. Zhao Ju rushed over swiftly. Cao Yifei, you're asking for death. Boom. Zhao Ju made his move, successfully blocking Cao Yifei. The two drove their magic treasures and artifacts to clash, various spells colliding. After a few exchanges, they were evenly matched. Cao Yifei was the #1 foundation establishment prodigy of Shan country. Zhao Zhu was the #1 foundation establishment prodigy of Zhao country. Zhao Zhu was born in Zhao country, and his foundation was slightly superior, but victory, defeat, life and death were not something that could be decided in a short time. Soon the forces of both sides converged. The numbers were similar, the strength was similar, and they were wary of each other. Cao Yifei snorted coldly, "Let's go." Cao Yifei flicked his sleeve and left, and the other cultivators followed. Zhao Ju was wary of the 5-element sect, and even more so of the little Yuan king. At the same time, he wanted to avoid reducing his own side's combat strength, so he did not stop them. On the other side, Li Qingyuan flew at full speed, traveling over 1,000 li away. Fire Spirit chased him all the way, fuming with rage, pursuing relentlessly. He continuously shot third-order talismans, including third-order top-grade ones, causing explosions all along the way. Damn it! This brat was actually hiding his cultivation. Fire Spirit's expression was grave. He is actually a dual cultivator of body and magic, having formed his foundation in both paths, and has reached the mid-foundation establishment stage in both. Whether in ki refining or body refining, his foundation is astonishing and extraordinary. Now that he has fully erupted his cultivation, his escape technique is so fast it's not inferior to mine, Li Qingyuan asked. Old Zhao, can you make a move? Zhao Guang shook his head. No. I am too weak right now. Once I make a move, there's a high chance I'll be locked onto by the human king's primordial spirit will. If I am exposed, with my identity as a demonic cultivator who slaughtered the prodigies of the 7 states of Huangzhou, do you think you could still live? Indeed, if an ancient demonic cultivator is hiding inside your body, and you say you have nothing to do with each other, even a fool wouldn't believe it. Zhen Xing quickly added, I can't either. My nascent soul's injuries haven't healed, and if my nascent soul body makes a move, there's also the risk of being sensed by the human king's primordial spirit. Li Qingyuan. Zhen Xing. You really know how to avoid Denxing. You really know how to avoid danger. Zhao Guang suddenly said, in my opinion, why not let this Zhen Xing kid seize the body of this fire spirit? He could become your strongest assistant. What do you think? Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. No, not. Zhen Xing said, Master, I have a single water spirit root. If I were to seize a body, it would have to be one with a water spirit root aptitude. As the saying goes, water and fire are incompatible. My water nascent soul clashes with his fire spirit root attribute. If I seize this person, it would be extremely difficult for me to recover my nascent soul cultivation. Master, you wouldn't want to lose a nascent soul stage fighter, would you? Li Qingyuan. After a moment of thought, Li Qingyuan agreed with Zhen Xing. After all, he was very tempted by the prospect of a nascent Xing. After all, he was very tempted by the prospect of a nascent soul stage fighter. So, Li Qingyuan transmitted his voice. Ji Kun Xiaoyan Bloodshadow, be prepared to help me kill Fire Spirit. Ji Kun said, Boss, I want Fire Spirit's golden core to help me forge my life-bound magic treasure. Li Qingyuan naturally agreed. All right. Swoosh. Li Qingyuan immediately stopped and didn't continue fleeing. Seeing Li Qingyuan immediately stopped and didn't continue fleeing. Seeing Li Qingyuan stop, Fire Spirit was slightly stunned. Why did this brat suddenly stop? Is there a trap? Although Fire Spirit had a hot temper, he wasn't stupid. He was still very wary of the nascent soul-level talisman array. Although he also had methods and trump cards to contend with it to some extent, the cost and consumption would be significant. Hum. Just then, the sound transmission Jade Talisman at Fire Spirit's waist rang. Urgent matter, return immediately. Master summons me. Fire Spirit snorted coldly. Brat, I'll spare your life for today. Shh. Fire Spirit transformed into a streak of firelight and flew away. Li Qingyuan thought for a moment and didn't give chase. Firstly, Fire Spirit's escape technique was not inferior to his current one. He had no speed advantage. Secondly, the distance between them was about 1,000 zheng. Ji Kun's Divine Sense sneak attack and his own Divine Sense attack would be difficult to execute effectively. Thirdly, Fire Spirit was an old, established late Foundation establishment cultivator with the backing of the Five Elements sect. He undoubtedly possessed secret techniques and killing moves far superior to those of the Xuantian sect or the Sanlei Immortal sect. Hum. Zhao Tongshuan transmitted his voice. Senior Brother Qingyuan. Captain Zhao Jue has already repelled Cao Yifei and is on his way to support you. Hold on. I'm fine, don't worry. Li Qingyuan replied via transmission. Then Li Qingyuan turned back. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, he successfully met up with Zhao Jue. Zhao Ju was surprised. Taoist Qingyuan, you actually managed to retreat unscathed from Fire Spirit all by yourself. Even he, Zhao Ju, wasn't sure he could do that. He could retreat, but it would come at a cost. Li Qingyuan said, Captain Zhao Ju flatters me. It was just luck. It seemed someone transmitted a message to Fire Spirit, and he immediately stopped and turned away. Zhao Ju mused. For a prodigy like Fire Spirit to obediently listen, It must have been that little Yuan king. Let's go. We'll return to the camp first. Zhao Ju's eyes were excited. The reason Zhao Chong and the others were targeted by Fire Spirit was that they went out hunting early this morning and fortuitously obtained a key. Of the 5 inheritances in the Void Refining Cave Heaven, 3 require keys to open. Zhao Jue said, "We of the 7 states of Huangzhou might be fortunate enough to get a share and increase our own strength." Li Qingyuan looked thoughtful, curiosity piqued. "Inheritance?" Fellow Taoists, the audiobook for True Person is out now. Welcome to listen. Zhamu listened to it and thought it was quite good. Fellow Taoists who like listening to books can give it a listen. Chapter 36:1. Void Refining Inheritance, 4th Order Spiritual Plant. Soon, everyone gathered. However, the original 93 members of the Huangzhou team were reduced by 11. Besides the few lost from Zhao Chong and Zhao Dai's teams, other squads encountered powerful enemies while hunting, or met strong third-order demon beasts, causing some to ignite their jade talismans and teleport out. When it comes down to life or death in an instant, inheritance and opportunity always come after one's life. As long as you live, there are infinite possibilities. Among the 4,000 Foundation establishment prodigies, even if they don't make it into the top 100, after 200 or 300 years of accumulation and planning, they might still have a chance to reach the nascent soul stage. However, at that point, they would likely be just ordinary existences among nascent soul cultivators. Only the top 100 prodigies are the true prodigies among nascent soul cultivators, with the hope of becoming top-tier existences as late nascent soul grand cultivators, standing at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. Therefore, for the elite among the prodigies, the top 100 spots are something they must contend for. Li Qingyuan was no exception. Zhao Ju reorganized the 82-person squad into 8 teams, 6 teams of 10 people, and 2 teams of 11. The number and personnel of Li Qingyuan's team remained unchanged. A meeting of the Huangzhou prodigies was convened. Zhao Ju presided over the meeting with a solemn expression. "Fellow Taoists, the first inheritance of the void refining space has appeared. And we are fortunate enough to have obtained one of the keys." Zhao Jue said, "The inheritance ground is filled with countless opportunities. I propose that we, the 7 states of Huangzhou, should strive for it to enhance our overall strength, impact the top 100, and enter the Human King Hall. What does everyone think?" The morale was high, and no one backed down. Entering the Human King Hall means becoming the elite among the prodigies of the 9 provinces, future late nascent soul grand cultivators, and role models admired and learned from by countless prodigies. Zhao Ju looked at Zhao Chong and said, "Junior brother, where is the inheritance ground?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong took out the key. It was called a key, but it looked like a pill. Its surface had grooved patterns, was the size of an eyeball, and was covered in intricate runes that emitted spiritual light. Zhao Chong injected his magic power to activate it. The pill key hummed, bursting forth a mass of spiritual light. The light struck the void, presenting a scroll painting. In the painting, an ancient cave heaven, a paradise with numerous third-order spiritual plants appearing, dazzling everyone. Third-order great demons could be seen walking, coiled up, or flying through the air. Gold condensing grass, so much gold. Condensing grass, at least 20 plants. Its demon jade marrow, cleansing bamboo, true person mushrooms, and the rare third-order gold fire bamboo, which can be used for both alchemy and artifact forging. So many third-order demon beasts, even some third-order top-grade ones. What is that? Li Qingyuan and the others looked closely. At the core of the countless spiritual plants growing in the medicine fields, terraced fields rose in a spiral. At the top, a single medicine field stood on the mountain peak with a single spiritual plant swaying in the wind. 4th order, it's a 4th order spiritual plant. I see it, it's the Sun Moon Soul, nourishing lotus. Li Qingyuan's heart shook. Sun Moon Soul, nourishing lotus. It contains extremely pure, wood-attributed spiritual energy. The sun's heat can wash the soul. the moon's essence can nurture the spirit. The essence of sun and moon, refining the divine sense, can cause a qualitative change in one's divine sense. This item can help peak foundation establishment cultivators attempt to impact the nascent soul divine sense. Even if the impact fails, it can ensure the divine sense is not severely damaged and the foundation is not shaken. Even if the attempt to form the nascent soul divine sense fails, the foundation of the divine sense will still be greatly enhanced, which is extremely beneficial for forming the nascent soul in the future. A demon hound with a pair of wings on its back, one wing blazing hot like fire, the other wing condensed with yin frost. Sun and moon merged, water and fire complemented each other. Its 100-zang body streaked across the sky, its wings fanning out flames and ice power. Its two heads raised their heads and howled at the sky, like a wolf king howling at the moon. Boom! A rampage, demonic power spread out, shaking the surroundings. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This is a fourth-order great demon, the heaven-winged demon hound. Zhao Ju said, "This heaven-winged demon hound should not be fully grown. An adult heaven-winged demon hound would have 3 heads." Li Qingyuan added, "Even so, this beast has reached the quasi-fourth order, equivalent to a human false infant cultivator. Coupled with the powerful physique of a demon beast, it is absolutely not something a foundation establishment cultivator can contend with." His gaze swept past the heaven-winged demon hound, finally landing on the fourth-order spiritual plant, the sun-moon soul, nourishing lotus, and his eyes burned with desire. "If I can obtain this item's help when I cultivate the Jianmu visualization method and refine my divine sense, the speed of concentrate branches and leaves will surely increase greatly, allowing me to quickly advance to the nascent soul divine sense." If he can cultivate the nascent soul divine sense, not only will his cultivation speed increase, but he will also be able to control fourth-order magic treasures to kill enemies, and control more talismans and talisman arrays for battle. Once he has cultivated the nascent soul divine sense, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation foundation, he would be enough to suppress late foundation establishment prodigies like Fire Spirit. However, too many people have their eyes on this item. Li Qingyuan wasn't entirely confident either. "Before the action, I need to draw more third-order talismans, especially third-order top-grade ones." Zhao Chong put away the pill key and said, "According to the key's display, the inheritance ground is located to the northwest of here, about 18,000 li away from us." Captain Zhao Jua ordered, "Fellow Taoists, pack your bags and prepare to set off." Everyone cupped their fists. Understood. Swish, swish, swish. The 82 people set off together, roaring past. Among the 7 states of Huangzhou, aside from those who had already joined the nascent soul forces of the Five-Element sect, the remaining half of the Foundation establishment prodigies chose to huddle together for warmth and act collectively. They formed a moderately sized force, not easily robbed of their jade talisman points. Some prodigies, upon entering this place, became bandit cultivators, specializing in robbing the jade talisman points of small forces and small teams, but without eliminating them from the competition. This was deliberate fattening of the pigs. They would fatten them up for a while, then bleed them, but never kill them. 18,000 li, after 2 days of traveling and 1 night of rest, Li Qingyuan and the others finally reached their destination. As soon as they entered a certain range, strands of divine scent spied on them, and various auras locked onto them from the sky. Zhao Ju and the others' expressions frozen. The 82 people huddled tightly together, feeling the pressure from the auras spreading from all directions. Li Qingyuan's expression changed slightly. So many people. A full 1,000 prodigies had gathered here, the estimated number close to 1,000. They were divided into 5 major forces occupying various mountain peaks, with late foundation establishment pressure occasionally erupting. A late foundation establishment cultivator stood in the air, his gaze cold and sharp. "Who goes there?" Zhao Zhui stepped forward, his late foundation establishment cultivation spreading out. A pill spun in the palm of his hand, and he said calmly, "I, Zhao Zhui, lead the prodigies of the 7 states of Huangzhou, carrying the inheritance key to open the cave heaven." Behind Zhao Zhao, over 10 mid-foundation establishment cultivators and dozens of early foundation establishment cultivators stood in the air. Although their numbers were less than 100, their momentum was extraordinary, all brave and skilled in battle. Upon seeing the inheritance key, the questioner's tone softened slightly. He cupped his hands and said, "So it's the prodigies of Huangzhou. I am Guanyang, a disciple of the Zhengyang sect from Xuanzhou. Greetings, Taoist Zhao Ju. Xuanzhou and Huangzhou border each other, and at their junction lies the City of the Dead, the Netherworld Ghost City." Zhao Zhou said, "So it's a disciple of the Zhengyang sect. I've heard much about you." "I am Zhao Ju of the Wuji sect in Zhao country." Guanyang chuckled lightly. With the surname Zhao and late foundation establishment cultivation, I guessed that among the 7 states of Huangzhou, only the prodigies of the Wuji sect in Zhao country could be. Taoist Zhao Ju, fellow Taoists, please. Zhao Ju nodded to the crowd and said, "You go set up camp first. I'll take a few people to talk with them and understand the situation here." Li Qingyuan and the others nodded. It had to be said, Zhao Ju was indeed a qualified captain. He had good strength, a good personality, and first-class abilities and methods. No wonder he was hailed as the #1 prodigy of Huangzhou and the #1 prodigy of Zhao country. This is good. Li Qingyuan thought to himself. With Zhao Jua in front, he could blend in with the crowd and act according to the situation. Currently, there were no peak foundation establishment cultivators, so the pressure wasn't too great. The 4th order spiritual plant, the Sun Moon Soul, nourishing lotus, I must obtain it to cultivate the nascent soul divine sense. Furthermore, having the nascent soul divine sense would help Li Qingyuan in his attempts to become a 4th order alchemist and 4th order talisman master, with a much higher success rate than now. 3 chapters early at 8 a.m., 3 chapters at noon. Jiamu is a straightforward person, updating all at once. I stayed up until 1 a.m. last night to write. Asking for a small gift isn't too much, right? Hee. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 362, Enemies on a Narrow Road. At nightfall in the Wilderness State Camp, Zhao Jie returned. Zhao Jie gathered everyone and relayed intelligence. "Everyone, I have preliminarily investigated the situation here," Zhao Jie said. "This place has already gathered 5 major powers: the Divine Continent aristocratic families, the Heavenly Continent Taoist sects, the Abyssal Continent Taoist sects, the Universal Continent sects, and our Wilderness State forces. The 2 major aristocratic family alliances of the Divine Continent, the Heavenly Continent Taoist Sect Alliance, the 3 major sects of the Abyssal Continent joining forces, and the 3 major sects of the Universal Continent in alliance. Each of these 4 major powers has 200 to 300 foundation establishment prodigies. Compared to them, our Wilderness State forces are at a disadvantage." Zhao Zhu added, "As for those who formed their cores within 100 years among the scattered cultivators, or the prodigies who formed their cores within 100 years among the established powers being of scattered cultivator origin, they either join the major powers or band together. The number of scattered cultivators is not large, and their foundation is insufficient, so they are not worth worrying about." Li Qingyuan asked, "I wonder if Brother Zhao Ju has inquired about the keys and the inheritance." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Ju. Zhao Ju said, "Fellow Taoist Guanyang, a disciple of the Zhengyang sect of the Abyssal Continent, said that they have already determined that opening the inheritance cave heaven requires gathering 8 medicinal pill keys. Currently, 6 keys have been obtained, one of which is in the hands of various scattered cultivators." Everyone nodded. So that meant only 2 keys were missing. Zhao Zhua said, "As for the other 2 factions, once they obtain the keys, they will know the location of the inheritance here and will quickly rush over. In my opinion, they will also arrive soon." Soon, the meeting dispersed, and everyone returned to their own camps. After returning to his tent, Li Qingyuan immediately set up a formation to isolate the outside world, then took out his talisman brush, talisman ink, and third-grade talisman paper and began drawing talismans. Before departing, the wealthy woman Miao Lei had given him quite a few materials: 500 sheets of third-grade lower quality, 300 sheets of third-grade medium quality, and 100 sheets of third-grade upper quality, and 100 sheets of third-grade upper quality. Since he didn't know if the inheritance would be opening soon, Li Qingyuan chose to first draw third-grade upper-quality talismans. There were 4 types of third-grade upper-quality talisman paper, 3 types of attack talismans, and 1 type of defense talisman. The names of the 4 third-grade upper-quality talismans were Ice Flood Dragon Spirit, Breaking Talisman, Heavenly Qian Gold, Thorn Talisman, Fire Yuan Blade Glow Talisman, and Water Can Ice Armor Talisman. Among these, the Ice Flood Dragon Spirit. Breaking Talisman was one of the 4 symbols talisman array that Miao Le had established, while the other 3 were obtained through her exchanges and trades. For Li Qingyuan, the Heavenly Qian Gold Thorn Talisman and the Fire Yuan Blade Glow Talisman were extremely important. As long as he could gather the other 3 attributes, he could execute the 5 elements talisman array. The power of the 5 elements. Talisman array was slightly superior to the 4 symbols talisman array. Back when Li Qingyuan had consumed the venomous scorpion materials, he had only obtained 8 third-grade upper-quality talismans in total. They had all been consumed when he restrained Fire Spirit Child, and he had also used up over 100 various third-grade medium-quality talismans. Over the next few days, Li Qingyuan went into seclusion to draw talismans. All 100 sheets of third-grade upper-quality materials were used for drawing, with a success rate of 80%. He obtained 80 talismans, averaging 20 sheets for each of the 4 types, though he couldn't guarantee that each quantity was exactly the same. However, on average, there were about 20 of each type, with a fluctuation of 2 or 3 sheets. After drawing the talismans, the number doubled, resulting in 160 third-grade upper-quality talismans. Phew! Li Qingyuan let out a long breath of turbid air. Looking at the talisman brush Tao Yao, he couldn't help but think of Miao Lei, and a warmth and longing surged in his heart. The Tao Yao brush, a quasi-4th-grade magical artifact. This was the strongest magical artifact Miao Lei had personally refined aside from her natal treasure. It was her tool for making a living before advancing to nascent soul, as well as a combat magical artifact. If it weren't for the Tao Yao brush that Miao Lei gave me, my success rate in drawing third-grade upper-quality talismans would never have been this high. Li Qingyuan put away the Tao Yao brush, then took a true person pill, crossed his legs, and sat in meditation to recover his magical power. Li Qingyuan's brow furrowed. Another large group of Foundation Establishment prodigies has arrived. It seems the inheritance site has arrived. It seems the inheritance site is about to open. Li Qingyuan walked out of his tent and stood halfway up the mountain of the Wilderness State Camp, watching as hundreds of Foundation Establishment cultivators came roaring in. Every Foundation Establishment prodigy had their aura bursting forth, magical power overflowing. They were all very young, each one a prodigy of their region, an outstanding figure of their generation, full of vitality and pride. So many Foundation Establishment prodigies gathering together. Such a magnificent spectacle was enough to make anyone's blood boil with excitement. 2 major powers, one on the left and one on the right, each arrived. At the front of the 2 teams, something was very eye-catching. A golden pig with a fat head and big ears, its entire body plump and round, shining with golden radiance, 8 feet tall and over 10 feet long, very much like an enlarged piggy bank. This golden pig was extremely conspicuous and ostentatious, and what was even more astonishing was that its grade had reached the 3rd grade upper level, equivalent to a human late Foundation Establishment cultivator. On the golden pig's back sat a person, followed by many Foundation Establishment prodigies. It's him? Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched. Wang Fugi. This Wang Fugi truly was unconventional and exuded an aura of overwhelming wealth. However, when he saw the other power, Li Qingyuan's expression darkened and he grumbled inwardly, "Truly, enemies meet on a narrow road." Two third-grade, late-stage demon beasts pulled a carriage, flying through the air, displaying nobility and elegance. Little Yuan Wang sat cross-legged in the carriage, his eyes captivating, his late Foundation establishment aura sharp and exposed. Everyone present dared not meet his gaze. On either side of the carriage, Fire Spirit Child and Water Spirit Child, two late Foundation establishment prodigies, served as protectors on the left and right. Fire Spirit Child was rough and burly, while Water Spirit Child was fair-skinned and handsome, with flame and water wave imprints on their foreheads respectively. In the cavern of Xuanpin, Zhao Guang chuckled and said, "A single water spirit root, isn't that perfect?" A single water spirit root, late Foundation establishment cultivation, high-grade techniques, pure magical power. This person is truly the best candidate for seizing a body. If I seize this body, my true nature can quickly return to the nascent soul stage. The true nature said excitedly, "Master, Master, if you can help me seize this body and return to the nascent soul stage, this old servant will surely serve you with all my might, even unto death." Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched, and he transmitted his voice. "If you want me dead, you can just say so directly." Little Yuan Wang is here, along with 6 late Foundation establishment cultivators, 30 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators, and over 100 early Foundation establishment cultivators. Tell me, how am I supposed to fight? The true nature fell silent. He said, "Master, I only meant that if there is an opportunity, you must help me seize this person's body so that I can become your helper. If I successfully seize the body, what, Little Yuan Wang, what number 1 person below the nascent soul stage, none of them would be a match for this old servant." Li Qingyuan pondered and said, "All right, I'll consider it." Suddenly, Li Qingyuan's late Foundation establishment divine sense sensed something, and he looked in the direction of Fire Spirit Child. The latter's red pupils were like fire, and a sinister gaze revealed killing intent. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan's heart sank. Although one Fire Spirit Child was troublesome, he was not to be feared. But Little Yuan Wang was also here. Among the mountains, 8 major powers had gathered. Little Yuan Wang's side suppressed all others. Little Yuan Wang, Wang Fugi, the Divine Continent aristocratic families, the Heavenly Continent Taoist sects, the 3 major sects, each of the Abyssal Continent and the Universal Continent, the 7 kingdoms of the Wilderness State, and the scattered cultivators of the 9 continents. 8 major powers in total. The scattered cultivator camp had already formed a force. 2 late Foundation establishment cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, had united the scattered cultivator forces, gathering 70 to 80 people, enough to rival the 7 kingdoms of the Wilderness State. Wang Fugui spoke, "Fellow Taoists, since the keys have been gathered, shall we open the secret realm? Otherwise, if we delay too long and the information about this place leaks out, attracting more prodigies, I'm afraid there won't be enough meat to go around." There were already over 1,000 Foundation establishment prodigies present, almost equivalent to 1/3 of the total number in the secret realm. There were already enough people. Little Yuan Wang sat cross-legged, appearing indifferent. Just then, Fire Spirit Child happened to be bending down, whispering something in Little Yuan Wang's ear. Upon hearing this, Little Yuan Wang followed Fire Spirit Child's finger and looked toward the Wilderness State camp. For a moment, the hearts of the 82 people in the Wilderness State camp all skipped a beat. Then, Little Yuan Wang smiled and said, "How about we kill someone for entertainment before opening the secret realm?" He raised his right hand, bending his index and middle fingers, and pointed from afar at Li Qingyuan. "This person disdains this crown prince. If I don't kill him, my thoughts will not be clear. Fire Spirit Child, Water Spirit Child, kill him." Chapter 36:3, Forcing me to become a bandit cultivator. Swish. Someone moved. It wasn't the lofty little Yuan Wang, nor fire spirit child or water spirit child. It was Li Qingyuan. He turned and fled without any hesitation. And he fled with all his might, his magical power and physical cultivation bursting forth simultaneously. Using his mid-foundation establishment cultivation to execute the star shifting and constellation. Changing technique, he then activated his mid-foundation establishment physical cultivation's wind thunder. Dominant body to execute the wind shadow escape, transforming into a rainbow light that shot across the sky. Star shifting and constellation. Changing. 100 jang away, his blood energy surged to the heavens, wind and thunder enveloped him, and the wind shadow escape tore through the sky. Fire. Spirit child and water spirit child were stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage and chased after him, shouting, "Don't run!" Fire spirit child in particular had been escaped by Li Qingyuan twice, which was equivalent to slapping him in the face twice. This time, moreover, it was under little Yuan Wang's orders. Little Yuan Wang was also stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. This person is truly amusing. All right, no need to chase. You wouldn't be able to catch him anyway." At this point, Fire Spirit Child and Water Spirit Child, who had already chased 1,000 jang, stopped and returned to little Yuan Wang's side, their faces showing shame. They knelt on one knee and said, "Your subordinates have failed in their duty. Please punish us, master." Little Yuan Wang waved his hand and said, "All right, this matter is not your fault. Although this person's strength is low, he acts decisively and controls a rather profound escape technique. It's normal that you couldn't catch him." Fire Spirit Child thought to himself, "Next time I see this person, I will order my fellow Taoists to swarm him and kill him, leaving him no way out." In the wilderness state's 7 kingdoms, Zhao Zhu, Zhao Chong, Zhao Dai, Zhao Tongchuan, Li Yangshu, Xiao Yuanji, Sun He, they all looked at each other in bewilderment. What just happened?" Zhao Zhu said in astonishment. "Brother Qingyuan is actually cultivating both magic and body, reaching mid-foundation establishment in both." "Sun He said in admiration. "As expected of the boss. He runs really fast." Zhao Dai's brows rose, and her beautiful eyes showed surprise. During the foundation establishment trial, he was only at the 2nd grade physical cultivation peak and late foundation establishment cultivation. In just over 10 years, he has advanced both magic and body cultivation to mid-foundation establishment simultaneously, and his strength has already far surpassed mine. Zhao Chong nodded. "I knew early on that Brother Li was no ordinary person. Seeing him today confirms it." Li Yangshu complained, "Yeah, running away so smoothly. How could he be an ordinary person? But I know that the boss did it for our sake. He knows that as long as he leaves, our wilderness state's 7 kingdoms won't have to face the 5 Yuan sect directly." Wang Fugi praised. "The ability to escape is also a skill. This child will surely become a great talent in the future." Jiang Xuanshu nodded. "Not bad, not bad. A decisive person is not only intelligent, but can also assess the situation and make the most correct judgment instantly. This person is very interesting. If there's an opportunity, I wouldn't mind befriending him." Wang Fugu laughed. Jiang Xuanshu, the 3rd under heaven, truly loves making friends the most. Jiang Xuanshu smiled. He had 2 nicknames. One was the 3rd under heaven, and the other was the timely reign of the divine continent. He was called the 3rd under heaven because the combat power of the divine continent basically represented the combat power of the entire 9 continents. And Jiang Xuanshu was born into the Jiang family, which ranked 3rd among the aristocratic families. Furthermore, Jiang Xuanshu had fought multiple times with Ye Xuan and Wang Fugi and had lost each time, ranking him as the 3rd foundation establishment prodigy of the divine continent, with the potential to become the 3rd under heaven in the future. After laughing a few times, little Yuan Wang restrained his smile and said, "Everyone, bring out your keys and open the inheritance site. But before that, don't blame me for not warning you all." Little Yuan Wang's gaze was cold and deep. When competing for the inheritance and the opportunities, anyone who is not a member of the 5 Yuan sect will be killed without mercy. As soon as these words were spoken, a bloodthirsty and domineering aura filled the air. Many cultivators with weak wills showed fear. However, those who could become foundation establishment prodigies and reach this stage, who among them was not firm-willed? Having said this, little Yuan Wang gave a signal with his eyes. Fire spirit. Child slowly walked forward, and a medicinal pill key flew out, hovering high in the sky. At the same time, Wan Fugi, Jiang Xuanshu, Zhao Ju, Guan Yang, the other 7 factions all offered up pill-shaped keys that flew into the sky. The 8 pills shone in harmony, spinning and transforming into 8 beams of spiritual light that struck the inheritance site. A spatial gate manifested, revealing a pattern of 8 trigrams runes. Swish, 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 swish. The 8 pills drilled into the 8 trigrams gate, embedding themselves into 8 grooves, and were instantly absorbed by the 8 trigrams gate. With a rumble, the inheritance site opened. A great gate connected to a realm beyond realms, leading to another small world. Vaguely, one could see undulating mountains, cave heavens, and blessed lands, spiritual plants and springs, and traces of demon beasts. Go! Little Yuan Wang waved his hand, and the 2 third-grade late-stage demon beasts pulled the carriage into the inheritance site. Following closely behind, Wang Fugi rode his golden pig and led his subordinates inside. Jiang Xuanshu, Guan Yang, Zhao Jue, and the others each led their teams and rushed into the spatial gate. Soon, all the major powers entered the inheritance site and disappeared. The spatial gate, 10 zhang in size, gradually shrank and slowly vanished. Swish! A streak of light flew by. A red robe, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a burly physique, a face full of rough features, muscles knotted, the bandit cultivator persona, blood-handed butcher Zhou Gang, was online. Li Qingyuan dived into spatial gate, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I originally wanted to compete for resources with you using relatively gentle methods. But you forced me to become a bandit cultivator. Swish. When Li Qingyuan passed through the gate, the 8 major powers had already rushed out several hundred zhang. He quickly approached the scattered cultivator camp. His temperament, his disguise, his style, all were exactly like those of the scattered cultivator camp. Blending in, he didn't stand out at all. He pretended to be puzzled and said, "Fellow Taoists, I am a scattered cultivator from the Earth continent. I saw this strange phenomenon here and rushed over, only to see people continuously entering this place. May I ask what this place is?" As a scattered cultivator, and with someone taking the lead, they were still relatively friendly. They said, "Fellow Taoist, this place should be one of the 3 inheritances mentioned by the human king. Inside, there are many demon beasts, numerous 3rd-grade spiritual plants, and even 4th-grade spiritual plants. Let's hurry and catch up with the team so we can at least get some soup to drink." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Fellow Taoist speaks sense." Everyone flew swiftly, heading straight for the inheritance site. Soon, they arrived at the core area and saw a mountain range. The mountains undulated continuously, peaks gathered, mountains and rivers intersected, and ancient trees towered to the sky. This mountain range was composed of 18 mountains. On the periphery of the mountain range, there were thousands of 2nd-grade demon beasts circling the outer area and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Looking closely, there were quite a few 2nd-grade spiritual plants and spiritual fruits. However, everyone's eyes were fixed on the inner area. 3rd-grade demon beasts roamed the forests and coiled in the sky, and 3rd-grade spiritual plants were lush and green, emitting alluring spiritual light. On the highest main peak, on a ring-shaped terraced spiritual field, at the flattened top of the mountain, a 4th-grade spiritual plant looked like a lotus flower. It simultaneously burned with solar flames and rose with lunar radiance, emitting an alluring fragrance. Little Yuan Wang licked his lips. It really is the sun-moon soul, nourishing lotus. If I obtain this item, I can further nourish and strengthen my divine sense. Little Yuan Wang grinned. His divine sense had already advanced to the nascent soul stage. With the help of the sun, moon, soul nourishing lotus, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It wasn't just little Yuan Wang. Wang Fugi, Jiang Xuanchu, Guan Yang, and the leaders and outstanding prodigies of all the major powers had their eyes fixed on the sun, moon, soul, nourishing lotus. All disciples, hear my command, Fire Spirit Child said. Pick the sun, moon, soul, nourishing lotus, and brew tea for the master. Water Spirit Child, Fire Spirit Child, you thick-browed, big-eyed, rough and burly fellow. When it comes to competing for favor, you truly are the foremost among the 5 spirit children. All the major powers rushed out, charging into the mountain range. Pop, pop, pop. As soon as everyone flew into the inner and outer areas of the mountain range, they immediately hit an invisible and colorless wall. Then their bodies disappeared, and they were all teleported to a mysterious space. Li Qingyuan did not act rashly. Along with many cautious people, he waited patiently. Wang Fugi frowned. A realm within a realm? A spatial formation? The cave heaven of a refining void cultivator is truly profound and mysterious. Jiang Xuanchu said, let's wait and see. Soon, among the first batch of people, someone flew out to report. Reporting to little Yuan Wang, within the belly of the mountain range, a separate realm has formed, and a Tao of alchemy inheritance has appeared. Little Yuan Wang was slightly startled and asked, what grade is the Tao of alchemy inheritance? The reporting person said, your subordinate estimates it to be at least 4th grade. All the major powers were tempted. A Tao of alchemy inheritance of at least the 4th grade. If it were above the 4th grade, wouldn't it be an alchemy grandmaster's inheritance, a method for refining precious pills? Chapter 36-4 Alchemy. This is my domain. Elixir heritage? Little Yuan Wang's eyes burned with fervor, and a hint of excitement appeared on his handsome, cold, and proud face. If I seize this heritage and present it to my father the king, with his skills he will surely be able to refine elixirs. With the enhancement of elixirs, it will greatly aid my father in defeating the human king and becoming the lord of the 9 provinces. Little Yuan Wang waved his hand and pointed, immediately giving the order, all disciples, follow me up. This time, he had only brought 3 small teams, with Fire Spirit Child and Water Spirit Child serving as team leaders, and he himself leading 1 team alone, numbering nearly 200. With his command, over a dozen people behind him stepped forward. They were all core formation prodigies who mastered alchemy techniques, hailing from the 5 Elements sect and from various major powers. Wang Fugi, Jiang Xuanchu, Guan Yang, the rogue cultivator teams, the various factions, the 8 major camps, all flew out together. Charge. Seize the elixir heritage, help the sect break through its shackles and impact nascent soul. I am a 3rd grade upper rank alchemist. This heritage is surely mine for the taking. In the rogue cultivator camp, a male and a female team leader, both late-stage core formation prodigies, the male rogue cultivator, Yu Shaoer, the female rogue cultivator, Tan Yuyi, the 2 were quite capable and had considerable means, successfully recruiting a group of rogue cultivators to form a force. Tan Yuyi said, fellow Taoist Yu, it's up to you now. Yu Shaoer smiled confidently and said, fellow Taoist Tan, rest assured, leave anything related to alchemy to me. The reason the 2 of them could recruit so many rogue cultivators was that one mastered alchemy and the other mastered artifact refining, each having their own strengths, and both were quite proficient. Among the 8 allied forces, the alchemists from each faction were the first to rush out. Subsequently, all the cultivators were curious. The legendary elixir heritage, let's go take a look too. Right, what if the assessment isn't just about alchemy skills? Exactly, we all have a chance. Charge. In the rogue cultivator camp, Li Qingyuan's alias, Zhou Gang, blended into the crowd and flew past, entering the inner part of the mountain range along with over 1,000 people. They collided with the spatial barrier and were teleported into the mountain belly space. The mountain belly space was a world of its own. 1,000 Jiang-tall giant statues stood towering, holding 100 Jiang alchemy furnace in its hand. The furnace looked like clay sculpture, dim and lifeless, like a dead object. From the mouth of the Thousand Jiang giant, a sound recording stone activated on its own. Fated ones, welcome to accept this seat's alchemy heritage assessment. This seat is Tian Muzi, skilled in the Tao of alchemy. As the age of ending Dharma descends, I cannot bear to see the alchemy Tao have no successors, so I leave this heritage for future generations of fated ones. This assessment prohibits cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above from entering. It is only for selecting outstanding prodigies to inherit my mantle and continue my alchemy. Tao. A voice drifted out from the sound recording stone, calm and dignified, saying flatly, "Those who can refine the foundation establishment pill are qualified to undergo the heritage assessment. Begin." Buzz, buzz, buzzy. In the vast space, the power of laws fluctuated. Spiritual plants were born from nothing, created out of void, and second-grade alchemy furnaces also appeared out of thin air. Among the over 1,000 people present, each person had one furnace and one set of foundation establishment pill refining materials. Li Qingyuan's face showed shock, creating things out of void, birthing from nothing. What kind of magnificent means is this? In the Xuanpin space, Zhao Guanzheng snorted and said, "Impossible. All things in the world transform into each other, mass energy is conserved. Such a peerless divine ability as creating something from nothing is probably beyond even immortals to control. Then what about these?" Li Qingyuan's divine sense touched the furnace and the foundation establishment pill materials, saying, "But I feel that both the furnace and the spiritual plants are real." Zhao Guanzheng mused, "This place should be a massive illusion array, combined with the law comprehension of the void refining stage. Working together with this array, it can almost make the false appear real. However, if one's cultivation reaches the nascent soul stage or above, the power of this illusion array greatly diminishes. It's even harder to affect cultivators at the spirit transformation stage. No wonder cultivators above the nascent soul stage were prohibited from entering." In the crowd, little Yuan Wang observed internally his Niwan palace, his nascent soul, divine sense surveying all directions, secretly shocked in his heart. An illusion array? Such a grand means, it almost fooled even me. However, in this illusory space, alchemy can indeed be simulated. Little Yuan Wang ordered, "All alchemists must secure the heritage. Whoever obtains the heritage will be rewarded with the fourth-grade pill unique to the Five Elements Prefecture, the Five Elements pill to help them form their nascent soul, and those who successfully form their nascent soul may enter the Five Elements sect to become an elder." At these words, a group of core formation cultivators had fervent eyes and shouted in unison, "We are willing to die for the Yuan Wang manna." Being a dog for the Five Elements sect and the Yuan Wang manna was their honor. At the same time, the other 7 major forces, alchemists of second grade and above, all began to refine pills. Among those who were not alchemists, some also started learning the foundation establishment pill on the spot, practicing and selling their skills. Since they were already here, they had to have some sense of participation. At this moment, the sound recording stone added, 3 pills must all be genuine, or at least one must be of high quality to pass. The time limit for alchemy is 3 hours. In the crowd, Li Qingyuan began to refine pills, thinking to himself, "Looks like I need to control my score." Soon, someone succeeded in refining, and it was Yu Shaoer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as 3 high-quality foundation establishment pills came out, the speed was fast and the quality was high, drawing the attention of the scene and becoming the focus. A stream of light flew out, enveloping Yu Shaoer, and pulled him into the assessment space. Soon after, Wang Fugi also succeeded. Wang Fugi chuckled, "Not bad, 3 high-quality pills. Fortunately, I liked alchemy when I was young and practiced for a few years." A stream of light enveloped him, guiding Wang Fugi into the assessment space. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of light lit up, and people kept succeeding, continuously entering the assessment space. in the direction of the Five Elements sect, 3 of them refined high-quality foundation establishment pills, led by Fire Spirit Child, 1 Cao Yifei, and 1 late-stage core formation female cultivator. All 3 had 3 high-quality pills, followed by 20 to 30 others who successfully entered the assessment space. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, Fire Spirit Child, that thick-eyebrowed, big-eyed guy, is actually a third-grade alchemist. An alchemist, as long as one masters the technique of controlling fire and is proficient in the steps of alchemy, any cultivator of any spirit root attribute can become an alchemist. However, the manner of wood attribute cultivators is gentler and more affectionate to the attributes of spiritual plants, so it is slightly easier for them than for cultivators with other mana attributes. Similarly, metal attribute cultivators are also more likely to become artifact refiners, but this ease does not constitute a qualitative change. Whether one can become a high-grade alchemist or artifact refiner ultimately depends on effort, persistence, comprehension, and dedication. While people kept succeeding, Li Qingyuan also succeeded. Boom! From the alchemy furnace flew out 2 genuine pills and 1 high-quality foundation establishment pill, meeting the requirements. Swish! A stream of light flew over, enveloping Li Qingyuan, and pulled him into the assessment space. Li Qingyuan looked around and found that this space was no different from the previous space, except that everyone was isolated in different spaces, that's all. 3 hours passed quickly. Among the over 1,000 people, 70 to 80 could refine the foundation establishment pill and meet the assessment threshold. What was even more peculiar was that among the 70 to 80 people, more than 20 came from the rogue cultivator camp. Their overall strength was weak, but the number of alchemists was actually the highest. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, rogue cultivators have it tough. The assessment officially begins. Time limit 1 day. Refine the pill, 3rd grade lower rank true person pill. 3 genuine pills, or at least 1 high-quality pill, is considered passing the assessment. The reward is a set of genuine true person pill refining materials. Li Qingyuan's expression was calm. A 3rd grade lower rank true person pill was easy enough to do with hands. Alchemy, this is my domain. If it's just an assessment of alchemy skills, then this Sun Moon Soul Nourishing Lotus, I, Li Qingyuan, am taking it. 6 chapters updated in 1 day. Update complete. Taoist friends, remember to click for a quick update and send some gifts. I, Li, will surely take you all the way. G Chapter 3rd Grade Spiritual Plants, picked until my hands are sore. More than 80 alchemists of 2nd grade middle rank and above. But this was only the threshold to start the assessment. Once they began refining the true person pill, many people's alchemy skills and standards were fully exposed. 1/3 had not reached the 3rd grade alchemist level, 1/3 barely managed to refine, but the quality was unqualified. In the end, only 1/3 successfully refined and met the quality requirements. Rogue cultivator team leader Yu Xiaowa was still the first to produce the pill, and the quality was extremely high, all 3 being high quality. This meant that this person was at least a 3rd grade middle rank alchemist. Yu Xiaowa, Fire Spirit Child, Wang Fugi, and the late stage core formation female cultivator had the highest alchemy quality, possessing 2 or more high quality true person pills. Li Qingyuan was in the 2nd tier, with 1 high quality pill and 2 genuine pills, slightly better than those with 3 genuine pills. Qualified persons, rewards granted. In the illusory space, cracks opened. Above the medicinal fields outside the mountain range, spiritual plants flew over, a total of 23 sets, all materials for refining the true person pill. Li Qingyuan received 1 set and immediately stored it in his spatial ring, thinking to himself, when I go out to refine pills, I won't need to control my score. 1 furnace of high-quality pills, then replicate 2 furnaces. Snacks for Ji Kun, Blood Shadow, Little Flame and the others are available again. 2nd round assessment, 3rd grade middle rank T10,000, true pill. Assessment requirements, 2 or more genuine pills are considered passing. Time limit, 3 days. Attempts, 3. At these words, many among the cultivators who had passed the true person pill assessment breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, 3 days time limit, 3 attempts. That's good, that's good. The chances of passing are much greater. Yes, fortunately, it doesn't continue to require 3 genuine pills or 1 high-quality pill or above. Third grade middle rank illusory alchemy furnace, 10,000 illusory materials. In this illusory space, alchemy skills could be simulated 100%, allowing everyone to perform normally. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. 10,000 true pill, this is a good thing. 1 high-quality 10,000 true pill has an effect second only to a high-quality condensation method pill, better than a drop of 10,000-year spiritual milk. It can instantly restore full health and mana consumption for mid-stage and early-stage core formation cultivators. In addition, taking true person pills and 10,000 true pills daily can also greatly increase cultivation speed, greatly benefiting those below late-stage core formation. The 23 people began alchemy again. Yu Xiao was still first, displaying astonishing alchemy skills. The difference was that this time his success rate decreased, producing 1 high-quality pill and 2 genuine pills. Fire Spirit Child and the late-stage core formation female cultivator followed closely, chasing after Yu Xiao. Wang Fugi felt the pressure. It took him several hours to succeed, producing 3 genuine pills. He sighed faintly. Alas, only when books are needed do you regret not reading more. Why didn't I continue to work hard back then and improve my alchemy skills a bit more? When Wang Fugi succeeded, Li Qingyuan also just happened to succeed, producing 1 furnace of 3 pills, all 3 genuine, successfully passing. Next, some people failed and regrouped to continue refining. Some succeeded on the 2nd attempt, some on the 3rd, and some failed all 3 times in a row. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the end, only 11 people passed. The spatial crack opened again. Above the medicinal fields, the array operated, picking 3rd-grade spiritual plants and drawing 10,000-year spiritual milk from the spiritual spring. A total of 11 sets of 10,000 true pill refining materials flew over. Li Qingyuan received 1 set and stored it away. In another space, over 1,000 people watched with burning eyes. 10,000-year spiritual milk, it's actually 10,000-year spiritual milk. Just 1 drop can allow a core formation cultivator to quickly recover mana consumption. For a late-stage core formation peak powerhouse with strong foundations, 2 or 3 drops can also be effective. 1 set of 10,000 true pill refining materials costs at least 60 to 70,000 spirit stones at the market. Adding the true person pill materials, they have already gained over 100,000 spirit stones in profit. Zhao Zhu praised. Fellow Taoist Yu Xiao's alchemy skills are truly unmatched. This person can actually refine high-quality 10,000 true pills. He must be a 3rd-grade upper-rank alchemist. Junior brother Zhao Chong, junior sister Zhao Dai, later I'll help you exchange for a few high-quality 10,000 true pills. The 2 were delighted. Thank you, senior brother Zhao Ju. Jiang Xuanchu nodded and said, this fellow Taoist Yu Xiao is quite capable. His alchemy skills far surpass our clan's 3rd-grade alchemists. If we can befriend him, it wouldn't be a bad thing, and we can also exchange for some 3rd-grade pills to have on hand. Before setting out, they also had 3rd-grade pills given by their clans, but they would eventually run out. Befriending an alchemist would allow them to have more pill resources and maintain their own strong endurance. Many people looked at Yu Xiao with burning eyes, developing the intention to befriend him. Even little Yuan Wang developed a fondness for talent and said, this person has the potential to become a 4th-grade alchemist. He is worth recruiting into our ranks and nurturing. A nascent soul. Early-stage cultivator who was also a 4th-grade alchemist had value second only to a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator. Even first-rate nascent soul forces would warmly recruit him. Yu Xiao's potential was worth little Yuan Wang's special regard. The leader of the Xuanzhou Alliance, Guanyang of Zhengyang sect, said, the more difficult assessment has begun. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they all looked over. Third round assessment, third grade middle rank condensation. Method: Pill WS. Assessment requirements: 2 or more genuine pills are considered passing. Time limit: 3 days. Attempts: 3. The condensation method. Pill had the same grade as the 10,000 true pill, but its refining difficulty was considered the peak among third-grade middle-rank pills. Those who could refine this pill could impact the rank of third-grade upper-rank alchemist. The 11 people on site took a deep breath and continued alchemy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bang! The furnace exploded. Wang Fugi exhaled a long breath of turbid air. I have done my best. All 3 attempts at alchemy ended in failure. Buzz. When Li Qingyuan refined his last furnace, he fortunately met the requirements, producing 1 furnace of 3 pills, 2 genuine and 1 lower rank, slightly better quality than the previous 2 furnaces. Of the 11 people, more than half were eliminated again, leaving only 5 who barely passed. Yu Xiao was the strongest, still with 1 high-quality pill and 2 genuine pills. He was definitely a prodigy among rogue cultivators and a genius among third-grade alchemists. His strength had definitely reached third-grade upper rank, and he had been there for many years. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for him to produce 1 high-quality pill and 2 genuine pills in a single furnace. The final 5 were Yu Xiao, Li Qingyuan, alias Zhou Gang, Fire Spirit Child, the late-stage core formation female cultivator, and Zhang Tianyu of the heavenly province Dao Gate, Dragon Tiger Mountain. 5 sets of condensation method. Pill materials flew over. Condensation goldgrass, demon jade marrow. Cleansing bamboo, purple flame condensation. Origin fruit, 3 core formation spiritual items, and various second-grade spiritual plant auxiliary materials, all flying over together. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up with joy as he stored away the condensation method pill materials. He now had 2 more furnaces of high-grade pills to cultivate Jikun, Blood Shadow, and Little Flame. Among the 5 who succeeded on site, Li Qingyuan had taken every step with great difficulty, barely managing, and, quite fortunately, his alchemy skills did not stand out compared to the other 4. Therefore, the attention of the various forces was mostly focused on the other 4, especially Yu Xiao, who received the most attention from everyone. Final round. Refine your own specialty. Third-grade upper-rank pill. Quality requirement: 1 furnace successfully refined with 1 or more genuine pills. Those who complete this round may enter the heritage site and obtain this seat's alchemy heritage. Time limit: 10 days. Attempts: 3. At these words, Yu Xiao looked at the other 4, watching their solemn expressions. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. This round was stable. Li Qingyuan's face showed a look of gravity, but in his heart he thought, this round is stable. Thank you, Sister Miaole, for the gift of the third-grade upper-rank alchemy heritage and 5 furnaces of 3-turn cyclone spirit pill, refining materials, helping me become a third-grade upper-rank alchemist. It's good to have you. Chapter 366, The Drama King Goes Online. 4th Order Pill Formula. Within the illusory space, 5 people were refining pills. 5 third-order superior-grade pill furnaces materialized. The 5 individuals injected their divine sense into jade slips, inscribed the names of the pills they were to refine, and then, one by one, illusory spirit plant ingredients were born out of thin air. It was evident that each of the 5 had their own specialty, a third-order superior-grade pill. They were particularly skilled and proficient at refining. Wang Fugui and the others were forced to withdraw from the inheritance space and were transported to the first layer space, becoming spectators. Wang Fugi said that Yu Xiao is definitely no ordinary rogue cultivator. It's very difficult for rogue cultivators to obtain third-order alchemy inheritances, especially third-order superior-grade alchemy inheritances, which are even rarer. Usually, only nascent soul sects or 4th-order alchemists possess them. The leading Taoist sect in Tianzhou is Mount Longhuo. The lineage of Taoist Zheng is most skilled in alchemy. This Zheng Tianyu can be considered one of the top 3 figures of the Taoist sect, and his alchemy skill is also supremely proficient. But even so, Zheng Tianyu is still slightly inferior to Yu Shaoer. Jiang Xuanshu nodded. Correct. This Yu Shaoer not only has the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, but also the potential to become a 4th-order alchemist. There must be another inheritance behind him. At this moment, Guanyang flattered with a smile. The little Yuan king truly has a wealth of talented people under his command. Among the 5 closest to Tian Muzi's alchemy inheritance, 2 are from your sect. The little Yuan king said calmly. For those under my command who are loyal, diligent, and exceptionally talented, I will never be stingy with various inheritances and resources for their cultivation. This maidservant of mine was merely the daughter of a fisherman, of humble birth. She was fortunate enough to catch my eye, and with my cultivation, she has achieved today's brilliance. Guanyang looked at the late core formation female cultivator and praised. This woman has the potential for great achievement. Her appearance and temperament are not inferior to the legitimate female disciples of first-rate nascent soul sects. I never expected she was merely a maidservant under the little Yuan king, Zhao Jue said. The alchemy has begun. Everyone looked at the final 5 people. Zhao Tongshuan looked at Zhou Gang, thinking to himself, where did this expert suddenly come from? Every time he refines pills, it's a narrow, lucky success. Once is one thing, but every single time, it's definitely not simple. Alas, that hateful little Yuan king. Zhao Tongshuan cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the 5 Element sect's arrogant and domineering behavior scaring away senior brother Qing Yuan with his alchemy skill, that mere Yu Shaoer would be nothing to worry about. Our Sanle Immortal sect could have been the biggest winner. Zhao Tongshuan, Xiao Yuanji, Qi Yuxuan, and Sun. He looked at each other and let out a long sigh. Yu Shaoer was refining pills, specifically the 3rd-order superior grade pill he was best at. His technique was quite skilled. He succeeded in one day, producing a furnace of 3 pills, 2 standard grade and 1 low grade. He was a well-deserved 3rd-order superior grade alchemist. Moreover, the 2 standard grade pills indicated his skill was mature. As long as he could eventually refine premium grade 3rd-order superior grade pills, and coupled with his advancement to the nascent soul stage, he would definitely be able to challenge the 4th-order alchemist rank within the next few decades. Zhang Tianyu's alchemy skill was slightly inferior, but he also succeeded on his first try, producing a furnace of 3 pills, 1 standard grade and 2 low grade. Refining a standard grade pill was the qualification for being considered a genuine 3rd-order superior grade alchemist, not just barely meeting the requirements. Hualizi's progress was not smooth. He failed twice in a row, producing only 3 low-grade pills each time, failing to meet the qualification requirements. The core formation female cultivator's alchemy skill was on par with Hualizi's. They belonged to the category of having some talent for alchemy. With sufficient resources, they could reach the 3rd-order superior grade, but to become a 4th-order alchemist, comprehension always outweighed resources. Bang! Li Qingyuan's furnace exploded. For the first furnace, he was too impatient. During the step of removing impurities from the spiritual liquid, he pushed himself to the limit and beyond to purify it, causing the furnace to explode before the pill could even coalesce. For the second furnace, Li Qingyuan learned from his experience. He removed impurities from the spiritual liquid according to his own ability range, successfully coalesced the pill, and obtained 3 low-grade 3rd revolution spirit rotation pills. However, he still didn't meet the requirements. His face turned red with frustration, and he roared, "Why is it still a little short? A little short? It's clearly just a little bit. I won't accept this. I refuse to accept it." Li Qingyuan, under the alias Zhou Gang, had disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes. He said hysterically, "I, Zhou Gang, swear by my Dao heart, if I can successfully advance today and be fortunate enough to glimpse the grand Dao of precious pills, Even if I ultimately stop at core formation and cannot form my nascent soul, I am willing to accept it. The oath Zhou Gang swore, what did it have to do with me, Li Qingyuan? Upon hearing this, the crowd was moved. Someone cursed, "Madman! A true madman! This person is possessed. He would give up the nascent soul Grand Tao just for the path of alchemy." I don't understand. Cultivators have always prioritized raising their cultivation realm. I can't understand it either. The little Yuan king sneered. A foolish rogue cultivator. Something that can't be brought onto the stage. A frog at the bottom of a well, how could it know the vastness of the celestial immortal path? Ha 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 ha, I did it, I did it! Li Qingyuan, under the alias Zhou Gang, laughed uproariously, his smile manic, deeply entranced by his obsession. He held 3 pills in his hand, 1 standard grade, 2 low grade. A lucky success, ha ha ha. He laughed loudly, laughing until tears streamed down his face. But in the eyes of others, he was like a madman, devoid of reason, lacking any immortal bearing. Bang! Bang! 2 dull thuds. Huolidzi and the late core formation female cultivator failed consecutively. Their final furnaces only produced 2 low-grade pills. When they tried to condense a standard-grade pill, it exceeded their capabilities, causing the furnace to explode. The 2 failed and were teleported out. Huolidzi and the late core formation female cultivator felt they had no face to face the little Yuan king. They said shamefully, "We have failed in our task. We beg the master to punish us." The little Yuan king waved his hand and said, "It's fine, rise." He leaned back slightly, reclining sideways on his throne, looking at Yu Xiao and Zhang Tianyu. He said, "Tianmuzi must have been a cultivator above the nascent soul stage in life." And the human king also said, "This place is a void refining grotto. Heaven." The inheritance left by Tianmuzi must be the precious pill inheritance. In my opinion, this precious pill inheritance will most likely fall into the hands of Yu Xiao and Zhang Tianyu. Huolidzi flattered. The master is wise. This subordinate also thinks so. The little Yuan king simultaneously transmitted a message to Huolidzi, Shualingzi, and the late core formation female cultivator, "Pass on my order. If the precious pill inheritance falls into Zhang Tianyu's hands, directly seize it by force. If it's Yu Xiao, first try to recruit him. If recruitment fails, kill." The single word "kill" was transmitted to the ears of the late core formation cultivators under his command. The people under the little Yuan king received the order and secretly prepared for battle. Wang Fugi glanced at the little Yuan king and thought helplessly, "Troublesome. I hope my reputation will still be useful this time. I really don't want to start a war with the little Yuan king, but if I fail to complete the task assigned by His Majesty the Human King, I won't have the face to face him." Wang Fugi had received a secret mission on this trip to contain the little Yuan king and ensure the smooth progress of the Heavenly Pride trial. This mission was personally issued by the human king himself. Even the head of the Wang family didn't know about it. Wang Fugui rubbed his fat belly and thought, "Fighting and killing, it's really annoying. They've disappeared." Li Yangshu suddenly spoke, and everyone looked over. Indeed, Yu Xiao, Zhang Tianyu, and Li Qingyuan alias Zhou Gang had vanished. This time, no one could observe them anymore. They disappeared? The little Yuan king activated his nascent soul divine sense, probing with all his might, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. He couldn't detect anything. "Wait, we'll wait for them to come out." In a mysterious space, Li Qingyuan was teleported there. Besides him, there was no one else. Yu Xiao had disappeared, and Zhang Tianyu had also disappeared, and Zhang Tianyu had also disappeared. At the same time, in 3 separate spaces, Li Qingyuan, Yu Xiao, and Zhang Tianyu each appeared. Each had a 4th-order pill furnace and a set of 4th-order materials. The same programmed voice of the inheritance site sounded again. "Inheritor, please comprehend the 4th-order pill and refine it." A 4th-order pill formula. Li Qingyuan was slightly startled. He reached out and grasped a jade slip, injecting his divine sense. Fourth Order Low-Grade Pill, Purifying Spirit, Illusory Dream Pill. Chapter 367, A Man's Will, Fourth Order Pill completed. Purifying Spirit. Illusory Dream Pill, a Fourth Order Low-Grade Pill. It can help core formation cultivators below the peak of core formation to directly raise their divine sense realm by one level without any side effects. Any core formation cultivator, as long as they are below the peak of core formation, will definitely have their divine sense raised by one level after taking this pill. It's enough to drive core formation cultivators crazy. The effect is simply invincible. For cultivators at the peak of core formation, taking this pill can increase their chance of condensing nascent soul divine sense by 10 to 50%. For this assessment, comprehend the formula of the Purifying Spirit Illusory Dream Pill and refine it. Unlimited attempts, time limit of 1 year. Li Qingyuan was slightly surprised. Unlimited attempts, time limit of 1 year? For a third-order superior-grade alchemist to refine a fourth-order low-grade pill beyond their rank, the difficulty is no less than a late core formation cultivator fighting a late core formation cultivator fighting a late nascent soul cultivator beyond their rank. Almost simultaneously in the three spaces, Li Qingyuan, Yu Xiaoer, and Zhang Tianyu said in unison, "The chance of success is 0." The three of them reached the same conclusion. This assessment was destined for their failure. Within the Xuanpin space, Zhao Guangjing smiled and said, "Master, actually you still have a chance of success. First, your comprehension is truly the highest I have ever seen in my life. Second, your divine sense realm has already reached the peak of core formation, only a hair's breadth away from nascent soul divine sense. You can give it a try. Finally, and most importantly," Zhao Guangjing said, "you have the longevity seed. The longevity seed originates from Jia wood and Yi wood, transformed by the fusion of yin and yang jewel wood. It converges yang wood qi and yin wood qi, surpassing the wood attribute, spiritual qi of all spiritual plants under heaven. It can be called the imperial qi of azure wood." Li Qingyuan was stunned. Imperial qi of azure wood. Does it have something to do with the azure wood longevity art? Zhao Guangjing said, "Yes. Condensing the longevity seed is the key to cultivating the immortal cultivation technique, the azure wood longevity art. And the azure wood longevity art is also known as the azure wood imperial art. Once cultivated successfully, one can govern the essence of all wood qi under heaven, cultivate the azure wood longevity divine ability, and become the emperor of wood. Therefore, by using the longevity seed to refine pills, you can govern wood attribute, spiritual qi, greatly increasing the success rate." Li Qingyan asked, "In that case, what is my probability of successfully forming the pill?" Zhao Guangjing pondered for a moment, then said, "Less than 25%. "That's enough," Li Qingyan said. Going from a 0% success rate to less than 25% was a qualitative change. Without the longevity seed, he would never have been able to achieve even this. Li Qingyuan immediately sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Meanwhile, in the other two spaces, Yu Xiaoer and Zhang Tianyu each sat cross-legged and said, "Since we're here, even if we can't refine the pill, just memorizing the formula is a great gain." A fourth-order pill formula, especially an ancient pill, was a welcome gain even for nascent soul forces. Soon, Yu Xiaoer and Zhang Tianyu's spirits lifted. "It's indeed a good formula, must memorize it." The three were immersed in comprehension, and days passed one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. "Hues." Li Qingyuan let out a long breath. With a thought, he summoned the Blood Shadow clone and said, "Blood Shadow, help me refine the pill." The blood shadow nodded and began to activate the earth fire simulated by the illusory space, channeling the power of the earth fire to heat the fourth order pill furnace. The flames entered the furnace through small holes, causing the temperature inside and outside the furnace to rise sharply simultaneously. The simulated space was virtual, but it was also a world of spiritual entities, allowing each examinee to perform their alchemy skills normally. The blood shadow was Li Qingyuan's clone. It possessed all the skills and attack spells that the main body controlled. Moreover, the main body could command it with a single thought, and the clone would immediately sense and respond. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, sweeping various spirit plants into the pill furnace. Then, he activated his divine sense to observe the inside of the furnace, channeling the earth fire's power to melt the spiritual liquid. The purifying spirit, illusory dream pill, used the sun, moon soul, nourishing lotus as the main ingredient, third-order purifying spirit grass, and third-order illusory dream vine as the two main auxiliary ingredients, followed by 3 common third-order spirit plants and 7 second-order spirit plants. A total of 13 spirit plants needed to be refined and fused. The difficulty of refining was extremely high. Even with Li Qingyuan's alchemy skill that could produce premium-grade third revolution spirit rotation pills, it would be extremely difficult for him without nascent soul divine sense. Zhao Guangjing said, "Master, you just focus on refining the pill. I will assist you with all my strength." "And me, Master." Zheng Xing quickly spoke up. His nascent soul body floated in the air, and his nascent soul divine sense spread out, carefully observing and analyzing the inside of the furnace. When Li Qingyuan was comprehending the pill formula, he had called Old Zhao and Zheng Xing to join him. Ji Kun and Xiao Yan had also wanted to help, but Li Qingyuan stuffed them back. Using Zhao Guanjing's primordial spirit power as the main support, supplemented by Zheng Xing's nascent soul divine sense, they had already memorized the formula and knew the operation for each step. The blood shadow was also an assistant, controlling the earth fire to melt the spirit plants. A day later, the various spirit plants were successfully melted. Finally, the main ingredient was ready. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, waved his hand, and the sun-moon soul, nourishing lotus, flew out, plunging into the pill furnace. The blood shadow drove the furnace lid to open and close, providing perfect assistance. Rush, rush. The blazing fire burned fiercely as the earth fire was injected into the furnace, burning intensely, continuously calcining the sun, moon, soul. Nourishing lotus. Its branches, leaves, stems, and lotus leaves began to wither and dry up, and bit by bit, spiritual liquid began to seep out. Zhao Guangjing continuously prompted, "Master, the fire is too weak." "Zheng Xing, with me here, you don't need to use your nascent soul divine sense. Use your nascent soul true fire to inject into the furnace, boosting the earth fire's momentum to melt the spirit plants." Zheng Xing thought to himself, "Old bastard, always trying to curry favor." However, Zheng Xing didn't dare to argue. He obediently assisted the blood shadow in channeling the earth fire's power, increasing the fire's intensity to dissolve the fourth-order spirit plants. Fourth-order spirit plants had extremely strong spirituality. They needed to be dissolved and refined with just the right amount of force. Using too much force or the wrong method would cause the medicinal power to be lost, severely reducing the success rate. Even if they succeeded by luck, the quality of the pill would be very low. After several hours of cooperation, the 4 finally melted the sun-moon soul, nourishing lotus. Zhao Guangjing said in a deep voice, "Master, the next part is all up to you." Li Qingyuan nodded. Among the people present, he had the highest alchemy skill. However, Old Zhao's primordial spirit power was the best possible assistant. Zhao Guangjing said, "Master, after you can refine the purifying spirit illusory dream pill, could you refine a few premium grade ones for me? It would help me recover a bit of my vitality. This item is quite beneficial for my current primordial spirit strength." Li Qingyuan nodded. Naturally, no problem. The stronger Zhao Guangjing was, the more beneficial it was for him. Zheng Xing shamelessly said, "Master, I want some too." "It depends on your performance," Li Qingyuan said flatly. Zheng Xing, biased. So biased. Zheng Xing, biased. Zhao Guanzheng prompted, "Begin the liquid fusion." Li Qingyuan formed hand seals with both hands, his divine sense perceiving the changes in the pill. His hands guided his core formation spiritual power to strike out alchemy seals. The apex Jia wood art circulated, the longevity seed hummed, and yang wood spiritual power spread out. The 13 types of medicinal liquid intermingled, merging into one mass. The various medicinal properties were different, with wood attribute spiritual liquid as the main body. Some were inclined towards yin-cold, some inclined towards damp heat, and some had a warming and nourishing medicinal property. Fuse. Li Qingyuan continuously removed impurities from the spiritual liquid, using his Jia wood spiritual power to guide the fusion of the 13 types of medicinal liquid. The difficulty of fusion was indeed weaker than he had imagined, and the process went somewhat smoothly. Even so, he did not dare to be careless. With Zhao Guanzheng's primordial spirit power monitoring at all times, combined with the feedback from his own divine sense perception, he successfully completed the liquid fusion step without any major incidents. Divide the pill. Li Qingyuan formed a hand seal, his divine sense guided, and his spiritual power struck out alchemy seals. The oval-shaped mass of medicinal liquid split into 3. The final step, coalesce the pill. Just as the pill coalescence began, Zhao Guanzheng's expression changed. "Master, steady, steady, stabilize your divine sense power." "I can't stabilize it." Li Qingyuan's expression changed. With a bang, one of the pill embryos exploded in the furnace. Li Qingyuan immediately took a spirit-condensing pill and a 10,000 true pill to replenish his spiritual power and divine sense consumption. He continued to strike out alchemy seals for the pill coalescence. The blood shadow simultaneously struck out coalescence alchemy seals, cooperating seamlessly with Li Qingyuan, doubling the efficiency. Zheng Xing took over the earth fire formation, responsible for controlling the fire according to the requirements. Hum, hum, hum! The fourth order pill was about to succeed. An increasingly strong repulsive force rippled outwards, continuously impacting Li Qingyuan's peak core formation divine sense, causing his divine sense to deplete rapidly. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain. "Master, hold on." Zhao Guanzheng's primordial spirit power could only be responsible for observing, analyzing, and formulating responses. He did not dare to directly intervene in the alchemy process, as even the slightest deviation would cause the furnace to explode immediately. Zheng Xing also said nervously, "This cooperation is perfect, only one step away from success. If we try again later, we can't guarantee we'll be in this state. Master, hold on a little longer. The precious pill inheritance is about to be obtained." "I know." Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. But he was sweating profusely, his body trembling, his face pale, his mental energy overdrawn, and the veins on his face bulged. He gritted his teeth and held on, absolutely refusing to give up. He already had many advantages. He had old Zhao's primordial spirit power, observing and providing feedback at any time. His own alchemy skill had also reached the pinnacle of the third order superior grade. Furthermore, he had the blessing of the longevity seed's Jia wood spiritual power. If he still failed and missed the precious pill inheritance, he could not forgive himself for losing such a great opportunity. Hold on, hold on, hold on, just a little longer. Walking this path, how many times had he persevered? Secluding himself, drawing talismans, refining artifacts, refining pills, cultivating techniques and spells. He cultivated silently, persistently, and resolutely. He wanted longevity. He wanted to become an immortal. Li Qingyuan's spirit and body had gone numb, but his hands still continuously formed alchemy seals and struck them out, constantly polishing the pill embryos, perfecting them. He had clearly reached his limit, yet he could still persist. Zhao Guanzheng stroked his beard and sighed in admiration. I am reminded of a saying. A certain great power once said, "When the body reaches its limit, the will lead you out of the encirclement." Boom! The fourth order pill furnace erupted with spiritual light, filling the entire space. The light was dazzling, forcing Zhenjing to close his eyes. In the midst of the intense light, a figure in a green robe slowly walked out. Li Qingyuan, exhausted to his very core, was unable to maintain the formless divine ability, and his appearance reverted from Zhou Zhong back to his own. He opened his right hand. In his palm, 2 purifying spirit illusory dream pills hummed, spiritual light overflowing in all directions. Zhang Xing and Zhao Guangzheng were both stunned simultaneously, deeply moved. The spirit of a man was, at this moment, completely embodied. This man was very handsome. Chapter 368, Sun Moon Soul, Nourishing Lotus, Treasure Pill Inheritance. A sense of manliness is a feeling. A true man is also a feeling. This feeling can only be understood and resonated with by men. At this moment, even Zhao Guangzheng and Zhen Xing couldn't help but praise Li Qingyuan, a true man. The cleansing spirit, illusionary spirit pill was successfully refined. 2 pills were formed, of inferior quality. This was a 4th grade inferior pill. Li Qingyuan grinned. From now on, Li Qingyuan had officially broken through the shackles of a 3rd grade top grade alchemist, stepped into the ranks of a 4th grade alchemist, and ascended to the highest echelon of alchemists in the 9 provinces continent. Although this success contained an element of luck and was further aided by the cheats of the longevity seed PPPPP, quote, primordial spirit body Ol Zhao, no matter how you looked at it, he had truly succeeded. As long as he succeeded once, Li Qingyuan could obtain unlimited guidance from the mysterious womb space, any time, any place, without limit on the number of times. As long as he wanted to learn, he could learn, delve deeply, learn in a textbook manner, right down to the core, continuously improving his success rate, turning luck into strength. Successor, congratulations on refining the cleansing spirit illusionary spirit pill and passing the trial. You will become my successor in the Tao of Alchemy. Remember my name, Tian Muzi. A spatial rift opened and medicinal herbs flew in one by one, 3rd grade cleansing spirit grass, 3rd grade illusionary spirit vine, and 3 other types of 3rd grade spiritual plants, along with 7 types of high-quality 2nd grade spiritual plants. The last one was 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3/10 of an inch tall, shaped like a lotus flower. Half of it possessed the power of the sun, half the power of the moon. Sun and moon intermingled, warming and nourishing the soul, bringing peace to one's divine sense, and capable of nurturing the heart and spirit. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy. These are the materials for refining the cleansing spirit, illusionary spirit pill. He immediately stored them in the mysterious womb space. Bathed in the light of creation, the 13 types of spiritual plants were instantly and perfectly replicated. The alchemy materials became 2 sets, doubling their value. 4th grade spiritual plants were precious and rare. Adding this to the previous alchemy rewards, Li Qingyuan directly became the biggest winner among the inheritance contenders. A jade slip condensed out of thin air. Li Qingyuan reached out and grasped it. Flowing light appeared on the surface of the jade slip, and golden characters were engraved upon it. Tianmu Alchemy Manual. Li Qingyuan's divine sense surged, pouring into the jade slip, and his face was filled with ecstasy. My name is Tian Muzi. I am one of the 5 elements battle servants under Lord Divine General. My cultivation is at the peak of the void refining stage, 1 step away from the unity stage. I am also a grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy, refining pills and cultivating elites for Lord Divine General. However, the heavenly Tao collapsed. The 9 provinces' celestial domain suddenly encountered a great calamity. It was sealed off by a supreme mighty being using the great divine ability of cutting off the earth and penetrating the heavens, isolating it from the myriad worlds and from the heavenly Tao. Outsiders cannot enter, those inside cannot escape. Time is ruthless. The great Tao leaves no trace. Under the erosion of the river of time, the 9 provinces continent gradually entered an age of ending Dharma. The rules of the heavenly Tao continuously weakened. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously dried up. The powerful were continuously eroded by the power of heaven and earth, their magical power becoming nourishment for this realm. We were in despair. The path of immortality was severed. What could be done? Lord Divine General joined forces with several mighty cultivators at the Mahayana stage, attempting to forcibly open the heavenly gate and chisel through the realm wall, to establish contact with the myriad worlds and allow our 9 provinces continent to return to the embrace of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, even until Lord Divine General and the several Mahayana cultivators fell, they still could not break through the realm wall. Li Qingyuan's heart was deeply moved. A group of mighty cultivators, originally at the Mahayana, Unity, Void Refining, and Nascent Soul stages, were continuously eroded by the heavenly Tao of this realm, struggling in their final moments. A feeling of despair continuously shrouded, enveloped, and eventually eroded them completely. People of later generations, we have done our best. Just reading this sentence, Li Qingyuan could feel Tianmuzi's despair, helplessness, bitterness, and finally, his release. We could not bear to see our inheritance wither away, and we also hoped that people of later generations would remember our names. Therefore, we agreed to open a spatial world here and leave behind our respective inheritances. This jade slip records my lifelong learning in the Tao of Alchemy, divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume is the Basic Alchemy chapter, recording 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and 4th grade pill formulas, alchemy insights, comprehension of the Tao of Alchemy, and rare pill formulas different from the secular world. The lower volume is the Core Alchemy chapter, recording the formulas, refining methods, and my comprehension, perfection, and adjustments of 7 types of treasure pills. This is the core of my alchemy inheritance. Li Qingyuan's divine sense glanced over, and he immediately saw various 1st grade pills, 2nd grade pills, 3rd grade pills, and 4th grade pills. The pill formulas he already had were all there, and the ones he didn't have were also there. There were over 80 types each of 1st grade and 2nd grade pills. There were over 20 types of 3rd grade pills. For Li Qingyuan, this was like finding a priceless treasure. A priceless treasure. His 3rd grade alchemy inheritance could be further perfected. There were a full 18 types of 4th grade pills, including the Cleansing Spirit Illusionary Spirit pill. Seeing these 18 4th grade pill formulas made Li Qingyuan's heart race and his blood boil. Are there pills that enhance nascent soul divine sense? Pills that enhance nascent soul magical power? Pills that aid in executing secret techniques? And even special pills that enhance the nascent soul's physical body? Excellent, excellent. Li Qingyuan looked at the dazzling array of pill formulas, falling into ecstasy, falling into ecstasy. The next second, Li Qingyuan's expression solidified, solidified, solidified. Now is not the time for rejoicing. He immediately consumed a high-quality 10,000 truths pill. After taking this valuable pill, the magical power and divine sense consumed during alchemy quickly recovered to their peak. He activated his supreme divine ability and once again transformed into his alternate identity, Zhou Gang. Li Qingyuan looked at the final 7 pill formulas. Instantly, he felt dizzy and his divine sense stung. Zhao Guangzheng said, "Master, with your current level of divine sense, you are not qualified to comprehend the treasure pills. Comprehending a treasure pill is like refining a treasure artifact. Even with the divine sense of a late nascent soul or peak nascent soul cultivator, one can only comprehend 1 or 2. Your divine sense is only at the peak of the core formation stage. You cannot even look directly at a treasure pill or a treasure artifact." Li Qingyuan was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. "I didn't expect that just comprehending a treasure pill would be so difficult. This makes me look forward to these treasure pills even more." He immediately put away the Tian Mu alchemy manual and stored it in the mysterious womb space. Old Zhao, Zhen Xing, Blood Shadow, let's go. Li Qingyuan took back all his helpers, storing them in the space. With a thought, he stopped resisting the spatial force and was teleported away. Meanwhile, a short time earlier, Yu Shao failed in his alchemy attempt and said helplessly, "As expected, a 4th grade inferior pill is not something I can refine right now. Even though I have peak core formation, divine sense, and the alchemy secrets passed down by my teacher, I still cannot achieve cross-grade pill refining. There is absolutely no chance of success." At the same time, Zhang Tianyu of Dragon Tiger Mountain said helplessly, "Alas, I can't even refine a high-quality 3rd grade top-grade pill. Forcing a breakthrough to become a 4th grade inferior alchemist, there is simply no possibility of success. With my current state, forcibly refining a 4th grade inferior cleansing spirit." Illusionary. Spirit pill is like using my late core formation cultivation to forcibly challenge a nascent soul true lord. It's no different from seeking death. After only attempting once, the two chose to give up. In different spaces, they spoke in unison. Just one attempt at refining has exhausted my divine sense, magical power, physical strength, and mental energy. If I force it again, I will definitely suffer backlash and damage my Tao foundation. But fortunately, I have already memorized the pill formula. Time to leave. With a thought, the two voluntarily gave up and left the space. Yu Shao and Zhang Tianyu exited the space almost one right after the other, with less than 10 breaths of time between them. As soon as the two appeared, little Prince Yuan's figure flickered, and he stood atop the 5 Elements mountain, looking down from a height. "Did either of you obtain the treasure pill inheritance?" Zhang Tianyu shook his head. "No, the trial was too difficult." Yu Shao didn't want to offend little Prince Yuan and added, replying to little Prince Yuan, "I did not either." The final trial was to refine a 4th grade inferior pill. Only those who refined the pill could obtain Tianluzi's alchemy inheritance. The crowd was shocked upon hearing this. Refining a 4th grade pill? How is that possible? Wang Fugi shook his head and said, "Refining a 4th grade pill is no different from a late core formation cultivator fighting a nascent soul true lord to a standstill. There is absolutely no chance of success." Jiang Xuanshu, Guan Yang, Zhao Tongshuan, and the others discussed animatedly, all stating that refining a 4th grade pill was completely impossible. Little Prince Yuan's gaze solidified, hardened, as he looked at Yu Shao and Zhang Tianyu. "Are you two telling the truth? Was the final trial really refining a 4th grade pill? Was it not some other test?" The two nodded. "We absolutely do not dare to deceive." "I don't believe you," little Prince Yuan said coldly. "Let me search your souls to verify, and then I will believe you." As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Shao and Zhang Tianyu's expressions changed drastically, as did the expressions of the core formation prodigies from their respective camps. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely tense. Humel. Just then, another person emerged from the space. It was Li Qingyuan in his Zhougang identity. "Well, how could this be? How could this be?" Zhougang, a burly man, wailed loudly, crying like a hopeless child. How could the final trial be a 4th grade pill test? Cough, cough, cough. Li Qingyuan coughed up blood, his face pale, his steps unsteady, his magical power and divine sense in chaos. His magical power and divine sense were severely overdrawn, showing the miserable state of someone who had forcibly attempted a cross-grade pill refinement and suffered backlash. "I'm not willing to accept this. I'm not willing to accept this." Li Qingyuan quietly activated his heart demon pupils. A demonic aura began to spread, growing thicker and thicker. He had fallen into demonic possession. Boom! Li Qingyuan's magical power vibrated. His eyes were deeply invaded by the heart demon. He laughed maniacally, looking at a 2nd grade pill in his hand and laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I succeeded. A 4th grade pill, refined in an instant." Li Qingyuan suddenly looked at the crowd, shouting like a madman, "Don't steal my treasure pill inheritance! Don't steal my 4th grade pill! Mine! It's all mine!" Swoosh! Li Qingyuan leaped into the air and fled. His mid-core formation magical power was fully activated, turning him into a streak of light that shot through the crowd and quickly flew away. One moment he was laughing. "Ha ha ha, I succeeded! I've become a 4th grade alchemist." The next moment he was screaming in panic, "Don't steal my pills! Don't steal my treasure pill inheritance!" Everything Li Qingyuan said was true, but not a single person at the scene believed him. After about 10 or more breaths, Li Qingyuan staggered away, flying off in a demented state, and disappeared from sight. The crowd was stunned, dumbfounded. Chapter 36-9, Stealthy Development, Number 1 in Points. Wang Fugi said in astonishment, "There really are people so obsessed with the Tao of alchemy that they go mad for it." Jiang Xuanshu shook his head. "A pity, such a pity." This person had the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator, and also the potential to become a 4th grade alchemy master. But because his obsession with the treasure pill inheritance was too deep, he fell into demonic possession. This person is already finished. Zhao Zhuo also shook his head regretfully. Zhao Tongshuan frowned, thinking to himself, "I feel like something is off, but I can't quite put my finger on it." Little Prince Yuan sneered and said arrogantly, "This hereditary prince has said it before, loose cultivators ultimately cannot be presented in formal settings." Upon hearing this, Yu Shao'er, Tan Yueyi, and the other loose cultivators present looked extremely displeased. Boom! At this moment, the spatial power dissipated, and the spatial array collapsed. Between the 18 mountain ranges, 2nd and 3rd grade spirit beasts cried out and roared. Having gained their freedom, they charged in for the kill. The quasi-4th grade demon beast, the great demon guarding the sun-moon soul. Nourishing Lotus, the celestial winged demon hound, roared in fury towards the sky. It charged forward with a surging momentum, causing the gathered core formation prodigies to look on in terror. A quasi-4th grade demon beast is no match for anyone less than a human false infant true lord. Run, retreat. Little Prince Yuan, Wang Fugui, Jiang Xuanshu, Fire Spirit, Water Spirit, Yu Shao'er, and other top experts, however, remained expressionless, calmly watching the approaching quasi-4th grade Great Demon and the numerous 3rd grade demon and the numerous 3rd grade Great Demon and the numerous 3rd grade demon beasts. Boom! Little Prince Yuan made the first move, unleashing the imitation Dharma artifact of the 5 Elements Mountain. The 100-jang mountain peak flew through the air, colliding head-on with the celestial winged demon hound, sending it flying back 1,000 jang. The domineering and aggressive little Prince Yuan flickered, standing atop the mountain peak. Pointing into the distance, he said, "Leave this beast to this hereditary prince, hereditary prince, hereditary prince. No one is to interfere. Disciples of the 5-element sect, listen to my command. Slay the demon beasts, seize the spiritual plants, and earn points." Fire Spirit, Water Spirit, Cao Yifei, the late core formation maidservant, and the others received their orders. They led the core formation prodigies of the 5-element sect charging out, slaying demon beasts and seizing spiritual plants. Wang Fugi, Jiang Xuanshu, and the others also made their moves. "We've been delayed for nearly 3 months and have gained almost nothing. Let's sweep through these demon beasts and spiritual plants. Move out." Zhao Zhuo led his group out. The more than 80 people from the 7 nations of the desolate state joined the battle, avoiding the other 6 major powers. They fought on the periphery alongside the loose cultivator forces, picking up the scraps. High in the sky, little Prince Yuan's peak core formation aura exploded forth. With the imitation 5 Elements Mountain in hand, various high-grade Dharma artifacts deployed, and even his own natal Dharma artifact in play, he forced the celestial winged demon hound to retreat step by step. Ow! The celestial winged demon hound howled at the sky. One wing burned hot as fire, the other was cold as yin frost. Sun and moon intermingled, water and fire complemented each other. Its 100 xiang body swept across the sky, its wings fanning out flames and ice power. Its two heads roared skyward. Boom! Boom! The two heads spat out attacks. One pillar of fire, one pillar of ice. After the ice and fire intermingled, their power skyrocketed, blasting the imitation. 5 elements mountain back 100 xiang. Beast, die. Little Prince Yuan executed some high-grade spell. His natal Dharma artifact shot out, directly shattering the celestial winged demon hound's killing move, severely wounding it and sending it flying back. It crashed into the earth, kicking up a storm. Slash. A sword light flew out, traversing the void without a trace. With a tearing sound, it pierced through the celestial winged demon hound's head, penetrating the demon beast's massive skull. Its tough hide and hard cranium were as fragile as paper. The sword light flew out, and impaled on the longsword was an object. The demon beast's essence spirit. Little Prince Yuan sneered, collected the demon beast's essence spirit, demon core, and the celestial winged demon hound's corpse. His powerful gaze swept across the entire field, and not a single person dared to meet his eyes. Zhang Xuanshu's expression changed. Little Prince Yuan's strength is probably already above Ye Xuan and Wang Fugi. He, the world's third-ranked prodigy, would probably have to become the world's fourth. Wang Fugi's gaze solidified, hardened, and he thought to himself, "Your Majesty, the human king, the task you assigned me is truly troublesome. This little Prince Yuan truly has the bearing of being undefeated among core formation cultivators." 2 hours later, the demon beasts and spiritual plants in the mountain range had been swept clean by everyone. However, everyone's expressions were very bad, including Little Prince Yuan's. Because the 4th-grade spiritual plant, the Sun Moon Soul Nourishing Lotus, had vanished without a trace. But none of the people present had picked it. Why had it disappeared? As for the only person who had left, Li Qingyuan, no one paid him any mind. The alchemy inheritance seeker, Zhang Tianyu of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the loose cultivator alchemy prodigy, Yu Xiao'er, neither of them could refine a 4th-grade pill. How could a mid-core formation loose cultivator possibly do it? They had also witnessed Li Qingyuan falling into demonic possession with their own eyes. At this moment, various factions received voice transmissions. Reporting to Master, "We have discovered a sword Dao stele. We found that comprehending one stele grants 1 point, and there is no limit on the number of people. Young Patriarch, young Sect Master, we have discovered a sword Dao inheritance, suspected to be left by a void-refining stage sword cultivator. Come quickly." From various factions, transmission jade slips kept lighting up. Little Prince Yuan said loudly, "Let's go." The various factions moved upon hearing the news. A void-refining stage sword cultivator's inheritance would surely be a sword Dao treasure art. If one could cultivate even 1 or 2 aspects of it, it would be enough to dominate core formation and nascent soul stages and help in assault refining the deity transformation stage. They whistled past, flying across the sky, their wakes creating booming sounds, their momentum astonishing. After everyone had left, Li Qingyuan slowly walked out of a valley. With a thought, the 8 Tianmu Alchemy Manual, the Sun Moon Soul Nourishing Lotus, and various 3rd-grade spiritual plants flew out. Beams of spiritual light were injected into his competition jade token, and his points skyrocketed. Obtaining the inheritance directly gave him 100 points. The 4th-grade spiritual plant, Sun Moon Soul Nourishing Lotus, gave 10 points. Adding up the various spiritual plants, plus the demon beasts hunted earlier, Li Qingyuan's points directly reached over 160. He grinned. "When the 3-year trial period ends with my current score, it shouldn't be difficult to rank in the top 100 and enter the Human King Palace." Li Qingyuan mused. They left so eagerly, all heading in the same direction. They must have discovered something else. But for now, I can't use the identity of Li Qingyuan, nor the alternate identity Zhou Gang. Li Qingyuan thought for a moment. His formless divine ability activated, changing his aura, appearance, and physique, completely transforming him into another person. "I am Luo Zhengyi, Greetings to all fellow Taoists. Hehe. The alternate identity of Zhen Yud had been used in the Foundation establishment trial grounds. Among the survivors, a few still remembered it, like Zhao Chong and Zhao Dai. Therefore, Li Qingyuan had to use another alternate identity, Luo Jingyi. Just like Zhen Yud, it sounded like a good person's name. Swish! Li Qingyuan leaped into the air, following the direction everyone had gone, and disappeared. Meanwhile, outside the void refining space, on the Human King's throne, the Human King lightly tapped the armrest of his throne. His robust physique and heroic face exuded authority without anger. All the cultivators present, except for the Five Elements King, were nascent soul true lords acting as his ministers, looking up to their sovereign. The Human King's face showed contemplation. This void refining cave, heaven, has a total of 5 inheritances. 3 are hidden and require keys to open. 2 of the cave heavens contain spell inheritances which are directly open for anyone to comprehend. I have searched for many days and sensed that there should be another cave heaven inheritance. It should be the very foundation for the continued existence of this entire void refining cave heaven. Unfortunately, even with my strength, it is difficult to detect. After all, it was left by an ancient mighty cultivator. It is indeed not simple. I wonder if there will eventually be a fated person to open it. Hum. A humming sound came from within the Human King's sleeve. The Human King's expression solidified, stiffened slightly. He thought to himself, interesting, interesting. So quickly, someone has obtained one of the inheritances, and their points have exceeded 100. Who could it be? Dugu Xiaoyuan, Wang Fugu, Ye Xuan, or someone else? The Human King took out the jade slip from his sleeve. Upon seeing the name, he was slightly stunned. Li Qingyuan? Which clan's prodigy is this? I am hearing his name for the first time. G. Chapter 370. Contemplating the Sword Stele. The Human King Dugu Lei took out a jade slip roster, a total of 9 copies, from the various Sky Survey envoys of the 9 provinces continent. He read them one by one, and only when he reached the Huang province roster did he find the person he was looking for on the list submitted by Zhao Luyuan Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan, a native of Yue country in Huang province, a core formation prodigy of the Sanlei Immortal sect, apprenticed under True Lord Miaolei. So, it's her disciple. The Human King's gaze swept indifferently, passing over the direction of the 7 kingdoms of Huang province, casting a significant glance at True Lord Miaolei among the 7. Just a glance, then he withdrew it. The Human King thought to himself, excellent, True Lord Miaolei has indeed not disappointed me. Her disciple's excellence is in no way inferior to the top 3 prodigies of the Divine Province. This child can enter the Human King Hall, possessing the potential to become a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator. With this child's assistance, coupled with True Lord Miaolei receiving his aid as the Human King, in the next few hundred years, they would surely unify the 7 kingdoms of Huang province, rival the 5-element king, and expand the 9 provinces continent. To achieve the goal of the 9 provinces transcending together, they needed to work in unison and cultivate more powerful cultivators. Hence, whenever he saw rising stars and young prodigies, the Human King's mood was exceptionally joyful, and he even secretly nurtured them many times, providing resources and opportunities. I wonder what matter has distracted your Majesty? The 5-element king chuckled lightly, asking casually. At their level of cultivation, their spirits had long merged with heaven and earth, and each other's spiritual fluctuations were within their perception. Many times, when the 5-element king woke at midnight, he would always sigh faintly. Why give birth to Dugu Yuan if Dugu Lei exists? He had fought the Human King 3 times. In the core formation prodigy duel, he lost by 1 move. In the early stage Nascent Soul duel, he lost by 1 move. When they were late stage Nascent Soul Grand Cultivators, their 3rd clash, he still lost by 1 move. Now, 300 years had passed. He had cultivated his ancestors' supreme secret technique, and he firmly believed that this time, the one to turn defeat into victory would be him. He was the one most qualified to become the king of the 9 provinces world. No, he didn't want to be the human king. He wanted to be the human emperor of the 9 provinces, just like the founding ancestor Dugu Taichuan. The human king's eyes were like torches, flashing with thunder. His dignified face was calm as he said, "Nothing." The two exchanged a glance across the void, their gazes intertwining. Between heaven and earth, the power of wind and thunder, the power of the 5 elements interwove, and strange phenomena surged above their heads. The elders of the Human King Hall and the Sky Survey envoys of the 9 provinces all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at the radiance of the 2 kings. The Human King and the 5-element king were like the sun and moon above the 9 provinces continent. When the sun and moon vied for brilliance, all things lost their luster. The Human King's gaze was calm as he looked towards the void refining cave heaven. No one knew what he was thinking. We've arrived at the Sword Dao inheritance ground. As expected of ancient sword cultivators, such a fierce sword intent, so terrifying. This realm seems to be condensed from sword intent. My flying sword artifact is actually trembling? Among the crowd, Li Qingyuan's alias, Luo Zhengyi, was utterly unremarkable. Average height, average features, unexceptional aura, just an extremely ordinary early-stage core formation cultivator. He followed the crowd flying in, hovering in the air, his eyes surveying the Sword Dao Valley. The entire valley was composed of earthen swords. The higher the valley, the larger the earthen swords. At the summit of the 1,000-Zhang Valley, a 100-Zhang giant sword pierced straight into the clouds, emitting strands of sword intent that tore through the sea of clouds and split the sky. At this moment, about 2,000 core formation prodigies had gathered, walking through the valley, slowly climbing along the earthen swords. I've comprehended it. I've comprehended it. A certain core formation prodigy rejoiced greatly, sword intent surging around him, resonating with the sword intent within the earthen swords. Ha ha! I've obtained a 3rd-grade sword technique. So have I. Besides the 3rd-grade sword technique, there's also 1 point. Thus, more and more core formation prodigies flew into the valley to contemplate the earthen swords. Little Element King flew out of his carriage and walked into the Sword Dao Valley, thinking arrogantly, the sword inheritance of this place is destined for this prince. Wang Fugui flew out. I absolutely cannot let Little Element King obtain the inheritance. Jiang Xuanshu, Yu Xiaowa, Guanyang, Zhao Jue, Zhao Tongshuan, Zhao Chong, Xiao Juanji, prodigies from various forces all flew out, entering the valley to begin their enlightenment. Li Qingyuan also leaped and entered the valley. Buzz! Buzz! As soon as he entered the valley, Li Qingyuan immediately felt spatial ripples and the power of a barrier formation. His brow furrowed. This place is also covered by a formation, forming its own world. Li Qingyuan's skin prickled, his pupils slightly constricted. A sharp sword intent permeated the space between heaven and earth, filling every corner. As long as one entered the formation's range, they entered a world of swords, ubiquitous sword intent, an extraordinarily profound grand formation. Li Qingyuan transmitted his voice. Old Zhao, Zhenqing, I will open the visual sharing of the Xuanpin space. You two can also contemplate this formation. Zhenqing said with interest. This formation is extremely profound. Thank you, Master. Zhao Guanzheng glanced at it, then closed his eyes and rested with an air of profound wisdom, saying, This old man has no interest in using swords, nor am I skilled in this path. Moreover, this old man's physical body has been destroyed, and I cannot wield sword techniques. It's better not to learn. Zhao Guanzheng added, Master, the space here is quite mysterious. You should look around and see if you can find soul-suppressing stones and 5 spirit demon clouds. This old man will help you refine the soul-refining banner. The soul-refining banner, refining 100 souls makes a 100-soul banner. Refining 1,000 souls makes a 1,000-soul banner. Refining 10,000 souls makes a 10,000-soul banner. The soul-suppressing stone and 5 spirit demon cloud are precisely the core materials for refining the soul-refining banner. The soul-suppressing stone, as its name implies, can capture souls, suppress souls, refine souls, and drive souls, refine souls, and drive souls to serve one's purposes. The five-spirit demon cloud is not a cloud, but a special spiritual plant, a fourth-grade spiritual plant. Its shape resembles five clouds, containing faint, five-element spiritual energy. It can emit an intoxicating fragrance with the magical power to bewitch people's minds, hence the name Five-Spirit Demon Cloud. Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment, then transmitted. There's no clue about the soul-suppressing stone and five-spirit demon cloud for now. It's better to contemplate the sword path first. First, to gain more powerful means to protect myself, and second, to earn points. Having said that, Li Qingyuan walked towards an earthen sword, releasing his divine sense to touch the sword intent within. Buzz! The Wanzang earthen sword hummed, its sword intent counter-attacking, invading his divine sense. Li Qingyuan drove his divine sense power to resist, to contend with it, to merge with it, to resonate with it, analyzing the sword intent bit by bit to comprehend it. His sword technique was naturally not weak among his peers, and his comprehension was monstrously good, so contemplating it was naturally not difficult. An hour later, Li Qingyuan easily comprehended the Wanzang earthen sword before him and obtained a first-grade spell, Cloud Sword Technique. Li Qingyuan frowned slightly. It's only a first-grade spell. Low level, too low level, for the Void Refining Cave. Heaven, the sword inheritance actually included first-grade spells. He looked up and saw Little Element King, Huao Lingzi, Wang Fugi, Jiang Xuanshu, and others bypassing the Wanzang and 3 Zang earthen swords, heading directly for the 10 Zang earthen swords. Not just them, almost everyone directly bypassed the 1 Zang and 3 Zang earthen swords. The core formation prodigies present were not interested in first-grade or second-grade spells. Li Qingyuan looked thoughtful. Would a mighty void refining cultivator leave behind a useless inheritance? Definitely not. This person was a comrade in arms of Tianmuzi in life. They agreed to open up this space together and leave their inheritances, so that future generations could learn their doctrines and inherit their methods. When it came to doctrines, how could it be careless? So, Li Qingyuan pondered briefly and began to contemplate the second Wanzang earthen sword. The Jianglong giant sword, with its earthen body, emitted a faint sword intent. Another hour later, Li Qingyuan comprehended it and obtained a first-grade spell, Collapse Sword Technique. He was extremely patient. There were a total of 365 Wanzang earthen swords. He contemplated them one by one, learned them one by one. Unknowingly, his own sword intent grew stronger, and his understanding of sword techniques became more refined. However, in the eyes of others, this unremarkable early-stage core formation cultivator was probably an idiot. He. Huo Lingzi sneered and said, "This person is unknown, definitely a rogue cultivator. Rogue cultivators really can't be put on the stage. A mere first-grade spell is worth him contemplating so seriously." After sneering, Huo Lingzi continued to contemplate the 10 Zang earthen sword, comprehending a profound and powerful third-grade spell, and continued climbing the mountain forest. Such a rogue cultivator who couldn't be put on the stage was beneath Huo Lingzi's notice. He even felt that competing on the same stage with this person, participating together in the Human King Hall selection, was an insult to them. The more Wanzang earthen swords he comprehended, the more enlightened he became in his heart. He knew he had guessed correctly. Severing Sword Technique. Cleansing Sword Technique. Carrying Sword Technique. Thrusting Sword Technique. Thrusting Sword Technique. Unbelievably, before today, Li Qingyuan had no idea that sword-type spells could be used this way, could be so concise, could be so profound. Time passed day by day. More and more core formation prodigies gathered here, and continuously, some core formation prodigies, after comprehending third-grade spells, chose to leave. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. At the summit of the valley, the 100-jang giant sword towered into the clouds, piercing the azure sky. Its tip plunged into the sea of clouds, terrifying sword intent spreading in all directions. No one could approach within 100 jang. Beneath the 100-jang giant sword, at the 4 cardinal directions, west, north, east and south, stood 4 earthen giant swords, each 30 jang tall, each emitting intense sword intent. The eastern giant sword, sword intent like wind, bringing vitality like spring returning to the earth. The southern giant sword, sword intent like fire, melting yin cold like the summer sun. The western giant sword, sword intent of desolation, withering all things like the bleak autumn wind. The northern giant sword, sword intent of icy cold, as if a combination of destruction and cold, where heaven and earth both kill. 4 giant swords guarded the center. 4 types of sword intent intertwined and responded to the central 100-jang giant sword, like 4 ministers guarding their sovereign, making the giant sword at the valley's summit like a divine sword, overlooking the 9 provinces. Little Element King, Wang Fugi, Zhang Xuanshu, Guangyang, Zhao Ju, Yu Shaoer, and other late-stage core formation prodigies gathered, climbing to the base of the 4 giant swords. Late-stage core formation cultivation was the threshold for them to reach this place. Little Element King's cold and proud handsome face condensed slightly as he said, "It seems that if one can comprehend these 4 sword intents, they can master these 4 4th-grade killing sword techniques." Wang Fugu said, "Not only that, if one can comprehend the 4 sword intents, they can use them as a guide to move the giant sword at the summit, thus reaching the mountaintop." Jiang Xuanshu asked, "I wonder what suggestions fellow cultivators have." Little Element King said, "Why don't we split up, each choose one to contemplate, and simultaneously activate the sword intents?" Wang Fugui nodded. "Agreed." "Eh?" Wang Fugui was slightly startled. "Where's Jiang Tianyu?" "That guy is known as the Tiger of the Dragon, Tiger Mountain Twin Prodigies, and also has the reputation of being a master of both alchemy and swordsmanship. Besides being proficient in alchemy, he is also an outstanding sword cultivator." Jiang Xuanshu pointed down the mountain and said, "He's down there." Everyone looked. At the 1000-zang mountain base, around the valley, 3 figures sat cross-legged, contemplating the most basic first-grade spells, immersed in them, forgetting themselves and the world. Huo Lingzi said, "A rogue cultivator, a dragon tiger mountain disciple, and a prodigy from the Qi family of the divine province. Truly laughable and foolish." Huo Lingzi sneered. "The dragon tiger mountain disciple, it seems, is nothing special. The Qi family prodigy of the divine province is also mediocre." Jiang Xuanshu's gaze sharpened, and he said unceremoniously, "Jiang Xuanshao, these 2 are not mediocre. At the very least, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill you." Jiang Xuanshu had fought Jiang Tianyu and Qi Yuanshao before, winning by a narrow margin, but it was only a narrow margin. Their strength was definitely above Huo Lingzi's. And he, Jiang Xuanshu, was the 3rd in the divine province, the 3rd prodigy under heaven. "You?" Huo Lingzi snorted through his nostrils, his crimson eyes filled with anger. Wang Fugi said, "All right, fellow cultivators, let's quickly begin contemplating. 5 major inheritances, 3 hidden, 2 public. This void-refining cave. Heaven has many more opportunities and benefits waiting for everyone to explore together. If we waste time and others get there first, we might miss other major opportunities." When someone from the Wang family spoke, everyone would give face. So everyone nodded, each sitting cross-legged in the air, beginning to contemplate the 4 sword intents. Buzz! Little Element. King sat cross-legged in the south, injecting his nascent soul divine sense into the giant sword, drawing forth the thick summer sun, the blazing sword intent, resisting the sword intent's invasion, analyzing the sword intent, comprehending the sword intent, and gradually mastering the sword intent. This prince has nascent soul divine sense. I will definitely comprehend the four sword intents and seize the final inheritance. From my observation, this sword technique divine ability can be called a treasure technique. Soon, Little Element King, Wang Fugi, Guan Yang, Yu Xiaoa, and the late-stage core formation cultivators of the five-element sect all sat cross-legged in the air, each driving their divine sense to comprehend the sword intent emitted by the giant swords, Delian Thi. The last sword. Li Qingyan walked to the base of the last two Zhang earthen sword and sat cross-legged. 365 earthen swords, 301 Zhang swords, and 65 Tu Zhang swords, comprising 300 first-grade sword techniques and 65 second-grade sword techniques. He looked around and saw that besides himself there were two others also contemplating the 365 earthen swords, learning the most basic, fundamental first-grade sword techniques. There are still smart people in this world, even if not many. Those who achieve great things do not scheme with the masses. The great wise one walks alone. Of the other two, Li Qingyuan only knew Zhang Tianyu. He didn't know the other person. After glancing past the two, Li Qingyuan continued his contemplation. An hour later, the last first-grade sword technique was comprehended, named Drawing Sword Technique. Li Qingyuan stepped forward, climbing the stairs. The surrounding space twisted, and he entered an environment with even denser sword intent, beginning to contemplate the 10 Zhang giant swords. The 10 Zhang giant swords, with intense sword intent, were embedded halfway up the mountain. There were 24 of them, each emitting a different sword intent. Strands of sword intent were faintly discernible, half real, half illusory, resonating with the 4 giant swords, forming a single entity. Contemplating the first sword took Li Qingyuan 3 days. Third-grade spell, beginning of spring. With one sword strike, the sword was like the spring breeze, like spring rain, reviving all things. Just as I thought. Li Qingyuan's eyes were bright. His guesses were continuously being verified. The second 10 Zhang earthen sword was named Rainwater, sword intent like rain, sword energy like water. The sword energy could kill enemies and also nourish one's own mana. Third sword, Awakening of Insects. Li Qingyuan comprehended the sword intent. The sword intent fluctuated, and spring thunder stirred. The sword of spring equinox, day and night equally divided. The sword of pure brightness, lush vegetation. The sword of grain rain, sword like a torrential downpour. It's the 24 solar terms. This is a complete set of sword techniques. No, it's not just sword techniques. This sword technique divine ability is also a formation. Using flying swords as formation flags, as the foundation of the formation, then integrating sword intent, combining with the power of heaven, earth, and the cosmos. It's a perfect fusion of sword techniques and formations. Sure enough, all the subsequent 10 Zhang sword intents were named Beginning of Summer, Grain Buds, Grain in Ear, Beginning of Autumn, End of Heat, White Dew, Beginning of Winter, Minor Snow, Major Snow, 24 solar terms, 24 third-grade sword techniques. They formed a single entity, alternating yin and yang, evolving day and night. The 24 sword intents were independent yet mutually traction. Finally, the 24 sword intents resonated with the 430 Zhang 100-meter giant swords as if they were their differentiation and evolution. Fusing them could become them. Boom! Little Element. King's body erupted with soaring sword intent. His nascent soul divine sense was fully unleashed for the first time. The pressure of nascent soul-level spiritual power spread, causing the late-stage core formation cultivators to show expressions of wariness. The 30 Zhang 100-meter giant sword in the south hummed. Sword intent shot into the sky. The summer glory sword energy erupted, causing Little Element King's overall aura to skyrocket. One sword hung in the sky, like the blazing sun, the warm and bright summer, irresistible. So this sword intent, this sword technique is called Summer Glory Sword. At this moment, Little Element King's expression finally changed. He abruptly looked at Li Qingyuan, Zhang Tianyu, and Qi Yuanxiao, a surge of killing intent staring deep within his eyes. Could it be that these three saw from the very beginning that the sword intents of Sword Mountain formed a whole, combinable into a sword formation? After Little Element King comprehended the Summer Glory Sword intent, he felt from it the mutual resonance between it and the 6 solar term sword intents. Beginning of summer, grain buds, grain in ear, summer solstice, minor heat, and major heat. Summer Glory Sword energy governed the changes of the 6 summer solar term sword intents. So that's it. Little Element King stared at the three, his gaze dark. These three's attainments and intuition in the sword path surpass even this prince's. The 9 provinces. Continent truly has countless prodigies. I have the advantage of family background, occupying resources, techniques, companions, and territory, but comprehension and the 6th sense are innate. These three. A glint of killing intent appeared in Little Element King's eyes. Must die. Chapter 372. World-shocking killing art. The Earth Marsh Sword Formation. Little Primordial King's heart surged with murderous intent. He could not tolerate anyone being superior to him, even if it was only in some aspect or some place that they surpassed him. He could not accept it. He was deeply influenced by the 5 Primordial King. He knew exactly how much his father, the 5 Primordial King, feared and hated the human king. The title of second under heaven was not an honor but a disgrace. Therefore, among the younger generation, any prodigy who had the potential to surpass him, he would kill. He wanted to always be the number 1 under heaven. He did not want to suffer the bitterness his father had endured. Li Qingyuan, Zhang Tianyu, and Qi Yuanxiao's attainments in the way of the sword and their sword intuition were above his, which made him very displeased, stirring murderous intent within his heart. Of course, a figure like Little Primordial King was naturally one who did not show his emotions on his face. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Wang Fugi, Zhang Xuanshu, and the others, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. 2 or 3 months have passed, and these people still have found nothing. What 2nd prodigy, 3rd prodigy, all are undeserving of their reputations. Little Primordial King mused. If it weren't for having cultivated nascent soul divine sense, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend Sharong's sword intent in 3 months either. During this time, my divine sense has been operating without rest, and it is already deeply fatigued. Let Zhang Tianyu and the other 2 climb the sword mountain first. If they successfully comprehend the 4 great sword intents, they can help me unlock the inheritance here. Humph! Zhang Xuanshu grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, blood seeping from his brow, blood oozing from his pupils. His body shook, his mana became chaotic, and his qi and blood stirred restlessly. Ah! Zhang Xuanshu gave up helplessly, immediately swallowing a 3rd-grade pill to recover his divine sense and mana, saying helplessly, 3 months and still no success? Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Yu Shaowa, Hua Lingzi, Shua Lingzi, Chao Yifei, Zhao Ju, all dozens of late core formation cultivators were sent flying backwards simultaneously, spitting blood, severely injured. They were shaken by the 4 great sword intents and suffered backlash from the overflowing sword qi. The crowd immediately swallowed 3rd-grade pills or 10,000-year spirit, milk, to quickly recover their injuries and divine sense. There was one person who remained unmoved. It was Wang Fugi. Little Primordial King, Zhang Xuanshu, and the others all turned their gazes towards him. At this moment, Wang Fugui's body surface was like an ice sculpture. The winter extinction sword intent enveloped and shrouded him, freezing the surrounding tens of zhang of heaven and earth. His brows were frozen, and his entire body was covered in thick, heavy, mysterious ice. Little Primordial King raised an eyebrow. This fatty from the Wang family has some guts. daring to feed his body to the sword, using his physical body to withstand the sword intent, not afraid of freezing himself to death. Little Primordial King clenched his hand, thinking to himself, "The Wang family has always been a lineage of the human king. Should I kill this fatty too?" Boom! The moment Little Primordial King's murderous intent arose, a soaring sword intent erupted from within Wang Fugi's body. The mysterious ice and frost on his body transformed into sword qi, and the cold energy of the surrounding tens of zhang of heaven and earth was easily controlled by him. Huff, huff, Wang Fugi, still shaken, breathed heavily like a drowning man who had been rescued, exclaiming in awe, "This inheritance here would stir the hearts of even nascent soul and even divine transformation cultivators." Humi. At the peak of the Sword Mountain, the 100 Zhang giant sword vibrated. A terrifying sword intent spread out, causing the entire Sword Mountain to tremble. The 4 great sword intents hummed, the 24 solar term sword intents resonated, and the 365 sword intents responded. The sword intent at the mountain peak was about to be unleashed, struggling to break free from its cage. The sky changed color. Endless sword qi tore through the sea of clouds, and the terrifying sword intent was enough to annihilate a realm of heaven and earth. However, after struggling for a moment, the sword intent fell silent again, unable to be unlocked. It was only because only half of the 4 great sword intents had been activated. Little Primordial King, Wang Fugi, and the others showed excitement on their faces. They were only half a step away from the final inheritance. How could they let go? Someone quickly comprehend the 4 great sword intents, Little Primordial King announced loudly. Whoever comprehends the 4 great sword intents, upon the day of return, I will heavily reward them with a nascent soul pill. Under a heavy reward, there are always brave men. Over 1,000 core formation cultivators climbed up, their divine sense surging, touching the 4 great sword intents. Bang, bang, bang. 4th grade sword intents were extremely domineering. How could they be touched by early or mid-core formation cultivators? All cultivators below late core formation were severely injured, spitting blood and flying backwards. Only late core formation cultivators could barely endure and had the qualification to comprehend the sword intent. However, on the Kyushu continent, among the younger generation, there was only Little Primordial King and Wang Fugi. The 2 of them had used all their abilities to comprehend the 4th grade sword intent across levels. Wang Fugi had even suffered internal injuries and only succeeded by taking pills to remove the residual winter extinction sword intent. In a short period of time, their divine sense would find it very difficult to withstand the tempering of a second 4th grade sword intent. Let me try. Li Qingyuan, in his alias Luo Jingyi, walked forward with steady steps. He stood firm within the range of the 4 great sword intents, his expression calm, his gaze deep. Loose cultivator Luo Jingyi, here to give it a try. Following closely behind, Zhang Tianyu and Qi Yuanxiao also ascended the mountain. Zhang Tianyu of Mount Longhu, also willing to try. Qi Yuanxiao of the Qi clan from Shenzhou, also willing to try. Li Qingyuan arrived at the eastern position. His divine sense surged, touching the spring birth sword intent, and was instantly enveloped by the sword intent along with the surrounding heaven and earth. The spring birth sword intent seemed warm as spring, making one feel like a spring breeze, but if one was not careful, failed to comprehend the sword intent, or could not resist it, they would suffer backlash from the sword intent. Entangled by the sword intent, Li Qingyuan, Luo Zhengyi, grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But Li Qingyuan could still persist and continue to comprehend the sword intent. Huo Lingzi transmitted his voice. Master, although this Luo Zhengyi's talent in the way of the sword is astonishing, not inferior to Zhang Tianyu and Qi Yuanshao, he is ultimately just a loose cultivator, only at the early core formation stage. He can be killed with a flick of a finger. Killing him is as easy as turning over one's hand. Little Primordial King nodded slightly and replied, "This, the heir has said it before. Loose cultivators ultimately cannot be presented in formal settings. I hope Zhang Tianyu and Qi Yuanshao can give this, the heir, a pleasant surprise." Soon, Qi Yuanshao also arrived at the eastern position, his expression slightly solemn, thinking, "The spring sword intent is gentler. I'll try to see if I can comprehend this fourth-grade sword intent." Seeing this, Zhang Tianyu chose the last 100-meter giant sword, the Autumn Wither Sword intent. Zhang Tianyu's cultivation base operated. As an old card late core formation cultivator, what was even more marvelous was that his divine sense had actually reached the peak core formation level. He focused all his energy on comprehending the Autumn Wither Sword intent. For a time, the Autumn Wither Sword intent entangled him, lingering between heaven and earth. Zhang Tianyu's own mana was also weakened, his ki and blood weakened, as if he had entered some forbidden state, his strength limited by the sword intent. He sat cross-legged in the void, neither arrogant nor impatient, immersed in it, his heart as still as water. Days passed one by one. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Bang! The sword, Qi, around Qi Yuanshao erupted violently. He was sent flying 100 shang by the spring birth sword intent, spitting blood, his divine sense extremely exhausted, his face full of unwillingness. Pity, I was just one step away, just one step away. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot into the sky. The power of Autumn Wither lingered. Wherever the sword Qi reached, it seemed life melted away, vitality vanished, corroding all energy, even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dissolved. Zhang Tianyu stood in the void. He formed a sword seal with his right hand and offered a sword. The Autumn Wither Sword. Intent was injected into the 100 Zhang giant sword at the mountain peak, helping its sword intent to intensify, continuously breaking free from the mountain body. Everyone held their breath. Only the last sword intent remains. They all looked towards Li Qingyuan. Around Li Qingyuan, 6 types of solar term sword intents lingered. Beginning of spring, rainwater, awakening of insects, spring equinox, clear and bright, grain rain. These 6 sword intents merged and collided with the spring birth sword intent between heaven and earth, intertwining and finally integrating into it bit by bit. Li Qingyuan used a very clever method. He fused the 6 solar term sword intents into one, transforming them into the spring birth sword intent, and thus controlled it. This method seemed opportunistic and simple, but in reality, it was not easy at all. Qi Yuanshao's expression changed. This guy is simply monstrous. All 6 spring sword intents are third-grade sword intents, yet he can simultaneously control 6 third-grade sword intents, achieve a delicate balance with the spring birth sword intent, and slowly inject them to assimilate it. This requires a very skilled degree of control over the 6 spring sword intents. But how long has it been since he comprehended them? Qi Yuanshao, Zhang Xuanshu, Wang Fugui, and the others all changed expression, either praising, admiring, or remaining calm. But in little Primordial King's heart, the murderous intent grew stronger. This child absolutely cannot be left alive. Boom! At that moment, Li Qingyuan completely comprehended the spring birth sword intent. He formed a seal with his fingers and waved his sword art, sending out a spring birth sword intent. The 6 spring sword intents evolved. The spring birth sword intent was injected into the giant sword. With a loud crash, the 100 Zhang giant sword shot into the sky, breaking free from the shackles of the mountain body. The entire sword mountain collapsed with a roar, and over 300 earth and stone swords shattered directly. As the hundreds of earth swords shattered, the sword intents broke free from the earth and stone swords and flew out. A vast amount of sword intent converged, transforming into a pure sword intent imprint. The sword intent was extremely intense, infinitely brilliant. Wisps of sharp sword ki scattered, causing everyone's pupils to contract. They slightly closed their eyes to avoid the dazzling sword light. An ancient, simple and hoarse voice echoed between heaven and earth. My name is Dekunzi. I was the first battle general under the Divine General, the head of the 5-element battle servants. In my early years, I accidentally obtained a sword formation divine ability from an ancient immortal cave, unmatched in killing at the same level. Unfortunately, I only obtained half of this sword formation. Yet, with this sword formation, I roamed the Kyushu heavenly domain, undefeated under the Great Vehicle Realm. This sword formation is called the Earth Marsh Sword Formation. In D. Fateful one, if you inherit this formation, do not disgrace my former prestige. The next second, the pure sword intent inheritance imprint flew across the sky. It arrived before little primordial king, as if it had a spirit, testing and sensing the sword intent within little primordial king's body. A sword formation divine ability that roamed the ancient times, undefeated under the Great Vehicle Realm? This sword intent inheritance belongs to me. Little primordial king's eyes burned with desire. He reached out and grabbed. Chapter 3073. Sword Intent. Chooses its master. Little primordial king gives chase. Little primordial king was at the peak of core formation, known as the number one under the nascent soul realm. Whenever he made a move, his speed, precision, and power were definitely extraordinary. However, with a whoosh, the sword intent imprint seemed to have anticipated his move and easily dodged it. Oh? Little primordial king frowned and struck again. 5-element ultimate hand. This technique was created by the current 5 primordial king in his youth, continuously perfected until now, and had long become a standout among 4th grade spells, becoming the 5 primordial king's signature move. Even if little primordial king had only learned a fraction, it was enough to make him proud among all core formation cultivators under heaven. Boom. A giant hand reached for the sky, shimmering with 5-colored light. 100-meter giant hand locked onto the space, sealing the heaven and earth, suppressing the sword intent imprint. Clang. The sword intent imprint bloomed with brilliant sword light. Countless sword ki filled the sky. 10,000 swords flew through the air. The boundless sword light collided with the 100-meter giant hand, shaking the heavens and earth. Whoosh! The main body of the sword intent shot out, piercing through the giant hand, creating a sword hole, and flew out through the small hole. You still dare to run? Little primordial king struck again. Wang Fugui said, Little primordial king, the sword intent has a spirit. It will choose its master automatically. If you continue to act, you might force it away. At that time, all of us will have worked for nothing. Little primordial king snorted coldly. Oh? Are you going to be an enemy of this, the heir? Fight for the sword intent inheritance. Boom. Little primordial king launched another 5-element ultimate hand, targeting both the sword intent imprint and Wang Fugui. In that case, let me experience little primordial king's skills. As Wang Fugui finished speaking, his round and plump body erupted with the power of a 3-inch golden core. His cultivation base had also reached the peak of core formation, not inferior to little primordial king. I have a treasure that can control ghosts and communicate with spirits. Boom! Wang Fugui offered his life-bound magic treasure. It was a gold ingot, entirely golden and radiant, with runes manifesting. The small gold ingot flew out, transforming into a giant gold ingot mountain that pressed down. With a bang, the 100-meter gold ingot flew out. Front shattered the 100-meter giant hand, breaking Little Primordial King's killing move, and then shot straight towards Little Primordial King to attack. Little Primordial King offered an imitation of the five-element mountain, colliding head-on with the gold ingot. With a thunderous roar, the two mountains collided and exploded. The void rippled, and the storm of mana ripples raged, forcing back all the late core formation cultivators present. After one clash, the five-element mountain and the gold ingot each returned, shrinking in size, landing in the hands of Little Primordial King and Wang Fugui respectively. Their auras clashed, confronting each other across the void. Behind Little Primordial King, Huo Lingzi, Shui Lingzi, Cao Yifei, Tie Wuya, a late core formation maidservant, and a group of late core formation cultivators flew over, ready to make a move. Zhang Xuanchu chuckled. "Brother Fugui, let me lend you a hand." The Wang clan, Zheng clan, Qi clan, Yu Xiaoer and others all walked behind Wang Fugui. They understood that to counter Little Primordial King and the Huangzhou forces, they had to form an alliance. Little Primordial King's gaze was deep. He stared at Wang Fugui for a moment, then smiled freely, as expected of the direct descendant of the Wang family of Shenzhou, the richest and most prosperous family in Kyushu. "The Wang family has you, not bad." Wang Fugui smiled. "Little Primordial King flatters me." Little Primordial King said calmly, "Friend Wang's words are reasonable. The sword intent has a spirit and chooses its master automatically. In that case, let's see who among us is qualified to make it acknowledge the master." The crowd nodded. So, Little Primordial King and Wang Fugui each restrained their auras and put away their magic treasures, their gazes once again. Focus on the sword intent imprint. With a whoosh, the sword intent imprint moved very fast. It passed by Little Primordial King, came before Huo Lingzi, looked him over for a moment, then flew away again, passing by and examining everyone one by one. Soon, the sword intent imprint arrived before Wang Fugui. Seeing this, Wang Fugui couldn't help but feel his heartbeat speed up. At the same time, Little Primordial King transmitted his voice to his subordinates. Once the sword intent acknowledged the master, no matter who it is, kill without mercy. The Huangzhou forces nodded secretly. With a whoosh, the sword intent imprint passed by Wang Fugui, still not satisfied. It quickly passed by the crowd and arrived between Li Qingyuan, Zhang Tianyu, and Qi Yuanshao. It paused briefly, directly passed by Qi Yuanshao, and came between Zhang Tianyu and Li Qingyuan. Zhang Tianyu looked at the sword intent imprint, a foot away from him, and said, "I am born into a top power in Kyushu. I can ask the elders of my sect to refine a matching sword for you, allowing you to recreate your former glory." Hearing this, the sword intent imprint seemed to respond, slowly moving closer to Zhang Tianyu. "Little Primordial King," he immediately said, "I am the direct son of the second strongest person in Kyushu. If you choose me, I will definitely make you display the power of the peerless sword formation." The next second, the sword intent imprint moved. It suddenly turned around. Its foot-long form was half solid, half illusory, like a fish. Its tail fin swung violently, frantically slapping Zhang Tianyu 7 or 8 times. Zhang Tianyu. After slapping Zhang Tianyu 7 or 8 times, the sword intent imprint turned around and spat out a strand of sword intent. The sword intent did no harm, but it spat right onto Zhang Tianyu's face. The damage was 0, but the insult was immense. Then the sword intent imprint looked at Little Primordial King. Seeing this, Little Primordial King couldn't help but step back, a look of fear on his face. This sword intent is so cheap. Wang Fugui and the others twitched their mouths. Zhang Tianyu flew back 10 zhang. His handsome face was twisted with anger from being so humiliated. His flying sword shot into the sky, and he roared, "Do you really think my sword is not sharp enough?" Whoosh! The sword intent imprint shot forward, catching everyone off guard, and directly drilled into Li Qingyuan's brow. Then the sword intent imprint automatically disintegrated, transforming into a pure sword Dao inheritance. Li Qingyuan's sea of consciousness shook, and a line of large characters appeared. Earth Marsh sword formation. However, before Li Qingyuan could carefully comprehend it, various killing moves fell around him, fierce and aggressive. Hand over the inheritance, and the heir will spare your life. Little Primordial King struck from the air, his 5-element ultimate hand, covering a radius of 100 meters, locking onto and sealing Li Qingyan across the void. Huao Lingzi, Shuai Lingzi, Xiao Yifei, Tie Wuya, and the others all made their moves, surrounding and killing Li Qingyan. With such a lineup, even a single person would need a nascent soul true lord to break out of the encirclement. Li Qingyuan immediately made his move. The 4 symbols talisman formation shot out, unleashing 4 attacks at the early nascent soul level, targeting Huo Lingzi, Shui Lingzi, and the other late core formation cultivators, while simultaneously front-shattered the 5-element ultimate hand. Gokka! Doodle-doo! The rooster crowed. Ji-kun let out a cry, its divine sense merging with the sound waves to form a spiritual attack, causing everyone's divine sense to be dazed for a moment. Take-Shu Prison, God Realm. Li Qingyuan followed up with a divine sense attack. The illusory realm enveloped everyone's divine sense, pulling them into a dark space. Little Primordial King's expression changed. He shouted, 5-element body protection. Boom! 5-element body protection, nascent soul, divine sense, instantly dispelled Ji-kun's divine sense attack and resisted Li Qingyuan's Take-Shu Prison God Realm. At the same time, Li Qingyuan struck again. Various 3rd-grade superior talismans flew out, dozens of them, all attacking Hua Lingzi, Shui Lingzi, and the others. Little Primordial King roared in anger. The 5-element mountain pressed down, while he activated his nascent soul divine sense and shouted, "Wake up! Bang, bang, bang!" The 5-element mountain descended, colliding with the sky-filling 3rd-grade superior talismans, causing the void to ripple and a tidal wave of mana to overflow. Li Qingyuan grabbed Ji-kun and put him into his spatial ring. Ji-kun's divine sense attack had already taken effect. The goal was achieved. Shift stars and change constellations. Li Qingyuan formed seals with both hands, teleporting 100 Zhang. He swallowed 3 high-quality 10,000 true pills in one go, consuming 2 to 300,000 spirit stones directly, extremely extravagant. Shift stars and change constellations. Shift stars and change constellations. 3 teleportations in an instant, he was suddenly over 300 Zhang away, creating distance. Boom, boom, wind. Thunder divine body, the power of wind and thunder was drawn. Wind shadow. Evasion was fully activated. Li Qingyuan transformed into a rainbow light and fled. His escape technique was fast enough to rival a peak core formation cultivator. When it came to escaping, Li Qingyuan was a professional. Huo Lingzi's body shook, and he said in disbelief, "It's him, it's him." The 4 symbols, talisman formation, shift stars and change constellations, wind shadow evasion. Huo Lingzi remembered. He had fought this person before. This person was from the 7 kingdoms of Huangzhou. Little Primordial King's face was filled with rage. He immediately chased after him, giving the order, "Do not let this man escape. Kill him, search his soul and refine his spirit, and take back the sword intent inheritance." Chapter 3074. Fierce battle with Little Yuan King, hard to match. Swoosh. Li Qingyuan activated the power of wind and thunder, pushing wind shadow evasion to its limit. Both his key blood mana and golden core mana erupted simultaneously, the wind thunder overlord body and wind shadow evasion complementing each other perfectly. His evasion technique was not inferior to that of an old established late core formation cultivator. In fact, it was slightly faster by 3 parts, directly catching up to a peak core formation cultivator. "Stop right there." Little Yuan Wang was enraged. He cast his evasion technique Secret Art, unleashing his nascent soul divine sense. His evasion speed directly matched most ordinary early nascent soul cultivators. So fast! Li Qingyuan's heart pounded with shock. He could hardly believe it. Little Yuan Wang's evasion speed was almost 3 times his own. Within the Xuanpin space, Zhen Xing said, "This is the 5 Yuan Mansion's ultimate art, the 5 Yuan Heaven evasion technique. It's reputed to be second in the world, inferior only to the Human King's lightning evasion secret art. This little Yuan Wang has extraordinary talent. His foundation is already established. Once this child grows up, he will become a second 5 Yuan king." Zhao Guangzhong said, "Master, he's about to catch up. If he catches you, you will surely die." Li Qingyuan stood suspended in mid-air, holding the wind-splitting bow. He drew the bowstring, and 3 second-grade superior-grade arrows shot through the air. The third-grade spell, Wind-Splitting Arrow, tore through the sky, flying 1,000 zheng and killed towards the pursuing Little Yuan Wang. Little Yuan Wang's nascent soul divine scent swept over them, and he sneered, "A paltry trick." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Little Yuan Wang waved his hand, and third-grade superior-grade talisman papers flew out. They struck the wind-splitting arrows, colliding with the talisman papers tied to the arrows. Both exploded simultaneously, annihilating each other. Amidst the sky-filling explosions, Little Yuan Wang flew over, his speed not diminishing in the slightest. "Damn it, I've run into a prince's fighting style." Today, Li Qingyuan also experienced the detestableness of a talisman paper wholesaler. What kind of background did Little Yuan Wang have? Third-grade superior-grade talisman papers were piled up like a mountain, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. "I only have one last set of 4 symbols talisman array left." Li Qingyuan drew the bow and aimed. The wind-splitting arrow shot out fiercely, wrapped in the 4 symbols talisman array. It annihilated 1 third-grade superior-grade talisman paper after another, unleashing the power of a nascent soul to kill towards Little Yuan Wang. Little Yuan Wang waved numerous talisman papers to intercept them. The third-grade talisman papers fluttered everywhere like scattered banknotes. Finally, he even sacrificed an imitation of the 5 Yuan mountain to strike a blow, shattering the residual power of the 4 symbols talisman array. He grinned and said, "Kid, you can't escape." "Can't escape? Then we'll die together." Li Qingyuan didn't flee. Not only did he not flee, but he instead charged straight at Little Yuan Wang. The two flew towards each other in the sky, rapidly closing the distance. Li Qingyuan clenched his hands, 1 heavenly sun pearl in each. This item was made using Ji Kun's ultimate Yang blood essence as a guide, infused with a trace of Zhao Guanzheng's primordial spirit power, and refined using his own forbidden technique secret methods. This item specifically countered 4th-grade ghost cultivators. Even a late 4th-grade ghost cultivator, comparable to a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator, would have to tread carefully. Facing a human cultivator, although it didn't have a natural restraint, its power was still immense. A single pearl was enough to kill any cultivator below the nascent soul stage. Li Qingyuan threw one out, killing towards Little Yuan Wang. As the heavenly sun pearl was sacrificed, its ultimate yang and firm aura erupted. It also incorporated a wisp of Zhao Guanzheng's primordial spirit essence and forbidden technique methods. Instantly, it became dazzlingly bright, erupting with a radiance like a red sun, so bright it stung the eyelids. "What the hell is this thing?" Little Yuan Wang's eyelids twitched wildly, his expression shocked. He immediately activated the 5 Yuan mountain for defense. The power of the 5 Yuan suppressed it, blocking the residual power of the heavenly sun pearl's explosion. With a thunderous boom, the explosion was like a strike from a nascent soul true lord. It sent the 5 Yuan mountain flying back 100 zhang. Little Yuan Wang was also knocked back. His tiger's mouth split open. He grunted, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. With a swoosh, Li Qingyuan cut through the exploding clouds. His Wind Thunder Overlord body activated, and he rapidly closed in on Little Yuan Wang. The second Heavenly Sun Pearl was detonated instantly and thrown out to kill. Again, Little Yuan Wang cursed, "Madman, aren't you afraid of blowing yourself up?" The distance was very close. Both were within the attack range. The area within 100 zhang was subjected to the impact. Little Yuan Wang took a third-grade superior-grade pill, recovering from his injuries. He once again sacrificed the imitation 5 Yuan mountain to block, then sacrificed his life-bound magic treasure. Dong, the life-bound magic treasure, an ancient bell. The bell's sound vibrated, emitting a shocking pressure. It was in no way inferior to the imitation 5 Yuan mountain, very close to the power of a nascent soul, true Lord's life-bound magic treasure. With a dong sound, the precious bell vibrated. The sky wailed, a fierce wind howled, spiritual light shattered. The ancient bell's sound tore through heaven and earth, directly annihilating the explosive power of the heavenly sun pearl. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continued within 100 jang radius. Little Yuan Wang once again blocked the explosive power of the heavenly sun pearl, head-on blocking a powerful strike comparable to an early nascent soul cultivator. Little Yuan Wang flew back 100 jang, one hand holding up the mountain, the other holding up the ancient bell. His divine sense swept out, and his expression changed. Where is he? At the place where the two had fought, an area of over 100 jang was leveled. Ancient towering trees were shattered. Layers of topsoil were peeled back. Giant craters were blasted into the ground. But in this explosion, while little Yuan Wang was fully focused on self-preservation, Li Qingyuan had actually escaped? Impossible. Little Yuan Wang's expression was gloomy. Who exactly is this person? He can evade the detection of the human king and my father, and bring a 4th-grade item into the void refining cave heaven. That exploding item earlier, if it were any other peak core formation cultivator, they would either be dead or severely injured. Little Yuan Wang flew back and forth, scanning the high altitude around him, searching back and forth. Where exactly did he go? He fully activated his divine sense, scanning every inch within 100 jang, 500 jang, 1,000 jang. He didn't let up in any direction. All around, high in the sky, deep underground. Found you. Little Yuan Wang's expression was gloomy. His nascent soul divine sense detected a cave. The cave was very deep, going straight down into the ground. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Streams of light flew over, arriving at this place. Master, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. A group of late core formation cultivators came to pay their respects to little Yuan Wang. Little Yuan Wang pointed with a wave of his hand, gnashing his teeth. Chase him for me. Dig 1,000 jang, 10,000 jang into the ground if you have to, but kill this person. He had actually been injured by Li Qingyuan. A mere mid-core formation cultivator had actually injured him. This was a disgrace. The crowd received the order, and all made their moves. Fire Spirit Sun, Water Spirit Sun, Cao Yifei, the late core formation female cultivator, Ta Wuyai, the prodigies of Huanzhou, the late core formation prodigies from various states who had pledged allegiance, all made their moves. As soon as they drilled into the cave, they triggered a formation. The formation activated an attack, but it was only 3rd grade lower grade, not a grade threat. Ta Yi Saud Wuyai shouted sternly, "Break for me." He punched out, using the Heavenly Gang secret method. His late core formation physical body annihilated the formation. But in the next second, the formation exploded, triggering the talisman papers laid out around the ambush cave. Hundreds of 3rd grade talisman papers, ranging from 3rd grade lower grade, 3rd grade mid-grade, to 3rd grade superior grade, all exploded simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The earth within several tens of zhong exploded. The ground collapsed, dust flew everywhere. Various talisman paper spiritual lights exploded, the killing intent astonishing. It forced the group of late core formation prodigies to sacrifice their magic treasures to protect themselves. After the explosion, the group of late core formation prodigies were in a sorry state, each bearing injuries. Although none were fatal, it made them lose face. They had been outsmarted. That damned bastard, how does he have so many talisman papers? With this quantity of 3rd grade talisman papers, even a nascent soul force would find it hard to produce. Could he be the sole disciple of some reclusive first-rate nascent soul force with all resources given to him? Little Yuan Wang's expression was gloomy. Seeing this, the crowd once again sacrificed their magic treasures to clear the way, blasting open the underground cave blocked by the collapse. They followed the cave, chasing at high speed, going straight down. At the same time, 1,000 zhang underground. Cough. Li Qingyuan coughed up blood. He flew upside down, head first, and took a 10,000 true pill to recover his injuries and mana. Little Yuan Wang is very strong. The title of number 1 under the nascent soul is well deserved. Li Qingyuan's expression was solemn. I even suspect that a declining nascent soul in his twilight years, barely promoted to early nascent soul with a slightly weak foundation, might not necessarily be his match. Deep foundation, strong explosive power, strong stamina from pill resources, unique magic treasures. This little Yuan Wang truly gathered all glory upon himself. Little Yan, faster. The talisman paper traps won't hold them for long. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and 10,000 true pills flew out. The flame dragon lizard swallowed them in one gulp. Its third-grade mid-tier demonic power erupted fully, and its demonic core began to operate under overload. It let out a low roar, its earth-evading talent activated. It fled through the ground at high speed, carrying its master Li Qingyuan deeper and deeper into the Earth's core. The flame dragon lizard, one of the strange species of flood dragons, was naturally close to fire attributes. Its mother laid eggs deep within the Earth's core. From birth, they possessed the ability to burrow and dig holes. Li Qingyuan murmured to himself, "Little Yan, you said you sensed nearby Earth fire lava. I hope it's true." Roar. The flame dragon lizard responded with a low roar. Its body, shrunk to 1 zhang, rapidly burrowed through the ground. Its body spun, using the sharp horn on its head to open the cave, drilling deep like an earth drill. Entering the underground was like returning home for it, like a fish in water. With a plop, the flame dragon lizard drilled through a layer of earth crust and plunged headfirst into scorching magma. The magma instantly surged up, pouring back into the cave. The scorching high temperature made Li Qingyuan, even with his mid-core formation physical body, feel intensely hot, scalding and burning. The flame dragon lizard's body expanded hugely, becoming over 20 zhang in size, and opened its massive mouth. Li Qingyuan leaped, dodging inside the flame dragon lizard's body. The flame dragon lizard closed its mouth, dove into the depths of the magma, swimming towards the Earth's core like a crocodile swishing its tail. It continuously headed straight for the high-temperature core. Its demonic power radiated, sharing the same origin as the Earth core magma. The bloodline aura of the demon beast seemed to merge with the Earth core magma. Little Yan's eyes were covered by a layer of grey eye covers, protecting its eyes. A hint of human-like smile appeared deep in its pupils, as if saying, "It's good to be home." Chapter 375. Escaping Earth Fire, all inheritances revealed. We've reached the bottom. Where is he? Fire Spirit Sun, Water Spirit Sun, and the others looked at each other, staring at the underground cave beneath them, filled with high-temperature magma. The Earth core fire was extremely intense. Even underground rocks and metal ores were dissolved. "Everyone stand back!" Little Yuan Wang descended slowly. The imitation 5 Yuan mountain blasted out, shattering the mountain cave and the stubborn rock walls. With a rumble, a wall of magma shattered. A torrent of lava poured in, mountain bodies cracked and fell, dissolved and burned by the magma's high temperature. A pool of earth-fire magma came into view. The underground magma was bottomless, vast and boundless, like an ocean of fire. Every wave was liquid refined from extreme high temperatures. The crowd stood above the magma, sweat beading on their foreheads. Water Spirit Sun felt very uncomfortable. His water-attributed technique was suppressed here, making it hard to exert his full mana. His handsome and delicate face was solemn as he said, "This place is not accessible to core formation cultivators. This magma is extremely hot. Foundation establishment cultivators will die upon contact." Cao Yifei said, "Even for us to dive into the Earth core magma, our mana consumption will be very high. Once our pill supplies are used up and our mana consumption is too great, if we go too deep, there is also a risk of falling. Little Yuan Wang activated his nascent soul divine sense, doing his utmost to explore, but found no one, no trace at all. His expression was gloomy, and he said coldly, "All of you, go down, find this person. I, this crown prince, will kill him today." Upon hearing this, Fire Spirit Sun immediately volunteered, "Yes, Your Highness." With a plop, Fire Spirit Sun activated his golden core mana. His red robe and red hair were shrouded in red mana, like a god of fire, as he plunged headfirst into the earth core magma. Due to his cultivation technique, Fire Spirit Sun had a certain advantage over ordinary people. The crowd looked at each other, then jumped in one after another. Plop, plop, they dove into the earth core magma, activating their mana to resist the burning of the scorching magma. Some also activated fire-repelling magic treasures to move. Little Yuan Wang had the ancient bell magic treasure above his head. He sacrificed his life-bound magic treasure to protect his body, walking within the earth core lava, continuously diving deeper by 100 jang, 1,000 jang, 3,000 jang. At 3,000 jang into the underground magma, the late core formation cultivators reached their limit. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I can't hold on anymore." "Your Highness, my pills are exhausted. My mana is about to dry up. I can't hold on either." The intensity of the lava here is enough to burn an early core formation cultivator. We have to fully activate our mana every moment. The consumption is too great. "Your Highness, I suspect that villain has long turned to ashes, becoming part of the earth core magma. Yes, this place can even scorch divine sense. Our range of divine sense exploration is greatly limited here. A mid-core formation cultivator, even if he cultivates both Dharma and body, absolutely cannot reach this place." Little Yuan Wang's expression was slightly frozen. Even he had to take a third-grade superior-grade pill to recover his mana. The distance of 3,000 jang also put pressure on him. His divine sense probed downwards. The earth core magma was still very deep, as if leading to another world, bottomless. "You all wait here. I, this Crown Prince, will go down and take a look." Little Yuan Wang used the ancient bell magic treasure to protect his body, activated his peak core formation mana, and continued to dive deeper into the earth core magma. 100 jang, 300 jang, 500 jang. Gradually, the pressure around Little Yuan Wang grew greater and greater. The high temperature of the flame almost reached the limit of what he could bear. As the saying goes, water and fire are merciless. Even immortals have flames and waters they fear. At 500 zang, Little Yuan Wang was already drenched in sweat. His nascent soul divine sense was also being roasted and burned by the flame power, greatly shortening his detection range. To continue going down, one must be a nascent soul cultivator. Little Yuan Wang frowned. Could that villain have already left the earth core magma and escaped through the ground again? No, impossible. I chased him all the way here. My nascent soul divine sense detected his trail right here. There's no way he could have escaped from under my nose and out of the earth core magma in such a short time. Where exactly did he go? Little Yuan Wang was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He flew out of the earth core magma and issued an order. "Pass my command. Send people to set up formations around here and seal the ground exits. Once his whereabouts are found, report immediately." The crowd clasped their fists and said, "As you command." Thus, Little Yuan Wang left a group of people behind and led another group out of the ground, planting personnel around the surface. After making these arrangements, Little Yuan Wang led the crowd and patiently waited for another 10 days. He also issued a bounty order, continuously dispatching core formation cultivators to dive into the earth core magma. They searched like this for a full 2 months, but Little Yuan Wang still found nothing. Gold Spirit Sun pays respects to Your Highness. Little Yuan Wang praised. Not bad. Of the 5 great inheritances, you have obtained 1. Very good. Gold Spirit's son knew his master very well. He became even more humble, saying, "Your subordinate has what he has today entirely thanks to your highness's cultivation and recognition. Without the 5 Yuan sect, there would be no me." Little Yuan Wang's divine sense swept over him, and he nodded. Not bad. You have made another breakthrough and advanced to peak core formation. You can assist me, this Crown Prince. Gold Spirit's son presented a jade slip with both hands, his posture respectful. Your Highness, this is the inheritance of artifact refining. Your subordinate was fortunate enough to pass the assessment and obtained an inheritance for refining precious artifacts. I specially present it to you. Little Yuan Wang took it, his divine sense swept over it, and his eyes lit up. Presenting this to my father will surely perfect my 5 Yuan sect's artifact refining inheritance. I will remember you a great merit. Thank you, Master. Gold Spirit son showed a delighted expression. The sound transmission jade slip activated and much intelligence converged. Your Highness, the Talisman Dao inheritance has opened. It seems to be the Talisman inheritance. Your Highness, Ye Xuan of the Ye family, has obtained the puppet inheritance. He is already secretly purchasing 4th grade ores and secretly investigating the whereabouts of 4th grade demon beasts, intending to forge a 4th grade puppet to win the Grand Competition Championship. Upon hearing this, little Yuan Wang's handsome and proud face grew even colder and fiercer. He snorted coldly. Ye Xuan of the Ye family, one of the 2 dragons of Shenzhou. He fought Wang Fugui to 3 draws. He is proficient in swordsmanship and puppet mechanism arts. There are quite a few people coveting the championship position. Gold Spirit's son said respectfully, according to past conventions, those who rank in the top 3 can make a request to the Human King. Someone once obtained a 4th grade peak pill, a hair's breadth away from a precious pill. Someone also obtained precious stones, precious medicines, or even a 4th grade demon beast spirit pet. Speaking of this, Gold Spirit's son couldn't help but feel envious. Little Yuan Wang slowly stood up and said, "The top 3 of the grand competition will definitely belong to my 5 Yuan sect." Now, the 5 great inheritances have all appeared: alchemy, sword formation, artifact refining, puppetry, and talisman Dao. 4 of the 5 great inheritances have already been obtained by someone. Little Yuan Wang ordered, "Water Spirit's son, you are skilled in drawing talismans. The Talisman Dao inheritance has opened. You go too." Water Spirit's son nodded, "As you command." After Water Spirit's son led a group of talisman master subordinates away, little Yuan Wang looked at the ground, his expression growing even colder and fiercer. He ordered, "Withdraw." The 5 great inheritances are about to end. The real hunt begins. Little Yuan Wang grinned and said slowly, "Since that villain came from Huangzhou, let's start with the 7 kingdoms of Huangzhou." From the crowd, Tie Wuyai of the Heavenly Gang sect of Wei State, Wan Luo of the 10,000 Elephant sect of Yue State, and others from the 7 kingdoms of Huangzhou who had pledged allegiance to little Yuan Wang stepped forward. They bowed respectfully and said, "We are willing to lead the way for your highness and sweep away the cultivators of Huangzhou." Chapter 3076. The Yu Siblings, Twin Sisters. At the deepest point of the underground magma, 8,000 jang beneath the earth, a stone on the wall of the magma chamber, identical in color and texture to the surrounding magma rocks, shifted. The flame dragon lizard detached itself from the rock and swiftly swam upward. At the surface of the underground magma lake, the flame dragon lizard burst through the water. Its massive jaws opened wide, and Li Qingyuan flew out. Having hidden for over 2 months, they should all be gone by now, right? Zhao Guangzheng flew out, his nascent soul divine sense spreading in all directions, exploring the ground and the surroundings. Everything within a radius of 10,000 zheng was within his detection range. He said, "There are still a few hidden sentries left behind, several formations set up, and a few prohibition traps laid. Li Qingyuan ordered. Old Zhao, you guide the direction. Xiao Yan, you are responsible for clearing the path. Zhao Guanzheng nodded, pointed to a certain direction, and said, move due east 600 jang, then shift west 700 jang. That will get you out of the blockade range of the first major formation. The flame dragon lizard let out a low roar. Its body, over 10 jang long, rapidly shrank. The 1 jang long body erupted with demonic power, spinning at high speed to break through the earth, utilizing its earth-burrowing abilities. Half an hour later, 10,000 jang away, soil suddenly splattered from a hidden thicket. A 1 jang long flame lizard poked its head out. The flame dragon lizard crawled out of the ground, sniffed the air and looked around. Swoosh! Li Qingyuan flew out of the cave, and the nascent soul entity Zhao Guanzheng followed, drifting out. Finally free. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, opening a vortex of attraction. Zhao Guanzheng and the flame dragon lizard were drawn into the vortex, entering the gate of the mysterious female. Little Yuan Wang, 5 Yuan sect, this grudge is settled. Li Qingyuan's face turned cold, killing intent surging in his eyes. Little Yuan Wang and the 5 Yuan sect were arrogant, domineering, bloodthirsty, and narrow-minded. They couldn't bear to see various inheritances fall into the hands of others and harbored murderous intent towards outstanding prodigies. The alias Luo Zhengyi can't be used anymore either. Li Qingyuan's mind stirred. His appearance changed again, his figure shifted again, and then he donned a white robe with a sky-blue outer garment, exuding charm, handsomeness, and brilliance. This new alias emphasized handsomeness and temperament, a complete departure from all previous aliases that were unremarkable, rough and fierce, or mediocre in bearing. My cultivation base needs to change too. It's best to raise it a bit. Li Qingyuan activated the formless divine ability, simulating the aura of the late core formation stage, disguising himself as a late core formation prodigy. Swoosh! Li Qingyuan leaped into the air, flying across the sky. First, let's gather some intelligence and see what has happened to the void-refining cave, heaven, after 2 months. A few days later, in a mountain forest, over a dozen Tier 3 demonic beasts fled in all directions. More than 20 stunningly beautiful women, all wearing emerald green wide-sleeved flowing immortal dresses, drove flying swords to chase and drive the beasts, occasionally shooting talismans and unleashing Tier 3 spells to kill. They were a group of over 20, driving 15 Tier 3 demonic beasts, including 1 late Tier 3, 3 mid-Tier 3, and the remaining 11 early Tier 3. The leading woman waved her jade hand, scattering a handful of high-grade Tier 3 talismans, forcing the demonic beasts to flee wildly according to their plan into a specific area. Brother Chu, it's our turn. A graceful figure flew out into the air, her late core formation cultivation base radiating outward. Holding a formation plate, she injected spiritual power, instantly activating a set of formation flags that had been pre-buried. Boom! Spiritual light surged for 1,000 zhong in all directions. A high-grade Tier 3 formation was completed, trapping the 15 Tier 3 demonic beasts. A handsome, elegant, outstanding and charming man in white flew out. He waved both hands and said, "Go." From his spatial ring, puppets flew out one after another. Quasi-Tier 3 puppets, a full 30 of them. Low-grade Tier 3 puppets, a full 10 of them. Boom, boom, boom. 40 puppets charged out, using talismans to fight, engaging in close combat with their steel bodies. Built-in powerful thrusters allowed for rapid movement and harassment of the beasts. Around the formation, 3 late core formation cultivators were stationed, maintaining the formation's operation and continuously striking to repel the desperate Tier 3 beasts, trapping them firmly within the formation. The 3 late core formation cultivators consisted of 2 beautiful female cultivators and 1 handsome male cultivator. After 2.5 quarters of an hour of encirclement and annihilation, all 15 Tier 3 demonic beasts were killed. Their demonic souls were absorbed to increase the women's scores, while their demonic cores and materials became resources for artifact refining, puppet crafting, and talisman drawing. Fairy Yu Zhao waved her hand to retrieve the formation, turned back with a smile, and said, Cooperating with Brother Chu is truly delightful. Not only are you at the late core formation stage yourself, but you are also a Tier 3 Puppet Master and a Tier 3 Formation Master. If it weren't for Brother Chu's assistance in maintaining the formation, my high-grade Tier 3 formation wouldn't have been able to trap these 15 desperate Tier 3 beasts. Fairy Yu Xiao stepped forward, her eyes bright and smiling, and said, "With Brother Chu's dozens of Tier 3 puppets helping, hunting beasts and gathering spirit plants has become much simpler for us." Li Qingyuan smiled modestly, gentle and refined, his voice magnetic and warm, his smile like a spring breeze. He said, "Fairies Yu Zhao and Yu Xiao flatter me. I am merely providing support. You two are the true main force. Your Biyun sect is truly worthy of being one of the 6 top-tier nascent soul sects in Xuanzhou. Every fairy in your sect is not only peerlessly beautiful, but also exceptionally skilled in combat." A handsome, sunny, and extraordinary man praising a group of little fairies. How could they not be happy? The women all revealed sweet smiles. Li Qingyuan smiled too. A few days ago, while gathering intelligence, he had helped the Biyun sect by chance. With his handsome appearance, extraordinary temperament, smooth-talking skills, and the spring-like aura of a long-lived being, he easily connected with the Biyun sect and established a cooperative relationship. His identity was a rogue cultivator from Xuanzhou, born into a first-rate core formation sect as the young sect master. His father was a peak core formation cultivator and the sect master. He himself had an extraordinary spirit root. From birth, he had received the full support of the sect's resources. Coupled with his own efforts, he had achieved his current accomplishments. The Biyun sect was one of the 6 top-tier nascent soul sects in the 6 countries of Xuanzhou, in no way inferior to the Zhao's Wuji sect, the #1 nascent soul sect in the 7 countries of Huangzhou. This generation of the Biyun sect had produced 2 heavenly spirit roots, the sisters Yu Zhao and Yu Xiao. They were twin sisters, nearly perfectly identical in appearance, figure, clothing, hairstyle, height, and temperament. Both possessed a single water spirit root aptitude. Both were at the late core formation stage. The sisters were telepathically linked, their cooperation flawless, allowing them to fight a peak core formation cultivator without losing ground. By joining the Biyun sect and cooperating with them, Li Qingyuan obtained a lot of intelligence. He waved his hand, retrieving the 30 quasi-tier 3 puppets and 10 low-grade tier 3 puppets. His puppet mastery was only at the low-grade tier 3 level. He had obtained this inheritance when he first returned home at the early core formation stage, directly giving it to his Blood Shadow clone to comprehend. The Blood Shadow could draw talismans, refine artifacts, and set up formations. With his mutated Dark Spirit root and mid-core formation cultivation, comprehending puppet arts was naturally not difficult. He had used the remaining materials from the Foundation Establishment trial grounds to create these puppets. Elder Sister Yu Zhao smiled slightly and handed over a portion of the demonic cores and materials, saying, "Brother Chu, according to our agreement, this part is yours." "Thank you." Li Qingyuan naturally wouldn't be polite and accepted generously. Yu Xiao smoothed her hair and asked, "I wonder what Brother Chu's plans are next." Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment, then said, "I heard that the inheritance of artifact refining, alchemy, sword formations, and puppetry have all been gradually comprehended and obtained. Only the talisman inheritance appeared the latest. The talisman masters among the prodigies are currently comprehending it, and many non-talisman master core formation prodigies are also watching. I am quite interested and would like to go and take a look." Yu Xiao smiled and said, "Brother Chu, it seems we will have to travel together for a while longer." Li Qingyuan asked with a puzzled look. "Oh," Yu Zhao explained, "Brother Chu may not know this, but my younger sister is a high-grade Tier 3 Talisman Master on the verge of becoming a Tier 4 Talisman Master. The ancient talisman inheritance holds great attraction for her. The talismans we use are all drawn by my sister." Li Qingyuan suddenly understood. "I see. Not only do you 2 fairies have profound cultivation bases, but you also have exceptional comprehension. One excels in formations, the other in talismans, and both are not far from becoming Tier 4 masters. I truly admire you. Yi Zhao smiled slightly, waved her jade hand, and took out a flying artifact. Brother Chu, please. Li Qingyuan jumped on board, following the Yu sisters and the Biyun sect's little fairies as they flew across the sky, heading straight for the Talisman Inheritance site. He thought to himself, with the Talisman Inheritance left by a void refining stage powerhouse, it shouldn't be difficult to gather a complete set of high-grade Tier 3-5 elements, talisman arrays. There must also be plenty of Tier 4 talismans. Perhaps I might even see legendary talismans. Perhaps I might even see legendary talismans of a grade higher than Tier 4. Chapter 377. Talisman Inheritance. A Battle of Comprehension. When Li Qingyuan and his group arrived at the Talisman Inheritance site, over 1,000 core formation prodigies had already gathered at the Talisman Cliff. Some chose to observe, providing support for their companions. In reality, only about 700 Talisman Masters had actually gone to the Talisman Cliff to comprehend the runes. Among the over 4,000 core formation prodigies, only about 700 were interested in talismans, had talent for it, and had become true Talisman Masters. Among these 700, there were also differences in talisman talent and skill. The arrival of the Biyun sect drew the attention of many male cultivators. What beautiful fairies! And there's even a pair of twin sisters, identical in appearance, figure, and temperament. It's double, oh no, triple the pleasure. Shh, don't talk nonsense. They are nascent soul seeds of the Biyun sect, one of the 6 top-tier sects in Xuanzhou. Their sect master is one of the 6 heavenly patroller of Xuanzhou. Offending these sisters is something you can't afford. How do you know so clearly? Look at the injury on my face. It was clear that the Biyun sect had already made a name for themselves in this trial ground. After all, the combined strength of the Yu sisters was not inferior to a peak core formation cultivator. In the entire void refining cave heaven, there were only 3 or 4 peak core formation cultivators. Suddenly, commotion arose from the surrounding mountains and the gathered crowd. Huo Lingzi led his team to the scene and suddenly made a move, pointing at several ordinary-looking core formation cultivators among the 1,000, those with mediocre temperaments and appearances that were easy to overlook. Huo Lingzi pointed them out one by one, saying, him, 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 and him, him, and him, and him. Arrest them all. 200 core formation prodigies acted together, charging into different groups and targeting different individuals. The leaders of the different groups changed expression and prepared to intervene. Huo Lingzi threatened, I am acting on the orders of Little Yuan Wang to investigate a demonic cultivator. This demonic cultivator is skilled in disguise and shape, shifting, adept at hiding his aura and disguise and lurk. My master, Little Yuan Wang, suspects that this demonic cultivator may have been possessed by an old nascent soul demon, lurking among you with ill intentions. We must be on guard. At these words, the leaders showed hesitation and fear. Some even looked at their own people with suspicion. Captain, it's not me, I'm not him. Senior brother, I'm just ordinary, looking and a bit dark-skinned, but I'm definitely not a demonic cultivator. Remember that time you took Junior Sister's virginity? I was the one who helped you drug her. Shut up, you demonic cultivator. How dare you slander me when you're about to die? All sorts of noise and chaos ensued. In short, cultivators who were ordinary-looking, whose temperaments blended into the crowd and were easily overlooked, were all targeted, severely injured, and forced to burn their identity jade slips with spiritual power to teleport away. As they left, they kept roaring, 5 Yuan sect, we will report this slander to the human king and ask him to seek justice for us. Huo Lingzi snorted coldly, his expression disdainful. With the 5 Yuan king present, what was a mere human king? Soon, Huo Lingzi and Cao Yifei's gazes shifted towards the Biyun sect. Yu Zhao and Yu Shao said coldly, do you intend to make a move against our Biyun sect? The Yu sisters erupted with their cultivation bases, their pressure dominating the scene. All the female cultivators of the Biyun sect advanced and retreated together. Some core formation prodigies from Xuanzhou even came forward to offer help, trying to curry favor. Huo Lingzi's gaze swept over the Biyun sect members, thinking to himself, "My master instructed me to focus on checking body cultivators, or those who look ordinary and harmless. The Biyun sect is full of beautiful fairies, and the Yu sisters are formidable, with considerable influence among the core formation prodigies of Xuanzhou. It's not good to offend them." Furthermore, Huo Lingzi was cautious. "Furthermore, my master seems quite interested in these sisters and wants to take them as concubines. I absolutely cannot offend them." Huo Lingzi's gaze passed over the Biyun sect members and finally landed on Li Qingyuan. Handsome, suave, sunny, with a graceful demeanor, unrestrained and charming, and at the late core formation stage. This person couldn't possibly be that Li Qingyuan. That villain Li Qingyuan, even when he fought with all his might to escape, was only at the dual path mid-core formation stage, not even at the complete of mid-core formation, let alone the late core formation stage, which was still years away. Huo Lingzi looked at Yu Zhao and Yu Xiao, cupped his fists in a salute, and said, "Fairy Yu Zhao, you worry too much. With your profound cultivation, I doubt that demonic cultivator would dare to lurk under your noses." Having said that, Huo Lingzi led his men to occupy a mountain peak, providing support for Shui Lingzi. On the Talisman Cliff, among the hundreds of talisman masters, Shui Lingzi was in the lead, having already comprehended 2/3 of the runes not far from the summit. Yu Xiao said, "Sister, Brother Chu, I'm going." Swoosh! Yu Xiao, in her green dress, flew across the sky, entered the Talisman Cliff, and began comprehending the runes, stepping steadily up the stairs. Li Qingyuan activated a Tier 4 secret technique, Heart Demon Pupil, secretly observing, examining, and exploring the entire Talisman Cliff. The Talisman Cliff was shaped like a pagoda. On the surface of the pagoda cliff and in the surrounding air, runes floated one by one, emitting spiritual pressure and drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the summit of the pagoda cliff, a rune attracted the thunder of the 9 heavens. Wild thunder brewed, and even peak core formation cultivators showed fear, as if facing a nascent soul true lord. Judging by the power of this thunder, the rune at the summit must be a Tier 4 thunder attribute rune. Li Qingyuan had a guess. Li Qingyuan slowly warped out, heading towards the Talisman Pagoda Mountain. Yu Zhao asked curiously, "What? Is Brother Chu also interested in runes?" Li Qingyuan smiled slightly, his smile warm and comforting, like a spring breeze, causing Fairy Yu Zhao's heart to ripple slightly. He said, "To be honest, I am also a Tier 3 talisman master." Swoosh! As his voice fell, Li Qingyuan flew out, landing at the foot of the Talisman Pagoda Mountain. His divine sense surged out, and he began to comprehend the runes. The Talisman Pagoda Mountain was 1,000 zhang high. There was only one path to ascend. Runes condensed in the sky, forming a staircase to climb the mountain. To reach the summit of the Pagoda Mountain, there was only one method: comprehend the runes, using the runes as steps, and ascend step by step. At the very beginning, there were only Tier 1 runes, and low-grade Tier 1 ones at that. Li Qingyuan was now a high-grade Tier 3 talisman master, capable of drawing 4 types of high-grade Tier 3 runes. He instantly comprehended the low-grade Tier 1 runes and stepped up. Fairy Yu Xiao was not slow either. She comprehended the runes first, her position slightly ahead of Li Qingyuan. Yu Xiao was in front, Li Qingyuan behind. Their pace and rhythm were almost identical as they advanced continuously. Low-grade Tier 1, mid-grade Tier 1, high-grade Tier 1, top-grade Tier 1, trues, a total of over 1,000 very basic runes. They comprehended them easily and ascended step by step. Next came 90 low-grade Tier 2 runes, 70 mid-grade Tier 2 runes, and 50 high-grade Tier 2 runes, a total of 210 steps. Yu Xiao and Li Qingyuan continued at a leisurely pace, their speed almost identical. This comprehension continued for over a month. Both Yu Xiao and Li Qingyuan had now reached the last step of the high-grade Tier 2 runes, surpassing over 500 of the 700-plus people. At this moment, Li Qingyuan's comprehension speed had caught up from behind. his position matching Yu Xiao's. Yu Xiao came to her senses, surprised. She said, "Brother Chu, you are also a talisman master. Your comprehension speed is too fast, isn't it?" Li Qingyuan smiled slightly, comprehended the last high-grade Tier 2 rune, stepped forward, surpassing Yu Xiao, and ascended to the low-grade Tier 3 rune steps. "Sister Yu Xiao, let your elder brother scout the path for you." Chapter 378. He, riding alone and unmatched. Li Qingyuan's spirit was joyful. His talisman Dao system was becoming increasingly complete, and his foundation in the talisman Dao was growing deeper and deeper. First-order runes, over 1,000 in number. Second-order runes, 210 in number. The first-order and second-order runes he had learned in the past were merely a small portion of the runes he had seen, heard, and comprehended today, barely reaching 1/5. After today, his foundation in the talisman Dao would be thoroughly perfected. His understanding of runes had undergone a qualitative change, and his personal talisman Dao skills were advancing rapidly. In his heart, insights came without cease. So that's how it is, I understand now. So this is how the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman can be used. It was far too fortunate that I was able to create the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman back then. With today's understanding, if I go into seclusion for a period of time, I am confident I can elevate the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman from second-order mid-grade to third-order low-grade or above. Being able to create a third-order rune on one's own, even if only a third-order low-grade rune, meant that person's talisman Dao skill was at least among the best of third-order high-grade, or perhaps even already a fourth-order talisman master. Li Qingyuan collected his thoughts and injected his divine sense into the steps before him. Runes flickered on the steps, vivid and lifelike, as if they were vessels of the natural power of heaven and earth. Third-order low-grade, Phantom Spirit Talisman. Using runes to condense a phantom, those below mid-stage core formation could not distinguish it with their divine sense. It could pass off the false as genuine, allowing the true body to escape in the meantime. When it came to third-order runes, the time required for comprehension naturally far exceeded that of first-order and second-order runes. But for Li Qingyuan, it was only a matter of a few days. Moreover, at this moment his talisman Dao skills were undergoing a rapid transformation. His foundation in runes was very complete. With his basic formulas and basic runes, he had more, faster, and more direct methods of deciphering and comprehending higher-order runes. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan comprehended the Phantom Spirit Talisman and transmitted a voice message. Sister Yu Xiao, when comprehending this talisman, you can refer to the second-order high-grade Waterform Talisman and the second-order low-grade Wind Travel Talisman. Yu Xiao was startled, then nodded. After she finished comprehending the last second-order high-grade rune, she also stepped up and entered the third-order talisman Dao staircase. As she advanced, Li Qingyuan also took another step forward. Yu Xiao began to comprehend the third-order low-grade Phantom Spirit Talisman. At first, she followed her own methods, habitual thinking patterns, and personal comprehension ability. It took a full 5 days before she had any thoughts. If I comprehend using my own methods, I'm afraid it will take 10 days before I have any understanding. Let me try Brother Chu's hint. Thus, 3 days later, Yu Xiao's beautiful eyes lit up. So that's how it is. It really is just as he said. Brother Chu, I understand. Yu Xiao lifted her gaze, looking at the figure before her, clad in white robes, with a tall and straight posture and handsome side profile. Her heart rippled slightly. So Brother Chu is not only a third-order puppet master and third-order formation master, but also one of the best among third-order high-grade talisman masters. His talisman Dao skills are far above mine. Li Qingyuan transmitted a voice message. Sister Yu Xiao, for the second rune, you can refer to. After sending one voice message, Li Qingyuan continued comprehending the third rune, which he was about to complete. 1 day later, on the 9th day, Li Qingyuan comprehended the third rune and stepped onto the 4th step. There were 30 third-order low-grade runes in total. 90 days passed in the blink of an eye. I'm up. Li Qingyuan stepped up and ascended to the third-order mid-grade rune staircase. At this point, only 30 talisman masters had arrived at this place around Li Qingyuan. Behind him, the guided fairy Yu Xiao was climbing steadily and was about to enter the third-order mid-grade steps. The third-order mid-grade rune staircase had 20 runes in total. The difficulty of comprehension had increased somewhat, but Li Qingyuan's talisman Dao skills had been nourished by the third-order low-grade runes, improving and becoming more refined. 1 rune, 5 days of comprehension. 3 months later, after 100 days had passed, Li Qingyuan had thoroughly comprehended the last third-order mid-grade rune and stepped onto the third-order high-grade rune staircase. At this moment, Li Qingyuan was less than 100 jang from the mountaintop. On the third-order high-grade steps, including him, there were only 6 people. Water. Spirit, son of the Five-Element sect, was not among the 6. He had already jumped out of the third-order high-grade rune staircase many days ago and was only on the final step before reaching the summit. However, for some unknown reason, he had remained on that empty step for over 5 months. That single step seemed very close, yet he still found it difficult to ascend. Water Spirit Sun's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression troubled. From time to time he muttered and shook his head, no, still a little short, still a little short. But what exactly is that little bit? Li Qingyuan withdrew his gaze, transmitted a voice message to help Yu Xiao, and then began to comprehend. There were 10 third-order high-grade runes in total. The first rune was somewhat similar to the Heavenly Qian Gold Thorn Talisman he had mastered, so comprehending it was not difficult. He directly understood it after 10 days. The second rune made Li Qingyuan's eyes light up, and a joyful expression appeared on his face. Third-order high-grade wood element rune, Thousand-Leaf Soaring Dragon Talisman, a wood element attack rune. This meant that Li Qingyuan was only missing the last earth element rune among the third-order high-grade runes. Li Qingyuan immediately began to comprehend. He had a strong affinity with the wood element, and with the influence of the longevity seed and the A-wood reaching heaven art. Wood element runes were also the ceiling of his current rune skills. In just 7 days, Li Qingyuan comprehended the Thousand-Leaf Soaring Dragon Talisman and stepped up. For the remaining 8 runes, the shortest took 7 or 8 days, and the longest took 10 to 15 days to comprehend one. On average, he used 8 days for each rune. 80 days later, Li Qingyuan surpassed everyone, jumped out of the third-order high-grade staircase, and ascended to the final step. He was only 1 step away from the true mountaintop. At this point, Li Qingyuan and Water Spirit Sun were in the same place. Li Qingyuan transmitted a voice message. Sister Yu Xiao, listen carefully to the last 10 runes. Yu Xiao had just comprehended the last third-order mid-grade rune and stepped onto the third-order high-grade staircase. She listened attentively to Li Qingyuan's voice transmission. His gentle and refined voice, his outstanding temperament, his knowledge that surpassed others, and his talisman Dao skills that rode alone and unmatched. Yu Xiao enjoyed the care of an older brother from next door. Her body and mind felt like a spring breeze, and ripples stirred in her heart. I wonder if Brother Chu has a Dao companion. He probably doesn't, right? After all, he was born in a core formation sect. To have achieved what he has today, he must have gone through countless hardships. If my sister and I were to recruit him as a husband and become Dao companions with him together, I wonder if he would be willing. Sister Yu Xiao, let us meet at the summit. Li Qingyuan ended his voice transmission, expressing his expectation for her, then sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. Yu Xiao came back to her senses, her gaze firm. Brother Chu, Yu Xiao will definitely not let your intentions down. I will meet you at the summit. She collected her thoughts and focused entirely on comprehension. So that's how it is. I see. After arriving at the final step, Li Qingyuan finally understood why Water Spirit Sun had been stuck and unable to advance. On the final step, there was only one sentence. Create a third-order rune on your own with a grade of third-order mid-grade or above. Li Qingyuan's mind trembled. This requirement is very, very difficult. For example, if you asked a third-order high-grade alchemist to create a third-order mid-grade Dan recipe on their own, would it be difficult? I ask you, is it difficult? Difficult. Difficult. Too difficult. For most third-order alchemists in the cultivation world, this was almost impossible. By the same logic, asking a third-order high-grade talisman master to create a third-order mid-grade or above rune on their own was equally difficult. Unless it was a monstrous talent among talisman masters, a genius 1 in 10,000, a special existence whose talisman Dao skills were enough to break through the third-order shackles and ascend to the fourth order, but who could not become a fourth-order talisman master due to lacking nascent soul divine sense, nascent soul dharma power, and fourth-order materials. But such talisman masters were too few, too rare. Looking at the younger generation across the 9 provinces continent, there were almost none. Li Qingyuan looked at the final rune on the mountaintop, which was empowered by thunder. He knew that the ancient talisman Dao inheritance and talisman seal inheritance were within that thunder rune. As long as he obtained the thunder rune, he could receive the talisman Dao inheritance. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he laughed softly to himself. Coincidentally, I am exactly that kind of talisman master. Chapter 3079. Third Order Mid-Grade, Thunder Fire Spirit Talisman. Water Spirit Sun, who was bitterly comprehending with no clue, glanced at Li Qingyuan. Born in the Five Elements sect, he was proud and aloof, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Even I, a talisman Dao prodigy who has received the true transmission of the Five Elements sect since childhood, and being personally taught by a fourth-order high-grade talisman Dao master, can do nothing about this. This person's reputation is not known. He is probably from a small sect or a rogue cultivator who happened to reach core formation. For someone like this to reach this point and stand shoulder to shoulder with me, he must have already reached his limit. After sneering in his heart, Water Spirit Sun continued to immerse himself in his own world. He held a talisman brush, dipped it in talisman ink, and continued to create a third-order talisman paper on his own. Bang! The third-order mid-grade rune was incomplete. During the final step of gathering spirit energy, the heaven and earth spiritual energy became chaotic. His core formation dharma power became disordered, and the talisman paper self-ignited, causing an explosion. Li Qingyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was secretly shocked. This Water Spirit Sun has some skill. He can already create third-order low-grade runes on his own. Although there is still a gap to third-order mid-grade, if he is given more time, he will eventually succeed. He praised in his heart, "The heroes of the world are as numerous as carp crossing a river. Among the core formation prodigies, there are many who surpass me. Little Yuan Wang, Wang Fugui, Ye Xuan, Zhang Xuangshu, and the like are not undeserving of their reputations. And this Water Spirit Sun, becoming a fourth-order talisman master, is only a matter of time. In the future, he will surely become a fourth-order high-grade talisman master, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with late-stage nascent soul grand cultivators." Li Qingyuan took a deep breath. His sea of consciousness was clear. He circulated his dharma power, held his quasi-fourth-order talisman brush, Peach Blossom, dipped it in third-order low-grade talisman ink, and began to draw, deduce, and perfect the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman. When he had created the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman, Li Qingyuan was only at the 10th layer of qi refining and had not yet stepped into foundation establishment. Although he had accumulated a lot back then, there was also an element of luck. When the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman first appeared, it was a second-order low-grade talisman paper. Later, Li Qingyuan perfected it many times and continuously improved it. Before he became a third-order high-grade talisman master, he had already perfected it into a second-order mid-grade talisman paper. After that, Miao Le gave him a complete set of third-order high-grade talisman Dao inheritance. Li Qingyuan's talisman Dao skills underwent another leap. During the 11 years he returned home, he also deduced and perfected the rune in his spare time. Before returning to Sanle Immortal City, the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman was further perfected, its power increased, and its grade reached second-order high-grade talisman paper. And now, Li Qingyuan's talisman Dao skills had absorbed the essence of ancient first-order, second-order, and third-order runes, drawing on the nutrients of his predecessors to improve himself. His talisman Dao system was more complete, leading to a qualitative transformation. He immediately held his talisman brush and began to draw. The Thunderwood Spirit Talisman, second-order high-grade, was completed in one go. When he drew it the second time, Li Qingyuan's strokes were more complex, the runes more obscure. A sizzling sound flashed with electric current, faintly emitting the sound of thunder. Drawing talismans required completing it in one go without interruption. But how could creating a rune on one's own be accomplished in a single attempt? Li Qingyuan only paused slightly, a contemplative expression on his face. The rune before him self-destructed, causing the talisman paper to self-ignite. The talisman drawing failed. "Sister Miao Le, thank you." Li Qingyuan thanked her in his heart. Miao Le had given him a lot of third-order low-grade and third-order mid-grade talisman drawing materials. On his path of cultivation, 3 women had deeply influenced him. Qin Miaoyi had stimulated his potential and promoted his rapid progress in the early stages of his cultivation. Luo Ling was the harbor of home, maintaining the family, being filial to his parents above and raising his children below. She was a spiritual harbor. Miao Le was peerlessly enchanting, a knowing older sister. Whether it was resources, techniques, Dharma power cultivation, or alchemy inheritance, she had given him a platform far beyond what he had before, helping him soar to the heavens. But in the end, they were all external factors. Li Qingyuan himself was his greatest confidence. That he could reach where he was today and possess his current achievements was naturally inseparable from his own excellence and persistence. Again, Li Qingyuan drew the talisman a second time. Bang! Self-ignition. Bang, bang, bang. Ignite, ignite, ignite. After 2 or 3 hours, Li Qingyuan had failed more than 10 times. Although he had not yet succeeded, the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman he could draw was continuously being perfected. The runes became more condensed, and a third-order pressure was faintly present. The Thunderwood Spirit Talisman was undergoing a transformation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. When the consumption from drawing talismans was too great, Li Qingyuan would take elixirs to restore his Dharma power and divine sense. He was tireless, forgetting both himself and the world. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed, but his expression remained calm as he immersed himself in the talisman Dao. The junior sister of the Bixuan sect asked, "Senior sister, do you think Brother Chu or Water Spirit Son will obtain the talisman Dao inheritance?" Yu Zhao heard this and showed a contemplative expression. "I don't know either. But as it stands now, Water Spirit Son still has a greater chance of winning. He started comprehending 2 or 3 months earlier, and now he has even created a third-order low-grade rune on his own. He is only 1 step away from success." On a nearby mountain peak, Fire Spirit Son laughed lightly and said, "Fairy Yu Zhao has good judgment. This junior brother of mine, his talisman Dao talent, can be called the best in the 5 Elements sect in 100 years. In the future, the position of the #1 talisman master of the 5 Elements sect and the #1 talisman master of Huangzhou will undoubtedly belong to him." Fire Spirit Son admitted with self-deprecation. If it weren't for his obsession with talisman Dao skills, which delayed quite a bit of his cultivation time, this junior brother of mine's cultivation level would definitely be able to match my senior brother, Gold Spirit Son. He has even received praise from Lord 5 Elements King. Fire Spirit Son looked around at the 1,000+ core formation prodigies and 700 talisman Dao prodigies and said with an arrogant smile, "As it stands now, my junior brother Water Spirit Son is not only the future #1 talisman master of Huangzhou, but will even be the future #1 talisman master of the 9 provinces continent. This ancient talisman Dao inheritance is only worthy of being possessed by my junior brother." Hearing this, Yu Zhao thought to herself, Even a subordinate is so arrogant and self-important. One can imagine how arrogant and dismissive little Yuan Wang must be. As for this person, Fire Spirit. Sun smiled arrogantly. For him to reach this point and barely stand on the same level as my junior brother, this matter alone will be enough for him to boast about to others in the future. Boom. On the 1000 Jiang mountaintop, thunder and fire refined the talisman. On the 4th order thunder rune, a bolt of thunder was drawn down. Thunder rumbled, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged. Before Li Qingyuan, a 3rd order talisman paper gathered thunder and lightning, gathered core formation Dharma power, and completed the final step of gathering spirit and receiving the talisman, fully forming the talisman. 3rd order low-grade Thunderwood Spirit Talisman, completed in half a month. What? Water Spirit Sun turned his head in surprise. Fire Spirit Sun's expression changed, his already red face becoming even redder. Yu Zhao covered her mouth and laughed, her playful, beautiful eyes sizing up. Fire Spirit Sun, as she said, it seems now that their chances are equal. Oh, by the way, I heard that Water Spirit Sun of the 5 Elements sect has been nurtured by a 4th order talisman Tao master since childhood, while the brother Chu I know is only from a core formation sect. From this, one can see who is stronger and who is weaker in terms of talisman Tao talent between the two. Fire Spirit Sun's face turned green. Water Spirit Sun's expression changed. A 3rd order low-grade talisman paper. You actually succeeded. Behind the two of them, there were still 6 people on the 3rd order high-grade rune staircase, one of whom was Yu Shao. When Yu Shao and the other 5 heard the thunderclap and felt the convergence of heaven and earth spiritual energy, they all looked up and saw Li Qingyuan successfully drawing a 3rd order low-grade talisman paper, creating a 3rd order low-grade rune on his own. Who exactly is this person? His talisman Tao talent is actually on par with the #1 talisman Tao prodigy of Huangzhou, Water Spirit Sun. Yu Shao's personality admired the strong, and she had even more favorable feelings toward Li Qingyuan. She secretly rejoiced. I said early on that my Tao companion must be someone whose talisman Tao talent far surpasses mine. Brother Chu's talisman Tao talent is unmatched among the younger generation, and his cultivation talent is in no way inferior to mine. He is truly the perfect candidate. Li Qingyuan closed his eyes slightly. In the Xuanpin space, the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman had already taken shape. After bathing in the light of creation, the rune began to evolve, perfect, and improve, completing its transformation. I understand. Li Qingyuan's eyes were bright, and he said joyfully, Wood generates fire. Thunder belongs to wood. When thunder strikes wood, even a living tree full of vitality can instantly burn. Thunder fire, thunder fire. Li Qingyuan immediately lifted his brush. Holding the peach blossom brush, he took out 3rd order mid-grade materials and 3rd order mid-grade talisman ink. The tip of the brush moved, outlining runes. On the talisman paper material, the runes were drawn stroke by stroke. The profound runes condensed, and soon they innovated again, brewing an even more powerful thunder force. This time, the thunder was different. The thunder contained Yang Wood Qi. When the Yang thunder exploded, electric light converged. The Yang Wood Qi guided the thunder force, and on the lightning rune, tiny sparks were born. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Li Qingyuan was calm and composed. The rune was continuously perfected. The aura of a 3rd order mid-grade rune grew stronger and stronger, and success was imminent. Not good. Water Spirit Sun's expression changed. His feminine and handsome face was almost twisted, and jealousy and killing intent surfaced. I absolutely cannot let him succeed. And I absolutely cannot let someone with talisman Tao talent surpassing mine live, forever looming over my head. Water Spirit Sun's late-stage core formation cultivation exploded. He unleashed a 3rd order spell, suddenly ambushing Li Qingyuan. Yu Shao saw this and cursed, shameless. Brother Chu, be careful. Chapter 380, First in Talisman Tao, Thunderbolt Body Tempering. Yu Xiao was very anxious, but she was helpless. Not being on the same step, she simply couldn't leap over the remaining talisman steps to help Brother Chu. Yu Zhao's face was filled with anger. This water spirit child, who appeared human-like and extraordinarily handsome, turned out to be such a despicable villain. Unable to surpass others in talisman drawing skill, he resorted to a sneak attack? Sneak attack. Li Qingyuan's gaze flickered, and he snorted coldly in his heart. Do you truly think I'm completely defenseless? Roar. The flame dragon lizard suddenly burst forth, flying out from the Xuanpin space, appearing out of thin air, spewing core earth magma. The scorching core earth magma sprayed out, killing toward water spirit child. With a GBBBCBBBBC, water and fire collided. Water spirit child's sneak attack killing move was annihilated, and he was forced back 10 GBDBBBBPBCBD with the core earth magma. His water attribute mana was restrained by the core earth magma. When dives into the core earth magma sea, the flame dragon lizard had devoured and stored quite a bit of core earth magma. This scorching high temperature magma could only be devoured and driven by it. Suddenly unleash, combined with its own demon core mana, it could contend for a moment with late core formation cultivators. Water and fire intermingled, mana shockwave, residual waves wreaked havoc. At Li Qingyuan's side, another figure appeared out of thin air late core formation cultivation. His life-bound corpse puppet, Blood Shadow clone driving mana to form a protective barrier, blocking the mana residual waves. Blood Shadow waved his hand, and formation flags flew out. A third-order formation protected Li Qingyuan's surroundings, blocking the mana residual waves. At the summit of the Thousand Zhang Talisman Tower Mountain, the Flame Dragon Lizard and Blood Shadow joined forces, simultaneously attacking Water Spirit Child. Although Water Spirit Child had a single Water Spirit root and was a late core formation prodigy, his combat power surpassed ordinary late core formation cultivators. But Blood Shadow had a mutated Dark Spirit root, with his own cultivation at mid-core formation, and with the Flame Dragon Lizard, which restrained Water Spirit Child's mana, assisting him. The one person and one demon beast joined forces not only didn't fall behind, but actually suppressed Water Spirit Child by 3 parts. Water Spirit Child was enraged. He waved both hands, driving a sky full of third-order talisman paper to kill. Blood Shadow clone sneered coldly. When it comes to talisman paper combat tactics, I've never feared anyone. A sky full of third-order talisman paper collided, and explosions continued around the mountain summit. Li Qingyuan calmly drew talismans. The formation blocked the residual waves, and he was completely unaffected. Boom! As Li Qingyuan's final stroke of the talisman fell, thunder rumbled, fire ignited from the void, and the power of lightning and flame was absorbed into the talisman script, gathering spirit and incorporating the talisman. Third-order mid-grade talisman paper completed. At this point, the final step could no longer restrict Li Qingyuan. He could ascend to the summit at any time. Among the prodigies of the 9 provinces, he was first in Talisman Dao. Li Qingyuan looked at the talisman paper and smiled with satisfaction. You are different from the Thunderwood Spirit Talisman. You should have another name. I'll call you the Thunder Fire Spirit Talisman. Go! Li Qingyuan used his divine sense to control objects. The Thunder Fire Spirit Talisman shot out, attacking Water Spirit Child. Water Spirit Child's expression changed. He activated a defensive talisman paper just in time to block this sneak attack. His eyes were filled with surprise. The power of this Thunderfire Spirit Talisman is enough to rival a perfected mid-core formation cultivator. With future polishing and continued improvement, it's enough to become a third-order high-grade talisman. Hiss. Water Spirit. Child sucked in a cold breath of air. Li Qingyuan's Talisman Dao attainments deeply shocked him. His mind became twisted. Jealousy, anger, and killing intent surged within him. Kill. Water Spirit Child formed hand seals with both hands. 5 talisman papers flew out. 5 third-order high-grade talisman papers, all of the same type, with the same mana source, the same talisman script, and the water attribute. Water origin talisman formation, kill, boom. The power of this strike was not weaker than an early nascent soul cultivator. Talisman formation? Li Qingyuan's expression changed. He finally experienced the terrible feeling his enemies had every time he pulled out his 5 elements talisman formation. The key point was that his 4 symbols talisman formation was already used up, and his 2 heavenly sun seeds were also used up. Go! Li Qingyuan waved his arm and threw out all his third-order high-grade defensive talisman papers. Water Khan ice armor talismans, not a single one left. All of them transformed into ice armor walls standing in front of Li Qingyuan, Blood Shadow, and the Flame Dragon Lizard. Bang, 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 one wall of ice after another shattered. The water origin talisman formation attacked in succession, rapidly closing in on Li Qingyuan and the others. I can only gamble. Li Qingyuan leaped and stepped onto the final step. The step was 10 jang long. After ascending this step, he directly reached the summit. Li Qingyuan firmly grasped the 4th order thunder talisman. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a moment, the thunderfire refining of the summit became thunderfire refining of the person. Thunderbolt body tempering, fierce winds raging, flames covering his body. Li Qingyuan tightly held the 4th order thunder talisman bathing in thunder. With the thunder talisman in hand, the inheritance was obtained. Wind thunder overlord body open. Once the wind thunder overlord body was activated, it absorbs the power of thunder, using thunder to temper the body, using thunderfire to refine the body. Hiss! Li Qingyuan's face twisted in pain. His entire body's bones and meridians were numb. His mana was in chaos. After all, it was a 4th order talisman paper comparable to the power of a single strike from a nascent soul stage lightning cultivator. Lightning cultivators were rare among the same stage, synonymous with being invincible at the same stage. Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth fiercely and shouted in his heart, "Longevity seed." That's right. Besides the wind thunder overlord body, the longevity seed was also Li Qingyuan's confidence in daring to directly seize the 4th order thunder talisman. The Jia Wood reaching heaven art circulated. The longevity seed absorbed the power of thunder. The thunder was absorbed and calmed by the longevity seed, causing the thunder to become gentle. After being neutralized by the Jia Wood Yang power, its power weakened. Of course, this weakening of power was only for Li Qingyuan, not for outsiders. Li Qingyuan held the thunder talisman paper and killed toward Water Spirit Child. With a rumble, thunder roared, thunder fire exploded. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound was deafening, directly annihilating the water origin talisman formation, carrying the power of thunder to kill toward Water Spirit Child. Water Spirit Child once again activated his talisman formation for defense, falling into a disadvantage, looking very disheveled. Li Qingyuan held the thunder talisman, bathing in thunder. Thunder tempered his body. He controlled thunder to kill enemies. His own aura couldn't be perfectly hidden. His white clothes turned into blue robes. The formless divine ability failed, revealing his true appearance. Water Spirit, Child and Fire. Spirit Child's faces were filled with shock. Their scalps went numb and they screamed, "Li Qingyuan, it's you. It's you. It's actually you again?" The Earth Marsh Sword Formation inheritance. This person had seized it. Now the ancient talisman inheritance had also been seized by this person. How is it still you? Fire Spirit. Child gnashed his teeth. This person was truly the troublemaker that 5 Yuan sect disciples encountered after entering the trial ground. Everywhere they went, they met him, and every time things went wrong. Li Qingyuan grinned and said, "That's right, it's me again." Surprised? Unexpected? Li Qingyuan held the 4th Order Thunder Talisman and killed toward Water Spirit Child. Thunder covered his body. He needed no defense. He flew all the way, lightning overflowing, invincible wherever he went. "Don't come near me." Water Spirit Child rapidly fled while activating the Water Origin Talisman formation to intercept. Li Qingyuan waved his hand and withdrew Blood Shadow and the Flame Dragon Lizard. He frantically chased Water Spirit Child, chasing him beyond the 1000 Zhang Talisman Tower Mountain. Fire Spirit Child attacked. Heavenly Fire scorches the wilderness. A 3rd Order spell, combined with late core formation cultivation and his life-bound magic treasure spear, was unleashed with infinite power. Water Spirit Child's pressure instantly decreased greatly. The two of them, one water and one fire, joined forces. With the assistance of the Water Origin Talisman formation, they barely managed to contend with Li Qingyuan. Fire Spirit Child said, "Junior brother, hold on. I've already sent word to our master. Once the master and senior brother Jin arrive, this person will surely die." Li Qingyuan's expression changed. Little Yuan King was indeed someone he couldn't contend with now, especially since he had already used up various trump cards, making it even harder to contend with him. The 5 great prodigies of 5 Yuan sect were not all show and no substance. Even worse, the power of the 4th Order Thunder Talisman in his hand was beginning to weaken. Talisman paper was ultimately a one-time consumable item. Li Qingyuan drove a bolt of thunder to repel Fire Spirit Child, then threw out over a dozen 3rd Order high-grade talisman papers to suppress Fire Spirit Child. Then, with the Wind Thunder Overlord body fully activated and his mana fully unleashed, he used Wind Shadow Escape to rapidly flee. Water Spirit Child chased after him, saying, "Late core formation, follow me in the pursuit. We absolutely cannot let him escape this time." As his words fell, Water Spirit Child took the lead in the pursuit, sneering coldly. "The Thunder Talisman's power has greatly diminished. You've lost the trump card to contend with me. There's only death waiting for you. Hand over the Talisman Dao inheritance, break your own arms, and await my master's judgment. Perhaps you'll be allowed to keep a whole corpse." With the Water Origin Talisman formation in hand, Water Spirit Child was determined to succeed. Li Qingyuan turned a deaf ear and frantically fled. In the Xuanpin space, True Nature drooled and said, "Master, he's catching up. What a perfect physical body. And he has the same handsome appearance and elegant bearing as me." True Nature grinned. "Hee, chase. Water Spirit Child, hurry up and catch up." Chapter 381. Li Qingyuan, Master of Group Combat. Someone was flying all the way. Water Spirit Child took the lead in the pursuit. Tao Yifei and the other 6 late core formation cultivators with all their might chased. Fire Spirit Child finally dispersed the thunder and blocked the dozen or so 3rd Order high-grade talisman papers. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He was somewhat injured. He immediately took a Wanzhen Dan to restore his mana. "Junior brother, you hold him off first. I, your elder brother, am coming to assist you." Sebum. Fire Spirit Child flew at full speed, pursuing and killing. He ordered, "All of you, wait here for His Highness the Crown Prince." A group of mid-core formation and early core formation cultivators accepted orders. On the 1000 Zhang Talisman Tower Mountain, the Inheritance Talisman Seal had been seized. The Tower Mountain formation dissipated. The binding power on the steps collapsed. Everyone regained their freedom of movement. Yu Xiao flew over, her face filled with worry. "Sister, Brother Chu is being hunted by 5 Yuan sect. We need to go help him quickly." Yu Zhao stopped her sister and said, "Don't act recklessly." "Sister, how can you?" Yu Xiao's beautiful face showed confusion, her gaze worried. Yu Zhao shook her head and said, "Silly little sister, his surname isn't Chu. Chu Lu Xiang is just his alias. The Li Xingyan that water spirit child spoke of is his real name. This person changed his appearance and approached us. Although he might not have malicious intent, he probably intended to use us to hide his identity. Moreover, 5 Yuan sect is powerful. Even the prodigies of the divine province are unwilling to provoke them, let alone our Biyun sect. Even if the 6 great sects of Xuan province joined forces, they couldn't defeat 5 Yuan sect." "But sister," Yu Xiao said, "on the mountain climbing journey, Brother Chu helped me quickly comprehend the talismans. I think he definitely isn't a bad person." Yu Zhao was more composed and said, "All right, that's enough. Disciples of my Biyun sect are not to interfere in this matter. Moreover, with your escape technique, you can't catch up to them either." Yu Xiao turned to look. Indeed, she could no longer see Li Qingyuan, nor could she see Water Spirit Child. The two's escape techniques were extremely fast, surpassing ordinary late core formation cultivators, approaching peak core formation. The 7 late core formation cultivators and Fire Spirit Child, who was chasing from behind, could still be seen as blurry figures. "Ji-kun, it's up to you." Li Qingyuan summoned Ji-kun and stood on Ji-kun's back. "Gugua." Ji-kun raised its head and cried to the sky. Its wings flapped once, and its sharp, colorful silver wings tore through the air, transforming into a rainbow-colored light as it fled. Its escape technique was actually 3 parts faster than Li Qingyuan's. Originally, Li Qingyuan and Water Spirit Child had comparable escape techniques, but now the distance was gradually widening. Wind split arrow. Li Qingyuan stood on Ji-kun's back, drew his bow, and nocked an arrow. He had crafted many second-order magic treasure arrows, and even a few that reached the 3rd order. 9 stars in a row streaked across the sky. The arrows flew 1,000 jung, forming a parabolic arc that passed over Water Spirit Child's head, killing toward the 8 people behind him. Fire Spirit Child, Chao Yifei, and the others. Whoosh, 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 the 9 stars in a row descended. Their penetrating power was extremely strong, their power astonishing. The 3rd order high-grade talisman papers wrapping on the arrows directly exploded, killing toward the 8 people, including Fire Spirit Child. Again. Fire Spirit Child immediately sacrificed his life-bound magic treasure and attacked. Cao Yifei and the other 7 also made their moves. A single strike from their late core formation cultivation blocked the incoming wind-split arrows. A body cultivator plus an archer. This person's cultivation is clearly lower than mine, yet he's so troublesome. Body cultivators possessed immense strength. Archery spells combined with a body cultivator's power could attack from a distance. Cao Yifei heard this and furrowed his brow. Moreover, this person is also a 3rd order high-grade talisman master. His talisman Dao attainments are actually above those of Taoist brother Water Spirit Child. The power of a body cultivator, archery spells, the empowerment of talisman paper, and extraordinary escape techniques. One person could alone fight and tie up a group of cultivators of the same stage. Again, Fire Spirit Child was enraged and attacked once more. A second wave of 9 stars in a row killed toward them. The 8 people, including Fire Spirit Child, attacked again. A single serious strike was enough to block the interference of the wind-split arrows. For them, late core formation cultivators, the killing power wasn't great, but it was very procrastination time. Li Qingyuan and Water Spirit Child had already flown farther and farther away. One last arrow. On Ji-kun's back, Li Qingyuan planted his feet in a bow stance and took out a 3rd order mid-grade arrow of the same grade as the wind-split bow. Both his blood and qi golden core and his mana golden core simultaneously infused the bow and arrow, enhancing their power. Thunder Talisman, Unleash your last bit of residual power. Li Qingyuan put away the talisman seal that recorded the talisman Dao inheritance. The talisman seal was stored in the Xuanpin space. A wisp of his divine sense infused the fourth order thunder talisman, whose power was about to be exhausted. Open. Dual Dao, mid-core formation. The power of both was fully unleashed. He drew the bow to a full moon and aimed at his target. Twang. The bowstring snapped like a thunderclap. The 7-foot arrow, wrapped in terrifying power, pierced through the air and tore through the fierce wind. The arrow tip rubbed against the air, igniting flames. Wherever it passed, it left a long comet tail. This scene was exactly like a meteor falling to the mortal world. This arrow. Water spirit. Child showed fear on his face and didn't dare to go block it. The power of the arrow alone was enough to threaten late core formation cultivators. He had the water origin talisman formation for defense, so he wasn't afraid. However, this arrow wasn't just a strike combining Li Qingyuan's dual Dao power. It was also empowerment by the fourth order thunder talisman. Therefore, he didn't dare to block it recklessly. Whoosh! The long arrow broke through the air, passed by Water Spirit Child, and killed directly toward the 8 people, including Fire Spirit Child. The 8 people's expressions changed drastically. Dodge! The 8 people instantly activated their mana and scattered into 8 figures. The moment they scattered, the arrow whistled in, struck the sky, and the fourth order thunder talisman was detonated by the wisp of divine sense Li Qingyuan had left in it. With a boom, a loud noise echoed for 100 miles around. Thunder rumbled in the sky, lightning struck the air, heavenly fire burned. The rampage power, Shockwave Chai, sending the 8 people including Fire Spirit Child flying, each flying back 100 sang. Cough, cough, ter. Fire Spirit Child coughed up blood and cursed, damn it, that damned kid. He's injured me again. Cao Yifei spat blood, his eyes filled with fear. Zhao Zhui, Tai Wu Yai. Compared to him, the 2 late core formation prodigies from the 7 kingdoms of Huang province are practically harmless. If this person breaks through to late core formation, wouldn't he be able to fight even a peak core formation cultivator, invincible at the same stage? The other 6 were all injured to varying degrees, and everyone showed fear on their faces. Fire Spirit Child took medicine to regulate breathing and said, from mid-core formation to late core formation, even with countless resources, seclusion on high-grade spirit veins and third-order pills at his disposal, it would still take at least 20 years to break through this bottleneck. Late core formation, he definitely won't break through. All that awaits him is death. Cao Yifei and the others nodded. They quickly took pills to heal their injuries and regulate breathing their mana, then followed Fire Spirit Child in the pursuit once more. However, after Li Qingyuan's repeated interception, especially after the explosion of the fourth order thunder talisman had caused varying degrees of injury to the 8 of them, their escape techniques were greatly weakened. Li Qingyuan and Water Spirit Child, one chasing and one fleeing, completely flew out of their line of sight. Water Spirit Child, you and I have no enmity. Why must you continue chasing? Li Qingyuan showed an anxious expression on his face. Although Jikun was fast, it couldn't completely shake off Water Spirit Child. Although he repeatedly drew his bow and shot arrows, Water Spirit Child also had an inexhaustible supply of third-order talisman paper to intercept him from a distance. The foundation of a large sect like 5 Yuan sect was simply unimaginable to Li Qingyuan. They had too many third-order talisman drawing materials. The number of third-order talisman papers on the other party's body far exceeded his. Moreover, Water Spirit Child also had talisman formation techniques whose power was not inferior to the 4 symbols talisman formation. Once caught up to, a talisman formation comparable to the power of a nascent Soul True Lord would be difficult for him to withstand. Seeing Li Qingyuan getting anxious, Water Spirit Child smiled. Li Qingyuan, hand over the talisman Dao inheritance and surrender. I can guarantee you'll be allowed to keep a whole corpse. Li Qingyuan's expression changed, and he asked, is there really no chance at all? I could also join 5 Yuan sect and serve the little Yuan king, your highness. Hey US. Water spirit. Child laughed, offending his highness the crown prince, and you still want to live. From the moment you offended the crown prince, your life was no longer your own. Water spirit child threatened. Oh, you might not know this, but your friends, your Dao companions from the 7 kingdoms of Huang province, might have already died at the crown prince's hands or have been eliminated from the trial. As soon as these words were spoken, a fierce look appeared on Li Qingyuan's face. Although he was angry, he remained rational. True nature, you only have one chance. There is no option but success. Li Qingyuan halted in midair. The sudden stop caused the air to explosion. He steadied his body. His killing intent-filled eyes stared at Water Spirit Child. His dual Dao mana circulated, and he drove third-order talisman paper to kill. Water Spirit Child, you deserve to die. Chapter 382, Heart Demon unleashes power, true nature seizes body. Water Spirit, you deserve to die, and little Prince Yuan deserves it even more. Li Qingyuan attacked furiously, extremely enraged, almost having lost his reason, and roared, Junior brother Zhao is my only friend, my only brother in Sanlei Immortal Sect. If you dare to touch him, it's an irreconcilable feud with me. 20 or 33rd grade talismans were driven out to attack, using divine sense to control objects, striking with precision, targeting Water Spirit. Water Spirit's eyes lit up with joy, thinking to himself, Wan Luo truly did not lie. Li Qingyuan and Zhao Tongshuan are from the same sect and have a harmonious relationship. It seems that in his heart, people like Zhao Tongshuan of Sanlei Immortal Sect hold considerable weight. This was very good. Water Spirit used his divine sense to control objects, and various third-grade talisman masters flew out. The two clashed from a distance, their talismans colliding and exploding one after another. A dazzling display of various talismans and exploding spiritual light. Once he gets closer, I'll use the Water Origin Talisman Array to strike in one blow, giving him no chance to escape. Water Spirit waved both hands, unleashing various talisman combat techniques. Li Qingyuan also waved his hand from afar, injecting magic power into talismans, using his divine sense to guide them out, engaging in aerial combat with Water Spirit, a sky full of talismans clashing. Chaos Yuan All. Seeing that the talisman combat method was ineffective, Li Qingyuan activated his Wind Thunder dominant body, unleashing the power of dual cultivation of body and magic. He threw the Chaos Yuan All, which pierced through the air, swift as lightning. With a tearing sound, the Chaos Yuan All, capable of destroying anything, directly tore through several third-grade talismans and reached Water Spirit. Water Spirit's face showed shock, his scalp tingling. Water Spirit Shield. He offered his life-bound magical artifact, the Water Spirit Shield, successfully blocking Li Qingyuan's full-force strike and deflecting the Chaos Yuan All. Water Spirit flew back several zhang, his hand holding the shield numb, his face shocked. Unbelievable. This strike is enough to kill an ordinary late core formation cultivator. He is clearly only at mid-core formation cultivation. Even if he cultivates both body and magic, he shouldn't be this powerful. How could he know that Li Qingyuan's Wind Thunder dominant body was a nascent soul divine art? How could he know that Li Qingyuan's magic power foundation was unmatched among his peers, enough to rival late core formation? Below the peak of core formation, Li Qingyuan was invincible. Whoosh! The Chaos Yuan All was offered again, advancing irresistibly. Water Spirit waved both hands, injecting his vigorous magic power into the shield. The Water Spirit shield manifested layers of wall-like shields, blocking the edge of the Chaos Yuan All. The two fought, from talismans to magical artifacts, from magical artifacts to spells, a splendid contest, evenly matched. At a certain moment, Water Spirit's eyes lit up. Good opportunity. During the intense battle, the distance between the two had finally closed to within 50 zhang. Water Spirit drove the Water Spirit shield forward, and suddenly 5 talisman masters flew out from behind the shield, merging 5 into 1. The Water Origin Talisman Array was deployed again, striking as a surprise attack. Gok! Gok! Suddenly, the mid-third stage demon beast that had been backing Li Qingyuan up all along, a large rooster that Water Spirit had disregarded, suddenly crowed. Water Spirit instantly felt dizzy and had severe tinnitus, his mind going blank for a moment. After a moment, Water Spirit snapped awake. Not good, this is no ordinary chicken. I underestimated it. However, Water Spirit had only just realized Ji Kun's extraordinary nature when Li Qingyuan's attack followed. Divine Sense Attack, Supreme Void Prison Realm. Formless Divine Ability, Divine Sense Attack. Li Qingyuan's peak core formation, Divine Sense, was woven into a net, transforming into a dark, supreme void. Illusory realm that instantly enveloped Water Spirit's divine sense and spirit. For a time, Water Spirit could not see the heavens, earth, or anything. His divine sense was trapped in the void of darkness. Clarity. Spirit Pearl. Water Spirit was born in the 5 Elements sect, so he naturally had pills to enhance his divine sense. He was also a talisman master with excellent talent in the talisman path, and his divine sense was also at the peak of core formation. Furthermore, Water Spirit wore a jewel around his neck. The jewel activated, instantly protecting his divine sense, allowing him to recover quickly, break free from the divine sense illusion attack, and walk out of the supreme void prison realm. Ji Kun struck again, spitting out a 7-colored divine light from his mouth, hitting Water Spirit, who was about to break free, from a distance, sealing him in space, unable to move. Space Divine Ability. This was Ji Kun's special skill. Back then, Blood Shadow had almost escaped, but Ji Kun saw through the true form of Blood Shadow's escape technique and immobilized his body from a distance. Li Qingyuan flew over, his gaze fixed on Water Spirit's terrified expression, and shouted, "Heart Demon Pupil." A 4th-grade secret technique, Heart Demon Pupil. The power of the Heart Demon was injected into Water Spirit's eyes, directly attacking his mind, impacting his brain, attacking his spirit and will, and triggering his inner demon. Once the Heart Demon emerged, it simultaneously attacked the soul. The mind and brain were flooded with distracting thoughts, surging into the heart and rushing towards the divine sense. Various negative emotions, dark thoughts, and all kinds of bitterness and anger surged up all at once. Ah! Water Spirit screamed to the sky, the aura of the Heart Demon soaring. Li Qingyuan chuckled lightly. Done. This person's Heart Demon is too deep. With a single hook from the Heart Demon pupil, the Heart Demon surges out wildly. This person appears gentle and handsome, but his mind is in turmoil. Even if I don't kill him today, it will be very difficult for him to overcome the Heart Demon tribulation and reach nascent soul. There are people with unparalleled talent, the best of the younger generation, who seem destined to become nascent soul cultivators, even reaching the peak of nascent soul as great cultivators. However, such a genius, upon whom great hopes were placed, is crushed by the Heart Demon tribulation when attempting to break through to nascent soul, causing people to sigh in regret and also to reflect deeply. Chaos Yuan All, go! After Li Qingyuan subdued Water Spirit, he drove the Chaos Yuan All out, aiming straight for Water Spirit's brow. Water Spirit's identity token automatically activated its magic power. For any core formation prodigy, the first time they face a life and death crisis, the Jade token on their body will activate the wisp of magic power stored by the Human King. A wisp of the Human King's magic power burned, forming a protective barrier, blocking the power of the Chaos Yuan All's strike, saving Water Spirit's life. True nature, Li Qingyuan shouted in a low voice. A vortex opened on his brow. Within the vortex gate, a 3-inch nascent soul miniature, lifelike, streaked across the sky, a flash of light crossing the void, and submerged into Water Spirit's brow. Water Spirit was invaded by the Heart Demon. His mental state was problematic, and his magic power was also very chaotic. Under these circumstances, being seized by a nascent soul meant certain death. True Nature's nascent soul flew into Water Spirit's body, instantly arriving at the Dantian Key Sea. It picked up the 3-inch core formation pill with both hands and swallowed it in one gulp, feeling extremely comfortable, as if it had taken a great tonic. "Ah!" Water Spirit screamed, spitting blood, shrieking in terror. "Nascent soul! My core formation pill! My core formation pill!" True Nature swallowed the core formation pill in one gulp, licked its lips, and then flew towards Water Spirit's Niwan Palace. After devouring the latter's divine sense and 3 souls and 7 spirits, it began to refine Water Spirit, continuously occupying this physical body. Thus, the aura of Water Spirit's Heart Demon disappeared, and he fell into a deep sleep. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, scooping up Water Spirit. He carried him, mounted Jikun, and fled at high speed. Seizing a physical body with a nascent soul requires some time for refinement before it can be completely taken over, leaving no future trouble. After Li Qingyuan disappeared, Fire Spirit and his group flew over. Seeing the traces of a great battle here, they immediately shouted angrily, "Chase, continue the chase." Some mounting coal. Time, 1 day later. In a cave, the sleeping Water Spirit suddenly sat up. The nascent soul's divine sense surged from his brows. Shenting Acupoint. A wisp of the nascent soul's origin split off to guard the Niwan Palace, becoming the spirit of this physical body. Subsequently, the 3-inch nascent soul miniature returned to the Qi Si Dantian. The nascent soul miniature began to curl up, becoming a ball. The nascent soul regressed into a dark core formation pill. The core formation pill was perfectly round and full, 3 inches in diameter, emitting the aura of a peak core formation cultivator. Li Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise, "So this is seizing a body? Truly wondrous." Zhao Guangjing flew out, nodding. The nascent soul's divine sense remains unchanged, cultivation at peak core formation. It seems this physical body of Water Spirit is indeed quite compatible with true nature. He explained, "The heavenly Tao has its rules. Cultivators of our path only have 3 opportunities to seize a physical body. First, upon cultivating a nascent soul, seizing a body with the nascent soul. Second, upon cultivating a primordial spirit, seizing a body with the primordial spirit. As for the third time, it is the legendary immortal. A wisp of an immortal's will can easily seize a body below the immortal level, living another life." Li Qingyuan nodded. "I see." Li Qingyuan looked at True Nature and grinned. "Now, I also have a peak core formation fighter. Once True Nature leaves this place and goes into seclusion on a 4th grade spirit vein for a while to fully recover his magic power, he can condense his nascent soul again and restore his nascent soul cultivation. At that time, he would be a nascent soul True Lord fighter." True Nature began to digest Water Spirit's memories, absorbing the other's memories and life. After a moment, True Nature became delirious. How could this be? How could this be? This physical body actually also, X chapter 38:3, not clean again. True Nature sobbed. "No, it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't." Zhao Guangjing was stunned. Could it be that this kid True Nature is overexcited after being reborn through seizing a body? His Tao heart is unstable. Li Qingyuan wondered, should we ask him? "Hey," Li Qingyuan asked, "what's wrong with you? You've seized a perfectly compatible physical body. Returning to the nascent soul stage is only a matter of time. Why aren't you happy?" True Nature sat on the ground, tears falling from his eyes. He looked up at the sky, muttering incessantly, I'm not clean again. This body, ugh." True Nature suddenly felt nauseous, dry heaving repeatedly. Li Qingyuan and Zhao Guangjing looked at each other, bewildered. Again? Could it be? A flash of lightning struck Li Qingyuan's mind, and he realized, Could it be that this seemingly delicate and handsome water spirit was also? "Shut up," True Nature shouted, saying, "Don't say it, don't say it." True Nature couldn't accept this reality. He had been doubly contaminated. After seizing Water Spirit's physical body, he saw from Water Spirit's memories that Water Spirit, when young, had been forcibly taken by his senior brother Gold Spirit. Gold Spirit was born into a core formation clan, deeply influenced by his family's customs. When young, he enjoyed playing with young, handsome little book boys. Later, Gold Spirit joined the Five Elements sect and met his junior brother, Water Spirit. It was love at first sight. After multiple attempts and no results, he chose to use drugs. This tender, delicate and handsome junior brother, Water Spirit, was his. True Nature felt from the depths of Water Spirit's memories the latter's deep-seated hatred and murderous intent towards Gold Spirit, hidden for many years, never showing a trace. Li Qingyuan reached out his hand, intending to pat True Nature's shoulder to comfort him, but pulled it back. Even True Nature despised this physical body, so Li Qingyuan despised it too. Zhao Guangzheng's mouth split open, wider and wider, unable to hold back a laugh. "Old Zhao, don't laugh, he's already so pitiful, haha." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh too, bending over with laughter. "I can't take it, I'm dying of laughter." "Old Zhao, don't hold it in. If you want to laugh, just laugh." Ha 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 ha. Li Qingyuan and Zhao Guangzheng really couldn't hold it in, tears streaming from their eyes. True Nature said angrily, You're going too far. I'm like this, and you're still laughing. I don't want to live anymore." Li Qingyuan laughed in fits, making a honking sound, and said, "I don't want to either. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. He dree. Yes, yes, yes. This old man agrees." Zhao Guangzheng nodded repeatedly. Boom. True Nature erupted with peak core formation aura, shouting, "That's enough of you." "Oh? Got a body, and now you're getting cocky." Li Qingyuan held a drop of nascent soul true blood in his hand and said, "How about this? I see you're living in pain anyway. Since you don't want this body, I'll help you out." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan squeezed the drop of nascent soul true blood. "Stop, boss, don't," True Nature quickly said. "I want it, I want it, I want it." He had to want it. Only at the nascent soul stage did one have the qualification to seize a body. Without reaching the deity transformation stage and forming a primordial spirit, he would never have a second chance to seize a body in this lifetime. At this moment, Zhao Guangzheng comforted him. "All right, kid, look on the bright side. This time was just an accident. In the future, I and the Master will definitely help you step into deity transformation and seize a new body." Yes, you. Li Qingyuan nodded. "We'll definitely find you a clean body." True Nature's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, a perfectly good person, ruined by having a mouth. If you can't talk, don't talk, don't talk. True Nature sighed faintly, slowly accepting reality, while also gaining a bit more hope in his heart. If Zhao Guangzheng, an old monster at the peak of the harmony stage from outside the 9 provinces continent, and Li Qingyuan, who possessed a mysterious space and great fortune, couldn't help him advance to the deity transformation stage, then he almost had no hope at all. Thinking that for the rest of his life, 700 or 800 years or even longer, he would have to bear this unclean body, his Tao heart wavered again. Li Qingyuan instructed, "True Nature, you have successfully seized Water Spirit's body. Your magic power has recovered to peak core formation, and you have early nascent soul divine sense. You are now a match for the 3 great prodigies, Little Prince Yuan, Wang Fugi, and Ye Xuan. Furthermore, you also control the formless divine ability. With this divine ability's help, even Little Prince Yuan won't be able to detect your disguise." Li Qingyuan grinned, a sinister smile on his face. "Why don't you disguise yourself as Water Spirit and lurk by Little Prince Yuan's side? First, to send me intelligence. Second, when necessary, stab Little Prince Yuan in the back, helping me to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. Of course, there would be benefits too." Li Qingyuan added, After leaving the secret realm, I will refine several furnaces of high quality. 3 revolutions. Spirit rotation pills for you, allowing you to recover your nascent soul stage cultivation at 3 times the speed. From now on, for the 4th grade pills you need for cultivation, if I have them, you will have them too. True Nature knew the value of these words. Look at how well Ji Kun, Flame Lizard, and Blood Shadow ate. 3rd grade pills were like snacks, worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of spirit stones, given without any stinginess, very generous. And Li Qingyuan, he had already become a 4th grade lower rank alchemist, and in the future he would surely become a top existence among 4th grade alchemists. True Nature cupped his fists in salute, as you command. Thinking of the scene where little Prince Yuan would be outwitted, Li Qingyuan, Zhao Guanzheng, and True Nature all grinned, exuding a strong demonic cultivator aura. Li Qingyuan opened Water Spirit's spatial ring. There were many resources, with 3rd grade talismans being the most numerous. Even after consuming several hundred, there were still several hundred left. Not bad, not bad. There are actually 10 drops of 10,000-year spirit milk. The life-bound magical artifact, Water Spirit Shield, can be considered a top-tier core formation magical artifact, comparable to a quasi-4th grade magical tool, just like Fire Spirit's Fire Spirit Spear. All 3rd grade pills are of high quality. The prodigies of the 5 Elements sect actually eat this well. Very good. Ji Kun and Little Flame have more snacks, and Blood Shadow has more materials for cultivating the Devouring Spirit, great art. In addition, there were various picked spirit plants, hunted demon cores, demon beast materials, and demon beast souls. Water Spirit commanded a team, so naturally there was a lot, much more than what Zhao Ju's team from the 7 kingdoms of the wasteland had hunted. Copy. Li Qingyuan then copied everything, reaping a huge harvest. Here you go. Li Qingyuan gave the copied spatial ring, Water Spirit Shield, and some materials and talismans to True Nature, saying, "You can make your move now." True Nature nodded, put on the spatial ring, and after activating the formless divine ability, his peak core formation aura was concealed, only revealing late core formation cultivation. Moreover, since he had seized the body, his aura and magic power were exactly the same as Water Spirit's before his death. Unless one had primordial spirit power, no one could see through True Nature. Whoosh! True Nature flew away. The escape technique he used was also one of the 5 Elements sect's 5 great escape techniques from Water Spirit's memories. Seizing the body, passing off the fake as the real. From now on, he was Water Spirit. After True Nature left, Li Qingyuan spread his right palm, and the Talisman Path Inheritance imprint flew out of the Xuanpin space, landing in his hand. Now, let me see what talismans truly are. With a crack, Li Qingyuan crushed the imprint, obtaining the ancient Talisman Path Inheritance. However, an accident occurred. After the inheritance imprint shattered, it transformed into a guiding force that enveloped Li Qingyuan, tearing through the void and teleporting him. Fuck, what's going on? Old Zhao. Li Qingyuan grabbed Old Zhao, and they disappeared together. Zhao Guanzheng cursed. Fuck. Chapter 384, Xuanzhen Talismans, Cultivation Space. What the hell is this place? Li Qingyuan was already traumatized. He pushed Zhao Guanzheng in front of him and asked, "Old Zhao, check around. Are there any nascent soul old monsters nearby?" Zhao Guanzheng said irritably, "No, there's nothing at all. But the spiritual key here is quite rich. Even after years of erosion, it's still comparable to a 4th rank mid-grade spirit vein. At its peak, it was probably close to a 5th rank spirit vein." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan finally relaxed by 3/10. His hands were empty. After the talisman imprint was crushed, it only had a teleportation function. There was no ancient talisman inheritance at all. There's something. A stele inscription? Li Qingyuan saw that this space was a self-contained realm, 10,000 zhang in radius, with nothing in it except a single stone stele. On the stone stele were imprinted large characters, Xuanzhen Talismans. I see. Li Qingyuan suddenly understood. Those ancient cultivators were truly cunning old foxes. First, comprehend the runes. Then, create original runes of 3rd rank mid-grade or above. After that, be able to pluck a 4th rank Thunder Talisman at core formation cultivation without dying. After passing all those trials, you only get a fake talisman imprint, just a key. Li Qingyuan continued. Only those who finally succeed in coming here can obtain the true talisman inheritance. The stele had only 4 large characters with no other content. Li Qingyuan injected his spiritual power, activating the stone stele. Hum! The stele hummed, spiritual light overflowing, and lines of small characters flew out. Later generations welcome to this place. Those who can reach here are undoubtedly the outstanding ones among the core formation immortal seedlings of the 9 provinces, continent, in terms of talisman, skill, comprehension, spirit root, opportunity, and fortune. Li Qingyuan was slightly stunned. Tianmuzi, Dikunzi, Xuanzhenzi. These 3 must have been extraordinary in their prime. Yet they all refer to Lord Divine General and are merely one of the 5 elements war generals under him. Just who is this Lord Divine General? This place is a talisman treasure space I created by copying the artifact origin of Lord Divine General's extraterrestrial friend's natal magic treasure, the 9-fold void domain, and transforming it into a talisman. Before the age of ending Dharma, this talisman treasure space was nourished by a 6th rank spirit vein, allowing cultivators below the nascent soul stage to enter and cultivate. Within the 9-fold void domain, cultivators below the nascent soul stage who enter here, affected by the spatial laws of this place, will experience a time flow 10 times that of the outside world. 10 years in the talisman treasure space, 1 year outside. Xuanzhenzi added, the laws of time are profound and difficult to understand. This place only touches upon them superficially, so cultivators above the early nascent soul stage who have cultivated their primordial spirit will find no effect here. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy. 10 years here, 1 year outside? Spatial laws, time flow 10 to 1? On the other side, Zhao Guangzheng looked at the stele's content, his body trembling, both hateful and fearful. 9-fold void domain, 9-fold void domain, 9-fold immortal, venerable. It's that 9-fold old bastard. Oh, there's a story here. Li Qingyuan smiled and asked, what, oh Zhao, you know 9-fold immortal venerable? Zhao Guangjing took a deep breath, calmed his emotions and sighed faintly. Back then, I accidentally killed a young prodigy from 9-fold immortal venerable's clan. One of his avatars came looking for me. With one move, he destroyed my 10,000 soul banner and severely wounded me. I used every means and trump card I had to barely escape with my life, ending up in my current state. By chance, I came through a spatial rift to the desolate province of the 9 provinces continent. Li Qingyuan suddenly understood. No wonder you're both hateful and fearful. With your peak unity cultivation, you were severely wounded by just one of his avatars, nearly destroyed? Just how terrifying is his strength? Zhao Guangjing said solemnly. The 9 provinces continent actually belongs to one of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Specifically, one of the 9 heavens called the Profound Heaven. Before the 9 provinces continent went silent, it was one of the 100 domains of the Profound Heaven realm. And among the hundreds of heavenly domain continents in the Profound Heaven realm, it was a supercontinent ranked in the top 10. Unfortunately, the continent went silent, becoming a god-forsaken land. The heavenly laws are incomplete, the heavenly Tao is weak. Even reaching the nascent soul stage is impossible. Getting back to the point, Zhao Guangjing returned to the main topic and said, 9-fold immortal venerable is one of the 10 great powerhouses of the Profound Heaven realm. After the 9 provinces continent went silent, he became one of the 9 great powerhouses. I think I've already guessed a bit about the Lord Divine General that Tianmuzi, Dikunzi, and Xuanzhenzi mentioned. Oh? Li Qingyuan asked curiously. What is the Lord Divine General's name? Zhao Guanzheng said. Lord Divine General should be born from the ancient immortal spirit descendants, the Yang clan with demigod bloodline. In the 9 heavens and 10 lands they are called the Three-Eyed Divine Clan. The Yang clan, born with 3 eyes, have been divine generals of the immortal court since ancient times, hence also called the Divine General Clan. Li Qingyuan rubbed his chin, intrigued. I'd really like to see the splendor of this Divine General Clan. How could he not be curious? Surname Yang, demigod bloodline, immortal spirit descendants, Three-Eyed Divine Clan, immortal court, Divine Clan, immortal court, Divine General Clan, all the buffs stacked up. The stone stele turned into a stream of light flying toward Li Qingyuan, drilling into his Niwan palace. Li Qingyuan moved his mind, opening the gate of the dark female in his Niwan palace, receiving the stele inscription. Injecting his divine sense to examine it, the Xuanzhen talismans appeared one by one. First-rank runes, second-rank runes, third-rank runes, fourth-rank runes, fourth-rank runes, each had its own display. Deep within the stele, there were even more obscure and profound runes, as if carrying the power of heaven and earth's nature, the original Tao rhyme of all things. Just one glance, and Li Qingyuan immediately suffered backlash dizziness, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He immediately withdrew his divine sense, not daring to look. Zhao Guanzheng said, Master, you cannot look directly at the talismans, you will be backlashed by the Tao rhyme. Even if a late nascent soul or peak nascent soul cultivator's divine sense peers at the talismans, they cannot do so for long. Only by cultivating a primordial spirit can one truly have the qualification to comprehend the talismans. Li Qingyuan was still shaken. Terrifying, too terrifying. Is this what talismans are? If I could draw them, they would be enough to kill nascent soul cultivators and match nascent soul cultivators and match nascent soul stage powerhouses. He took a deep breath. Thinking about this now was still too early. The urgent matter was cultivation, improving his cultivation level. Li Qingyuan felt the heaven and earth spiritual qi. The talisman treasure space extracted spiritual qi from the earth veins, maintaining a 4th-rank mid-grade spirit vein level of rich spiritual qi. Truly a cultivation treasure land. Moreover, 10 years here, 1 year outside. Ji Kun, Little Flame, Blood Shadow, come out and cultivate. Li Qingyuan waved his sleeve, and the gate of the dark female space spat out Ji Kun, the Flame Dragon Lizard, and Blood Shadow. Li Qingyuan waved again, and all the 3rd-rank pills flew out. Yes, all the 3rd-rank pills were taken out. A mountain of medicine bottles piled up. Li Qingyuan took out a pill furnace and spiritual plants, saying, refine all the spiritual plants into pills. The remaining 10 genuine grade 3-turn cyclic spirit pills will also be upgraded to premium grade. A month later, various pills of 2nd-rank upper grade and above were produced. At least 2nd-rank upper grade, with quite a few 3rd-rank lower grade and 3rd-rank mid-grade pills as well. Then Li Qingyuan used all the 10,000-year spirit milk and all the demon jade marrow cleansing bamboo to prepare 3rd-rank purifying pill. Spiritual liquid, upgrading the 10 genuine grade 3-turn. Cyclic spirit pills to premium grade, and upgrading all other 3rd-rank pills that could be upgraded to premium grade as well. After a full 2 months of preparation, Li Qingyuan officially went into seclusion. By this time, Ji Kun, the Flame Dragon Lizard, and Blood Shadow had already been in seclusion cultivating in the talisman treasure space for 2 months. Ji Kun devoured the 2nd portion of the Jade Poison Scorpion's Demon Core and Demon Beast Essence, swallowed large amounts of various 3rd-rank pills, and even opened his mouth to consume a premium grade 3-turn cyclic spirit pill. There were 20 3-turn cyclic spirit pills in total, 10 for Li Qingyuan, 10 for Ji Kun. The pills were limited, so they could only be supplied first to Li Qingyuan and Ji Kun, who had the strongest combat power at the same cultivation level, to break through to late core formation. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged and swallowed a 3-turn cyclic spirit pill. Boom! As the 3-turn cyclic spirit pill entered his abdomen, Li Qingyuan's speed of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi directly increased threefold. The powerful spiritual qi entering his body at triple speed put a burden on his meridians and physical body. Fortunately, Li Qingyuan's physical body was strong, his meridians wide and resilient far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, the premium-grade 3-turn cyclic spirit pill also had the effect of gentling the spiritual qi and guiding it through the meridians. Mu reaching heaven. Li Qingyuan fully activated his cultivation technique, frantically absorbing and rapidly devouring the heaven and earth spiritual qi. In the 10,000 zhang space, 4 figures sat in meditation, forming cultivation vortexes. Li Qingyuan's vortex was the largest, Ji Kun's next, with Blood Shadow and the Flame Dragon Lizard roughly equal. A cold glint flashed in Li Qingyuan's eyes. Little Yuan Wang, once I step into late core formation, it will be time to settle the karma between us. Absorb for me. Li Qingyuan gathered his mind, focusing entirely on absorbing spiritual qi and immersing himself in cultivation, charging toward late core formation. Chapter 38.5 Cave Heaven Change, Ultimate Inheritance. While Li Qingyuan obtained the talisman inheritance, the outside world underwent drastic changes. Outside the refining void cave heaven, 2 majestic figures sat on thrones. One throne was wreathed in lightning, the other in 5-colored light. They were the human king. The two sat quietly like the sun and moon shining together. Even a wisp of their powerful aura escaping made the dozens or hundreds of nascent soul true lords present feel the pressure of mountains. The human king looked at a jade slip, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Interesting. This young man named Li Qingyuan has actually obtained 3 major inheritances: alchemy, sword array, and talisman, all by himself, ranking first in points. What Ye Xuan, Wang Fugui, even little Yuan Wang, in terms of comprehension and potential, none compare to this person. The human king silently praised in his heart. This Li Qingyuan has the style of my younger self. Deest Chu, his future is worth anticipating. Deest Chi's boom. Suddenly, the refining void cave. Heaven shook. One after another, powerful spiritual forces tore through the void. 100G Shang spatial cracks fluctuated violently, and banner poles shook continuously. The great formation maintaining the spatial cracks was affected, treated as a foreign object by the spatial energy, suffering repulsion and impact. Stabilize. The human king was slightly surprised, then stood up from his 9-foot-tall sturdy body. His black dragon cloak fluttered in the wind, his thick eyebrows flying as he brandished a halberd and threw it into the formation. As the halberd emerged, lightning principles brewed. 3-colored tribulation. Lightning crushed the disruptive energy. The power of lightning linked all the banner poles, instantly stabilizing the great formation and securing the spatial cracks. The 5-Yuan king raised an eyebrow in surprise. Your Majesty, the human king, what happened in the refining void cave heaven? The human king's hall was led by the human king, with the 5-Yuan king as the grand elder, and 12 elders above late nascent soul stage. Hence it was called the most transcendent force in the 9 provinces continent. A group of elders and dozens of patrol envoys looked up, their nascent soul divine sense surging to probe the spatial cracks, but they were all repelled by the refining void cave. Heaven, unable to see clearly. Your Majesty, an anomaly has occurred in the refining void cave heaven. Should we summon the prodigies from each province back? The patrol envoy Heavenly Fire. True Lord asked, his face showing worry. Zhao Lu Yun said, Your Majesty, we don't know what happened in the refining void cave heaven. Do you need our help to fully break through the spatial barrier and rescue the prodigies from various sects? There is only one explanation for such an anomaly. The human king, Du Lei, added, "This is the ultimate inheritance of this place being activated." Ultimate inheritance? The 5 Yuan king raised an eyebrow. A group of nascent Soul True Lords showed confused expressions. The 5 Yuan king said calmly, "It seems your majesty is very familiar with this spatial realm. Have you really been inside?" The human king said calmly, "I said, nascent soul stage and nascent soul stage cultivators cannot enter. Uncle 5 Yuan king, would you like to try it yourself?" 5 Yuan king. The 5 Yuan king never believed the human king's words. The human king said, "My beloved ministers, rest assured. This refining void cave, heaven has a total of 5 major inheritances, hiding one mysterious inheritance. Now it seems that after all 5 inheritances have been taken, the ultimate inheritance will automatically activate." The corner of the human king's mouth lifted as he smiled. This should be a trial set by ancient cultivator powerhouses. Only prodigies who have simultaneously activated the 5 major inheritances are qualified to see the final inheritance. But the human king frowned slightly. "But what?" "Your Majesty might as well speak frankly," the 5 Yuan king asked. The human king sighed lightly and said, "The ultimate inheritance has appeared. The refining void cave. Heaven is enveloped by residual spiritual power from ancient cultivators. The spiritual power jade slip I left behind has become ineffective. My spiritual power jade slip can no longer protect them once, nor can it teleport them out from afar. To leave, they must come here themselves and walk out through the spatial cracks." "Oh." The 5 Yuan king raised an eyebrow slightly, secretly pleased, but said calmly, "No matter. As prodigies, they enjoy the best resources of the 9 provinces. They should bear the harshest trials. So-called geniuses. Only those who survive can become powerhouses. The dead will be forgotten." As soon as the 5 Yuan king spoke, many nascent Soul True Lords chimed in, expressing agreement and approval. The human king nodded and said, "Uncle 5 Yuan king and my beloved ministers speak reasonably. However, if little Yuan Wang should unfortunately lose or even die at another's hands, then—" The human king trailed off, showing hesitation and worry. The 5 Yuan king smiled confidently. "Your Majesty need not worry. My son is invincible at core formation. Moreover, as I said, this is a trial they should accept as prodigies. Losing or dying only proves one thing: the losers are all trash." The human king nodded. "Uncle 5 Yuan king speaks reasonably." Having said this, the human king looked at the refining void cave heaven and said to himself, Li Qingyuan, I hope you can give me a little surprise." Among the younger generation, across the 9 provinces, little Yuan Wang already has an invincible posture. I hope you become the second me, suppressing little Yuan Wang just as I suppressed the 5 Yuan king. On a mountain peak, little Yuan Wang laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, the greatest inheritance of the refining void cave, heaven, has been activated. And the human king's spiritual power fluctuation on the identity jade tokens has disappeared. No one has a free pass anymore." Little Yuan Wang laughed, his laughter manic, his gaze sharp. "From this moment on, this cave heaven world will be this crown prince's domain. Golden spirit, fire spirit, earth spirit, water spirit, wood spirit." The 5 great prodigies gathered together, attending little Yuan Wang. Behind the 5 great prodigies were 18 late core formation cultivators, over 100 mid-core formation cultivators, and over 1,000 early core formation cultivators. Little Yuan Wang looked toward where spiritual light was gushing. The power of formations was overwhelming. A long river coiled in the sky, a 10,000 zang spiritual power river standing across the void, ancient Tao rhyme permeating the air. Beneath the 10,000 zang river, an ancient immortal mansion, a cave heaven-blessed land, emerged from the ground. Various spiritual lights flickered, treasure light overflowed, truly a land of heavenly treasures and earthly splendor, light shooting to the stars. Little Yuan Wang's eyes burned with passion. He waved his hand and said, "Charge." The ultimate inheritance belongs to none other than the 5 Yuan sect. Anyone who obstructs, kill without mercy. Ha ha ha, little Yuan Wang laughed. The human king's spiritual power has disappeared. There is no longer any power that can stop this crown prince. Roar, howl. A tiger and a flood dragon, both third-ranked late-stage demon beasts, pulled a carriage flying through the air. Little Yuan Wang charged ahead. The 5 great prodigies turned into 5 colored light flying, and over 1,000 core formation prodigies followed. At the same time, from all directions in the refining void cave, heaven, streams of spiritual light flew. Thousands of prodigies raced through the sky, rushing toward the ancient immortal mansion. Ancient immortal mansion, ancient inheritance, ancient treasures. I'm coming. As long as I get one magic treasure and gift it to the sect's ancestor, my sect can contend with any nascent soul cultivator below the nascent soul stage. Then I will become the sect's greatest contributor. Number 20. Number 20. Number A. Pressure. Feeling the surging spiritual ki. Damn it, the undying bird said. This place's inheritance has automatically activated. And worse, the undying bird said helplessly, this place seems to have been opened by a powerhouse from the 9 provinces as a trial ground. Several thousand core formation genius cultivators under 100 years old are rushing here. Li Shanfeng's pretty face changed. All core formation genius cultivators under 100 years old, and several thousand of them. What terrible luck! I'm going to be exposed. Chapter 386, Myriad Medicine, Divine Mountain, 9, Yanganoderma. Swish, swish, swish. 4,000 beams of spiritual light came whistling, converging from all directions at this place, arriving at the ultimate inheritance, the gate of the ancient immortal mansion. Countless figures in the sky dive into the barrier, causing ripples in space. We're in the ultimate inheritance ground, as expected of an ancient immortal mansion. Even in this age of Dharma's end, when the world's spiritual veins are depleted, the heaven and earth spiritual energy contained in this immortal mansion is not inferior to that of the 7 great superpowers. Judging by the look of things, this place definitely has more than 1 4th grade top-quality spiritual vein. Look. What is that? Everyone looked up and saw soaring spiritual light, multicolored clouds of radiance, dense spiritual energy, and spiritual plants swaying in the wind. 2nd grade spiritual plants could be found everywhere, and there were at least 1,000 3rd grade spiritual plants. Even 4th grade spiritual plants, which would drive the outside world crazy and cause nascent soul true lords to fight fiercely, numbered a full 36. Under the blazing sun, spiritual light overflowed in all directions. That's the sun-moon nourishing soul lotus, the highest grade spiritual plant in the alchemy inheritance ground. This place actually has 3 of them. That's Dragonblood Vine, a 4th grade spiritual plant. Dragonblood Vine? My heavens! Did the master of this place once water the spiritual plants here with the essence blood of a 4th grade or higher flood dragon, great demon? Earth infant flower, a heavenly material and earthly treasure second only to heaven infant fruit. A top-tier 4th grade spiritual plant that can help form a nascent soul. 5 elements. Fruit, a top-tier 4th grade spiritual plant. One of the 3 inherited spiritual plants of the Grand Xuan Imperial Dynasty held by successive 5-element kings. It is the main ingredient for refining the nascent soul. Nascent soul formation supreme treasure, the 5 elements pill. So many 4th grade spiritual plants, so many. Everyone's breathing quickened, their eyes burning with heat. The 36 4th grade spiritual plants left them dizzy and dazzled. Their obsession with seeking immortality and the Tao, their greed and desire for resources, their longing for a nascent soul. All of it exploded in an instant. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were bloodshot, their breathing hot, their blood racing. Look at the mountain. What spiritual plant is that? I've never seen it before. A nascent soul seed from a first-rate, nascent soul sect screamed, his expression shocked. Everyone looked over, their expressions shaken. Above the fourth-grade spiritual plants, there were 5 more spiritual plants they had never seen before. Those 5 spiritual plants seemed to contain the spiritual charm of heaven and earth, and exuded the aura of the Tao. Every leaf, every branch and root seemed to be condensed from the purest spiritual energy and Tao charm. The spiritual light of the plants was rich to the extreme. Wisps of fragrance emanated, as if even heaven and earth were imbued with Tao charm and intoxicating aroma. Hiss! Zhang Tianxi and Zhang Tianyu of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the contemporary twin prodigies of Dragon Tiger Mountain, 1 dragon and 1 tiger, led their team to converge. The 2 of them looked at the summit of the 10,000 Zhang Divine Mountain, their breathing becoming stagnant and heavy. They are the precious medicines recorded in the classics. Legendary precious medicines. Zhang Tianyu rubbed his eyes and said in a lost voice, precious medicines, divine medicines that can refine precious pills according to legend. A single precious pill was enough to drive nascent soul peak grand cultivators mad and cause them to fight brutal battles, and even the legendary nascent soul stage cultivators would be moved by such things. Zhang Tianxi found it hard to believe, muttering in a lost voice, precious medicines, all precious medicines, a full 5 of them. 5. Spirit demon cloud, spirit crystal sunflower, dragon origin grass, thunder spirit fruit, and 9 yang ganoderma. Zhang Tianyu swallowed his saliva, the shock in his eyes hard to contain. He said, senior brother, if these 5 precious medicines were born in the outside world, there would be rivers of blood among nascent soul cultivators and endless killing calamities across the 9 provinces. Zhang Tianxi's eyes burned with heat. He said, 5 great precious medicines. We must seize at least 1. Our Dragon Tiger Mountain can hold on to it. Wang Fugui was drooling. So many 4th-grade spiritual plants, so many. If I could loot the entire Divine Mountain, my Wang clan would become the undisputed #1 clan in the 9 provinces. And those precious medicines, they're mine too. I have the human king backing me. What can't I get? Yeishuan, Zhangshuan Shu, Xuanzhou, Guanyang, Baiyun sects, Yu sisters, Tianzhou Taiyi sect, Dizhou Divine Sword sect, Yuzhou Tianchen sect, Zhouzhou Dikun sect. On this day, 4,000 core formation prodigies gathered here. The myriad auras of the younger generation of the 9 provinces continent, the collision of the auras of peerless prodigies, made heaven and earth tremble. Roar. Ow, a dragon and a tiger. Dragon roars and tiger howls. A dragon and a tiger pulling a carriage flew through the air. Little Yuan Wang stood on the imperial carriage, pointed into the distance, and said in a clear voice, 5 precious medicines, 4th-grade spiritual plants, all belong to this prince. Anyone who dares touch them will be killed without mercy. Someone snorted coldly. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, they belong to those who are capable. Whoever grabs them first gets them. That's right. Swish, 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 swish. Figures flew through the air, countless streaks of light. Thousands of core formation prodigies flew out, charging towards the 4th-grade spiritual plants and the 5 ancient precious medicines ascending the mountain. Wait. Yu Shaoer stopped his partner Tan Yuyi, who was about to charge, and said, don't act rashly. Let's observe first. Zhang Tianxi and Zhang Tianyu, the master and disciple pair, did the same, stopping the junior brothers and junior sisters behind them. They said, no need to rush. If there are no unexpected changes, we can still seize the precious medicines afterwards with our strength. Let them scout the way first. The leaders of the core formation prodigies of the 7 great superpowers, the young masters of various top-tier aristocratic families, all chose to observe rather than charge ahead first. They possessed strong rationality and emotional control. Little Yuan Wang was the same, calmly choosing to observe. The next second, little Yuan Wang smiled coldly and arrogantly. As expected of the immortal mansion of an ancient great power, it wouldn't be so simple. Shui Lingxi Zen Xing, focusing the mind, looked and saw that on the 10,000 Zheng Divine Mountain, nearly 2,000 core formation prodigies had charged into the mountain. Inside the mountain, streaks of spiritual light burst forth, and combat puppets walked out one by one. From within the divine mountain, a majestic voice spread. Defeat the talisman puppet, and you may take the spiritual plant. Soon, battle erupted. There were early core formation, mid-core formation, and a few late core formation cultivators who made their move. However, they were too greedy. Their targets were at least 4th-grade spiritual plants, and most charged towards the 5 precious medicines. The talisman puppets they encountered were very powerful and very strange. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? What kind of puppet? Its magical power is exactly the same as mine. Impossible. My sect's ultimate art is an unpassed secret. How can this talisman puppet use it? And its proficiency is almost identical to mine. I feel like I'm fighting myself. On the Imperial Carriage treasure seat, little Yuan Wang rubbed the corner of his eye. For some reason, in the past 2 days, his right eyelid would twitch occasionally. He watched the core formation prodigies being defeated one by one, spitting blood, and his expression turned thoughtful. Strange. Very strange. Little Yuan Wang said, "This refining void cave heaven seems able to replicate and engrave the killing moves of all core formation prodigies, inject them into the talisman puppets, and then use them to test the challengers." Shui Lingxi's true nature said, "Man's greatest enemy is himself. It's easy to surpass others, but the hardest thing is to surpass oneself. Defeating oneself, that's easier said than done." Little Yuan Wang smiled and said, "Well said. The hardest person to surpass is oneself." He looked at the 10,000 Zhang mountain peak, his gaze fixed. Especially when the opponent's cultivation level is 1 grade higher than your own. The late core formation cultivators who charged to the mountain peak encountered talisman puppets whose cultivation had reached the core formation peak. Moreover, this core formation peak state simulated their own foundation, techniques, and spiritual energy quality. It was equivalent to them facing a core formation peak version of themselves. In a same realm battle, it was extremely difficult to win against oneself, let alone when the opponent was a whole realm higher. Soon, the 2,000 core formation prodigies returned empty-handed, defeated, and retreating. Damn it! The talisman puppet's magical power is sustained by the divine mountain's spiritual veins, always maintained at their peak. Even if we can fight to a draw, we'll still lose if it drags on. Who can defeat a peak state version of themselves? Forget it. I'll try for a 3rd-grade spiritual plant. No, I must seize the Earth Infant Fruit and join the Human King Hall. Then I'll request a 4th-grade alchemist from the Human King Hall to refine a nascent soul formation pill for me. Right, I'm not giving up. Let's go again. Some settled for less, while others, unwilling to accept defeat, launched another challenge. Little Yuan Wang slowly walked out, heading towards the 10,000 Zhang mountain peak. His gaze locked onto the top-tier 4th-grade spiritual plant, the 5 elements fruit. His handsome and cold face was calm as he said, "The 5 elements fruit is the inherited spiritual plant of my 5 elements sect. This thing rightfully belongs to this prince." Swish! As his voice fell, little Yuan Wang stepped into the divine mountain and walked towards the 5 elements fruit tree. Space rippled. A core formation peak talisman puppet walked out from the inner space of the divine mountain, emitting the same magical power aura as little Yuan Wang, even simulating the aura of the 5 elements sect's techniques. Little Yuan Wang glanced at it briefly and thought to himself, "Let me first test my hand against this talisman puppet, find a way to defeat it, and then collect all the precious medicines one by one." What was the 5 elements fruit? His true goal was to take all 5 precious medicines, let the Five Elements sect replace the human King Hall and make himself Little Yuan Wang, the crown prince of the 9 provinces. Chapter 38:7. The weakness of the talisman puppet, the strength of Little Yuan Wang. Petty talisman puppet, break for this prince. Little Yuan Wang and the talisman puppet struck at the same time. The moment he executed the 5 elements extreme transformation hand, the talisman puppet also used the same move. Moreover, the man and the puppet had the same magical power foundation and the same technique attributes. With a booming collision, it was like a thunderclap shaking the 10,000 Zhang divine mountain with rolling spiritual light overflowing in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little Yuan Wang was as fast as a streak of light, his speed comparable to an early nascent soul cultivator. He activated the 5 elements heaven escape technique, and using his early nascent soul divine sense, he drove several third-grade top-quality flying swords to attack. Even more astonishingly, the talisman puppet also burst forth with the same speed, the same early nascent soul divine sense, and also summoned several flying swords out of thin air to counterattack. Ding, ding, ding. The 2 core formation peak cultivators fought from a distance, their figures as fast as streaks of light. Everyone could only see 2 beams of light, like the sun and moon vying for brilliance, chasing each other with dazzling sword light. After a dozen or so exchanges, Little Yuan Wang's expression fixed slightly. He took 2 high-quality 10,000 true pills to maintain his magical power, while simultaneously restraining the talisman puppet and thinking of a strategy to defeat the enemy. His background, cultivation resources, the teachings of his father, and the elders around him were all among the best in the 9 provinces continent. And he himself was more outstanding than his predecessors and the elders of his sect. He was practically a second 5-element king, a perfect replica of his father, the 5-element king. Therefore, Little Yuan Wang's vision, knowledge, and wisdom were all top-notch. Even among core formation cultivators looking across the world, there was no one to surpass him. How about trying this move? Little Yuan Wang clenched his fists, activated his core formation magical power, and punched out. The fist imprint transformed into a golden fist to attack the talisman puppet. A first-grade spell, Diamond Fist. This time, the talisman puppet also counterattacked, but it wasn't the Diamond Fist. Instead, it was a higher-grade fist technique, a skill that didn't belong to the 5-element king's techniques, but a skill controlled by the talisman puppet's own implanted program. With a bang, the 2 fist imprints collided. Little Yuan Wang's first-grade spell was slightly weaker, and he was directly knocked back more than 10 jung, his arm slightly numb. Ha ha ha, just as I thought, just as I thought. Little Yuan Wang's eyes were bright, sharp as an eagle's. This prince understands now. Little Yuan Wang knew the strategy to defeat the enemy. He had already probed the weakness of the talisman puppet. The Diamond Fist, a first-grade spell used to build foundations during the Qi refining stage, he hadn't used it for decades, and he hadn't used it since entering the refining void cave heaven, Soul Bell. Little Yuan Wang sacrificed his life-bound magical artifact, the Soul Bell. The small ancient bell, like a jingle bell, instantly enlarged into a 10-jang ancient bell. The ancient bell split into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into 9, and then into 27. 27 ancient bells, each 10 jang in size, stood horizontally behind Little Yuan Wang, all humming and vibrating at the same time. Little Yuan Wang's core formation peak cultivation exploded with full force. Facing himself, he dared not be careless in the slightest. He had to go all out and unleash his strongest strike. First layer, heaven and earth sound. Clang. The 27 ancient bells vibrated simultaneously. The sound was like a grand bell and a great tripod, a heavenly dance at the cloud gate, as if it were the beginning of an ancient human sacrifice to the heavenly god. The bell sound reverberated endlessly, and heaven and earth resonated together. At the same time, the talisman puppet also sacrificed a large bell. The talisman artifact's rune. prohibition and artifact pressure were exactly the same as little Yuan Wang's life-bound magical artifact. However, the talisman puppet only sacrificed one ancient bell and couldn't unleash the true power of the bell. It relied on a single ancient bell to resound through heaven and earth to contend. Little Yuan Wang grinned. Just as I thought. In the alchemy inheritance ground, when he killed the quasi-4th-grade great demon, the heaven-winged twin-headed demon hound, he had once sacrificed his life-bound magical artifact to suppress the demon hound, and then used a sword technique to kill it in one strike. Therefore, it was not surprising that the talisman puppet could replicate his life-bound magical artifact. Boom. This prince's strike, what can you use to block it? Boom. A full 27 ancient bells vibrated simultaneously, interweaving into an ancient language, as if they could communicate with the gods of heaven and earth, directly triggering the resonance of heaven and earth. Energy surged like terrifying waves. Bang, bang, bang. The bells' sound waves wreaked havoc, twisting and singing through heaven and earth. They directly blasted away the soul bell used by the talisman puppet, then ravaged the puppet itself, sending it flying, smashing its chest in, and cracking its hard surface. The talisman puppet flew back 100 zhong, crashing into the mountain body. Its spiritual light dimmed, and it disappeared. On the myriad medicine divine mountain, an ancient recorded voice sounded, defeated the talisman puppet. Reward obtained. Around the 5 elements fruit tree, the ceiling formation disappeared, and the prohibition planted by the ancient great power automatically unlocked. The 3 Zhang fruit tree flew out, and 7 5 elements fruits emitted the 5 elements key with rich spiritual light and an intoxicating fragrance. Little Yuan Wang held the 5 elements fruit tree, took a deep breath, and said intoxicatedly, "Not bad. It has the same taste as the 5 elements fruit tree that my 5 elements sect has inherited for 10,000 years. A glint of greed appeared in his eyes as he looked at the earth infant fruit, the sun-moon nourishing soul, lotus, the dragon blood vine, a full 36 4th-grade spiritual plants. This earth infant fruit, this prince wants it. As he spoke, little Yuan Wang struck again, rapidly approaching an earth infant fruit, activating the prohibition power and drawing out the talisman puppet. The talisman puppet was exactly the same as before, still at the core formation peak cultivation, with the same magical power foundation as little Yuan Wang. Seeing little Yuan Wang strike again, Wang Fugi and his group could no longer sit still. How can Brother Dugu enjoy such a multitude of heavy treasures alone? Wang Fugi flew out, his core formation peak cultivation locking onto another earth infant fruit. At the same time, Ye Xuan made his move. Using the sword escape technique, he merged man and sword, charging towards another earth infant fruit. He said, "This last earth infant fruit, let it be mine." The 3 core formation peak cultivators, the top 3 core formation prodigies of the current era, struck simultaneously. They engaged in fierce clashes with the talisman puppets that simulated themselves, fighting to a standstill. Zhang Xuanshu, Guanyang, Zhao Jue, Dragon Tiger Mountains, Zhang Tianxi and Zhang Tianyu, Biyun Sects, Yu Zhao and Yu Xiao. 5 elements, sects 5 spirit sons prodigies, the top late core formation prodigies of the 9 provinces all made their moves, charging towards the 4th grade spiritual plants, triggering prohibition and challenging the talisman puppets. At the same time, Zhao Tongshuan, Zhao Chong, Zhao Yuanji, and other ordinary early and mid-core formation cultivators also made their moves, flying into the 10,000 Zhang Divine Mountain to challenge the talisman puppets. Zhao Tongshuan took a deep breath, his gaze firm, charging forward bravely towards a 4th grade spiritual plant, the human infant flower. The flower cluster was like a sunflower, its face like a sunflower, its face like a baby. The 4th grade spiritual plant, the human infant flower, could increase the probability of forming a nascent soul by 10%. Even with just a 10% increase, the success rate was still very low. But this item was still a rare and sought-after treasure for Zhao Tongshuan's teacher, Cloud Music True Person, and his master's junior sister, Elegant Music True Person. I still have a unique skill I haven't used. Today I am willing to test its edge for my teacher's grace. Whoosh! Zhao Tongxuan stepped on his long spear, flying through the air. One man, one spear, streaked across the sky. Approaching within 100 yang of the human infant flower, he triggered the prohibition, and a talisman puppet appeared before him. The talisman puppet stood in the air, also one man, one spear. Zhao Tongxuan's thick eyebrows spread, his tiger eyes glared, and the spear under his feet flew into his hands. He held the spear with both hands, thrust it straight forward, and charged out with the momentum of a dragon, merging man and spear. Kill! The talisman puppet also charged, its magical power, realm, moves, and combat style exactly the same as Zhao Tongxuan's. It was as if two Zhao Tongxuans were clashing head-on, with spear light filling the sky. Boom! Soul Bell, second layer, ghosts and gods. Weep! The 27 ancient bells vibrated simultaneously, summoning a ghost and a god. The two phantom Dharma images stood toweringly, 100 yang tall. The two phantoms opened their mouths at the same time, and the sound of ghosts wailing and gods howling vibrated through the air. As the ghosts wailed and gods howled, they shattered the 27 ancient bells used by the opposing talisman puppet, shattered the replicated first layer heaven and earth sound, killing move, and once again defeated the talisman puppet. Huff, huffo. Little Yuan Wang took the spoils, the earth infant fruit, and panted heavily. His robust chest rose and fell. After 2 consecutive all-out efforts, he also felt deeply exhausted. Little Yuan Wang looked up, his gaze sweeping over all the 4th-grade spiritual plants, and then fixed on the 5 great precious medicines at the mountain peak. He thought to himself, apart from the earth infant fruit and the 5 elements fruit, the other 4th-grade spiritual plants aren't really worth this prince's effort. After all, once any trump card is used, it will be replicated by the talisman puppet the next time I challenge it. I have to save my final killing move. Little Yuan Wang flew back to his mount's imperial carriage. A late core formation maidservant protected him as he sat cross-legged to meditate, taking a 3rd-grade pill to restore his cultivation. His gaze fell on Wang Fugui and Ye Xuan. These two were the only prodigies who posed a slight threat to him. Boom! Boom! Wang Fugui unleashed his killing move, sacrificing his life-bound magical artifact, the Golden Yuan Treasure Mountain. Money moves the gods. Ghosts push the mill. Ye Xuan sacrificed his quasi-4th-grade puppet for the first time. The puppet integrated with the mechanism arts, its form transforming into a giant sword. Man, puppet, and sword merged into one, and with one sword strike he defeated the talisman puppet, ultimately achieving victory. Wang Fugui and Ye Xuan each obtained an earth infant fruit tree, stored it in their spatial rings, and flew back to their respective camps to sit cross-legged and regulate their breathing. Their auras were disordered, and their magical power had been depleted considerably. Facing a talisman puppet that replicated themselves with a 1-to-1 ratio, apart from unleashing the killing moves they had always hidden, they had no other way to win. An hour later, little Yuan Wang, Wang Fugui, and Ye Xuan stood up. The 3 exchanged glances, then flew out simultaneously, ascending the mountain peak and heading straight for the precious medicines. Among them, little Yuan Wang's target was precisely the 9 Yang Ganoderma. Chapter 38:8 Nascent Soul, Talisman Puppet, Unmatched. 9. Yang Ganoderma, an ancient divine medicine. Little Yuan Wang flew toward the 9 Yang Ganoderma, greed flickering in his eyes as he murmured to himself. The first-generation ancestor, the first 5 Yuan Wang, left records stating that 9 Yang Ganoderma can refine the primordial spirit. It is a scarce resource for nascent soul stage cultivators to enhance their primordial spirit and increase their cultivation. This is no ordinary divine medicine. Little Yuan Wang's face showed eagerness. If I seize this item and present it to my father, helping him refine his primordial spirit and advance further, I will surely help him suppress Du Gulei and become the new human king. Swoosh! Little Yuan Wang flew rapidly toward the 9 Yang Ganoderma. The moment he entered the 1000 Zeng range, he triggered an ancient prohibition. A talisman puppet floated out from the air, its majestic spiritual power filling the sky. Boom! The talisman puppet's cultivation was at the early nascent soul stage. The pressure of a nascent soul true lord spread out, pressing down until the surrounding airflow caved in, as if a mountain were pressing down on everyone's heads. Little Yuan Wang's breath caught, and surprise appeared on his face. This talisman puppet was simulated based on this crown prince's current foundation at early nascent soul. Its combat power is equivalent to this crown prince's early nascent soul stage. If it were an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator, I would naturally not fear it. But my own early nascent soul combat power, it is truly difficult to match. Boom! The talisman puppet reached out its hand. The 5 Yuan extreme hand technique was unleashed, and the 100-song giant hand swept through the sky, killing intent surging. Nascent soul mana vibrated through the void, shattering layers of wind pressure as it struck toward Little Yuan Wang. Soul Bell. Little Yuan Wang sacrificed his life-bound magic treasure. As the ancient bell vibrated, 27 ancient bell projections materialized. The ancient bells rang out, and the resonance of heaven and earth was performed to counter the attack. Bang, bang, bang. However, the nascent soul-level 5 Yuan extreme hand descended, unstoppable. It directly shattered the resonance of heaven and earth, crushed the ancient bell projections one by one, struck the life-bound magic treasure back into its original form, and sent Little Yuan Wang flying 1,000 zhong. Psh! Little Yuan Wang spat blood, defeated instantly, flying off the mountaintop. Master. The late core formation maidservant flew out, her cold and stern face filled with worry. She supported Little Yuan Wang as they flew back, temporarily retreating to the carriage to regulate their breathing and recover mana. Boom! Boom! At the same time, 2 thunderous explosions rang out. The 2 nascent soul talisman puppets struck in succession, almost simultaneously injuring Ye Xuan and Wang Fugi, knocking them off the mountaintop. The 3 heavenly prodigies were defeated almost at the same time. Wang Fugi had blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although it was just a probe, compared to my early nascent soul self, my peak core formation self is truly as weak as an infant. Ye Xuan took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. Yes, even my strongest killing move is still no match for a single strike from the talisman puppet that is my early nascent soul self. Am I supposed to give up on this peerless divine medicine? Ye Xuan said unwillingly. No, I will never give up. Wang Fugi took a deep breath, his gaze firm. Spirit Crystal Sunflower is crucial to my future path. I will never give up on this item. The 2 returned to their camps, sat cross-legged, and regulated their injuries. Golden Light Mirror. Jin Lingzi's peak core formation cultivation erupted, and he sacrificed the quasi-4th rank magic treasure, Golden Light Mirror. The mirror surface shot out golden light. The golden light was all-penetrating and indestructible, shattering the peak core formation talisman puppet and barely achieving victory. Who? Jin Lingzi let out a long breath of turbid air, took the 4th rank spiritual plant, Human Infant Flower, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with satisfaction, "The Human Infant Flower is finally in hand." Earth Infant Fruit, 3 plants in total. Human Infant Flower, 3 plants in total. Sun Moon Flame. Soul Lotus, also 3 plants. 36 4th rank spiritual plants. On the 10,000 Zhang Divine Mountain, anyone could issue a challenge, and multiple people could challenge at the same time. Talisman puppets would naturally appear to strike them down. Jiang Xuanshu used his strongest killing move and barely defeated the talisman puppet, obtaining the 4th rank spiritual plant he needed, Earth Yellow Essence. This item could refine the qi of the lungs and liver in a person's body, causing their physical body to transform, renew their blood, and also refine their spiritual qi. Earth Yellow Essence was also the main ingredient for the Jiang clan's secret pill formula, the 4th rank pill, Illusory Infant Earth Yellow Pill. Because Earth Yellow Essence was scarce, the clan's reserves of Illusory Infant Earth Yellow Pills was also extremely limited. Taking one illusory infant Earth yellow pill could allow a peak core formation cultivator to reach the false infant realm. The 3-inch golden core would condense 50% of a nascent soul, with 1 foot already stepping into the nascent soul stage. In this way, the enormous bottleneck of forming a nascent soul at the core formation stage could be broken in two. With 1 foot already out, stepping forward with the other foot would be much simpler. Furthermore, the false infant realm could also increase the foundation of an early nascent soul cultivator after breaking through. It was said that long ago, there were no such realms as false core or false infant, because peak foundation establishment cultivators could already break through to core formation, and peak core formation cultivators could already break through to nascent soul. However, there were many ancient cultivators and insufficient resources. Severe internal competition among cultivators made breakthrough and advancement more difficult. So someone found another path, first achieving half-step core formation and half-step nascent soul, splitting the process of breakthrough to a major realm into 2 steps. Although it took a little more time, the probability of breaking through a major realm increased. This was the reason Jiang Xuanshu chose Earth Yellow Essence. Fortunately, he also succeeded in obtaining it. Jiang Xuanshu looked up at the 5 divine medicines and murmured softly, "I wonder if it's unfortunate or fortunate that I haven't reached peak core formation." If one hadn't reached peak core formation, the talisman puppet would only be raised by 1 rank, reaching peak core formation, not early nascent soul. But when he looked at the 5 Yuan sect's Jin Lingzi, a trace of disappointment surged in his heart. What kind of third under heaven am I? Even little Yuan Wang's battle servant, Jin Lingzi, has now surpassed me. Who? Jiang Xuanshu let out a long breath of turbid air. His gaze became firm again, and his Dao heart grew even more resilient. He thought to himself, isn't it just peak core formation? Soon. Isn't the reason I'm not rushing to break through precisely so that I can compete and clash with the core formation prodigies of the 9 provinces this time, polishing a flawless foundation and soar to the heavens? Jiang Xuanshu's talent was not inferior to Ye Xuan or Wang Fugi, but he was always slightly weaker. So to increase this foundation, he did not choose to break through immediately after the other 2, but continued to suppress himself. Realm and foundation were like a spring. The harder and deeper you pressed, the higher you would soar when you broke through, flying higher and going further. However, this kind of suppression also required a delicate balance. If the pressure was too severe, the spring would snap, causing backlash, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Suppressing one's realm was also an art. Again! A few hours later, little Yuan Wang, Wang Fugi, and Ye Xuan struck again. Jin Lingzi and Jiang Xuanshu also charged forward, fighting against talisman puppets that were 1 realm higher than themselves, going all out against their future selves. There was no suspense. They all failed. If a person couldn't even surpass their present self, how could they surpass their future, stronger self? Again. So what if it's a nascent soul talisman puppet? This crown prince will definitely find its weakness. It wasn't just little Yuan Wang. Wang Fugi, Ye Xuan, Jiang Xuanshu, and Jin Lingzi also didn't give up. They regulated their breathing and challenged again and again. They were all tempering themselves, improving themselves. Their brilliance, their genius, their strength, even Li Qingyuan couldn't suppress them. Li Qingyuan, who wasn't at the same realm, would also find it difficult to defeat them, or might even be no match for them. The quality of the 9 provinces' prodigies was still rising. The contemporary prodigies, the elites of core formation, they were worthy of the title. This battle lasted for more than 3 months. 3 months passed. They continuously challenged and continuously failed, but they also summarized their experiences and lessons, managing to hold out for 3 or 5 more moves, extending their battle time. Fighting against their early nascent soul selves, their combat experience improved rapidly. They quickly absorbed nutrients, saw their own obvious shortcomings, and improved themselves. This was the original intention of the ancient great cultivators who established the 10,000 medicine divine mountain, to allow young disciples to be tempered, to allow later generations to surpass themselves, and to forge ahead. On this day, 3 months later, 10 more people had obtained 4th rank spiritual plants and began to challenge the divine medicines. Heaven Province's Taiyi sect, Zhen Shui. Heaven Province's Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zheng Tianxi. Earth Province's Divine Sword sect, Zhuoqiu Jian. Mystic Province's Zhengyang sect, Guanyang. Mystic Province's Biyun sect, Yujiao. Divine Province, Universe Province, Eternity Province, Flood Province, Heaven Province, Earth Province, Mystic Province, Yellow Province. Except for Desolate Province, people from the other 8 provinces had all begun to challenge the divine medicines. Zhao Ju and Tiao Wuya, who came from the 7 kingdoms of Desolate Province, were both at late core formation. They were still challenging 4th rank spiritual plants. Their performance was the same as most late core formation prodigies. They were all excellent, but here they seemed ordinary. The weakness of the talisman puppet? No. It's that when the ancient great cultivators set it up, they deliberately made it so that the talisman puppet wouldn't go all out from the start. Instead, the stronger the opponent's spells and magic treasures, the stronger the talisman puppet's killing moves would become. On this day, after finding this minor flaw in the talisman puppet's design, little Yuan Wang went all out, no longer holding back. Soul Bell, 3rd layer, Soul Unity. Dong! The ancient bell shook. Inside the bell's body, a separated spirit, also a soul, was little Yuan Wang's separated spirit, also his separated origin soul. After decades of nurturing and being cleansed by the soul bell, it had also reached the nascent soul divine sense level. Boom! The nascent soul spirit entered his body, instantly merging with little Yuan Wang. His aura suddenly surged by a large margin, directly rising to the false infant realm. His nascent soul divine sense also approached the mid-nascent soul stage. Fight! Little Yuan Wang unleashed his full foundation and struck again, attacking the early nascent soul talisman puppet. 1 man and 1 puppet clashed in combat, like 2 nascent soul true lords fighting. The 9 provinces prodigies watched, their faces all filled with shock. Saw, Chapter 389, Peerless Duo, Unmatched Style. Saw, the AD, is this still the core formation stage? It's simply like nascent soul, true lords dueling. No, I'm afraid even an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator who barely formed their nascent soul in their twilight years can't compare to little Yuan Wang at this moment, right? Someone's eyes dimmed with despair. So it turns out that reaching the core formation stage before the age of 100, being called a core formation prodigy, is just the threshold to see little Yuan Wang. Guanyang let out a long breath of turbid air. Looking at the incredibly powerful little Yuan Wang, he felt secretly dejected. I finally understand the deep despair my father felt when facing the human king and the 5 Yuan Wang. Their fathers, their grandfathers, the nascent soul. True lords who were contemporaries of the human king and the 5 Yuan Wang. When facing the unmatched style of the 2 kings, the despair in their hearts must have been just like theirs at this moment. Yu Zhao and Yu Xiao's beautiful faces lost their color. Their beautiful eyes filled with shock. Yu Xiao thought to herself, Brother Chu was really lucky to escape last time. If he had been entangled by Shui Lingzi and Huo Lingzi once little Yuan Wang arrived, there would have been no chance of survival. Yu Zhao's gaze was rational as she thought. Once little Yuan Wang forms his nascent soul, with the 5 Yuan Wang's full force cultivation, he will definitely be the next master of Yellow Province and the next sect master of the 5 Yuan sect. When the human king and the 5 Yuan Wang grow old, the number 1 under heaven in the 9 provinces in the next era will definitely be him. This person is arrogant, but he truly has the ability to be arrogant. The immortal path was long, and everyone was struggling to cross, seizing a thread of heavenly opportunity. Now it seemed that little Yuan Wang could be called the number 1 prodigy of the contemporary era. Rumble. The talisman puppet sacrificed the soul bell. The first layer, Resonance of Heaven and Earth, and the second layer, Ghosts and Gods Weep, were performed in succession, using early nascent soul cultivation to simulate Little Yuan Wang's strongest killing moves. Little Yuan Wang did the same. The soul bell bloomed with supreme radiance. His separated spirit and soul returned to their positions. His mana cultivation and nascent soul divine sense both surged by a large margin. He lifted the ancient bell to clash head-on with the talisman puppet. Dong. The two identical ancient bells collided. Wild energy overflowed in all directions, setting off a mana hurricane within 1,000 jang. Little Yuan Wang, holding the ancient bell, flew back 100 meters, spitting blood. Damn it. If it were an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator, even if this crown prince's strongest strike with the soul bell couldn't kill them, it would at least injure them. But now, this talisman puppet is this crown prince's early nascent soul mana. It is an invincible existence among early nascent soul cultivators. The talisman puppet charged forward, the ancient bell striking again to kill. Little Yuan Wang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sacrificed the soul bell to block. The imitation of the 5 Yuan mountain floated above his head. The power of the imitation magic treasure was infinite, forming a defense. I don't believe it. This crown prince can't pick this 9 Yang Ganoderma. Boom, 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 boom. Little Yuan Wang was suppressed, but he also displayed an invincible style at the core formation stage, the strongest combat power among contemporary prodigies. His combat awareness, offensive and defensive transitions, spell mastery, and battle tenacity all had the style of the #1 prodigy of the 9 provinces. Suddenly, the nascent soul talisman puppet stopped moving and retreated, disappearing. On the 10,000 Jang Divine Mountain, a voice resounded through heaven and earth. Those who, at peak core formation, transcending realm to challenge the early nascent soul talisman puppet and hold out for 2/4 of an hour may obtain a reward. Those who do not, transcending realm, must defeat the talisman puppet to obtain a reward. Little Yuan Wang's clothes were torn, his long hair wild. There was a shallow sword scar on his handsome side profile and blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, the 9 Yang Ganoderma belongs to this crown prince. The prohibition power dissipated. Little Yuan Wang grabbed the 9 Yang Ganoderma, but was burned by a scorching, fierce and domineering energy like fire, as expected of an ancient divine medicine. Suppress it for me. Little Yuan Wang immediately sacrificed the 5 Yuan mountain and the soul bell, simultaneously suppressing the domineering flame power, bit by bit suppressing the radiance of the 9 Yang Ganoderma. Puffed. While suppressing it, his injuries were aggravated, and Little Yuan Wang spat blood again. Collect it for me. Little Yuan Wang took several pills in succession. After suppressing it for over 10 breaths, he finally collected the 9 Yang Ganoderma. Piff! Little Yuan Wang's injuries erupted. He spat blood 3 feet. Then, the Dharma body formed from his separated spirit and soul power, left his body and retracted into the soul bell. His false infant cultivation dropped, returning to peak core formation. However, his mana was in chaos. His divine sense was excessively consumed and he had suffered severe injuries from enduring the early nascent soul talisman puppet for a full quarter of an hour. Protect this crown prince. Little Yuan Wang flew out from the mountain peak, having obtained the 9 Yang Ganoderma. The 5 Yuan sect disciples, the prodigies of the 5 kingdoms of Yellow Province, and the hundreds or thousands of prodigies from affiliated forces, looked at Little Yuan Wang as if he were a god with extreme piety. On the carriage, Little Yuan Wang sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing. 10,000-year spiritual milk and third-rank healing pills were taken out and swallowed in succession. Then he formed hand seals with both hands, activated his technique, and full force refined them. Jin Lingzi, Mu Lingzi, Shui Lingzi, Huo Lingzi, and Tu Lingzi took the lead, coming to Little Yuan Wang's side to protect him, preventing anyone from ambushing him. Zhen Jing, disguised as Shui Lingzi, thought to himself, should I strike now? If I strike, can I successfully assassinate little Yuan Wang? Even Zhen Xing admired little Yuan Wang a little. If the latter advanced to early nascent soul in a same realm battle, even though he was one of the most outstanding and youngest nascent soul true lords of Taiyi sect in Taizhou, he would most likely be defeated. Of course, even if he was defeated, he could still escape. Forget it. I'll wait for the master to return and follow orders. Zhen Xing thought. What if he learns of little Yuan Wang's combat power and chooses to avoid his edge? Avoiding his edge and retreating could prevent a great battle. Little Yuan Wang's success stimulated Wang Fugui and Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan unleashed the Ye clan's ultimate techniques, and his sword ki suddenly increased several times. Sword puppet unity. Clang. Ye Xuan's aura surged. He killed a quasi-4th-rank great demon to refine a quasi-4th-rank puppet, which then merged with his life-bound magic treasure flying sword. One sword and one puppet were perfectly unified in form and spirit. The sword Qi was the puppet, and the puppet was the sword Qi. The puppet stabbed through the air like 100 Zhang giant swords stabbing horizontally, attacking the nascent soul talisman puppet. Bang, 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 bang. Ye Xuan full force blocked the nascent soul talisman puppet, doing his utmost to buy time. 10,000 years spiritual milk and various third-rank pills were taken in succession. The foundation of the Divine Province's #1 top-tier clan was shocking. However, no matter how hard Ye Xuan tried, he could only block the talisman puppet that simulated his own early nascent soul self for a quarter of an hour before being severely injured, spitting blood, and knocked down the mountain. The quasi-4th-rank puppet he had refined using the Ye clan's secret technique, the puppet that could merge with his life-bound flying sword, was crippled, its power greatly reduced. Hateful, hateful. Ye Xuan's face was full of unwillingness. The ancient divine medicine, I missed it, I missed it. Ancestral bloodline, wealth god, help me. Boom. Wang Fugui burned a drop of his lifeblood essence. 2 tufts of black hair on his temples turned white. Then it seemed to ignite the forbidden within his bloodline, awakening an ancient bloodline. Boom. A golden radiance burned. A majestic aura erupted from within Wang Fugui. His round and fat body became straight, slender, sturdy, and tough. His plump features became handsome, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, full of heroic spirit. Ye Xuan's expression changed. So the legend is true. The Wang clan is a descendant of the ancient wealth god. The more wealth ki they gather, the more likely their bloodline is to revert to ancestry, granting them incredibly powerful strength. Zhang Xuanshu looked up, stunned. So this is Wang Fugui's true strength, surpassing Ye Xuan's strength. All the core formation prodigies looked up, their faces filled with shock, collectively speechless. Wang Fugui became incredibly handsome and incredibly straight. His golden hair stood straight up. He held his life-bound magic treasure, the golden ingot. After his bloodline reverted to ancestry, his cultivation reached the false infant realm, not inferior to little Yuan Wang. Guanyang lost his voice. One little Yuan Wang, one Wang Fugui. They can be called the peerless prodigies of the 9 provinces, like the human king and the 5 Yuan Wang back then. But between them, who is #1? Little Yuan Wang, who was healing his injuries, opened his eyes. Looking at Wang Fugui, who was displaying great power and stealing the spotlight, a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. This person poses the greatest threat to me. Among the 9 provinces' prodigies, he is the only one who might surpass me. He must die. There is no need to recruit the Wang clan anymore. But now was not the best time to act. He was severely injured and needed to heal and recover his mana. Little Yuan Wang slowly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged to heal. Wang Fugui, let you live a little longer for now. Chapter 3090. A small figure. Zhao Tongshuan. A loud explosion rang out. Pugi flew backward, spitting blood. Puppet opposite him automatically retreated. Wang Fugi had activated his bloodline, aided by his lifebound treasure and supported by the Wang clan's numerous third-grade pill. 2/4 of an hour, finally made it, cough, cough might. Like the little Yuan king, Wang Fugi was also severely injured, coughing up blood non-stop. The thin bloodline of the wealth god within him receded, and Wang Fugi's cultivation base returned to the peak of core formation. His appearance and physique once again became plump and round. Yet, in everyone's eyes at this moment, Wang Fugi was full of masculine spirit and invincible bearing. Many beautiful female cultivators secretly cast him flirtatious glances. Wang Fugi summoned his gold ingot, took pills to forcibly boost his magical power, squeezed out the meager remaining power from his 3-inch golden core, and fully pressured the spirit crystal sunflower to harvest a single precious herb. Cough, cough, Wang Fugi collected the precious herb and returned to the Wang clan. He said to the clan's core formation prodigies, and the core formation prodigies from the clan's vassal forces, "Protect me while I recover." The leading core formation prodigies of the Wang clan gathered around to protect Wang Fugi. Ye Xuan also returned to his clan's camp, recovered his magical power, and prepared to fight again. He was unwilling to miss out on the precious herbs, especially after the success of the little Yuan king and Wang Fugi, which further stimulated him, especially the smiling Wang Fugi. The two of them were known as the twin prodigies of the divine continent, and he had always been slightly ahead of Wang Fugi, called the #1 genius under heaven. But today, he realized that Wang Fugi had been hiding his true strength all along and had never fought him with full force. This stung Ye Xuan's pride. Another month passed. The little Yuan king, Wang Fugi, and Ye Xuan finally finished regulating their breathing. Ye Xuan charged again. But this time, the nascent soul talisman puppet replicated the Ye clan's secret technique, sword puppet unity. He was defeated even faster, barely managing to parry for 1/4 of an hour. The little Yuan king gave a contemptuous smile. Heh, what #1 clan of the divine continent? What #1 genius of the divine continent? In this prince's eyes, merely so-so. As his words fell, the little Yuan king took a step forward and ascended the mountain peak. With his injuries healed, he returned to his peak state. He once again summoned the spirit soul bell, executed his secret technique, and was in high spirits. Watch how this prince picks the second precious herb. Third layer, spirit soul, returned to 1. However, as soon as the early nascent soul talisman puppet made its move, it perfectly replicated the spirit soul bell, and also perfectly replicated the killing move. Spirit soul returned to 1, directly boosting its power to the perfection of early nascent soul, and its divine sense even advanced to mid-nascent soul. Can this divine mountain even replicate my 5 elements, sect's unorthodox secret technique, the spirit soul secret art? He turned and fled in panic. Boom! The nascent soul talisman puppet struck. The earth-shattering blow sent the little Yuan king flying. Poof! The little Yuan king flew down a 10,000 jang cliff. Only by joining forces did Jin Lingzi and the other 5 manage to block the residual force and successfully catch him. He spat blood, suffering his second severe injury. Ye Xuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Hehe, what #1 prodigy of Huangzhou, what little Yuan king, looking at him today merely so-so. In the end, he still has to pay for his own greed and arrogance. You. The little Yuan king was furious. His qi and blood surged. He immediately suppressed his qi and blood, soothed his injuries, and sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing and heal. He thought unwillingly, impossible, it makes no sense. The spirit soul. Secret art is not a magical artifact, nor a spell. It involves splitting off a wisp of one's original spirit soul. nurturing it within one's life-bound magical artifact, feeding it various spirit, nourishing and soul-nourishing pills and herbs. It took decades of hard work to achieve today's results. This divine mountain is too strange. It can even perfectly replicate my spirit soul secret art. And that talisman puppet is a combat puppet without a soul or flesh and blood. This divine mountain must be a heavy treasure. After reaching this conclusion, the little Yuan King's heartbeat accelerated. Unfortunately, he knew that he could not take this precious mountain away. Wang Fugui hesitated to advance. He had originally wanted to make a second attempt, holding the same thought as the little Yuan King, that the power derived from his own bloodline should be impossible for the divine mountain to replicate. But after seeing the little Yuan King's miserable state, Wang Fugui backed down. The next second, Wang Fugui and Ye Xuan exchanged a glance and simultaneously sent voice transmissions to their respective clansmen. Swish, swish, swishish. Wang Fugui and Ye Xuan led their teams away, leaving the 10,000 herb divine mountain and rushing towards the deepest part of the immortal mansion space. The little Yuan King, who was healing his injuries, saw this and was so angry that it aggravated his wounds. He immediately ordered, "Jin Lingzi, Tu Lingzi, lead the team and press forward. The rest of you stay here and complete the tasks I assigned earlier." A dragon and a tiger roared, pulling the carriage as it flew out. The little Yuan King closed his eyes again to heal, patiently regulating his injuries. Jin Lingzi and Tu Lingzi were the first to rush out, leading several hundred core formation prodigies in pursuit of the teams led by Wang Fugui and Ye Xuan. Let's go too. Disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain, let's move. Zhang Tianxi and Zhang Tianyu had each harvested a 4th-grade spirit plant, a good haul. They chased after the 3 major forces ahead, heading deeper into the immortal mansion. If the 10,000 herb divine mountain on the periphery of the immortal mansion already possessed ancient precious herbs, then the inheritance within the immortal mansion must be even more extraordinary. Among the remaining forces of the 5-element sect, Huao Lingzi had his eyes on one person. His target was Zhao Tongshuan. For over 4 months, Zhao Tongshuan had been tempering his spear. He used the talisman puppet to hone his spear technique. His spear art became increasingly exquisite. He lost battle after battle, but grew braver with each setback. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Throughout the generations, the masters of Sanlei Immortal City, the lineage of Yunlei True Person, had passed down spear techniques as their inheritance. The first city lord, at the peak of core formation, had created half a 4th-grade spear technique. Yunlei True Person's master and Yunlei True Person himself had both inherited this technique, continuously researching and bitterly cultivating it, striving to perfect it. After Miaolei True Lord advanced to the nascent soul stage, he gave Yunlei True Person much guidance, finally allowing Yunlei True Person to gain some insight and further elevate this technique. He passed it on to his disciple Zhao Tongshuan. Zhao Tongshuan tempered his spear for 4 months, fought bitterly for 4 months. Today, he had an epiphany. His spear technique grew stronger. With his life-bound magical artifact, the Wandering Dragon Spear, in hand, he bit the tip of his tongue, nourishing the long spear with his blood and using the long spear to nourish the spear light. Months of tempering the spear, years of nourishing it. The secret technique of the spear light bloomed today. Cedar Center. Heaven questioning spear. Art. As this spear was thrust out, one man, one spear, angrily questioned the heavens. Why was the heavenly Tao unjust? Why had the age of ending Dharma descended? Why was it so difficult for their generation of cultivators to ascend to nascent soul? The great path was like the blue sky, yet he alone could not emerge. No, he refused to accept it. He wanted to knock on the gates of heaven and ask for an answer. This answer was sought for himself, for the masses of core formation cultivators, and for all living beings. Clang! The spear shot out like a dragon, stunning all around. Bang! The talisman puppet of the same rank, which perfectly replicated Zhao Tongshuan's cultivation, spells, and techniques, was finally defeated by Zhao Tongshuan. He had defeated the puppet, but more importantly, he had surpassed himself. Within the Sanle immortal sect, he, Zhao Tongshuan, was one of only 2 nascent soul seeds. But within this void-refining grotto heaven, Zhao Tongshuan was merely a small figure, just one ordinary core formation cultivator among 4,000 core formation prodigies. Yet he had not given up, nor had he been discouraged. He, too, had his own radiance, the brilliance of a small figure. He had succeeded. A 4th-grade spirit plant, the human infant flower, flew over and landed in Zhao Tongshuan's hand. "Teacher, I will help you on your path to nascent soul." Zhao Tongshuan spat blood, suffering backlash from the spear technique and severely injured. He quickly collected the human infant flower and withdrew from the divine mountain. Whoosh! Zhao Tongshuan flew down and returned to his team. Zhao Zhu, Zhao Chong, and the others congratulated him. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Tongshuan, on advancing your spear technique and harvesting the 4th-grade spirit plant human infant flower." Zhao Tongshuan took a 10,000 true pill. This was of premium quality. He had 3 in total, given to him by senior brother Li Qingyuan after losing a sparring match in the past. Just as Zhao Tongshuan took the pill and was about to exchange a few modest words with everyone, a killing intent descended. Heavenly fire blazed across the sky, and a dazzling, bone-piercing spear light shone brilliantly. Hua Lingzi struck without warning, his fire spirit spear lunging forward. Zhao Tongshuan of Huangzhou, hand over the human infant flower and surrender. I might spare your life. Chapter 39:1 Hua Lingzi's true colors revealed. SW Siksha. The fire spirit spear streaked across the sky, its momentum unstoppable. The spear-tip friction against the airflow ignited flames. The spear light was bone-chilling, its power irresistible. Zhao Tongshuan's expression changed. He had forcibly executed a 4th-grade spear technique, defeating the puppet and surpassing himself, but he was also severely injured, suffering backlash from the spear intent. With his heavily injured body, it would take at least a month or 2 to fully recover and regain his peak combat strength. Even at his peak, he could at most contend with mid-core formation prodigies. Facing a prodigy among prodigies like Hua Lingzi, who was also at the late core formation stage, Zhao Tongshuan had no chance of victory. "Hua Lingzi, don't push your luck." Zhao Zhui immediately made his move, executing a 3rd-grade sword technique. A sky full of sword shadows bloomed, shattering the blazing sun spear light. Zhao Zhu stood before Zhao Tongshuan, locking eyes with Hua Lingzi from a distance. Their auras clashed, and the confrontation between the two created a powerful air current for 100 jang in all directions. Hua Lingzi said coldly and arrogantly, "Fighting me? Are you worthy?" As his words fell, a person stepped out from behind Hua Lingzi. It was Cao Yifei. Cao Yifei laughed. "Zhao Zhu, you are not qualified to make Brother Hua Ling make a move. Today, let me, the #1 prodigy of Sheng country, test the mettle of you, the #1 prodigy of Zhao country." Cao Yifei's late core formation cultivation base erupted. He summoned his core formation magical treasure, the white elephant spirit tusks. The pair of tusks enlarged, plowing through the sky as they descended to kill. Zhao Zhui's eyes sharpened. "Cao Yifei, die." Zhao Zhu waved his sleeve, unleashing the killing move inherited from true Lord Zhao Luyun. Sleeve inner azure dragon sword key. His life-bound flying sword combined with the killing move, repelling the pair of tusks and striking towards Cao Yifei. Cao Yifei remained calm in the face of danger, wielding his magical treasure as he charged out again. Heavenly firmament, secret art, indestructible golden body. Tai Wuya also made his move. He was one of only 2 late core formation cultivators in Yue country, having reached the late core formation stage through body refinement. His physique was like a giant elephant, his entire body gilded, shining with golden light. Especially after executing the indestructible golden body, he transformed into a 3 zang tall golden giant. With one punch, He shattered the sleeve inner azure dragon sword key that Zhao Ju had unleashed. With a second punch, he knocked back Zhao Ju's flying sword. Heavenly firmament, fist. White elephant collapsing heaven. Ti Wuya and Cao Yifei attacked simultaneously, casting spells and driving their magical artifacts. They fiercely assaulted Zhao Ju from left and right, forcing him into a disadvantage. Ti Wuya sneered. Zhao Ju, once I kill you, I, Ti Wuya, will be the #1 prodigy of the 7 countries of Huangzhou, ha ha ha. The team from the 7 countries of Huangzhou now numbered less than 80, only 76 people. Zhao Chong, Li Yangchu, Xiao Yuanji, Zhao Dai, Nan Gongjian, everyone's expression changed. They immediately drove their magical artifacts to charge out and support Zhao Ju, fighting with numbers. What kind of hero are you? Senior brother Zhao Jie, we're here to help. However, as Zhao Chong and the dozens of others flew out, half of the team behind Huao Lingzi, over 200 people, charged out as well. Many of them were from the 7 countries of Huangzhou. Yang Yan of the Corpse Puppet sect, and Wan Luo of the Myriad Manifestation sect, both mid-core formation prodigies, led several early core formation cultivators from their sects to attack Zhao Tongshuan, Xia Yuanji, Qi Yuxuan, and Sun He of the Sanle Immortal sect in Yue country. Wan Luo sneered, "Today, we'll wipe out the core formation prodigies of the Sanle Immortal sect and make that bitch Miaolei pay for the blow she struck back then." His spirit pet, the 4-eyed crimson infant, had been forcibly taken by Miaolei, and she had also heavily injured him with a single blow. It had taken him several months to fully recover. He had always remembered this grudge. Zhao Tongshuan's expression changed, and he thought to himself, Huao Lingzi and his group are targeting us, the 7 countries of Huangzhou. The 4th grade spirit plant is just an excuse. What do we do? What can we do? A pill furnace descended from the sky. Yu Shao's late core formation cultivation base erupted. The 100 Zhang furnace struck with a single blow, repelling 2 mid-core formation cultivators and over a dozen early core formation cultivators. He stood in front of Hua Lingzi and said, "Brother Hua Ling, regarding the spirit plants on the 10,000 Herb Divine Mountain, they belong to whoever is fated to obtain them. Since fellow Taoist Zhao Tongshuan has already obtained the human infant flower, it is his fortune. Why must you be so aggressive, brother?" To be honest, Yu Xiao didn't want to offend anyone. As a rogue cultivator, he disliked meddling in other people's affairs the most, but he knew he had to step forward. Huo Lingzi's intentions were definitely not simple. Huo Lingzi chuckled and asked, "Oh, you want to stand up for them? A mere rogue cultivator dares to meddle in my affairs. Yu Xiao, considering you have some skill in alchemy, if you pledge allegiance to my 5-element sect and become our dog, I will let today's matter slide." Yu Xiao took a deep breath and said, "I'm really sick of this condescending attitude of yours, fellow Taoists." Yu Xiao looked at the rogue cultivator team behind him and the various small forces present and said, "The prodigies of Huangzhou are being bullied. If we stand by and do nothing today, when disaster befalls us in the future, no one will raise a banner for us. The 5-element sect is ambitious and has ulterior motives, can't you see that?" From the rogue cultivator camp, Tan Yui flew out, followed by over 20 core formation cultivators. She said, "I am willing to fight alongside Brother Yu." Huo Lingzi looked at the people around him who were stirring, his gaze calm. He said, "Today's matter is solely between my 5-element sect and the cultivators of Huangzhou. The Huangzhou cultivator Li Qingyuan has repeatedly snatched opportunities from my 5-element sect, acting like a bandit cultivator. If this man is not killed, our anger will not be appeased." Huo Lingzi pointed his long spear at Yu Xiao and Tan Yueyi and said coldly, "Since you rogue cultivators have interfered, you can die together with them." He looked around, killing intent flashing in his crimson eyes. "Everyone, I advise you one thing. The Human King's magical power has already expired, and the Jade Token's guidance function has failed. Here, attacking my 5-element sect will get people killed." These words were full of threat. The rogue cultivators and cultivators from other small forces who had been stirred up by Yu Shaoer hesitated, fearing the Five Elements sect's strength and the threat of death. Among the 20+ who had flown out in a moment of heat, many showed regret. A few even quickly retreated, saying as they did, "Brother Yu, Fairy Tan, today's matter has nothing to do with us. Why must you stick your necks out? You!" Tan Yui's pretty face changed. Yu Shaoer sighed long and helplessly. No wonder they all say rogue cultivators can't be relied upon. Sigh. You people will regret this sooner or later. Hua Lingzi looked at Yu Shaoer, Zhao Zhui of Huangzhou, and the others, and waved his hand. Everyone, attack together, seize points, seize resources, show no mercy. Swish, swish, swish. Hua Lingzi, Shui Lingzi, Mu Lingzi, and 5 late core formation prodigies of the 5 elements sect attacked simultaneously, locking onto Zhao Tongshuan, Zhao Chong, Yu Shaoer, Tan Yu Yi. The spirit root prodigies among the 7 countries of Huangzhou and Yu Shaoer and Tan Yu Yi from the rogue cultivator camp were all targeted by the experts, surrounded and hunted by the 5 elements sect's elites. Hua Lingzi sneered inwardly. Perfect. Today I'll take down these dozen or so hunting targets first. He glanced around and thought to himself, as for the other forces and other targets, we'll deal with them slowly. Zhao Tongshuan sent a voice transmission. Fellow Taoists, I have a plan. After hearing it, everyone's spirits lifted. The rogue cultivator forces and the Huangzhou prodigies fought while retreating, slowly gathering their formation, quietly approaching the 10,000 herb divine mountain. Whether they could escape the siege of the 5 elements sect's several hundred prodigies and numerous experts depended on trying Zhao Tongshuan's plan. There was no other way. At this moment, Li Qingyuan was still in seclusion, cultivating. Dear fellow Taoists, thank you for your continuous support. I will add an extra chapter today and another one tomorrow. The male lead is expected to break through to late core formation plus nascent soul, divine sense tomorrow. After he comes out, he will fly forward, invincible. Please support with some gifts, moi. Chapter 39-2, 5 Calamities, Secret Realm, First Realm, Yin Fire. 9 Heavens, Domain Tuesha, Talisman Treasure Space. In this cultivation, Holy Land, Li Qingyuan had been in seclusion for over 4 months in the outside world. But within the space, it was approaching the 5th year of his secluded cultivation. Humi. At Li Qingyuan's dantian, a cyan-colored golden core radiated brilliance. The 2-inch golden core was extremely perfect, yet it continued to absorb heaven and earth. Spiritual energy unceasingly, continuously injecting it within, constantly impacting the golden core's boundary wall, desiring to transform and expand. At this very moment, Li Qingyuan had already reached the perfect of mid-foundation establishment stage and was building momentum to impact late foundation establishment stage. Thus he cultivated without interruption. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed in the talisman treasure space. The effects of Li Qingyuan's 3 revolutions, spirit rotation pill, were exhausted. He opened his mouth and swallowed another pill, continuing his cultivation. His cultivation speed was 3 times that of ordinary times, and the spiritual energy concentration here was comparable to the 4th grade, mid-grade spiritual vein of the Sanlei Immortal sect. Even though Li Qingyuan, Ji Kun, Blood Shadow, and Flame Lizard had consumed several years' time, frantically devouring, this 10,000 Jiang talisman treasure space still remained comparable to a 4th grade, low-grade spiritual vein, enough for them to devour for a long time. 1,000 Jiang away, on a cultivation platform, Ji Kun also swallowed a premium 3 revolutions spirit rotation pill, possessing triple cultivation speed. He had long since refined the Jade Poison Scorpion's 3rd stage late-grade demon core and demon beast essence soul. Inside and outside Ji Kun's body, multicolored spiritual light overflowed. He also emitted the aura of a 3rd stage mid-grade perfect great demon. His demon core was also transforming, impacting the 3rd stage late-grade great demon. Blood Shadow activated the soul-devouring art. 1 by 1/3 stage pills, third-stage demon cores, and demon beast essence souls swirled around him, devouring spiritual nature, overbearing and strange. Flame lizard devoured premium. 10,000. True pills and premium condensation, method pills, swallowing heaven and earth, spiritual energy, its demonic power continuously increasing. They were all cultivating, all growing stronger. Li Qingyuan and Ji Kun not only lacked nothing in spiritual vein, spiritual energy or third-stage pills, but also had the assistance of 3 revolutions, spirit rotation pills. Their Dharma power and cultivation base increased daily. At this very moment, the ancient immortal mansion. Swish, 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 swish. Figures moved like flowing light, their movement techniques like wind and lightning. They flew across the sky, heading straight for the deepest part of the immortal mansion, arriving outside a bridge. At the entrance of the bridge stood a stone tablet, engraved with 3 characters, Heavenly Bridge. The bridge was 10,000 zhang long, like a bridge reaching the heavens. This was the only entrance into the immortal mansion. The other end of the bridge was shrouded in mist, its destination unknown. The crowd showed hesitation on their faces, not daring to act rashly for a time. Great opportunities and great fortune often accompany great danger. Little Yuan Wang was still regulating his breathing. He gave a look to Jin Lingzi and Tu Lingzi. Jin Lingzi nodded, looked at one person, and ordered, "You go." This person was born in the 5 Elements sect and had been trained and enslaved as a death servant. He was expressionless, knowing only to obey orders blindly. You, and you. Jin Lingzi and Tu Lingzi called out over a dozen people at once. The leader among them had even reached late Foundation establishment stage. She was little Yuan Wang's personal maidservant, a late Foundation establishment female cultivator. These were all death servants that the 5 Elements King had mobilized, sect resources to cultivate for little Yuan Wang, specifically to clear obstacles and dangers for him, and, when necessary, to block a fatal blow for their master. Little Yuan Wang was not the only one with death servants. Many great families, the other 6 super forces, and first-class nascent soul sects also had death servants. They all stepped forward and began to scout the path. Soon, over 100 death servants from various forces walked onto the heavenly bridge. After flying 10,000 zhang, they entered the deep mist on the other end and disappeared. Not far away, 10,000 zhang beyond, terrified screams and piercing howls came. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh of the 100 who went, only 20-odd returned. The late Foundation establishment cultivators were unharmed, the mid-Foundation establishment cultivators were lightly injured, and only 3 early Foundation establishment cultivators returned with severe injuries. The remaining several dozen early Foundation establishment cultivators had almost all died miserably. Little Yuan Wang asked, "What happened?" The late Foundation establishment maidservant replied, "Reporting to Master, ahead is a dangerous place named the Yin Fire Realm. The human body's yin fire can trigger the Earth's yin fire. That yin fire is impossible to guard against, strange and cunning. It surges up from the ground, drills into the Yongquan point at the soles of the feet, burns along the meridians, and specifically incinerates a cultivator's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. On the side of the great families, the Wang family, the Yi family, the Jiang family, the Qi family, the Tianzhou Taiyi sect, Longhu Mountain, the Heavenly Blade sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Tongbao Pavilion, the death servants of various forces, or the vanguard teams of family disciples returned, everyone showing fear on their faces. Brother Fugi, this place is too terrifying. Even mid-Foundation establishment cultivators can barely protect themselves. For early Foundation establishment cultivators, unless they happen to possess a Dharma artifact that suppresses yin fire, it's certain death. I saw the yin fire enter the body. It doesn't burn the physical body, doesn't burn blood and qi. It specifically burns the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The internal organs of those who died were all hollowed out. The leaders of various forces showed contemplative expressions. Wang Fugi, Ye Xuan, Jiang Xuanshu, and Qi Yuanshao exchanged glances, then immediately ordered, "Those above mid-foundation establishment stage, follow me inside." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The various groups mobilized. Hundreds and thousands of foundation establishment prodigies rushed into the 10,000 Zhang Heavenly Bridge. Little Yuan Wang cursed angrily. "We can't let them get there first. Damn it, the heir is still injured and hasn't recovered yet." That strike from the talisman puppet. If an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator encountered it, they would either die or be severely injured. 2 more strikes would surely lead to death and Dao dissolution. Little Yuan Wang had exhausted all his strength but still couldn't block it. Not only was his technique broken, but he was also severely wounded. This injury was even worse than the last time. Jin Lingzi, Tu Lingzi, the 2 of you lead half the team and chase after them. Little Yuan Wang immediately ordered, "Don't let them take the resources." Jin Lingzi and Tu Lingzi cupped their fists. "As you command." "Everyone, follow me." Jin Lingzi and Tu Lingzi led the way, followed by 5 late foundation establishment cultivators and over 100 mid-foundation establishment cultivators. More than 100 people entered the Heavenly Bridge and charged into the Yin Fire realm. "Protect me," Little Yuan Wang instructed, then descended with his sedan chair onto a mountain peak, sat cross-legged, and focused entirely on healing his injuries. The late foundation establishment maidservant led the remaining half of the team to guard Little Yuan Wang. Among the various forces, many early foundation establishment cultivators showed unwilling expressions. "Fellow Taoists, are you really willing to stop here? Why don't we join forces and venture into this Yin Fire realm?" Yes, even the periphery of the Immortal Mansion, the 10,000 medicine Divine Mountain, yielded such harvest. The items in the inner Immortal Mansion are things that even legendary spirit transformation cultivators would covet. This is everyone's opportunity. How can we stop here? Let's go. Such is human nature. Faced with benefits and temptations, people always harbor wishful thinking and can't resist trying, always feeling that they are different from others. Ah, what terrible yin fire, how terrible. The yin fire is like a bone-attached carbuncle. Can't shake it off, can't shake it off. Retreat quickly. Senior brother, save me, save me. Hundreds of early foundation establishment cultivators rushed in. When they returned, there were less than 100. They were all prodigies who had formed their foundation at 100 years old, figures of some standing in the outside world, prodigies of various large and small nascent soul sects. Yet hundreds of prodigies, in 10 breaths of time, were reduced to ashes, dying from the yin fire. Of the few dozen who by chance survived, all were severely injured, their faces pale. Little Yuan Wang glanced over, his nascent soul divine sense detecting the prodigies from various forces who were forced to stay behind. He thought to himself, "Excellent, there are several dozen hunting targets among them. At this very moment, the various forces have scattered on their own. All the mid-foundation establishment and late foundation establishment cultivators have entered the Heavenly Bridge. This is the perfect time to make a move." A cold, sharp curve lifted at the corner of Little Yuan Wang's mouth. Then he collected his mind and focused entirely on healing. Everything could wait until after healing. Facing Wang Fugi and Ye Xuan, if Little Yuan Wang wasn't in his peak state, he had no certainty of victory. Especially Wang Fugi with his ancient god of wealth bloodline. Even if it was very thin, he could still pose a threat. He had to plan carefully before acting and strike with certainty. Hua, Little Yuan Wang exhaled a long breath of turbid qi. His eyes opened, their light bright. His peak foundation establishment cultivation base had recovered to its full peak state. That damned talisman puppet, wasting nearly 2 months of the heir's time. Little Yuan Wang cursed the talisman puppet, but didn't mention a word about his own greed and carelessness. Boom! Little Yuan Wang flew out from the mountain peak, floating in the air. He waved his hand and withdrew his sedan chair, also withdrawing the 2 third-stage late-grade demon beasts, 1 flood dragon and 1 tiger. He looked at the Foundation establishment forces from various sides. There were over 2,000 early Foundation establishment cultivators. People were continuously arriving from the 10,000 Medicine Divine Mountain and gathering here. At the 10,000 Medicine Divine Mountain, the smaller forces had already arrived. Only the cultivators from the 7 countries of the wasteland, the wandering cultivator Yu Xiao'er, Tan Yuye, and others were trapped within the Divine Mountain, unable to escape. Seeing little Yuan Wang make a move, everyone's gazes converged on him, their faces showing fear and their eyes reverence. The overbearingness of the 5 Elements sect and the overbearingness of little Yuan Wang. They had felt it more than once. All you prodigies, the heir wishes to explore this Yin Fire secret realm. I'll take you along for the ride. Little Yuan Wang summoned his 5 Elements mountain. 5 colored light cascaded down, forming a 5-colored flowing light protective barrier that could shelter over 100 people. The Foundation establishment cultivators of various forces stirred restlessly. The mid-Foundation establishment and late Foundation establishment cultivators had already charged in. They could only wait unwillingly, watching great opportunities fall into others' hands. Really? Someone said excitedly. Little Yuan Wang is truly willing to shelter us. Some were excited, some were thrilled, while others showed contemplative expressions and guarded hearts. Of course, but the heir's shelter also comes with conditions. Little Yuan Wang pointed with his hand and said, You, and you, the 62 of you, may follow the heir inside. The heir finds you the most agreeable. As long as you pay 50 contribution points, the heir will send you across for free. Several dozen people's faces changed. 50 contribution points? That was equivalent to killing 53rd stage early-grade demon beasts. They were only early Foundation establishment cultivators. Even though many of them worked in teams, some born into great families or nascent soul sects, it was still very difficult for them to obtain 50 contribution points. Having come to the secret realm for over a year, many early Foundation establishment cultivators had only accumulated 20 or 30 contribution points, even after exhausting all their efforts. Little Yuan Wang. Your Highness, we only have 30 contribution points. According to the deduction rules, only half can be deducted each time. Please, Your Highness, show your great kindness and send us across. Yes, the heir, Your Highness. The late Foundation establishment maidservant scolded. How dare you? Are you worthy of bargaining with the heir, Your Highness? Alas. Little Yuan Wang raised his hand to signal the late Foundation establishment maidservant to step back, showing an unwilling expression. Fine, 20 contribution points per person. The heir will send you across. We are all prodigies of the 9 provinces. We should support each other, advance and retreat together. Little Yuan Wang instructed. As for my 5 Elements sect disciples, those below mid-Foundation establishment stage, stay here, or go to the 10,000 Medicine Divine Mountain to challenge the talisman puppets and temper yourselves. The early Foundation establishment disciples cupped their fists and accepted the order. As you command. Little Yuan Wang announced loudly. All prodigies, gather quickly and follow me. Of the 62 people little Yuan Wang had pointed out, 51 flew out, enticed by the opportunity and greedy for the heavy treasures. Only 11 stayed where they were, choosing to wait and see. Those who hadn't been pointed out by little Yuan Wang also didn't dare to act rashly and join recklessly. Anyone else coming? Little Yuan Wang's expression was calm, his aura proud and unmatched among prodigies. He said indifferently, Do you really think the heir covets your pitiful contribution points? It's merely a thought of kindness. I saw that your cultivation hasn't been easy, and you've come this far. If you stop here and lose this opportunity, it would be a pity. What do you have that is worth the heir scheming for? At these words, another 5 people flew out, making a total of 56. Little Yuan Wang looked around. Only 6 targets hadn't come. He immediately activated his Dharma power and infused it into the 5 Elements Mountain. Holding the 5 Elements Mountain, he shone 5 colored flowing light to shelter the crowd and said, "In that case, let's set out." A few fish that slipped through the net could be dealt with any time. There were over 2,000 early Foundation establishment prodigies on the scene. He couldn't kill them all, not even close. Moreover, it involved great families, the other 6 top forces, and many first-class nascent soul forces. Little Yuan Wang wouldn't be stupid enough to do something that would cut himself off from the world. The late Foundation establishment maidservant waved her hand, crossed the bridge. Little Yuan Wang sheltered 56 people, followed by a total of 6 late Foundation establishment cultivators and around 100 mid-Foundation establishment prodigies. They flew across the heavenly bridge and disappeared. After crossing the 10,000 Zhang heavenly bridge, Little Yuan Wang arrived at the Yin Fire secret realm. As soon as he reached the entrance of the Yin Fire realm, Little Yuan Wang immediately summoned his life-bound Dharma treasure, the S Divine Soul Bell. Dong. The bell's sound vibrated like a great bronze bell, like a thunderclap, deafening. It directly shook the 56 early Foundation establishment prodigies' blood and qi surging, blood flowing from their noses and mouths. "Little Yuan Wang, you? Not good, we've been deceived. Kill our way out." Little Yuan Wang summoned the 5 Elements Mountain. The late Foundation establishment maidservant and the other 5 late Foundation establishment cultivators, along with over 100 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators, simultaneously struck out, infusing their Dharma power to enhance the power of the 5 Elements Mountain, suppressing the 50 prodigies. They were suppressed, unable to break free. The late Foundation establishment maidservant made her move. Rope Dharma artifacts bound one person after another. After forcibly feeding them pills, all 56 people fell into a deep sleep. Collect. Little Yuan Wang summoned an imitation of the 5 Elements Mountain. Its interior was crafted to imitate the genuine article, containing a space. It wasn't difficult to store away several dozen people. Effortlessly, 56 targets were secured. Little Yuan Wang held the mountain in one hand and raised the ancient bell with the other. He looked at the Yin Fire secret realm and said, "Let's go." They intended to fly, but couldn't. Spatial prohibition S existed, forcing them to walk on foot. Little Yuan Wang stepped forward. The yin fire of the human body's 5 viscera and 6 bowels began to boil, triggering the Earth's yin fire to erupt. It started injecting from the Yongquan point, traveled counterflow through the meridians, and headed straight for the lungs and bowels to burn. Humph! Little Yuan Wang snorted coldly, instantly suppressing it, and strode forward. Behind him, 6 late Foundation establishment cultivators and over 100 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators followed on foot. The over 100 mid-Foundation establishment cultivators walked extremely slowly, like mortals taking steps. With every step, they had to endure the torment of yin fire burning their bodies, needing to fully activate their Dharma power to block it. Somewhat interesting. Little Yuan Wang's eyes showed contemplation. He thought to himself, "This place's yin fire can temper the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, temper the yin and yang qi of the human body's internal organs, and enhance the quality of Dharma power. Cultivators who train here for a long time will definitely have Dharma power of higher quality than ordinary wandering cultivator, with more condensed foundations and deeper connotation." Little Yuan Wang looked up ahead and said, "It's a pity we can't stay here long." Wang Fugi and Ye Xuan must be thinking the same. The ultimate inheritance of the immortal mansion is the foundation. Hurry and keep up with this, the heir. After instructing, Little Yuan Wang strode forward, WT 10,000 medicine, Divine Mountain. Hua Lingzi's long spear pierced through the air, impaling one person. He raised the spear high and said calmly, "Zhao Jue, you shower. Even if you hide in the 10,000 medicine Divine Mountain, what can you do?" On the 3rd stage spiritual plant tier of the 10,000 medicine Divine Mountain, Zhao Tongshuan, Zhao Jue, Yu Xiaoa, Tan Yue Yi, Zhao Chong, The 70-odd people from the 7 countries of the wasteland, plus over a dozen wandering cultivator, totaled exactly 90 people. They had charged into the 10,000 medicine divine mountain, plucked 3rd stage spiritual plants, activated the talisman puppets, and fought them. They used the most ordinary spells to engage the talisman puppets, to avoid triggering the talisman puppet's strongest strike. They fought, moved, and skirmished, continuously consuming 3rd stage pills, 10,000-year spiritual emulsion, and even 3rd stage spiritual plants and 2nd stage spiritual plants, 1,000-year spiritual emulsion, to maintain their combat power and skirmish with the talisman puppets. When plucking 3rd stage spiritual plants, the talisman puppets were at the same cultivation level as themselves. Yet, it wasn't like plucking 4th stage spiritual plants, where the Dharma power foundation, combat methods, and spell rhythm were different. These were just normal foundation establishment talisman puppets. As long as they fought seriously with all their strength, they could win. But they kept delaying in time. One battle had dragged on for 2 months. This was a temporary idea Zhao Tongshuan had come up with, using the rules of the 10,000 medicine divine mountain to make Huo Lingzi, Shui Lingzi, Mu Lingzi, and the other 10 late foundation establishment cultivators helpless. If Huo Lingzi and the others charged in, they would also trigger the prohibition S and activate the talisman puppets. Each would have their own battle. Whether they failed or succeeded, they would be immediately teleported out of the divine mountain. Waiting was the best strategy. Excellent hunters never lack patience. Sure enough, as time passed after 2 months of battling the talisman puppets, people began to suffer spiritual fatigue, chaotic Dharma power, and their divine sense and physical bodies had reached their limits. Their pills were also all used up. Once someone was defeated by a talisman puppet and fell down the mountain, it meant death and Tao dissolution. The long spear in Hua Lingzi's hand had pierced through one person earlier, killing with a single strike. Yu Shao's expression changed. Should we charge out and fight to the death? Zhao Ju shook his head. We can't act rashly. Their late foundation establishment, mid-foundation establishment, and early foundation establishment cultivators outnumber us several times over. Once we go out, we'll be outnumbered. It will be outnumbered. It will be outnumbered. The enemy's strength was very high. Even one-on-one would be difficult to fight. Facing overwhelming numbers meant certain death, especially Hua Lingzi, Shui Lingzi, and Mu Lingzi. Their strength is second only to a few peak foundation establishment prodigies. Shui Lingzi was also a talisman master, the #1 talisman prodigy of Yellow Province, second only to Li Qingyuan, who had obtained the talisman Dao inheritance. Zhao Tongshuan said solemnly, "Everyone, wait a little longer. Perhaps there will still be a turning point. I believe that senior brother Li Qingyuan will definitely make a move." Zhao Jie nodded. Yes, fellow Taoist Li has already obtained the ancient talisman Dao inheritance. If he secretly prepares 3rd stage talisman paper and uses talismans to break through the enemy's formation and support us, we might still have a chance to survive. To escape, someone must support us, create chaos, and attract their firepower. But they didn't know that at this very moment Li Qingyuan was at a critical juncture of breakthrough. Chapter 3094, Breakthrough, Late Core Formation, Nascent Soul. Divine Sense. On the 10,000 medicine divine mountain, the cultivators of the 7 kingdoms of Huanzhou, the rogue cultivator Yu Shao, and others were trapped on the divine mountain, having fallen into a desperate situation. Fire Spirit Child, Water Spirit Child, and Wood Spirit Child led a group of prodigies, a full several hundred core formation cultivators, to block the exit, killing anyone who came out. Within the Yin Fire realm, Little Prince Yuan, his late core formation maidservant, and a quarter of their team set out. After more than a month of arduous travel, they finally passed through the Yin Fire realm. The second realm was named the Bi-Wind realm. Master, there are people ahead. The late core formation maidservant pointed forward. Over 20 human figures stood there, motionless, completely devoid of life force, like statues pointing ahead. Each one was a mid-core formation prodigy. In the outside world, they were the outstanding talents of their respective nations. genius cultivators renowned in their regions, and nascent soul seeds of various major powers. Little Prince Yuan led his group forward, gently touching one of them with his fingertip. With a bang, that mid-core formation cultivator's flesh and bones instantly dissolved, his body disintegrating into a pool of mud. His soul and golden core both melted away, he perished, his Tao extinguished. Whoosh, 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 wheeze, waves of fierce wind howled in, descending from the sky of the secret realm, seeping into every crack, rampaging across heaven and earth, surging towards little Prince Yuan and his group. The by-wind was gentle, yet insidious, impossible to defend against fully. The wind surged in, omnipresent, drilling into the fontanelle acupoint on the top of each cultivator's head, invading their bodies along that path, dissolving bones and blood, corroding the soul. Dong! The soul protection bell rang out, its sound like thunder, shaking the surroundings, shattering the first wave of the attacking bee wind. Little Prince Yuan said in a clear voice, "Be careful, follow me, this crown prince." Everyone's spirits lifted. They quickly activated their magical artifacts and circulated their Dharma power, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, the Crown Prince." They walked on and on. A month passed, and they were still within the by-wind realm. They successfully caught up with a few stragglers from the first group who had fallen behind. Whenever they encountered someone who had fallen behind, little Prince Yuan would personally capture his hunting targets, and at the same time kill the prodigies of various major powers to prevent news from leaking. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Within the talisman treasure space, 1 year outside was 10 years here. In a flash, Li Qingyuan had been in seclusion for 10 years. With the aid of the 3-turn spirit rotation pill, it was equivalent to 30 years of seclusion. After 30 years of seclusion, his cultivation had steadily risen from the early stages of mid-core formation. Halfway through his seclusion, he had already reached the peak of mid-core formation. Now, after another equivalent of 15 years of accumulation and polishing, the bottleneck of late core formation had finally cracked open a valve. "Break!" Li Qingyuan shouted. The HGL wood reaching heaven art operated to its extreme. His entire body radiated a cyan Dharma power light. His cyan robe fluttered, his long hair danced, his handsome brows and starry eyes shone with vitality. Boom! In his Dantian sea of qi, the 2-inch diameter cyan golden core instantly erupted with extreme brilliance, extremely rich, and extremely majestic cyan Dharma power. Within the cyan Dharma power, a wisp of blazing fire was contained. This was Yangwood Dharma power. The Yangwood Dharma power pierced the cyan golden core. The core's wool broke like shedding skin, sloughing off the old to reveal new life. Its diameter expanded from the inside out to 3 inches. A 3-inch golden core floated in his dantian, emitting even more vigorous and condensed Dharma power. Once the 3-inch golden core was formed, the powerful Dharma power flowed backward along the dantian's sea of qi and the 8 extraordinary meridians, surging into Li Qingyuan's limbs and bones, overflowing from his orifices and pores. Bang, bang, bang. The late core formation Dharma power shook the void, pressing the space to create wind pressure, causing continuous explosions. Li Qingyuan exhaled a long breath of turbid qi. After his Dharma power completed its final great heavenly cycle, it returned to his dantian and golden core. His Dharma power became restrained. Li Qingyuan felt an indescribable comfort throughout his body, a joyful mood and immense satisfaction. I finally reached late core formation. He was only 85 years old this year, already a late core formation cultivator. The 3-turn spirit rotation pill is truly a wonderful thing. Even with the help of a 4th-order spirit vein, I would have originally needed 30 years of seclusion. Now, I've broken through in just 10 years. Li Qingyuan laughed. No, not 10 years, just 1 year. The talisman treasure space, a mere imprint of the 9 heavens domain, is already this monstrous. I wonder what the real 9 heavens domain is like. Such a heaven-defying object, Zhao Guangjung said with a sour tone. The Nine Heavens domain is forged from fragments of an ancient top-tier immortal artifact. It possesses a wisp of immortal artifact lore, making it a quasi-immortal artifact. With this treasure, the Nine Heavens immortal lord stood almost at the peak of the Mahayana stage, with few rivals. Quasi-immortal artifact? Li Qingyuan was startled. It was that impressive. Li Qingyuan calmed his mind and looked inward at his Niwan Palace. His spirit sapling was originally only 2 inches tall with only 2 small leaves. Unexpectedly, this seclusion not only allowed him to successfully break through to lake core formation, but his spirit sapling had also transformed. In the 4th level of his Niwan Palace and Sea of Consciousness, a 7-inch sapling was lush and green. A green leaf bloomed. Li Qingyuan's peak core formation divine sense had already reached the extreme of the core formation stage, touching the barrier of nascent soul divine sense. The nascent soul divine sense barrier was faint and indistinct. It seemed thin and subtle, breakable with a single touch, but in reality, it firmly suppressed the spiritual world. Even with all one's strength, it was difficult to break through, giving a suffocating feeling. 7 inches, 7 leaves. The 1-year deadline hasn't arrived yet. I still have time. Li Qingyuan took out the 4th order spirit plant, Sun Moon Soul, Nourishing Lotus. His Dharma power enveloped the spirit plant, and he suddenly exerted force to compress it. Enveloped and compressed by Dharma power, the Sun Moon Soul, Nourishing Lotus instantly cracked. The lotus leaves, flowers and roots successively cracked and shattered, compressed to the extreme and juiced, becoming a mass of spiritual liquid. This mass of spiritual liquid contained the essence of the sun and moon, possessing the miraculous effect of warming the soul and nourishing divine sense. Li Qingyuan opened his mouth and inhaled, drawing in the sun, moon soul, nourishing lotus. He guided it into his Niwan Palace and Sea of Consciousness world, directly irrigating his spirit sapling. Hum, hum. The sapling, irrigated by the spiritual liquid of the Sun Moon Soul Nourishing Lotus, radiated vigorous vitality. It frantically absorbed and drew nutrients from the spiritual liquid. The 7-inch sapling began to grow visibly, bit by bit. The 8th leaf began to sprout. The leaf bud grew out, slowly enlarging bit by bit. Li Qingyuan fully operated the Hyao wood reaching heaven art. The sapling in his spiritual sea of consciousness continuously absorbed the nutrients from the spiritual liquid, also absorbing the world's spiritual energy within the talisman treasure space to nourish itself. 3 months later, the 8th leaf had fully grown. 6 months later, the 9th leaf had fully grown. In just half a year, the spirit sapling had already reached 9 inches in length, blooming with 9 green leaves. The small sapling hummed incessantly, its divine radiance nourishing Li Qingyuan's divine sense in return. Hum, hum, hum. Boom. Receiving this nourishment, Li Qingyuan's divine sense, aided by the power of the sapling, finally underwent a qualitative change at the peak of core formation. At this moment, nascent soul divine sense was cultivated. Divine light bloomed from Li Qingyuan's Niwan Palace beneath his brow. His core formation divine sense transformed, becoming nascent soul divine sense. With the nascent soul divine sense released, his perception of heaven and earth became clearer. His perception of Tao rhythm became more profound, giving a feeling of sudden enlightenment and clarity of heaven and earth. His spiritual world was immensely joyful, immensely fulfilled. The smile on Li Qingyuan's lips could no longer be suppressed. Nascent soul divine sense also achieved. Gugu. Jikun crowed, erupting with the aura of a great demon within its body. 7-colored spiritual light surged. An aura of supreme strength and yang overflowed. Its 2-inch demon core transformed into a 3-inch demon core. Its physique grew even stronger, its feathers even more divine. Roar! The flame dragon lizard let out a low roar. After a decade of consuming pills and frantically refining, it had also reached the peak of Tier 3 mid-grade. The Blood Shadow avatar, using the soul-devouring art, had cut off its path to the transformation god stage, only aiming for rapid progress and cultivating a nascent soul avatar. It was now also at mid-core formation perfection. After breaking through, Ji-kun was in high spirits. It cackled, "Boss, let's go! Overturn the five-element sect and kill that little Prince Yuan." Chapter 39:5. They can't. Then what about me? Li Qingyuan's expression turned cold. Little Prince Yuan, fire spirit child, and the five-element sect. Of course, I will settle accounts with them. Also, corpse puppet sects Yang Yan and 10,000 elephant sects Wan Luo, those two jumping clowns deserve to die too. Li Qingyuan looked at the talisman treasure space and asked, "Old Zhao, how can I take this talisman treasure space away?" The talisman treasure space was simply a cultivation accelerator. In its prime, this place could even allow cultivators below the early transformation god stage to enter, and nascent soul true lords could also come here to improve their cultivation. Zhao Guangjing shook his head. So-called talisman treasures have a limited number of uses. In the past, this space was maintained year-round by a talisman grandmaster, and a great formation drew spirit veins to nourish this place. But now, all the strong cultivators and all spirit veins above the fourth order on the Kyushu continent have been eroded by the power of the heavenly Tao, becoming supplements for heaven and earth, their grades falling. As far as I know, the Kyushu continent fell silent about 100,000 years ago. Zhao Guangjing mused. Even the supreme powerhouse who created this space, General, he resisted this space, General, he resisted this world for tens of thousands of years before falling. This talisman treasure space hasn't received high-order spirit vein resources for tens of thousands of years. Its own spirituality is on the verge of collapse. Perhaps after today's use, it will fall into silence, or even collapse and be destroyed. Boom. The next second, as old Zhao finished speaking, the 10,000 Zhang space began to crack. The ancient runes, deprived of spirit vein nourishment, fell into deathly stillness. The spirituality of the runes fell into slumber. The 10,000 Zhang space collapsed. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. "Old Zhao, you jinx, quick, get out!" Li Qingyuan locked onto the spatial collapse cracks. His figure flickered like light and shadow, rushing through the spatial crack to fly out. Zhao Guangjing, Ji-kun, Blood Shadow, and the Flame Dragon Lizard followed closely behind. Once outside, Li Qingyuan watched the 10,000 Zhang space collapse, watched the 10,000 Zhang talisman cliff collapse and sink. A 10,000 Zhang tall mountain was leveled to the ground. The earth shook and the mountain swayed, dust filling the sky. What a pity. Such a precious cultivation ground, gone. Li Qingyuan shook his head regretfully. Swish. Suddenly, a stream of light flew over. It was a talisman paper. No, a talisman. A talisman that had imprinted the original text of a top-tier magical artifact's talisman pattern. Even though the talisman had fallen silent, devoid of any spirituality, Li Qingyuan took a peek with his nascent soul divine sense, and still felt his divine sense stir, his vision blur, and a constant ringing in his ears. He instantly withdrew his divine sense, not daring to continue comprehending the talisman's profound meaning. Li Qingyuan said joyfully, "Fortunately, the talisman is only silent, not truly cracked. If I obtain a high-order spirit vein someday, I can help it revive." This is the imprinted version of the quasi-immortal artifact, the Nine Heavens domain. Perhaps through this talisman I can glimpse its original laws and aid my cultivation. Zhao Guangjing shook his head. "Master, you're overthinking it. A treasure like the Nine Heavens domain is absolutely not something a mere battle servant under general could imprint. Being able to imprint 10 or 20% of it would already be considered his skill. But even so, as long as you keep this item, it will be of great benefit to you in the future." Li Qingyuan nodded, stored it in the Xuanpin space, and bathed it in the light of creation. The talisman was duplicated into two. Thus he now had two talisman treasure spaces, humor. The spatial collapse had completely ended. The surrounding spatial power returned to calm. After the spatial influence dissipated, the sound transmission token on Li Qingyuan's body hummed and rang continuously. Senior Brother Qingyuan, the ultimate inheritance of the refining void cave. Heaven has been opened. An ancient immortal mansion, ancient opportunities have appeared. Senior Brother Qingyuan, we have arrived. Where are you? This is the approximate location of the immortal mansion. Come quickly. Senior Brother Qingyuan, we have discovered a 10,000 zhang divine mountain with a full 36 fourth-order spirit plants and even legendary ancient spiritual medicines. Wang Fugui obtained a spiritual medicine, Spirit Crystal Sunflower. Little Prince Yuan obtained a 9-yang Ganoderma. Reading this, Li Qingyuan obtained a 9-yang Ganoderma. 9-yang Ganoderma? This place actually has a 9-yang Ganoderma. But this item is now in Little Prince Yuan's hands. Zhao Guangjing's eyes burned with anticipation. Master, we have already obtained the Vajra stone for breaking obstructions. Now we only lack the 9-yang Ganoderma to refine the azure wood heavenly sun sword. I know. Li Qingyuan nodded. I will definitely get my hands on the 9-yang Ganoderma. Senior Brother Qingyuan, the Five Elements sect is going too far. Requesting support. Senior Brother, where are you? Junior Sister, Qi Yuxuan and Junior Brother Sun, he have been captured by them. Senior Brother, I can barely hold on either. Senior Brother. The final, Senior Brother, carried despair and also determination, and then there was no more sound transmission. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan's expression changed drastically. Five Elements sect, it's you again. Ji-kun, let's go. Ji-kun received the order. Its wings spread wide. Its Tier 3 late-stage demonic power was ready to be unleashed. Its wings charged up, gathering power, gathering more power. It was about to fly at full speed. Li Qingyuan recalled Blood Shadow, the Flame Dragon Lizard, and Old Zhao, then stood on Ji-kun's back. Boss, hold on tight. Boom! Ji-kun gathered its power, flapped its wings. A powerful impulse force shook the void. A 7-colored light and shadow shot into the sky, like a rainbow streaking across the sky. Flying at full speed, Ji-kun's escape technique was incredibly fast, already surpassing the peak of core formation, comparable to a quasi-Tier 4 flying demonic beast, almost approaching the early nascent soul stage. Li Qingyuan pointed in a direction and said, faster, even faster. In the past, he had only appreciated Zhao Tongshuan as a person. So, during the Foundation establishment trial, when danger arose, he chose to preserve his own life. But now, Zhao Tongshuan, this junior brother, this friend, Li Qingyuan had long acknowledged him. When a friend is in trouble, how can one stand idly by? Of course, one must also consider one's own strength before helping others. Li Qingyuan now had the strength to help a friend, so he decided he could not stand by and do nothing. Outside the 10,000 medicine divine mountain, Fire Spirit Child stood floating in the air, his spear stained with blood. Wood Spirit Child summoned a long green vine. On the cyan wooden vine, 3 people were still impaled, blood flowing. He smiled faintly, a bloodthirsty smile. This is the 9th person to die by my hand. Junior Brother Water Spirit, you are too soft-hearted. Water Spirit Child stepped on Qi Yuxuan, his long sword-piercing son, his palm. Looking at the 2 spitting blood, listening to their screams and curses, he wore an expression of intoxication on his face, saying, no wonder Senior Brother Metal Spirit likes torturing the living, not killing them. Listening to the praise wails and pleas for mercy is truly wonderful. Fire Spirit, Child smiled ambiguously. Junior Brother Water Spirit, you are becoming more and more like Senior Brother Metal Spirit. Upon hearing this, Zhen Qing's eyelids twitched, and his inner murderous intent surged. He still maintained a smiling face. Senior Brother Fire Spirit is joking. Damn it, does Fire Spirit Child know something? Zhen Qing's heart surged with killing intent. Fire Spirit Child, you already have a path to death. I can't keep you. Junior Sister, Zhao Chong shouted anxiously while restraining the puppet, his worried gaze falling on Junior Sister Zhao Dai. Fire Spirit! Child's eyes lit up. he immediately flew out. With his late core formation cultivation suppressing, he easily bound the exhausted Zhao Dai, pinching her pretty face and sharp chin. "Haha, this face of yours, full of exotic charm, and this waist as supple and plump as a water snake, truly top grade." Zhao Dai gritted her silver teeth, her eyes filled with anger, wishing she could die. "Let me go. Take your dirty hands off me." Fire Spirit. Child let out a teasing, "Yo, yo, quite fiery, I like it." Cao Yifei. "Don't you also like this kind of immortal lady?" Cao Yifei was Fire Spirit Child's vice-captain, his #1 general and lackey. His burning gaze fixed on Zhao Dai, and he nodded, "Yes, senior brother Fire Spirit." Fire Spirit. Child tore Zhao Dai's dress with one hand, revealing her fragrant shoulders, collarbone, and most of her chest. His gaze also grew hot. He waved his hand. "Brothers, line up behind me." "Cao Yifei, you're second." Cao Yifei and the other male cultivators laughed heartily, quickly lining up. "Senior brother Fire Spirit, you better be quick. Don't keep your brothers waiting too long." "Get loster," Fire Spirit Child scolded with a smile. "How can this kind of thing be done quickly?" "Paha," Zhao Dai spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying it onto Fire Spirit Child's face. Fire Spirit Child's smile faded. His gaze turned sinister. He cursed, "Bitch, slap." He struck out with the palm, knocking Zhao Dai unconscious. He grabbed with both hands, intending to tear off all of Zhao Dai's clothes and humiliate her publicly. "Beasts, stop!" Zhao Chong, Zhao Jue, Zhao Tongshuan, Tan Yueyi, Yu Shaoer. Everyone shouted angrily, "Fellow Taoists, fight our way out. Better to die than be humiliated." Fire Spirit Child and Wood Spirit Child sneered upon seeing this, putting up a stubborn resistance, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. "On my command, kill them all." More and more Five Element Sect disciples arrived. All the early core formation cultivators from outside the Yin-Fire realm dangerous ground had returned. Several hundred people lay in wait, besieging and killing the exhausted Huangzhou cultivators and rogue cultivator prodigies. Fire Spirit Child twisted the unconscious Zhao Dai, laughing wildly and sinisterly. "Because of you bastards, the three of us, senior and junior brothers, couldn't enter the Immortal Mansion secret realm. You delayed our time, delayed our opportunity. I'm full of fire, and I need to vent it now. What can you do about it?" "They can't. Then what about me?" Chapter 39:6 Irresistible Force, Stopping Killing with Killing. "They cannot kill you, but I can." A sharp killing intent descended from the heavens, followed by a flash of cold light that tore across the sky. The power of a single strike was like a thunderbolt, a maelstrom of wind and fire intertwined. "Who?" Huo Lingzi's expression changed drastically. Before the newcomer made his move, they had not sensed a single trace of him. Huo Lingzi looked up, only to see a great halberd, like lightning and thunder, streaking across the sky from 1,000 jang high. It carried the power of thunder, the force of gale winds, and the mana of yang wood. The three energies of thunder, fire, and wind were all injected into it. One halberd strike pierced the sky, aimed directly at Mu Lingzi. Mu Lingzi's scalp instantly felt like it was splitting. His late core formation cultivation erupted, and his life-bound artifact, the Mu Ling vine, shot into the sky. Countless azure vines extended and intertwined one after another, forming a frontal barrier against the descending halberd. Bang! 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 The Yide Furen halberd descended, carrying the force of a thunderbolt. It pierced the first vine, the second, the third. Dozens, hundreds of vines exploded simultaneously, shattering in succession. Clang! The great halberd struck the main body of the Mu Ling vine. The two magical artifacts collided. Thunder and fire exploded. The Mu Ling vine was sent flying, while the great halberd pressed down with the force of a splitting bamboo, killing intent unabated. Mu Ling's shield. Mu Lingzi was greatly alarmed. He immediately drove his scent-flying, life-bound artifact to transform into a shield, the wooden vines weaving and braiding themselves into a barrier. Spoom! The great halberd descended, striking the Mu Ling shield. It produced an explosive, blindingly bright light. The power of wind, thunder, and fire erupted, sending Mu Lingzi flying. Mu Lingzi flew backward through the air, crossing several hundred zhang of sky before crashing heavily into the ground. The earth surged like a tidal wave. A crater 10 zhang in diameter formed where he landed, and the surrounding ground cracked like a spiderweb. Pufta. Mu Lingzi spat blood, heavily injured. He immediately consumed a third-grade pill to heal his wounds and 10,000-year spirit milk to restore his mana. His eyes filled with shock. How can you be this strong? Clearly, he was only at late core formation, the same rank as Mu Lingzi. Late core formation? Mu Lingzi and Huo Lingzi's expressions changed drastically, their voices filled with disbelief. Late core formation cultivation? How is that possible? Huo Lingzi pinched Zhao Dai's head with one hand, his voice cold. Stop right there. If you move again, I'll crush this girl's head. Let's see how you explain yourself to the prodigies of Huangzhou. Explain? Li Xingyuan sneered disdainfully. I, Li Qingyuan, act as I please. Why should I need to explain anything to anyone? If you kill them, I'll kill all of you. That's also a way to avenge them. Zhao Jue, Yu Shaoer, EW, Yu Shaoer, EWN, Zhao Tongshuan. Huo Lingzi sneered. Kill all of us? Heh, what big talk. Attack. Mu Lingzi adjusted his breathing slightly, then drove his vines to fly through the air, attempting to strangle Li Qingyuan. He said coldly, I was just caught off guard earlier, that's why you injured me. Now, die. Shui Lingzi flew over, shouting, Senior brother Mu Ling, I'll help you. In an instant, Mu Lingzi and Shui Lingzi attacked simultaneously. Cao Yifei, Ta Wuya, and a dozen other late core formation cultivators also struck at the same time, intending to surround and kill Li Qingyuan. Huo Lingzi laughed smugly. 12 late core formation cultivators attacking together, plus junior brother Shui Ling, a talisman prodigy. Even an early nascent soul cultivator could be fought. As expected, the next second, Shui Lingzi formed hand seals with both hands and sacrificed 5 identical water-attributed attack talismans, all of which were top-grade 3rd rank. The 5 talismans perfectly merged, forming a talisman array that erupted with terrifying power, surpassing the limit of a top-grade 3rd rank talisman, comparable to the power of a single strike from an early nascent soul cultivator. Water. Origin Talisman Array. Shui Lingzi activated the talisman array, and everyone's expression changed. On Huo Lingzi and Mu Lingzi's side, everyone wore expressions of delight, as if the battle was already over and Li Qingyuan was doomed. But Zhao Ju, Yu Shaoer, Zhao Tongshuan, and the others' expressions changed, not good. Senior brother Qingyuan, run. But the next second, everyone was stunned. With a loud boom, the water origin talisman array exploded. But Shui Lingzi's attack target was not Li Qingyuan, but his senior brother Mu Lingzi. With a jet boom explosion, Mu Lingzi was directly blasted away. The flesh and blood on his back was a blur, his arms detached from his torso and flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The expression on his face was indescribable. There was unbearable pain, unbelievable shock, a mix of astonishment, pain, resentment, and the will to survive. Why? After asking a single why, Mu Lingzi let out a miserable scream. Ah, it hurts so much. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Huo Lingzi seemed to have gone stupid. His hand loosened, allowing Zhao Dai to fall to the ground. His crimson eyes bulged, killing intent soaring to the heavens, and he roared, Shui Lingzi, what are you doing? Are you betraying the Wuyuan sect? Betraying His Highness? Gugua. A flash of 7-colored light. The rooster crowed. The soundwave attack merged with the divine sense assault. Before the shock on the late core formation cultivators' faces could fade, they were hit by the divine sense assault and the sound waves filling their ears. Swish, swish, swish. Shui Ying made his move. The wind-splitting bow was in hand. Arrows flew out one after another. Although they were only 2nd-grade magical artifact arrows, each was wrapped with a top-grade 3rd-rank talisman, aimed at the group of late core formation cultivators. "How dare you!" Huo Lingzi's hair stood on end in rage, his crimson hair shooting into the sky. He drove his Huoling spear to attack, while simultaneously waving his hand to scatter third-grade talismans for defense, aiding the group of late core formation cultivators. He roared, "Why aren't you all attacking?" Upon hearing this, dozens of mid-core formation cultivators and hundreds of early core formation cultivators snapped out of their daze. They drove their talismans and magical artifacts to attack, a sky full of attacks aimed at Li Qingyuan. Zhen Xing leaped forward, blocking Huo Lingzi. His peak core formation cultivation was no longer hidden. His life-bound artifact, the Xueling shield, enlarged and pressed down, blocking the Huiling spear. Shui Lingzi waved his hand, scattering even more third-grade talismans. Water Origin Talisman Array. Shui Lingzi fully activated the talisman array, unleashing 3 sets simultaneously to attack Huo Lingzi. Huo Lingzi's expression changed drastically. He turned and fled, abandoning his team, not forgetting to threaten. "Shui Lingzi, you dare betray the sect. Your family, your relatives will all die because of you. You will surely wish you were dead, but cannot die, wish for life, but cannot live." The first set of talisman arrays struck, sending the Hualing spear flying, extinguishing the third-grade talismans Shui Lingzi had sent out, and blasting Huo Lingzi backward as he spat blood, begging for mercy in terror. "Junior brother Shui Ling, you must have your reasons. Your elder brother believes you must be under Li Qingyuan's control. If you turn back now, I won't hold the past against you. I will also cover for you." In terms of movement speed, Zhen Xing was naturally superior. After he caught up with Huo Lingzi, the second set of talisman arrays descended, severely injuring Huo Lingzi, leaving him with no strength to fight. Huo Lingzi spat blood, his face full of terror. "Junior brother Shui Ling, rest assured, I haven't told anyone about you and senior brother Jin Ling. As long as you spare me—" "Shut up!" Shui Lingzi roared, using a third-rank spirit-sealing talisman to seal Huo Lingzi's mouth, then binding him with a rope magical artifact, taking him alive. Gugu, Rory, Jikun and the Flame Dragon Lizard worked together. One used sound wave attacks and divine sense assaults. The other spewed accumulated high-temperature magma from the Earth's core, successfully distracting and interfering with dozens of mid-core formation cultivators and hundreds of early core formation cultivators. Furthermore, Xu Ying provided long-range attacks using a combined talisman arrow tactic, assisting Jikun and the Flame Dragon Lizard in holding back the Wuyuan sect cultivators below late core formation. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and the great halberd flew back. With the Yide Furen halberd in hand, he activated the Wind Thunder Overlord body, unleashing his late core formation cultivation. He locked onto one of the 10 late core formation prodigies and closed in for the kill. Today is truly a good day for killing. Li Qingyuan smiled, a bloodthirsty smile. He was a rogue cultivator and also a demonic cultivator. As he flew across the sky, his pressure was soul-shaking. His first target was Cao Yifei, a late core formation cultivator, the #1 prodigy of Xiang country in Huangzhou. At this moment, Cao Yifei and the other 9 had just recovered from the divine sense assault, their faces pale, their scalps numb. As soon as Cao Yifei opened his eyes, a great halberd came down with brutal force, tearing through the air. He immediately sacrificed his life-bound artifact, unleashing his late core formation cultivation. The ivory artifact enlarged, blocking above his head. With a sklank, the pair of ivory artifacts were violently sent flying, breaking free from Cao Yifei's divine sense and mana control. They fell to the earth like meteors, flying several hundred zang before embedding themselves deep into the ground. Above Cao Yifei's head, the great halberd tore through space as it descended, heavy as a mountain. He screamed in terror, "Noh!" Bang! Li Qingyuan's hands came down with brutal force. The Yide Furen halberd smashed Cao Yifei's head, shattering his skull and torso. A cloud of blood mist sprayed everywhere. With irresistible force, he killed a late core formation cultivator in a single move. Cao Yifei was dead. Li Qingyuan's icy gaze locked onto the second person, Tie Wuya of the Tiangang sect, Wei Country, Huangzhou. He grinned, pointing the great halberd. "You are the second." Tie Wuya's guts nearly burst with fear. He turned and fled. He pushed his escape technique to the limit, his will to survive at its peak. Chapter 39-7. Slaying Tie Wuya, killing Huoya, killing Huo Lingzi. Flee, can you flee? Li Qingyuan executed, shifting stars and exchanging dippers, teleporting 100 zhang away. He blocked Tie Wuya's path with the great halberd in hand. With a swing of both arms, the halberd tore through the violent wind, aimed at Tie Wuya. Although his physical body was only at mid-core formation, the Wind-Thunder Overlord body was superior. With the fusion of blood and qi and the empowerment of wind and thunder, his every move was in no way inferior to Tai Wuya's late core formation physical body. Moreover, Li Qingyuan's mana realm was even higher, having reached late core formation. With his foundation, he could directly confront peak core formation prodigies. Wielding the great halberd with the power of 2 Dao, he tore through the sky. The halberd had no edge, valuing weight over skill, lifting the heavy as if it were light, its momentum like the collapse of heaven. As a body cultivator, Tai Wuya instantly felt the terrifying power contained in this strike. He immediately activated the Tiangang secret art, executing the indestructible golden body. His height, originally 1 zhang, expanded to 3 zhang. His physique was like a mammoth. The flesh, blood, and skin all over his body turned golden, making him look like a golden giant forged from molten gold. Clang. The great halberd smashed down, striking Tai Wuya's arms. It sent him flying backward 100 zhang. His indestructible golden arms trembled incessantly. The tiger's mouth cracked and blood oozed out. Such terrifying power. Tai Wuya found it hard to believe. How can someone surpass me in strength? Surprised already? Li Qingyuan sneered. The real killing move is just beginning. Tiangang secret art, indestructible golden body. Boom. Li Qingyuan's physical power erupted. Using the Wind-Thunder Overlord body to drive the Tiangang secret art, his indestructible golden body was even more formidable. The Wind God pattern and Thunder God pattern were injected into his body, causing him to channel the power of gale winds and summon intense electric currents with every move. Kill. With the halberd in hand, his body was like lightning, overflowing with dazzling electric light, charging at Tie Wuya. Tiangang secret art. How do you know the Tiangang secret art? How do you know the Tiangang secret art? Wushuang. Could it be that my younger brother Tai Wushuang was killed by you? In an instant, Tian Guya's eyes spewed fire. His blood and qi surged to the heavens. He no longer cowered, facing the enemy head-on with the courage of a common man and the fearless bravery of a body cultivator. Tiangang fist gloves. His life-bound artifact, the Tiangang fist gloves, was worn on his hands. His fists, as big as cauldrons, erupted with golden light. He charged forward head-on, roaring, "Killing my brother, stealing my sect's secret art. You deserve to die." Slang. The great halberd descended. The Tiangang fist gloves erupted with radiance. The two magical artifacts clashed head-on, creating a burst of spiritual light that tore through the air. A piercing metallic screech exploded. Both were momentarily deafened by the sharp sound. Kill. Li Qingyuan swung the great halberd, making large, sweeping movements. Although the Yide Furen halberd was only a mid-grade third-rank magical artifact, it was mixed with the fourth-grade ore gifted by Zhuge Ru, making it extremely heavy and sturdy. Tie Wuya no longer cowered. His blood and qi erupted. His golden fists were as heavy as mountains, each strike carrying immense power. His hands swung rapidly, creating afterimages of 18 arms. A bang, 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 Ru, making lard. The two clashed high in the air, fighting at close quarters, making large, sweeping movements, exchanging blows. Li Qingyuan's blood and qi soared to the heavens, channeling wind and thunder. He laughed heartily. Good. Since I started body cultivation, you, Tie Wuya, are the first person to make me feel exhilarated in a purely physical fight. Today I will fight you to temper my physical body." Tai Wuya snorted coldly. "Want to use me as a whetstone? You underestimate me too much. I am not Cao Yifei. Kill." High in the sky, the two core formation prodigies clashed physically, their blood and chi soaring to the heavens, fighting head-on. In this battle, they used no talismans, no spells, no mana. They fought purely with their physical cultivation. The great halberd continuously clashed with the fists, heavy impacts, low, deep thuds echoing without end. After 100 exchanges, Tai Wuya showed signs of decline, while Li Qingyuan grew braver and more ferocious. Third-rank spear art, Dragon's Roar. Zhao Tongshuan was stunned. How does senior brother Qingyuan know the spear art passed down in my lineage? Could it be that he learned it just by watching during our sparring session back then? The spear art in Zhao Tongshuan's hands became halberd art in Li Qingyuan's hands, became halberd art in Li Qingyuan's hands. The great halberd descended from the sky, observing heaven and earth. Its sharp edge erupted like an azure dragon. The azure dragon's sharpness tore through the air, carrying the great halberd down with killing intent. Tai Wuya's expression changed drastically. He immediately drove his arms to block, the fist gloves tearing through the air. The next second, everyone closed their eyes. Because when the great halberd descended and struck the fist gloves, a dazzling, eye-piercing cold light erupted from the sky, captivating the soul. Boom! The great halberd brushed past Tai Wuya, plunging straight into a mountain peak. An entire cliff face exploded, rocks flying everywhere. A third of the entire mountain was destroyed. The great halberd embedded itself in the top of the cliff, its tail vibrating and humming at a high frequency. Tai Wuya's face was blank. His 3 zhang golden body was pierced. A large hole blasted through his abdomen, around his navel. He spat blood towards the sky as he fell through the air. In his dying moments, only one doubt filled his mind. How can someone with a mid-core formation physical body kill a late core formation physical body in a reverse manner? It was unreasonable. But whether it was reasonable or not no longer mattered to him. Gugu, Ji-kun streaked across the sky, brushing past Tai Wuya. With a claw, he dug into the center of Tai Wuya's chest, the Tanzhong acupoint, and extracted a physical golden core. The golden core was reddish gold. The red was the color of blood and qi, the gold was the color of the spirit root. Tai Wuya, single metal spirit root, heavenly spirit root aptitude. Ji-kun then flew towards Mu Lingzi's corpse, extracting a golden core from his abdomen. Single wood spirit root, a 3-inch diameter azure golden core, radiating spiritual light. And Cao Yifei's too. Ji-kun flashed again, seizing Cao Yifei's earth spirit root golden core. Li Qingyuan waved his hand. The storage pouches of those killed on the scene, Mu Lingzi, Tai Wuya, Cao Yifei, all flew into his hand. Their life-bound artifacts also flew into his grasp. Zhen Xing bound Huo Lingzi and escorted him over, saying, "Master, Huo Lingzi is here." Li Qingyuan nodded, took Huo Lingzi's storage pouch, and looked at Huo Lingzi, whose mouth was sealed by a talisman. He said casually, "Ji-kun, he's yours." Huo Lingzi struggled violently, wanting to speak, wanting to beg for mercy, but he was bound and his mouth was sealed. With a puchy sound, Ji-kun struck. With a claw he dug out the golden core. A 3-inch golden core, blazing hot like fire. Ji-kun chuckled. 5-element golden cores, just missing the water attribute. Ji-kun subconsciously looked at Zhen Xing. Zhen Xing's anus tightened. He covered his stomach and took a step back. Ji-kun said seriously, "Ahem, old Zhen, we're old friends, rest assured, I won't take yours." Boss, among the 8 late core formation cultivators who fled earlier, one of them has a single water spirit root. I'll be back in a flash. Ji-kun crowed once, then flew into the sky. His escape technique was faster than a peak core formation cultivator, rivaling an early nascent soul cultivator. With Ji-kun's abilities, Li Qingyuan was not worried at all. As long as it wasn't Xiao Yuan Wang or Wang Fugui, Ji Kun could act with impunity and escape unscathed. Li Qingyuan looked around. The hundreds of Wu Yuan sect core formation prodigies had long since scattered in all directions. Shui Lingzi, Zhen Xing, had turned traitor, killed Mu Lingzi, and pursued Hui Lingzi, causing the Wu Yuan sect prodigies' camp to fall into chaos and lose its leadership core. Li Qingyuan had single-handedly held back the 12 late core formation cultivators, killed Cao Yifei with lightning speed, scared away all the late core formation experts, intercepted Tie Wuya, and killed him. During this time, Shui Ying and the Flame Dragon Lizard attacked, cooperating with Ji Kun, whose speed was unmatched and whose claws were incredibly sharp, as he continuously shuttled back and forth among the early and a few mid-core formation cultivators. Then, Yu Xiao'er, Tan Yueyi, Zhao Jue, and dozens of others snapped out of it. Filled with hatred, they went all out, aiding Ji Kun and the others in killing the enemy. Our side's morale soared to new heights. Of the hundreds of Wu Yuan sect cultivators, only a little over 40 had actually died, less than a tenth. However, due to the defection and rapid successive deaths of the leadership, as well as the late core formation experts fleeing in panic, the army's morale was completely shattered. The hundreds of people fled in all directions. Zhao Tongshuan and Xiao Yuanji helped support Qi Yuxuan and Sun Xie as they walked over, saying, "Thank you, senior brother Qingyuan, for saving our lives." Zhao Ju, Yu Xiao'er, and others spoke. "Thank you, Taoist brother Qingyuan, for saving our lives." Originally 90 people, the casualties were heavy. 30 had died at the hands of the Wu Yuan sect, and they had been tortured to death. Yu Xiao'er, Zhao Ju, and others gritted their teeth. The Wu Yuan sect is insane. They massacre wantonly and bully the weak. We beg Taoist brother Qingyuan to take charge and uphold justice. Li Qingyuan's face showed anger. He said, "The Wu Yuan sect is arrogant and tyrannical, acting against the way. They oppress the cultivators of Huangzhou and kill innocent rogue cultivators. How can I stand by and watch? To eliminate the strong and aid the weak, to rescue the suffering, this is precisely the duty of us cultivators." Li Qingyuan raised his right hand, and the great halberd flew back, embedding itself into the ground with a thud. He declared loudly, "Spread my orders. Gather the troops, distribute pills, restore mana. Then, pursue the remnants of the Wu Yuan sect with full force. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye." Everyone's killing intent was icy cold. Blood for blood, an eye for an eye. Chapter 39:8 I am no demon. I am the great love immortal venerable. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, meditating and regulating his breath, while secretly copying the storage pouches of the 40-plus core formation prodigies led by Fire Spirit, Wood Spirit, Iron Cliff, and Cao Yifei. After copying all the resources once, the gains were enormous. These people came from the Five Elements sect and various first-rate nascent soul sects. After more than a year of training, picking spiritual plants and killing demon beasts, their harvests were immense. Additionally, many small forces, small nations, and rogue core formation cultivators had been reaped by them, which was yet another fortune. Li Qingyuan meditated and regulated his breath, his face calm, but the corners of his mouth twitched as he forcibly suppressed his laughter. If he were alone, he would have laughed out loud already. The Five Elements sect really is a fat sheep. Li Qingyuan finished his meditation, slowly rose, and waved his hand casually. Bottles of third-grade pills flew out, mostly genuine quality, True Man pills, Chaos Origin pills, Myriad Truth pills, and the like. There were also 1,000-year spiritual milk and a small amount of 10,000-year spiritual milk. Apart from him, the resources of the 60 people present, Zhao Jue, Yu Xiao'er, Tan Yueyi, Zhao Chong, Zhao Tongshuan, and others were basically exhausted, and their mana and divine sense had also been pushed to their limits. Fellow Taoists, take these pills to restore your mana. The hunt begins. The crowd took the pills, recovering their mana faster and healing their injuries better. They all expressed their thanks. Gigalaya. Ji Kun flew over, landing on a mountain peak. A water-attributed golden core floated in the air. A profound water golden core. black in color and 3 inches in size. Its owner was undoubtedly a late-stage core formation cultivator. Ji-kun said, "Boss, I went and killed 2 late-stage core formation cultivators." It opened its mouth and spat out 2 storage pouches which flew into Li Qingyuan's hands. Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "Good work." Boom, 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 boom. The ground swelled and rocks flew everywhere as the flame dragon lizard burrowed out. It growled softly at Li Qingyuan as if reporting something. Li Qingyuan patted the flame dragon lizard's head and said, "Good work, go again." The Blood Shadow arrived silently, its figure like a ghost, startling all the team members below late-stage core formation. The Blood Shadow reported, "Found traces of 3 groups of enemies." Li Qingyuan looked at the crowd and said, "Fellow Taoists, the time for the hunt has begun. Fellow Taoist Yu and fellow Taoist Tan will lead 30 people. Fellow Taoist Blood Shadow and my spirit pet, the Flame Dragon Lizard, will be responsible for guiding the way, hunting down the 5 Elements sect disciples. Fellow Taoist Water Spirit and fellow Taoist Zhao Ju will lead the remaining 27 people. My spirit pet, Ji-kun, will be responsible for guiding the way and scouting targets, hunting down the 5 Elements sect disciples." Li Qingyuan said, "I will be in charge of Central Command. Fellow Taoists, let's begin." The crowd clasped their fists and saluted, saying, "Yes, Captain." Indeed, Li Qingyuan had become the captain, commanding everyone and formulating the revenge plan. The Flame Dragon Lizard let out a low roar and took the lead, with the Blood Shadow standing on its back, leading Yu Shaoer, Tan Yueyi, both late-stage core formation, 5 mid-stage core formation cultivators, and 25 early-stage core formation cultivators as they departed. After Ji-kun let out a cry, it said arrogantly, "You few, follow me. Brother Kun will take you to kill people and seize treasures." Zhen Xing's mouth twitched. Only his master could raise such an extraordinary rooster. Zhen Xing, Zhao Zhu, and 29 others followed Ji-kun as they flew away, searching for targets. After everyone left, Li Qingyuan looked at the Myriad Medicine Divine Mountain and said, "Old Zhao, searching for the 5 Elements sect disciples. Even if Zhen Xing has early-stage nascent soul divine sense, it's not as good as yours. This matter requires your efforts." The vortex of the Xuan Hollow space opened, and Zhao Guangjun walked out. As a primordial spirit body, even though he was extremely weak, less than 1/10,000th of his peak, he could still rival a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator. Using his primordial spirit power to search for the 5 Elements sect disciples made him a humanoid radar. Old Zhao, this primordial spirit radar, was truly an essential tool for traveling, killing, and looting. Zhao Guangjing asked, "And what about you, Master?" Li Qingyuan looked at the Myriad Medicine Divine Mountain and said with righteous indignation, "I will stay here to guard the gate, not allowing a single 5 Elements sect disciple to enter the depths of the Immortal Mansion." After a pause, Li Qingyuan added, "Additionally, I'll take care of the spiritual plants here." Zhao Guangjing, good, as expected of you, always so thick-skinned and shameless." Zhao Guangjing looked at the mountain peak, his face showing delight. "Master, that is the 5-spirit demon cloud. It has actually surpassed its own limits, broken through to the 4th rank, and evolved into a treasure medicine?" "Ha ha ha, good. This is excellent," Zhao Guangjing said. "With this, combined with the Soul Calming Stone to refine the Soul Calming Stone to refine the Soul Refining Banner, its quality will be better and its potential stronger." Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I am determined to obtain this item." Zhao Guangjing said, "Good. This old servant will not disappoint you, Master. When you have gathered all the materials, I will personally refine a top-quality soul refining banner for you." "What soul refining banner?" Li Qingyuan put on a stern face and scolded, "I am no demon. In the Sea Islands, the Trial Grounds, and the Void Refining Cave Heaven, wasn't it me who saved the suffering every time? This is the Human Emperor banner. I am no demon, I am the Great Love Immortal Venerable." Zhao Guanzheng nodded. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Whoosh, shacks. Zhao Guanzheng's primordial spirit body flew across the sky, harnessing the power of heaven and earth as he vanished, beginning to search for traces of the hundreds of Five Elements sect disciples who had fled. Although the outside of the void refining cave, heaven was vast and expansive, with Zhao Guanzheng's abilities, finding them all was not difficult. It was only a matter of time. And as for time, Li Qingyuan was in no hurry. At the very least, he had to harvest all the remaining treasure medicines, all the fourth-rank spiritual plants, and all the third-rank spiritual plants. Then copy them, doubling his gains for a massive profit. Li Qingyuan took a step forward, and space hummed and rippled. Regarding the myriad medicine Divine Mountain, he had naturally asked Jiao Tongshuan and the others about it earlier. He learned the rules of the Divine Mountain, how little Yuan Wang had picked the 9 Yang Ganoderma, and how Wang Fuge had picked the spiritual crystal sunflower. Li Qingyuan's face turned slightly solemn. The Divine Soul Bell. The Divine Soul returns to one, can slay a declining early-stage nascent soul cultivator. This should be little Yuan Wang's strongest trump card, right? This Wang Fuge fellow is also hiding very deep. A descendant of the ancient god of wealth bloodline, impressive, truly impressive. Among the over 4,000 core formation prodigies, the only one who could fight little Yuan Wang to a standstill and even make little Yuan Wang deeply wary was Wang Fuge alone. With one step, his green robe swept across the sky, entering the 10,000 Zhang mountain peak. 3 treasure medicines, the 5 spirit demon cloud, the dragon origin grass, and the thunder spirit fruit. Li Qingyuan chose the 5 spirit demon cloud first. As he approached within 1,000 zhongabit, he immediately triggered the restriction. A puppet stepped out of a spatial vortex, emitting the aura of the peak core formation cultivator, and it also possessed a late-stage core formation wind, thunder overlord body. Damn. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. Peak core formation mana, plus a late-stage core formation physical body, and most importantly, according to what the others had said, the talisman puppet it simulated was his future self. A mid-stage core formation version of himself pitted against a late-stage core formation version of himself. Li Qingyuan had no chance of winning. Similarly, facing a peak core formation Pu's late-stage core formation Pu's late, Li Qingyuan immediately felt immense pressure, as if he were facing a nascent soul true lord. Surpassing himself, and using his current self to surpass his future, stronger self, it was incredibly difficult. Fortunately, the talisman puppet also has weaknesses. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, I still have many trump cards. If I use them today, I might be able to win. He looked at the 5 spirit demon cloud and the thunder spirit fruit. One was for refining the soul refining banner, and the other was for tempering his wind thunder overlord body in the future. He had to obtain these 2 treasure medicines. If possible, he couldn't let the dragon origin grass go either. Boom. At that moment, the puppet made its move. It waved its hand in the air, and the Persuade with Virtue halberd was simulated. Interestingly, the Persuade with Virtue halberd was still at the mid-3rd rank, but the 4th rank ores and metals within it had also been copied. The puppet flashed with the wind shadow evasion, and with both hands, it violently swung down. With the combined power of peak core formation and late-stage core formation physical body, it tore through the air, carving through space and igniting sparks, smashing down with the force of thunder and lightning. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. So strong. His peak core formation self actually had such deterrent power. Right, and with the late-stage core formation physical body, the wind thunder divine patterns were also nearing perfection, not to be underestimated. Facing a stronger version of himself, how could he win? Chapter 39. Xuan Heaven, Secret Art, Demon Cloud obtained. Clang. The 2 halberds, identical in appearance, grade, material, quality and sharpness, clashed head-on, sending sparks flying. Li Qingyuan grunted, his arms numb. Then he swung his halberd with all his might, unleashing the second-rank technique, the unfixed halberd art, and exploding with the full power of his dual-path core formation cultivation. Clang, 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 clangy. Harsh metallic sounds and dazzling sparks. The two halberds clashed and entangled, the man and the puppet fighting head-on. Spoom! The puppet swung its halberd with both hands, violently smashing down. It was faster, its strikes fiercer, fierce as fire, swift as wind, its killing intent overwhelming, giving Li Qingyuan no chance to catch his breath. Facing a puppet that perfectly replicated his own foundation, with both his dharma and physical cultivation realms a full level higher than his own, Li Qingyuan was severely suppressed. With a bang, Li Qingyuan blocked with his halberd in both hands, but was immediately sent flying 100 jang, his qi and blood churning, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Shift the stars and change the dipper. The puppet suddenly flashed behind Li Qingyuan, its halberd sweeping horizontally, its sharpness tearing through the sky. Li Qingyuan's expression changed drastically as he turned to block. With a clang, the puppet's halberd struck the shaft of Li Qingyuan's halberd, bending the long shaft and hitting Li Qingyuan directly in the chest, sending him flying. Fufte. Li Qingyuan coughed blood, his face filled with shock. So strong. Was this his peak core formation self? Even with just a basic attack, it was enough to kill an ordinary late-stage core formation cultivator. His late-stage core formation cultivator. His late-stage core formation self. It was too difficult to fight. Xuan Heaven. Secret art, flowing water from a living source. Li Qingyuan immediately swallowed a drop of 10,000-year spiritual milk. After killing Water Spirit, Fire Spirit, Wood Spirit, Iron Cliff, Cao Yifei and the others, he no longer lacked this item, having several dozen drops. After copying, he now had over 100 drops. With the flowing water from a living source technique activated, Li Qingyuan's condition returned to its peak. His qi and blood calmed, and his minor injuries healed instantly. If he had been severely injured, using this technique would also allow him to quickly recover to minor injuries, not affecting the battle, and its effect was even better than a high-quality myriad truth pill. The puppet attacked again. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and 5. Persuade with virtue, halberds flew out of the Xuan hollow space. The fourth-rank ores gifted by Zhuge back then, along with materials harvested over the years, had all been used by Li Qingyuan to upgrade his halberd and his Cloud Gorge sword. I originally planned to keep these materials for forging a fourth-rank magic tool later, but it seems my decision back then was correct. Li Qingyuan muttered to himself, then formed hand seals, activating a secret art. Ever since he comprehended the Xuan Heaven's Theli inscription and obtained the 5 secret arts, Li Qingyuan had ordered the Blood Shadow clone to perfectly replicate the Persuade with Virtue halberd and the Cloud Gorge sword in the Xuan halberd and the Cloud Gorge sword in the Xuan hollow space. He obtained 3 of each, and after successful forging, he copied them, doubling the number to 6 of each. Xuan Heaven, secret art, fusion of arms into one. Buzz, buzzer. The 6 Persuade with Virtue. Halberds hummed, instantly intertwining and merging. The 6 masses of liquid fused into one, becoming a brand new halberd. Clang! As the halberd emerged, its sharpness tore through the sky. It hummed softly, its cold light overflowing. Its weight increased 7 or 8 times, reaching nearly 100,000 jin. Its grade underwent a qualitative change, surpassing the 3rd-rank superior magic tool, and directly erupting with a peerless sharpness comparable to a 4th-rank magic tool. Kill. Li Qingyuan's physical cultivation exploded, and his golden core mana poured into it, pushing his explosive power to the limit. He swung the halberd, charging at the puppet. Schlang. The 2 halberds clashed, cold light blooming. A teeth-grinding sound rang out as Li Qingyuan's halberd split the puppet's halberd, slashing diagonally and hitting the puppet's ribs, directly cutting a gash. Li Qingyuan pressed his advantage, closing in for close combat. He swung his halberd, launching a series of attacks, continuously inflicting damage on the puppet. However, The puppet's cultivation was higher. With peak core formation mana and late-stage core formation physical cultivation, its movement speed and defense far exceeded Li Qingyuan's. Even if it briefly fell into a disadvantage, it could still avoid vital points. The puppet flew backward, activating the Heavenly Gang's secret art. Using the Wind Thunder Overlord body to perform this technique, its power far surpassed when Li Qingyuan had defeated Iron Cliff. A 3-Zhang golden body surged with wind and thunder power, its defense invincible, its strength overwhelming. Kill. Li Qingyuan's eyes were bloodshot. According to the rules of the Divine Mountain, external tools and items were restricted. He could only rely on his techniques and spells to defeat the puppet and surpass himself. Heavenly Gang, secret art, indestructible golden body. Li Qingyuan also used the same spell and charged forward, colliding head-on with the puppet. A boom. After a thunderous explosion, one halberd pierced through the puppet's chest while the puppet's fist caved in Li Qingyuan's chest. Puff! His chest was sunken, his protective true ki shattered, and his physical golden core nearly cracked. Li Qingyuan felt as if his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had shifted, gushing out large mouthfuls of blood that he couldn't stop. He had barely won, but he had also suffered severe injuries. His internal organs had been impacted, nearly shattered. Longevity seed. Li Qingyuan whispered inwardly. The A wood reaching heaven art activated, and the longevity seed in his dantian began to circulate, using it to nourish his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, to nourish his physical golden core, slowly recovering from his injuries. Hughes. Li Qingyuan let out a long breath of turbid air. The puppet's punch had made him feel a strong aura of death. Without the longevity seed and the Xuan Heaven secret art, even if he was confident of winning, he would never have attempted it lightly, because even if he won, he would be crippled for months. Collect. Li Qingyuan flew toward the 5-spirit demon cloud, using his mana to suppress it. He activated his wind and thunder power and his heart demon pupil to resist the demonic power of the 5-spirit demon cloud that could seize one's soul, then stored it in the Xuan Hollow space. Inside the Xuan Hollow space, a small world of 300 Zhang in radius, there were 2 heavenly infant fruit trees, 2 5-spirit demon clouds, and many valuable 3rd-rank spiritual plants, all transplanted into the space. Li Qingyuan flew out of the Divine Mountain, set up a defensive formation and a talisman array for defense, then went into seclusion to regulate his breathing. Using the longevity seed to nourish himself, combined with the Xuan Heaven secret art, his recovery speed for injuries of the same severity was several times faster than Little Yuan Wang's or Wang Fugi's. Even though his injuries were severe, after 10 days, Li Qingyuan had recovered. After recovering from his injuries, Li Qingyuan launched his second challenge. Meanwhile, over these 10 days, Zhao Guangjing had been secretly transmitting messages to Ji Kun, Zhen Jing, and the Blood Shadow, continuously dealing with the 5 Elements sect disciples, reaping them wave after wave. In 10 days, nearly 100 people had been dealt with. Killing to stop killing, plundering points, plundering demon beast materials, plundering spiritual plant harvests, repaying them in kind. Thunder Spirit Fruit. Li Qingyuan looked at the Thunder Spirit Fruit and flew into the air. Compared to the Earth Thunderstone in the Wasteland Province Secret Realm, the Thunder Spirit Fruit is easier to absorb and refine, and it will help me comprehend the mysteries of thunder and lightning more easily, helping my Wind Thunder Overlord body reach perfection. The Earth Thunderstone was, after all, a rare and strange stone, more suitable for refining tools. When it came to comprehending the mysteries of thunder and lightning, it was ultimately inferior to the Thunder Spirit Fruit. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan flew to the mountain peak. As he approached within 1,000 Zhang of the Thunder Spirit Fruit, he triggered the restriction, and another talisman puppet was born out of thin air. As the puppet appeared, it formed hand seals with both hands. 6. Persuade with virtue. Halberds flew out, instantly turning into streams of liquid light that intertwined and merged, becoming a single fourth-rank magic tool halberd. A boom. The peak core formation puppet, wielding a fourth-rank magic tool halberd, slashed horizontally with both hands. The sharpness struck from across the air. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. Damn, I knew this would happen. The puppet had evolved. He had barely won last time. This time, it would be even harder. Li Qingyuan used Shift the Stars and Change the Dipper to evade the cold light slashed out by the halberd. He formed a sword seal with both hands, unleashing his early-stage nascent soul, divine sense for the first time. Third-rank flying swords and second-rank flying swords shot out. Earthmarsh, sword formation. Today I will let you show your brilliance again. Formation, rise. Chapter 400, Earthmarsh sword formation, plucking the thunder spirit fruit. Sword formation, arise. Boom. Nascent soul, divine sense. This trump card of Li Qingyuan's was being revealed for the first time. 4 cloud mist swords circled his body, each one a third-grade mid-grade artifact. Because they were mixed with fourth-grade rare ores, their sharpness and sturdiness were in no way inferior to third-grade high-grade artifacts. As long as the artifact's rune restrictions caught up, they could be upgraded to third-grade high-grade at any time. The 4 cloud mist swords hummed, sword ki overflowing. Every strand of sword ki emitted a bone-piercing sharpness. The brilliant sword light was dazzling, driven by nascent soul, divine sense, the chill intimidating. Swoosh, 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 one after another, second-grade artifacts surrounded Li Qingyuan within a radius of over 10 jang. All the flying swords hummed in unison, overwhelming sword light surging, all over the sky sword ki interweaving. He controlled the swords with nascent soul, divine sense. 4 cloud mist swords. 24 second-grade high-grade flying swords, a total of 28 long swords, all humming together to the heavens. Li Qingyuan activated his cultivation technique, the power of both Dharma and body paths core formation erupting simultaneously. His hands formed sword seals, bestowing various sword intents upon each long sword. The talisman puppet let out a low roar, its peak core formation cultivation erupting. It swung the great halberd in both hands, a fourth-grade artifact whose sharpness was fully revealed, its cold light breaking through the air as it attacked. Li Qingyuan pinched his sword seal, bestowing various sword intents upon the second-grade high-grade flying swords, driving them forth with nascent soul divine sense. Beginning of spring sword intent. Clang. The beginning of spring sword intent attached itself, the second-grade high-grade flying sword, humming, as it transformed into a stream of light and shot out. A third-grade sword technique was executed, the spring breeze sword intent surging, all things reviving. With a clang, the great halberd's sharpness broke through the air, directly sweeping aside the beginning of spring sword intent, and sending the second-grade flying sword intent, and sending the second-grade flying. Li Qingyuan struck out in succession. Rainwater, awakening of insects, spring equinox, clear and bright, grain rain, sword intent was like raindrops, drop by drop. Sword intent was like lightning, drawing forth thunder. Sword intent divided day and night equally, drawing forth yin and yang. Sword intent made the sky high and the air clear, grass and trees flourishing. Sword intent erupted suddenly, a violent storm. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 swords of spring were unleashed together, finally blocking the talisman puppet's accumulated strike and breaking the great halberd's cold light. Li Qingyuan stood at the core of the sword formation, unmoving. His nascent soul divine sense drove it, various sword seals bestowing sword intent upon the flying swords, driving them to combine and strike out. 6 swords of summer, 6 swords of autumn, 6 swords of autumn, 6 swords of winter. Boundless sword light flew out. The 4 seasons sword technique evolved into the 24 solar terms. The 24 second-grade high-grade flying swords, empowered by sword intent and the mysteries of the sword formation, each strike was comparable to a third-grade high-grade artifact, unleashing a third-grade sword technique. Any single sword was enough to match an ordinary late core formation cultivator. Now, with 24 swords erupting simultaneously, they could easily slay a late core formation cultivator and suppress a peak core formation cultivator. 24. Solar terms returned to positions. Li Qingyuan was like a deity, drawing upon the natural forces of heaven and earth. The 24 solar terms bestowed different sword intents upon the flying swords. These sword intents seemed different, yet they originated from the same source, mutually evolving and interweaving, forming an impenetrable net of sword qi to protect Li Qingyuan's surroundings. Around Li Qingyuan, the 24 flying swords were like formation flags. The formation flags floated around him, various sword intents merging and combining to construct a great sword qi formation. Clang, clang, clang. The talisman puppet swung its great halberd, continuously striking violently. It caused ripples in the sword formation's protective barrier. A gap would explode open in the formation wall, but it would quickly heal, giving the talisman puppet no opportunity to exploit. Roar. The talisman puppet roared to the heavens, its peak core formation, Dharma power and late core formation body. Cultivation erupting. It raised the great halberd high with both hands and descended from the heavens to attack. Third-grade spell, Dragon Roar. This strike was precisely the powerful blow that had first defeated the talisman puppet. Now, executed by the talisman puppet, its power had already surpassed peak core formation, enough to threaten early nascent soul. Facing this strike, even a nascent soul true lord would have to employ defensive measures. Boom. The talisman puppet, one man and one halberd, was like a meteor falling to the earth, tearing through the sky for hundreds of jang. Its arms held the great halberd as it stabbed straight down, as fast as a meteor crashing into the sword formation. With a thunderous crash, the outer barrier of the sword formation shattered. The 24 solar terms sword intent trembled, breaking one after another, opening a path through the defense. The talisman puppet pressed its advantage, the great halberd striking violently, aiming straight for Li Qingyuan's head. What a powerful strike! Li Qingyuan's expression changed. However, his gaze remained calm. He had long been prepared to gather strength. I knew you could definitely break through the sword formation because I understand my own combat power. This talisman puppet was precisely his future self at peak core formation. Li Qingyuan had long prepared a countermeasure. His hands formed sword seals, and the 4 cloud mist swords floating before, behind, left, and right of his body simultaneously erupted with brilliant swordlight. A terrifying sword intent emerged, and the shattered sword formation instantly healed. The 24 solar terms sword formation was instantly reinforced, its power multiplying several times over. Spring birth, summer glory, autumn withereye. By the third sword, Li Qingyuan's divine sense was nearing its limit. He had pushed the armored wood reaching heaven technique to its extreme. The 9-leafed small tree in his Niwan palace bloomed, nourishing his divine sense. Li Qingyuan roared in anger. Winter destruction sword intent, return to position, boom. The 24 solar terms sword intent was instantly empowered. The spring birth sword intent was endlessly regenerating, cycling endlessly. The summer glory sword intent was fierce and swift, killing intent awe-inspiring. The autumn wither sword intent enveloped the talisman puppet, weakening restrictions. The winter destruction sword intent held the laws of destruction. Cold qi entering the body, causing the talisman puppet to be affected by the cold qi entering the body, causing the talisman puppet by the cold. In an instant, a powerful sword intent erupted. Terrifying sword qi was everywhere, penetrating every opening, forming a high-pressure vortex of sword qi. Any single vortex could easily tear apart a late core formation cultivator. And at this moment, all the sword qi vortices erupted. The 4 great sword intents returned to their positions, commanding the 24 solar terms sword intent. The Earth Marsh sword formation was truly initially constructed. Clang. Overwhelming sword ki, boundless killing intent, endless rolling sword ki, all attacking the talisman puppet. Clang clang clangy. The talisman puppet swung its great halberd to counterattack. Even though the great halberd had reached the 4th grade, even though the talisman puppet's cultivation was a layer higher, it was still trapped by the Earth Marsh sword formation, continuously struck on its body. Slash. Li Qingyuan brought his hands together. The 4 great sword intents merged. The 24 solar term sword intent merged. 10,000 swords. Returning to one, gathered the boundless sword intent into a single giant sword. The giant sword tore through the sky, crushed the storm, compressed the air currents until they exploded. The giant sword of light was over 100 jung long, smashing down head-on and striking the talisman puppet. The talisman puppet raised its great halberd high, unleashing a full-power dragon roar. The dragon-shaped halberd light shattered, the great halberd was sent flying, and the talisman puppet was struck on the head and body, sent flying 1,000 jang embedded into the mountain. Ho 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 ho! Li Qingyuan was exhausted, his divine sense aching, his dharma power depleted. All his flying swords fell, and he also fell from the air, landing on the mountain peak. His chest rose and fell, his breathing rapid. Li Qingyuan immediately consumed 10,000-year spirit milk, executing living water source flow to recover his dharma power. The thunder spirit fruit is mine. As soon as his dharma power formed a giant hand and touched the thunder spirit fruit, it was instantly struck by lightning. The dharma power giant hand dispersed, and electric current struck Li Qingyuan, numbing his bones and muscles. Wind Thunder Overlord Body. Li Qingyuan activated his Overlord Body. His giant hand grabbed, enduring the lightning tempering his body as he forcibly seized the Thunder Spirit Fruit, storing it in the Xuanpin space. Such a precious medicine was naturally copied immediately. The 2 Thunder Spirit Fruit trees each had 1 fruit, transplanted into the space along with the soil. Li Qingyuan's face showed delight. His gaze fell upon the last precious medicine. How about trying? The artifact fusion secret technique was employed once more. Li Qingyuan held the 4th grade great halberd, slowly approaching the last precious medicine, the dragon essence grass. As soon as he entered the 1,000 zhang range, he immediately triggered the restriction, and the talisman puppet reappeared. Boom! The talisman puppet emerged, wielding the 4th grade great halberd. Nascent soul, divine sense erupted. The Earth Marsh sword formation was deployed, overwhelming sword intent surging into the sky. It was still at peak, core formation plus late core formation, physical body. Such momentum was like a nascent soul, true lord. Damn! Li Qingyuan turned and fled, using Starshift to teleport 1,000 zhang away, retreating from the Divine Mountain. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, the talisman puppet slowly faded away, the Earth Marsh sword formation dispersing. Li Qingyuan was still shaken. Good thing I was smart, only testing by entering the edge of the 1,000 zhang range. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to retreat unscathed. Forget it. As it seems now, this dragon essence grass is not fated for me. Li Qingyuan sighed faintly, a bit regretful, but he was also satisfied. 2 precious medicines. His harvest had already surpassed Little Yuan Wang and Wang Fruge. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan was stunned. At the peak of the Divine Mountain, the dragon essence grass flew out on its own, leaving the restriction range, leaving the Divine Mountain's grand formation and coming directly before Li Qingyuan. Such an anomaly, the precious medicine flying towards him. Li Qingyuan felt not joy, but fear. He frantically fled, putting several hundred zhang between himself and the dragon essence grass. His nascent soul divine sense spread everywhere, 3rd grade and 2nd grade flying swords protecting his body, his gaze warily scanning his surroundings. Who is it? Or, what is it? Chapter 401. Free Dragon Essence Grass. a special living being. At this moment, Li Qingyuan felt only fear, no joy. His scalp tingled, his hair stood on end, like a mortal seeing a ghost. The earth marsh sword formation protected his surroundings, the formation wall barrier shielding his body, yet he still felt unsafe. He also activated the water element talisman formation method obtained from Shui Lingzi. However, a full quarter of an hour, half an hour passed, and the surroundings remained calm, with no sign of disturbance. Li Qingyuan stared fixedly at the 10,000 medicine divine mountain, sometimes looking at the peak, sometimes at the dragon essence grass, puzzled. The dragon essence grass couldn't have left the restriction and the divine mountain for no reason. Within this divine mountain, this immortal mansion, there must exist some unknown living being. For some reason, Li Qingyuan suddenly thought of Zhao Guanzheng. That old bastard had nearly wiped out the geniuses of the 7 nations of Huanzhou back then, and Li Qingyuan himself had almost died. Thinking of this, Li Qingyuan's scalp went numb. Could it be the same this time? Last time he survived because the Xuanpan space automatically devoured the Shirang to evolve itself. The Shirang had long become Zhao Guanzheng's alternative physical body, so he could subdue Zhao Guanzheng. But could he be so lucky this time? Damn. Li Qingyuan felt like running, slowly backing away. In the deepest part of the immortal mansion, a little girl with a delicate, jade-like appearance, fair and tender, with a pair of goat-horn buns and big, bright, jet-black eyes, widened her eyes. "This kid is so afraid of death," the little girl pouted. "Humph. If it weren't for Mistress's instructions to find a successor for her old acquaintance, a mere core formation cultivator wouldn't even be worth this granny's notice. Who told Mistress to say we need a seedling who cultivates both Dharma and body? Seeing that you, kid, have some insight, able to comprehend the sword inheritance left by little Kunzi at the core formation stage and even execute it, Granny took a liking to you and bestowed a precious medicine. Forget it if you don't want it." As for little Kunzi, naturally, it was Dekunzi, the master of the earth marsh sword formation, the foremost of the 5 great generals under the divine general. Outside, the dragon essence grass slowly flew back. Li Qingyuan watched the dragon essence grass fly away, his face full of conflict. He wanted it badly, yet he was wary of the living being hidden in the shadows. "Since I've come, then stay." Li Qingyuan shot out with a swoosh, grabbed it, and stored it away in an instant. He had figured it out. The human king had been here, but even the human king seemed not to have detected the existence of a living being in the shadows. Either the being here was more powerful than the human king, making it imperceptible. But if it were more powerful than the human king, that would be above the nascent soul stage. However, the 9 provinces continent was flawed and incomplete, its laws deficient. Beings above the nascent soul stage, precious medicines and spirit plants, 5th grade spirit veins, all would cycle back as nourishment for heaven and earth. This being should not be more powerful than the human king, but if even the human king couldn't perceive it, then this being should be of a special type. And special type beings, could they have survived from ancient times, tens of thousands or even 100,000 years ago? Even long-lived demon race couldn't do that. Could it be? Li Qingyuan had a vague guess in his heart. If his guess was correct, then this special being probably wouldn't harm him and would find it difficult to harm him. If his guess was wrong and the being wanted to kill him, then all of them, thousands of people, every single one would die. The little girl saw this and nodded. Although afraid of death, he is also decisive, worthy of some assessment. "I hope your performance in the 5 calamities secret realm will be satisfactory." "Kid, I've waited tens of thousands of years. Granny doesn't want to wait any longer. So boring." Having obtained the dragon essence grass, Li Qingyuan looked at the 4th grade spirit plants and challenged them again. 4th grade spirit plants. The talisman puppet's cultivation was of the same rank, its foundation equal. Li Qingyuan had already challenged the precious medicines using all his skills. Almost all his killing moves had been copied by the talisman puppet, and the heart demon pupil was useless against it. Thus, after more than a dozen challenges, exhausting his mental calculations and fighting with all his might, he only won once, harvesting one fourth-grade spirit plant. Fourth-grade spirit plants had to be temporarily abandoned. As for the powerful killing move combining the Xuan Tian secret techniques, there was no earth fire here, so he couldn't activate it. Next, Li Qingyuan continued to challenge the third-grade spirit plants below. They were all ordinary late core formation talisman puppets, with only ordinary late core formation combat power. Even though the implanted programmed spells were quite powerful, they were only comparable to the combat power of an ordinary late core formation genius. Li Qingyuan struck out, winning consecutively. After challenges and harvesting by various forces, there were still over 100 third-grade spirit plants left. Li Qingyuan spent half a month challenging and taking them all. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. On the 10,000 Medicine Divine Mountain, aside from the remaining 11 fourth-grade spirit plants, all the precious medicines, over 100 third-grade spirit plants, and all the second-grade spirit plants had been taken by him. He had almost stripped the Medicine Mountain bare. Li Qingyuan used a sound transmission jade token to summon everyone. Soon, Zhao Guangyang returned first. Looking at the almost stripped bare divine mountain, the nascent soul body, old Zhao was stunned. "This is," Li Qingyuan asked. "Old Zhao, have the remnants of the Five Elements sect been completely eliminated?" Zhao Guangyang replied, reporting to Master, 90% have been cleared so far. There are still a few dozen stragglers hiding very deep. However, give me another 10 days, and I will surely find them. The Refining Void Cave. Heaven was very, very large, comparable to any major province outside the divine province of the 9 provinces continent. "Forget it," Li Qingyuan said. "Leave some men to continue the pursuit. The rest will follow me to the Immortal Mansion's secret realm." Zhao Guangyang suddenly spoke. "They're here." After Zhao Guangyang drilled into the Xuanpin space, sure enough, 10 breaths later, streams of light flew over one after another. Zhao Zhu, Yu Shaoer, Tan Yuyi, late core formation, mid-core formation, early core formation cultivators all flew over, cupping their fists in salute. "Greetings, Taoist brother Qingyuan." Li Qingyuan said, "Fellow Taoists, we can't delay any longer. Let's head to the Immortal Mansion's secret realm." At this moment, Zhao Tongshuan stepped forward and said, "Senior brother Qingyuan, while pursuing the remnants of the Five-Element sect, we learned from early core formation cultivators of other forces that the place ahead is called the Five Calamities Secret Realm. Just the first secret realm has already caused almost all early core formation cultivators to return in defeat. Over 100 early core formation geniuses have even fallen within it." Zhao Dai said, "In that case, I am willing to lead the early core formation cultivators to stay here and continue pursuing the few remnants of the Five Elements sect." Zhao Yuanji, Sun He, and Qi Yuxuan also said, "Our strength is low, so we will stay outside to pursue the remnants of the Five Elements sect, hunt demonic beasts, and gather spirit plants." Li Qingyuan said, "Good. In that case, late core formation, mid-core formation cultivators, and any early core formation cultivators willing to take the risk, follow me to the Immortal Mansion's secret realm." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan waved his hand, storing his spirit pets, Jikun and Yan Longxi, into his spatial ring. Shui Lingzi and Shui Ying, one at peak core formation and one at mid-core formation, followed Li Qingyuan's left and right. Everyone activated their core formation Dharma power, whistling through the sky, heading straight for the Immortal Mansion's secret realm. Zhao Jue, Yu Shaoer, and Tan Yueyi were the 3 late core formation cultivators. Including Shui Ying, there were 11 mid-core formation cultivators in total. Li Qingyuan was at late core formation, and Zhen Xing was at peak core formation. The two were the fastest, taking the lead. Zhao Chong and Zhao Tongshuan, both at the perfect stage of early core formation, were unwilling to stop here. The two also wanted to give it their all. Even if they couldn't pass the secret realm, they could at least temper themselves. Soon, they reached the Tongqian Bridge. More than a dozen people flew over the bridge, entering the first secret realm, the Yin Fire Realm. Blaze, blaze, blazing flames, earthly vein, yin fire, drilled into the Yongquan acupoint, flowing upstream along the meridians, drawing forth the yin fire within the body, specifically burning the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. They immediately activated their Dharma power to protect their bodies, shielding their 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Zhao Chong and Zhao Tongshuan took a few steps, but after walking just over 10 jang, their faces flushed red and blood seeped from the corners of their mouths. The two said helplessly, "Alas, limited strength, we have to accept our fate." Zhao Tongshuan cupped his fists. "Senior brother Qingyuan, we will wait for you outside." Zhao Chong said, "Senior brother Zhao Jue, Taoist brother Qingyuan, fellow Taoist brother Qingyuan, fellow Taoists, may you return with a bountiful harvest." The two retreated, and the others continued. Li Qingyuan strode forward, allowing the earthly vein yin fire to burn his meridians and drill into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. He activated the wind thunder overlord body to draw the yin fire to temper his body and hone his flesh. Although walking was difficult, Li Qingyuan felt a slight joy in his heart. It is a dangerous place, but also a blessed land. This earthly vein, yin fire, can help me temper my physical body. In seclusion for 30 years, he had consumed 3rd-grade pills until he was full. His Dharma power had entered the late core formation stage, and naturally his physical cultivation realm had also improved, reaching the perfect stage of mid-core formation. His physical cultivation realm needed to be polished and tempered to take it a step further. Thank you to some fellow Taoists for your concern. At my last checkup, my child's abnormal brainwaves had significantly decreased. The overall situation is benign, and the condition is not serious. I just need to take care on a daily basis. Thank you for your blessings. Adding an extra chapter is also my way of thanking everyone for your support of Armored Wood. Chapter 402, Yin Fire, Bane Wind, Heavenly Thunder, Tempering the Flesh. The Yin Fire secret realm was a world unto itself, extremely vast, with parched earth and flowing sand everywhere. The ground was pitted with holes from the flowing sand, and within these holes clusters of earthly vein Yin Fire blazed up, invading and burning his meridians and internal organs through the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of Li Qingyuan's feet. Li Qingyuan silently activated the apex wood heavenly art, using the longevity seed as a foundation to guide the yin fire within his body. He activated the wind thunder overlord body, enduring the burning pain of his flesh. "Humph," Li Qingyuan grunted, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his nostrils, and his ears. Yet he continued to endure the roasting step by step, moving forward. Zhao Jue, Yu Shaoer, and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. To cross this yin fire secret realm, we need to activate protective artifacts and fully circulate our mana to resist the yin fire rising from the Yongquan acupoint, sealing it out. Zhao Ju, Yu Shaoer, Tan Yuyi, and the others all activated protective artifacts. Their abdomen. Golden cores circulated mana to resist the yin fire as they carefully traversed the yin fire secret realm. Tan Yuyi praised, "Such formidable flesh, such resolute endurance. No wonder brother Qingyuan can effortlessly kill late core formation prodigies like Cao Yifei and Tie Wuya." Yu Shaoer said helplessly, "Though we're both at the late core formation stage, I am inferior to him." Zhao Jue nodded in agreement. Looking at brother Qingyuan, I always get the feeling of facing little Yuan Wang or Wang Fugi directly, as unshakable as a mountain. Zhen Xing clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking, even with my nascent soul divine sense and peak core formation mana, traversing this yin fire secret realm is strenuous. This kid actually plans to endure it with his physical body. The blood shadow followed closely. The group continued walking. The further Li Qingyuan walked, the more astonished he became. I always feel like there's something within the yin fire, constantly imprinting itself on my body. This feeling is getting clearer. Is it good or bad? However, my flesh is becoming more condensed. Using the earthly vein yin fire to temper my physical golden core, the qi and blood of my 5 organs are also growing stronger and more solid. A month later, the group of over a dozen finally arrived at the entrance to the second secret realm. Li Qingyuan had spent a full month using the earthly vein yin fire to temper his physical golden core. During this time, his qi and blood were consumed quickly, requiring him to consume large amounts of resources to nourish his qi and blood and enhance his elixirs. Second grade upper rank Dragon Tiger pills, second grade upper rank Dragon Bone Meridian pills, third grade True Man pills, 10,000 True pills, third grade blood nourishing spiritual plants. After ambushing the Five Elements sect and plundering the Divine Mountain, he had no shortage of third grade pills and spiritual plants. Walking all the way, taking pills all the way, his mid-core formation physical body became more condensed, his qi and blood more solid. His golden core expanded to its limit, and the bottleneck for his cultivation realm arrived. The entrance to the second secret realm is here. Zhao Jue looked at the stone tablet and said, "The Bane Wind Realm." Yu Shaoer said, "The first secret realm was yin fire, specifically attacking the Yongquan acupoint. This Bane Wind is something I've never heard of before. Everyone, be careful." The group looked wary, consumed pills to maintain their mana, activated their natal artifacts for protection, and stepped into the second secret realm. As Li Qingyuan entered the Bane Wind realm, violent winds instantly surged from the sky the moment he entered. The Bane Wind blew, entering the top of his head, drilling into the fontanelle acupoint. Li Qingyuan shuddered instantly. The power of his qi and blood intertwined with the Bane Wind. He still chose to endure the invasion of the Bane Wind with his physical body, his flesh, blood, and fascia being tempered. However, the Bane Wind was extremely strange, very gentle, yet also very domineering. Li Qingyuan spat blood, took pills to maintain the operation of the Wind Thunder Overlord body. The longevity seed emitted strands of life force, gently nourishing his physique, helping his body recover as it continuously endured the grinding of the Bane Wind. Li Qingyuan released his mana, his flesh being tempered. Though his face showed pain, his steps were firm. "My heart is like iron, indestructible." What could a mere Bane Wind do to him? Inside the Xuanpin space, Zhao Guangjing, Ji Kun, and the Flame Lizard were forging an artifact, a special artifact, Ji Kun's natal artifact. The Flame Lizard continuously spewed fire. The high-temperature flames burned 5 3-inch golden cores, which were the cores of 5 late core formation prodigies like Huao Lingzi, Mu Lingzi, Tie Wuya, and Cao Yifei, who had cultivated for nearly 100 years. After a month of burning, the 5 golden cores began to dissolve, becoming 5 masses of liquid radiating 5 colors, corresponding to the 5 elements. Zhao Guangjang said, "Ji Kun, that's enough." Ji Kun nodded. With a wave of its wings, the eggshell from which it had hatched flew out. Even though the eggshell had been shattered long ago when Ji Kun used a bloodline secret technique to withstand Zhao Guangjang's killing array, it was still the egg of the ancient beast, the heaven-swallowing chicken. Zhao Guangjang praised, "Worthy of being one of the 3 great ancient flying beasts, the heaven-swallowing chicken, on par with the legendary 3-legged golden crow and the golden-winged roc. Just the runes on this eggshell can block the divine sense of cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Only a primordial spirit can comprehend a fraction of it." Ji Kun spat out Dan fire, a 7-colored Dan fire burning. A drop of its natal essence blood flew out from its coxcomb. The essence blood merged into the eggshell fragments, and only then were the fragments refined by its mana. Zhao Guangjang said, "If not for Ji Kun using its natal essence blood as a guide, and because this is its own eggshell, sharing the same origin as its mana, even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to refine this eggshell." Piece by piece, the eggshell began to dissolve. The process was slow, but it was indeed dissolving. The Flame Lizard let out a low roar, consumed 10,000-year spirit milk to restore its mana, and continued spewing flames to assist Ji Kun in refining the eggshell fragments and the 5-colored golden core liquid. Time passed, and another month flew by. Hus. Li Qingyuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, mentally exhausted. The entrance to the third secret realm is finally here. At this moment, Except for Zhen Xing, Zhao Zhui, Yu Xiaoer, and Tan Yuyi, all the mid-core formation cultivators were completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground. They said, "Brother Qingyuan, you go on ahead. We'll meditate and recuperate for a few days, then catch up." Li Qingyuan nodded. "All right, take a short rest. We'll scout the path for you." Li Qingyuan took a step forward, breaking through the barrier between the second and third secret realms. His vision brightened, and a deafening roar filled his ears. A flash of lightning, a clap of thunder. With a boom, a bolt of thunder struck, instantly hitting Li Qingyuan. Crackle, crackle. The thunder was overwhelming, high-voltage electricity. It instantly struck Li Qingyuan until he coughed blood. His entire body's bones and blood went numb, his meridians paralyzed, unable to muster any strength. Within his golden core, the longevity seed automatically protected its master, absorbing the thunder's power, commanding it to circulate through his body. The violent thunder was also a wood attribute power, which the longevity seed could soothe, turning its violent destructive force into nourishment. Sis! Li Qingyuan sucked in a breath of cold air and took another step forward. Boom! 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 With each step he took, a bolt of thunder struck, hitting him directly on the head and spreading throughout his body. The longevity seed softened the thunder's power, turning it for his own use. The wind thunder overlord body channeled the thunder to temper his body, strengthening his flesh. Humming. On Li Qingyuan's body surface, 6 wind god patterns appeared, and 4 thunder god patterns appeared. A 5th thunder god pattern was forming. Faint runes began to be born, becoming more and more condensed. Li Qingyuan's physical body was undergoing a transformation, breaking through its shackles. Once the shackles were broken and the 5th thunder god pattern was condensed, his golden core would break through its wall, transforming, and he would reach the late core formation stage. At the same time, Zhao Zhui, Yu Xiaoer, and Tan Yuyi were struggling greatly, their pace getting slower and slower. Yu Xiaoer said, "I have experienced the terrifying pressure of a nascent soul tribulation lightning. Even though the thunder power here is barely 1% of a nascent soul tribulation, it's enough to severely injure a mid-core formation cultivator." Tan Yuyi took a deep breath and said, "I wonder if I can get through this secret realm." Only Zhen Xing was relatively relaxed. Though it was difficult, he still had some strength left. Zhao Ju said, "There's someone up ahead." The group looked, and indeed there were people, but also corpses. The corpses were from various forces, mostly mid-core formation prodigies. The living people were resisting the thunder, moving forward slowly. They were mostly from the 5-element sect. Someone sensed the commotion and turned to look. It was a woman. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's him, Li Qingyuan. The Crown Prince has issued a full warrant, ordering us to kill him." Li Qingyuan looked up, stepped forward, bathed in thunder, and curled his lips slightly, saying, "Who do we have here?" "It's Xia Ying, the prodigy of the Jin Kingdom, great-granddaughter of that old woman Xia Si." Xia Ying roared in anger. "Shut up! How dare you disrespect my ancestor?" She was furious. With a flick of her long whip, she revealed her late core formation cultivation. In the 2 years since arriving in the secret realm, she had become one of the few prodigies to have advanced to the late core formation stage. It seemed she had gained quite a few opportunities in these 2 years, or perhaps she was originally not far behind Zhao Zhu and Ti Wuya, only needing 2 or 3 more years to break through. At this moment, a figure flew out from behind Li Qingyuan. Zhen Xing's form flickered, blocking the front. He grabbed the long whip with his 5 fingers. As a peak core formation cultivator, he was superior, firmly restraining the whip, and let out a contemptuous smile. "It's you, senior brother Xueling?" Xia Ying exclaimed in surprise. "How did you end up with this villain?" Zhen Xing grinned and asked, "Master, what do you want to do?" Li Qingyuan channeled the thunder to temper his body, continuously condensing the 5th thunder god pattern, and said indifferently, "Kill them all to avoid them being an eyesore." "Yes, master." Zhen Xing nodded and attacked. Chapter 403, Physical Breakthrough, Late Core Formation. Zhen Xing activated his water spirit shield. The shield enlarged like a giant wall smashing out. With his peak core formation cultivation, he could not only resist the thunder, but also forcefully attack, striking at Xia Ying. Xia Ying's face paled in fright. Your cultivation has reached the peak core formation stage? How is that possible? Shui Lingzi, do you know the consequences of betraying little Yuan Wang? Shut up. Zhen Xing made his move. His majestic manner was arguably the best among core formation cultivators, not at all inferior to Wang Fugi or little Yuan Wang. After all, he was once a nascent Soul True Lord. Xia Ying swung her long whip. Her natal artifact transformed like a flood dragon or python, filling the sky with afterimages and surging mana. She shouted at the same time, "Why aren't you all coming to help me?" Around her were over a dozen mid-core formation cultivators, but they were already exhausted from resisting the heavenly thunder's power and had no strength left to act. With a single strike, Zhen Xing shattered Xia Ying's artifact's killing move and sent her flying. Xia Ying flew backward through the air, spitting blood. The overwhelming mana struck down, causing her delicate body to tremble and eliciting miserable screams. With a poochie sound, Zhen Xing offered a flying sword. The sword light pierced through Xia Ying's brow, a one-hit kill. Zhen Xing took her natal artifact and the storage ring from her hand, respectfully offering them, "Master." Li Qingyuan nodded and accepted Xia Ying's artifact and storage ring. Xia Ying was a core formation prodigy from the Jin Kingdom, one of the 7 kingdoms of the Barren State, and the only one from a first-rate nascent soul sect. She was the 3rd-ranked prodigy in the Barren State, after Zhao Ju and Tie Wuya. She was indeed good. After 2 years of training in the Cave Heaven, she had advanced to the late core formation stage. Her storage ring must contain many good things, not inferior to Cao Yifei or Tai Wuya. Then, Zhen Xing turned to the remaining dozen or so people, grinning, "Hee, kill." Zhen Xing activated his majestic mana, protected by his nascent soul divine sense. Even with the thunder upon him, he still had the strength to act. With each move, he killed a mid-core formation cultivator, taking their storage rings and artifacts. After killing the dozen or so, Zhen Xing offered all the storage rings and artifacts. Li Qingyuan accepted them all without hesitation, saying, "Continue forward." The group of over a dozen walked on, their bodies tempered by thunder, their steps difficult. A few days later, Li Qingyuan, Zhen Xing, and the Blood Shadow had shaken off Zhao Ju, Yu Shaoer, and Tan Yuyi. Blood Shadow, return. Li Qingyuan recalled the Blood Shadow clone into the Xuanpin space. Various 3rd-grade upper-rank talisman papers flew out, along with 5 types of 5-element runes: Water, Ice Flood, Dragon Spirit, Breaking Talisman, Metal, Heavenly Qian, Metal Thorn, Talisman, Fire, Yuan Blade, Haze Talisman, Wood, Thousand Leaf, Soaring Dragon Talisman, Earth, Shattering Mountain, Collapsing Talisman. Among these, the Water, Metal, and Fire attribute talismans came from the 3rd-grade upper-rank talisman, inheritance of Sister Miaoli. The Earth, Shattering Mountain. Collapsing Talisman came from one of the 3rd-grade runes on the ancient talisman inheritance Jade Slip, an Earth attribute attack type rune, reaching the 3rd-grade upper rank. Li Qingyuan instructed, "Blood Shadow, study the Earth. Shattering Mountain, Collapsing Talisman, and the Thousand-Leaf Soaring Dragon Talisman, and draw them. Aim to gather 300 to 500 sets of these 5 talisman types, the more the better." The Blood Shadow nodded and immediately began to comprehend them. "Old Zhao, you are responsible for processing materials like beast hides and spiritual plant stalks into talisman, drawing materials for the Blood Shadow." Zhao Guangzheng, tired. Let it all end. He had to assist Ji Kun in refining its natal artifact and also make talisman drawing materials for the Blood Shadow. But what else could he say? He continued working, holding multiple positions without even a single high-grade spirit stone as salary. The Blood Shadow immediately began to study the runes. He was a clone of Li Qingyuan's divine sense origin. His Niwan Palace was a 4th-grade Yin Sha pearl containing Li Qingyuan's divine sense origin. Li Qingyuan was essentially multitasking. The various skills he mastered, such as alchemy, talisman drawing, artifact forging, puppetry, and array formations, were all also mastered by the Blood Shadow. The Blood Shadow was his assistant for alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman drawing. This allowed Li Qingyuan to have more time to devote to cultivation, freeing himself up. Of course, when it came to breaking through to the 4th-grade alchemist, talisman master, artifact forger, or array master, or when impacting bottlenecks and improving realms, Li Qingyuan, the main body, had to personally do it and be the first to break through. However, drawing new 3rd-grade upper-rank talismans was not difficult for the Blood Shadow. He was also a 3rd-grade upper-rank talisman master, so he could naturally accomplish it. Inside the Xuanpin space, the Blood Shadow drew talismans, while Ji Kun refined its natal artifact. The Flame Lizard spewed fire for artifact forging, while Zhao Guangjing sometimes assisted Ji Kun and sometimes made talisman drawing materials, bustling about. After giving his instructions, Li Qingyuan continued to temper his body. The thunder and lightning vibrated, sparking flames and stirring up wind. All kinds of rampant power were directly channeled into his body, tempering his physique. He had only walked 1/5 of the Heavenly Thunder secret realm, and the 5th Thunder God pattern was almost 1/3 condensed, nearing completion. "Master, there's another batch of corpses ahead," Zhenxing said. "They are disciples from various major powers, including major families from the Divine Province. It seems to be the work of the 5 Elements sect of Little Yuan Wang." Little Yuan Wang had entered the secret realm later. Wherever he went, he captured targets, killed witnesses, and even faked their deaths as accidents caused by the secret realm's Yin Fire, Bane Wind, or Heavenly Thunder, leaving no obvious traces of death by another's artifact. Li Qingyuan pondered and smiled. "I was wondering why Xia Ying's storage ring had more good stuff than Tie Wuya and Cao Yifei, almost catching up to Huo Lingzi. So she was robbing the prodigy disciples of various major powers." "Master, there are people ahead." Zhenxing pointed forward, finding another group of mid-core formation cultivators and a few late-core formation ones. Li Qingyuan said indifferently, "Kill. Attack together." Li Qingyuan and Zhenxing joined forces. Below the nascent soul stage, they slaughtered wantonly. 1 batch, 2 batches, 3 batches, including Xia Ying's group of over a dozen, Li Qingyuan and Zhenxing killed over 100 mid-core formation prodigies and over a dozen late-core formation ones from the 5 Elements sect, reaping a rich harvest. Pills, artifacts, talismans, puppets, array formations, spirit stones, techniques, spells, all kinds of cultivation resources filled one storage ring after another. 20 days later, Li Qingyuan arrived at the core of the Heavenly Thunder secret realm. The thunder here was even more rampant. The power of thunder surged, and lightning in the sky continuously rubbed against each other, creating all over the sky sparks. The power of thunder, fire, and wind grew even stronger. Li Qingyuan stopped. The 5th Thunder God pattern was half condensed. His physical golden core was about to transform. Li Qingyuan instructed, "I will go into seclusion here for a while to break through to the late core formation stage for my physical body. Zhenxing, protect me." At the same time, Li Qingyuan transmitted his voice, "Old Zhao, I will open the gate of the Xuanping space. You can come and go as you please. If Zhenxing shows any sign of disloyalty, kill him immediately." Zhao Guanjing was startled for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, Master." Even though he had Zhenxing's nascent soul true blood in his grasp, allowing him to control the other's life and death, his master was still very cautious, worried that Zhenxing might launch a surprise attack during this critical moment of breaking through. So, Li Qingyuan sat down cross-legged. The pills that had been copied through the Xuanpin space were safe to consume. He took out a third-grade upper-rank pill, the Spirit Yuan pill, from the storage pouches of Huo Lingzi, Mu Lingzi, and Shui Lingzi. The Spirit Yuan pill was an upgraded version of the True Man pill and 10,000 True pill, more effective for healing and increasing cultivation. Moreover, it was of premium quality, showing that the alchemist of the Five Elements sect was definitely no ordinary fourth-grade master alchemist. The effect of one Spirit Yuan pill was comparable to 10,000 True pills. After copying the pills, Li Qingyuan gave 10 each to the Blood Shadow, Jikun, and the Flame Lizard to help them cultivate or restore mana during artifact forging, maintaining their forging state. Jikun's natal artifact had already taken shape and was beginning to fuse. It was a colorful sphere shaped like an egg or an olive. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, formed hand seals with both hands, and fully activated the Wind Thunder Overlord body to channel the power of thunder, fire, and wind to temper himself. The potent and pure medicinal power of the Spirit Yuan pill continuously tempered, absorbed, enhanced his physical body, and strengthened his qi and blood. Zhong Xing sat cross-legged 1,000 zhong away, guarding him, thinking, "Is he really this trusting of me?" No. Zhong Xing shook his head. There's still the fierce beast Ji Kun in the Xuanpin space and old Zhao. Zhong Xing took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and earnestly stood guard. Time passed, and Li Qingyuan cultivated like this for over a month. Boom! On this day, thunder exploded within Li Qingyuan's body. This thunder power did not come from the heavenly thunder secret realm, but was born from Li Qingyuan's own flesh, blood, qi, blood, and mana. The thunder god patterns lit up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When the fifth thunder god pattern lit up, Li Qingyuan's bones and tendons sang in unison. His qi and blood surged into the sky. A tiger-leopard thunder sound erupted from within his body. The 2-inch physical golden core in his Tanzhong acupoint cracked, shed its shell, expanded, and qualitatively changed, becoming a 3-inch golden core. The 3-inch golden core was crimson and round, containing powerful life force and surging qi and blood. The surface of the golden core was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, with arcs of electricity flickering. A pressure filled the heavens and the earth. Zhong Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. He's trying to break through to the late core formation stage for his physical body. The moment of breaking through a bottleneck is the most vulnerable. Should I make a move? No one does not crave freedom, just as they crave life, even more than life. As long as I'm fast enough, I can definitely kill him in an instant, take back my nascent soul true blood, and regain my freedom from then on. But what are my chances of success?